Chapter 471. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to save people. He secretly cursed. Louis loosened the collar of the woman. Then he lifted the black hair that was covering her face. And after looking at her beautiful face, he suddenly found that this lady from the Cloud Country had an unexpected beauty of the western regions. Maybe she was a mixed blood? He put away his strange thoughts. And in the excitement of Helen, Louis lowered his head with a slightly hot face. In the slight touch of her soft lips, he closed his eyes. Oh, I hope she won't misunderstand when she wakes up. I don't know if the ancient people knew about artificial respiration. As a time traveler, how should I teach her about this modern common sense? If there is a misunderstanding, it will be a bad thing. Forget it. A doctor is like a parent. I am here to save people. While thinking about this, Louis suddenly felt the woman move. After all this effort, the woman finally frowned and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Louis looked at the woman's blue eyes as deep as the sea, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The woman was also stunned for a long time. Louis? At this moment, looking at the familiar Miss Green Snake in front of him, Louis suddenly recognized her. Oh, Sickeries? I was busy for a long time. I thought I was kissing someone else, but I found out that I was kissing my wife. This made Louis feel very disappointed. Black-haired and blue-eyed Xiaoqing +1. Louis woodenly withdrew his hands from the woman's chest and gave his wife a look. Why did you get a new hairstyle? Dyed your hair black? And you made a green snake lower body? I didn't recognize it. Oh, Sickeries gave Louis a look. You didn't recognize who it was. And you just stuck your tongue out? Hey, our artificial respiration in the Cloud Country is like this. It's different from the artificial respiration of you foreigners. Why would I care about snakes? I'm just trying to save people. While Louis was talking, in the river under his feet, a white snake lady floated over from upstream and followed the current past the big rock under Xiao. Xiao and Louis stared blankly at the white snake lady floating past them. She was wearing the same white Cloud Country clothes, with long black hair and a white neck. But the test paper on her chest was worse than Xiao's score. At this moment, both of them recognized her. Looking at the woman in the river, Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then curled his lips. It seemed that the two of them were not together just now. Lou and I. Hurry up and save her. Helen wiped the black ink on her mouth and shouted excitedly while writing with a brush. Miss White Snake is about to float by. Do you want to pick it up? Yes, and try to give artificial respiration to the little stepmother sister. Completion reward, as I said. Director Sickeries. I don't have any thoughts about snakes. I just want to save people. +1, Big Mouth +1, all attributes +1. B. No. Completion reward. Xiao Dai who floated away +1, the journey of the three masters and apprentices +1, the journey to the North Sea that is bound to fail +1, random attributes +3. Louis reached out woodenly, hugged her waist, and put her on the big rock. At this moment, the two Miss White Snakes came together. From their clothes and appearance, they really looked like twin sisters. One was wearing a green dress, and the other was wearing a white dress. They looked very fairy-like. After seeing her sister being fished out, Miss Xiaoqing, who was combing her hair, muttered with disdain, "Didn't she go in another direction? How did she come back here and dress up like me?" It seems that the two sisters did not go together before, but they were in sync and dressed up in a similar way. I just don't know what's going on with the snake tails under their legs. After tidying up his hair, Xiao raised his head and found that Louis was in a dilemma. While he wasn't paying attention, he secretly looked at his actions and quietly lowered his head to kiss his sister. Xiao raised his eyebrows and gave Louis a look with an ugly face. What do you mean? Louis wiped his mouth and raised his head. Oh, Sickeries, I think you two can't be without legs like this forever, so I remembered a legend in the Cloud Kingdom. The prince kiss will give the mermaid legs. Don't ask why I tried it on her after trying it on you. You are a Crucian carp, and she is a carp. There was a crisp sound. Big slap +1. Strength +3. You unexpectedly discovered that Xiao's strength is much greater than before. There are not many people who can slap your face and make it swollen. With a sigh, Louis rubbed his aching face and sat on the big rock with his back to Xiao. He took out Archie's cigar box from his sleeve and lit a cigarette. He looked at the sky. This sky was a bit strange. There were two suns, and in broad daylight, there were 16 flying stars. They were lined up in a row. Useless. I've tried all these methods before. A slightly weak voice sounded from behind. Xiao Dai, who had just woken up, lifted her hair, looked at certain directions in the sky, squinted her eyes, and said slowly with hatred, "If we don't deal with that old bald donkey who sleeps with his eyes open, tear down that demon suppression tower, we can't lift this curse." The word old bald donkey who sleeps with his eyes open made Louis, who was rubbing his swollen face, slightly stunned. For some reason, he felt that the bald man guarding the demon suppression tower seemed very strong. Sleeping with eyes open also reminded Louis of a certain old friend who liked to stay up late. Xiao Ao grasped a different point from Louis. She was stunned after hearing her sister's words, and gave her sister a look. "Have you tried kissing?" "With whom?" The sister glanced at her sister calmly. "Of course, it was your man." Lighting flashed between their eyes. Louis, who was sitting with his back to them, stiffened slightly and pretended not to see it. The war did not reach Louis in the end, because Helen cleverly inserted herself between the two sisters and extinguished the burning gunpowder rope between them. After Helen changed the subject, Louis also heard the two sisters secretly asking Helen something. Helen also shook her head and flipped through the scriptures, whispering to the eldest sister, and whispering to the second sister. Faintly, Louis, who had excellent hearing, also vaguely heard the mentioned words, like Book of Conferred Gods, battle records, experience points, who has a higher level, at points and so on. Helen would secretly brag about the second sister in front of the eldest sister, asking the eldest sister to work harder, and then brag about the eldest sister in front of the second sister, trying to sow discord. This provocation seemed to be very effective. After grinding their teeth, the two sisters vowed to fight monsters and level up well in the future, and to teach those self-righteous dragon sons and grandsons a lesson. They also said things like don't waste artifacts, like the Book of Conferred Gods. Miss the once-in-a-century opportunity. Don't let those rebellious dragons and Albion get away with it. And if you lose, you will always be a snake spirit in the future. Listening to the conversation behind him, Louis's face was full of weirdness. Chapter 472, Different Paths for Humans and Demons. After listening to the conversation between the people, Louis's face turned strange. It seems that Helen and the other two came to Beihai country much earlier than him. Stand up, Xiao Ao, Xiao Dai and Helen have been active in Beihai country for a while. But he just came today. But he clearly came to Beihai country with them. After thinking about it, Louis was a little confused. He should have arrived in Beihai country with them, but because of the debuff, after traveling through time and space, he was frozen in place for more than a month. During this month, the three sisters wandered around the North Sea Kingdom. At first, the two sisters did not seem to have turned into snakes. According to the original intention of the old cousin, he only wanted the three sisters to experience the North Sea Kingdom. By the way, he also gave Helen an invincible identity that could neither be beaten nor hit others, so that Helen, the little GM, could show off to everyone, so that they could successfully reach the Monument of the Gods in the North Sea Kingdom, which has become increasingly chaotic recently. But the three troublemakers were inexplicably involved in many incidents. They also caused a lot of trouble. My cousin thought that perhaps it was because the three of them were too eye-catching, so he gave each of them a set of Beihai Kingdom skins. As a result, when the three of them put on the monster skins, they got involved in even bigger incidents. They inexplicably participated in the Beihai Kingdom once-a-century conferred God War, and they have been going back and forth for a month. During this process, Helen has been acting as a war correspondent, watching the fun and helping the cause, and also helping to raise the baby. The two sisters, who are arrogant and proud, also have the idea of competing with all kinds of big monsters and Long Altian for the position of God. The final boss should be the bald man. Obviously, Helen is very concerned about the training of her two babies, which has made Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai's strengths improve rapidly during this period. It's just that although Helen had two babies before, she was unable to form a team. After all, how can the journey to the West team without a master be united? In this battle for the position of God with many competitors, the two sisters were defeated repeatedly, and it seems that they died several times. But every time they died, they would return to the position when they first came to this world. As for the war correspondent Miss Helen, no matter how fierce the battle was, she remained unscathed. Various signs indicate that the God of creation of the North Sea Kingdom gave Helen the identity of the invincible GM of the North Sea Kingdom, and also gave the two sisters a cheat. The brush and the Book of Conferred Gods in Helen's hand are the GM authority of the North Sea Kingdom, and can also add points to the two sisters. This is nothing. After all, the Book of Conferred Gods may represent the monument of conferred gods, and the monument of conferred gods can confer gods. My cousin once used the power of the monument of conferred gods to cultivate the gods. Now it is very simple for him to cultivate the two sisters he has chosen. However, they are both books. My storybook represents the general volume of the story, destiny line, of the whole world, while my cousin book only represents the supplementary volume of the North Sea Kingdom. Obviously, my own is more powerful. But why can they level up by killing monsters? But I have to do some weird things? Obviously, the storybook is not serious at all. Absolutely not. The Book of the Gods is controlled by my uncle, who is a serious person. So the stories in it are naturally serious. As for the storybook, it belongs to you. And you are not a serious person. Ignoring the storybook sophistry, Louis rolled up his sleeves in the quarrel between the three sisters and planned to leave alone. It was obvious that Helen and the other two were planning to pull Louis into their journey to the West team. But Louis did not want to participate in this conferred gods war at all. Louis heard it in the discussion of the three ladies just now. They all felt that the reason why they failed again was because they lacked MT, or, in other words, they lacked a human punching bag that could attract the hatred of the bald old man who slept with his eyes open. This person needed to be sarcastic enough, and also had to be strong enough to take a beating. Louis was the right person. But all these roads lead to the monument of deification. Do you have to take this one? Do you have to take this road to compete for the throne of God? Although my uncle wants everyone to experience the North Sea Kingdom, he didn't say that you should experience it this way. Where is the precedent for foreigners to take the throne of God in the North Sea Kingdom? Whose little god in the Cloud Kingdom is a foreigner? And what are they going to do? Tear down the Demon Suppression Tower? The Demon Suppression Tower was specially built by the North Sea gods for the peace of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, these two guys not only want to knock down the Demon Suppression Tower, but also want to get rid of the bald old man who sleeps with his eyes open guarding the Demon Tower. Are you kidding? Who exactly is that bald old man? Louis already knows it clearly. In this Bahai Kingdom, how many people are privately called old men by those unfilial sons and grandsons of the dragon? The little girls are ignorant, but they are so brave that they can cover the sky. You can have fun by yourselves. I will go to the monument of the gods by myself from another way. As for the two sister snake bodies, if they go to the conferred god monument normally, wouldn't they be able to unlock the skin? They have to go through the conferred god monument to compete with their cousin sons and grandsons. Besides, Louis thinks that the skin given by his cousin is actually pretty good. Let them play by themselves. And we go alone. Yes, that right. We can visit Xiaolong new cousin on the way. It really inconvenient to take two wives to visit Xiaolong new cousin. It easy to cause misunderstandings. Right? Thinking of this, Louis had already made up his mind. However, he held the strong herb-collecting boy with his two arms, and cast their malicious eyes on him. What? The eldest sister, Miss White Snake, raised her head, narrowed her eyes, and asked slowly with murderous intent, after kissing me, "You want to leave?" Louis hearing the eldest sister White Snake talking about something. The second sister Xiaoqing also got angry. She raised her eyebrows, looked at her husband, and deliberately said loudly, "Didn't you say that you would give everything for me? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." After these words fell, the two sisters looked at each other again, sparks appeared in the air, and they held Louis's hands tighter. Look at these two sisters. It already this late. They still don't forget to scheme against each other. Excited Helen wrote quickly. Looking at the appearance of his three apprentices, the young master who was picking herbs felt irritated, and he didn't want to mix with them anymore, and get involved in the battle for the conferred god list in the North Sea Kingdom. Who would be their human sandbag? He threw away his sleeves, bold, and said to the two Western Region Snake Fairy girls, "Ladies, now I have saved this man, and you kiss me. I came to the North Sea Kingdom to do business, not to chat with you. Since you insist on fighting for the list of gods, you can break into your demon suppression tower, and we will go our separate ways. Humans and demons have different paths, so let's say goodbye now." After Louis finished speaking, the eyebrows of the two sisters all stood up, and then Louis saw lines of narration, which automatically jumped out of the book in Helen's hand, automatically generated complaints. The different paths of humans and demons +1. I don't want to fight with that monk. You too. Don't hold me back. Hey! Why did I say 2? +1. I'm not going with them. How could there be such a prophecy? Just when the herbalist had a black question mark on his face, the two snake fairy ladies slapped him at the same time. And in the two crisp sounds of paw, the last paragraph of the narration also jumped out of the book in Helen's hand automatically. Green snake / white snake ladies slap, and force joining +1, the team united by the herbalist +1. It seems that Lewis forgot one thing. He can't teleport with all the debuffs, nor can he cast flying magic. So, whether these two snake fairy ladies, who can fly an apparition, will join the team, is not his decision at all. It seems that you took these two slaps in vain. Water flooding Jean Sean +1, there's so much water gurgling +1, the inconvenience of Xylong the cousin +1. Chapter 473 Dom in Town. 2 suns and 16 flying stars were hanging in a row in the sky, surrounding half of the sky in this world. Faintly, Lewis felt that the 2 suns were slowly getting smaller, and 2 flying stars were gradually getting bigger. Rumor has it that there is no sunrise or sunset in the North Sea Kingdom. Those suns suspended in the sky are eternal, and between getting bigger and smaller, there is night and day. The weather suddenly became cloudy, and the clouds covered the sun. Lewis retracted his gaze, and the 4 masters and apprentices followed the river through the forest. There were exotic flowers and plants, strange rocks and ancient trees, and mist all around. Spiritual birds flew through the green shade, and the fairy music was in the ears. Occasionally, monsters passed by and bowed to the 2 snake fairies. Some small monsters that could speak, when asked by the snake fairies, called out the word king. Some monsters also called the 2 Qing by Ershin. It seems that there are few people in the forest under their feet. But in the eyes of the people of Beihai, this forest is also a spiritual mountain or a monster mountain. The 2 snake fairies on the left and right of the young herb collector represented the sacred mountain in the conferred god list this year. The little demons believed that they were newly born 1,000-year-old snake demons. The sacred mountain under their feet, which was originally unknown in the North Sea country, has become famous in recent days because of the 2 blue and white snakes. Chibai Mountain. After asking about the situation, the blue and white snake fairies seemed a little irritated. Perhaps they felt that they were walking too slowly. So they stretched out their hands to disperse the clouds in the air, and then carried the poor herb collector in the middle, one on each side, and flew towards a mountain in the distance. In the air, Lewis' vision became wider. There were strange peaks and steep mountains in the distance, auspicious clouds covering the mountains, and flocks of spiritual birds. It was as beautiful as an ink painting on the horizon. I thought that the largest Fengshan mountain in Fengshan Island under my feet was the mountain they were about to fly into. But when they landed on the top of the mountain, Lewis found that there was only an ancient tree on the top of the mountain, and a family of herbalists living here. There was no demon-suppressing tower. It turned out that the 4 people had not yet walked out of Qingbai Mountain, and the top of the mountain under their feet was just the last stop when they walked out of Qingbai Mountain. 6 or 7 children with braids standing upright were playing by the tree. A bunch of gourd vines connected the tree to the house. An old man was drying herbs on several racks in front of the house. It seemed that the son and daughter-in-law of this family could still have children. After landing, Miss White Snake stood under the tree, squinting her eyes, and looking at the hazy town at the foot of the mountain in the distance. It seemed that the reason why they got involved in the Battle of the Gods was because they went to that town. My sister was posing over there to look cool. Miss Green Snake exhaled a little tiredly, and looked at Lewis with a strange look on her face. I don't know how big this guy's physique is, which makes the world very repulsive to him. So when he was flying with him, Xiao Il felt like he was flying with a mountain. If it weren't for his sister, he really couldn't carry him alone. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiao Il asked for a few bowls of water from the family. It seemed that it was not the first time that the 2 fairies Qing and Bai came to this family. They would come once every week after they died. The 2 old people and the children were also very excited after seeing the 2 great fairies. In the conversation of the crowd, Lewis, who was listening, learned that the old man of this family got to know the 2 young ladies Qing and Bai when he was injured while picking herbs. Since then, this place has become a novice village base for the 2 snake fairy ladies. Although the 2 ladies who are not in harmony will go their separate ways every time they leave Qingbai Mountain, they will gather here every time they come back from setbacks. It seems that the 2 cold-faced and warm-hearted snake fairy ladies are very concerned about the situation of this family. After all, the disasters encountered by this family are too many, which is distressing. However, Lewis suspects that the reason why this family often encounters disasters is probably related to these 2 silly girls. Every time they come, they will find that this family has just encountered a disaster and needs help from enthusiastic people. And the two of them would also help the family enthusiastically without any mercy. In the words of the old man, it was the arrangement of God, or the arrangement of the old cousin. But in Lewis's words, isn't this just a novice village mission? These two idiots look so arrogant. But in fact, they haven't even completed the novice village mission? No wonder you two can't beat those dragon sons and grandsons. No matter how many novice village missions you complete. How many levels can you upgrade? I think the two snake fairy ladies are still two weaklings. Obviously, the two young ladies at this moment have become rookies who can't play games in Lewis's eyes. No wonder. What games have these two natives of this world played? How can they complete tasks efficiently? Let's quietly know what tasks they have been doing these days. What about helping an old lady who sprained her ankle to go home while collecting herbs? What about finding elixirs to cure an old grandfather who was sick in bed? Or rescuing the 7 grandchildren who were taken as tribute by the golden-haired and blue-eyed Lusha Taoist priests? Not beyond Lewis' expectation. Today the two great immortals also accepted a mission to go to Dongmen Town to rescue the daughter-in-law who was abducted by the scholar and taken as his wife. Of course, there is also the son. In order to save his wife, he went to work as a servant in the home of the Juren Master. I will not complain about why the Juren Master kidnapped a woman who already had 7 children to marry, nor why the Juren Master ran to this wilderness full of monsters to kidnap a village girl. The son's wife was kidnapped, and the son went to work as a servant in someone else's home to watch them hold a wedding. But no matter what, Ching and Bai finally received the ultimate mission of the novice village. And Dongmen Town is also an important place to solve the mystery of the demon suppression tower. And it is also the exit station to Fengshen's house. It seems that this ultimate mission is, to some extent, a door-opening mission, because once the secret of the demon suppression tower is known, the two snake fairy ladies can use the Book of Conferred Gods to knock it down. But you have to be careful. Although this mission is related to how to knock down the demon suppression tower and how to reach Fengshen's house. But if a human and 2 snake fairy ladies got involved, many people would be unhappy. After all, in the North Sea Kingdom, humans and demons are on different paths. Lewis sighed. He couldn't get rid of these 2 troublemakers now. He had to see his uncle anyway. So it didn't matter how he went. And if he didn't go, these 2 idiots might provoke his uncle. After his uncle saw his nephew, he would probably calm down. After all, it was his niece who made him angry. And I have to be the one who eases the situation. As for knocking down the demon suppression tower, that nonsense. If it falls, the North Sea Kingdom will be in turmoil. So we must stop these 2 people from doing good things. Otherwise, the 3 sisters holding the Book of the Gods will cause a big disaster. Therefore, I'm afraid we have to participate in this mission together. Only by knowing how to knock down the demon suppression tower can we ruin this matter. Moreover, Lewis wanted to see the real North Sea country town. He hadn't eaten hometown food for a long time. It was already noon, and he hadn't eaten yet. It was a good time to go to the town for a meal. In addition, he was also curious about the abducted daughter-in-law and the son who became a servant. Sister, please help their family. Helen in the air was writing something on the book, rubbing her eyes and shouting, if you don't help them, the old man will have to rely on 7 children to save his daughter-in-law. And he will definitely not be able to save her. After hearing what Helen said, Lewis' face looked a little strange, and he always felt something was wrong. After hearing about the family experience, Xiao was naturally very indignant. She patted her chest and agreed. As for the eldest sister, although she had been standing on the edge of the cliff with a cold face and posing indifferently when they set out, she also took Lewis on her back without saying a word and accepted the task. After both of them accepted the task, Lewis had an illusion for a moment. He felt that there was a golden light flashing on their bodies. What does this mean? Leveled up? Haven't completed the quest yet, just taking a quest and getting leveled up? How is this possible? Unless there is a GM cheating to gain experience. Hey! Wait a minute, GM cheating to gain experience? A little goblin riding furiously flew past Lewis. Lewis, even if he cheats to gain experience, he's still a piece of cake. While he was distracted, Lewis had been held up by the 2 ladies of the Snake Fairy King. The cliff gradually receded, clouds and mist surrounded his feet. In this cloud and mist, the East Gate town was getting closer and closer. The wind was strong. But when Miss Ching and Miss Bai took Lewis to fly, they were more stable than before. Indistinctly, Lewis felt that the strength and magic of the 2 seemed to be stronger than before. Wait a minute. Shouldn't you 2 wear the same pants before entering the town? The priests and wizards of Beihai Kingdom don't allow humans and monsters to mix together. Right? As they were about to land, Louis pushed the two, hoping that they would change their clothes. But his words were obviously irrelevant, which made the two people look at Dongmen Town with more anger. We will let those bald donkeys and stinky Taoists see whether humans and monsters can mix together. Chapter 474. It is said that the female demon eats people. Dongmen Town. The back door of Shen Mansion. Chen Mo was busy and sweating. Just now, he heard that a few new servants had put the plaque of Zhenyao Mansion at the back door. So he hurried over. There are indeed many plaques to be replaced today. But putting the plaque of the main door at the back door is a big joke. If the stewards find out that such a big thing has happened, the new guys will probably be whipped. Speaking of which, I have only been here for a short time. When I first came to seek refuge with my uncle, I almost mistook the back door of the Chen Mansion for the front door. No wonder. The Chen Mansion is so magnificent. How can it be the same as the thatched houses on the top of the mountain at home? After finishing the plaque, Chen Mo arranged some other tasks for the servants. The servants around listened to Chen Mo very much. Although everyone was new, Chen Mo was a servant with a regular position. On the other hand, the servants were all temporary workers. After some arrangements, the work at the back door was finally almost done. Chen Mo wiped his sweat and prepared to find a chance to sneak into Duobao Hall and look for the purple fairy gourd. Chen Mo had basically searched the entire Chen Mansion, but he still didn't find what he was looking for. It seems that his wife should not have been sent here by those foreign Taoist priests. Today, for Master Chen Immortal Feast, all the gifts sent will be placed in Duobao Hall, and my wife is no exception. If I can find a chance to secretly put my wife into my sleeve, my wife 100-year human disaster will be safely passed. Just as Chen Mo walked through the back door and was about to enter the mansion, there was a noise behind him. Looking back, Chen Mo found that there was a ragged old man with a few skinny children trying to break into the mansion, and several servants who were blocking them were yelling and cursing while reaching out to hit them. The old man pleading reminded Chen Mo of his old father, so he hurried over. After asking about the situation, Chen Mo said to the old man kindly, "Old man, today is Mr. Chen Ascension Banquet, and we will not collect the immortal rent. Tomorrow, after the master takes office, we will start to collect the immortal rent for this year tribute to the dragon gods in a special place in the town." Chen Mo's words were very clear, but the old man stayed here and didn't want to leave. "Please be kind, sirs. It's not easy for us to come here from the mountains, and we don't have the money to stay in the town. Let pay the fairy rent." The old man was also honest. He didn't think that if the fairy rent in his hand was handed over to these servants, it would be the same as not paying it. Look at those servants. Their eyes are already rolling. If Brother Chen secretly took these fairy herbs, everyone can also drink a cup of soup. However, everyone didn't expect that the servants of the Chen family were as honest as the old man. After listening to the old man's words, they actually sent someone to get the book. It seems that they are going to register the old man's name as the first registrant. After getting the book, Chen Mo also counted the things the old man brought. Most people can't recognize these fairy herbs, but Chen Jiating is different. He knows almost every kind of herb. No wonder the manager took a fancy to it. "Old man, most of the herbs you brought are ordinary herbs. Although they are very good, they can be sold for some money. But there are only 2 real fairy herbs, which are not enough for this year fairy rent." Chen Mo's face became a little ugly, and he stuffed the herbs in his hand back into the old man's hand. Hearing this, the old man's head buzzed, and he sat on the ground, holding the herbs tightly in his hands, and he was filled with grief. He couldn't help crying when he heard that the share of Qingbai Mountain had increased this year. The old man family was shocked. In order to make up this year's share, his son had fallen to his death in the mountains in front of him. In the end, the things he exchanged his life for were all a pile of waste. Seeing the old man's sad look, Chen Mo felt the same way. He couldn't help but think of his old mother. In order to raise enough money for this year, his family had tried their best. Even with his wife's help, they still had many twists and turns. If they hadn't met the Qingbai Immortals, his mother might not have come back. The Qingbai Immortals said that their family always encountered hardships. But who was the one who suffered? Who was the one who suffered Qingbai Mountain? Everyone knew that the mountain was not easy to climb. But who dared not to enter the mountain? Everyone knows that this medicine is difficult to collect. But who dares not to collect it? In this way, people in Qingbai Mountain survived year after year. People say that the monster eats people, But I live with the monster day and night. And how could the monster hurt me? A foot suddenly kicked the old man in the chest, kicking him aside. Why are you crying? If it weren't for the Master Ascension banquet today, I would have skinned you. Get out of here. The kicker pointed at the old man's nose and cursed. After seeing the kicker face, the servants around him carefully called the name of Manager Chun. And then, they all rushed up and drove the old man and the children away. Uncle. Chen Mo bowed and said to Manager Chun. Manager Chun wiped his hands, said yeah, and looked a little unhappy. His distant nephew, who came to recognize his relatives, was sometimes silly. If he was not filial enough and had some ability, he would not be accepted even if the mansion was short of people. But then again, there are not many people who can understand every kind of monster and fairy grass these days. And this kid can read and understand monster language, so it is quite convenient to use. Thinking that they are relatives he has taken in any way, Manager Chen feels that he should protect them. So he took Chen Mo into the mansion and advised him, Chen Mo, you can't pity these unruly people. There are no poor people in this world. They just want to be cunning and sly. Don't be fooled by them. Tomorrow you will be responsible for collecting rent. If you are soft-hearted and believe the lies of those unruly people, you won't be able to collect a penny. Collecting immortal rent is not a trivial matter. After collecting it, the dragon gods, warlords, in various places, will have to pay tribute. You pity those slick-tongued people. But who pity you? As his uncle spoke, Chen Mo followed his uncle into the back door and respectfully agreed. Seeing Chen Mo obedience, his uncle felt relieved. And then he comforted him again, saying that he had to ask more questions if he didn't understand anything. The honest Chen Mo really asked the question in his mind. Uncle, didn't the Qinbai immortals talk to King Sanjiang and say that Qinbai Mountain already has a guardian god? So this year's share will be exempted. Why do you still need to collect immortal rent? They say so? 2 monsters occupy the mountain as kings. Can they be called immortals? Can they be called the guardians of Qinbai Mountain? As long as they are not deified. Qinbai Mountain is not theirs to rule. Manager Chen's words were arrogant, but his voice was very low, as if he was a little afraid of the 2 Qinbai immortals. Speaking of which, Manager Chen also felt that the 2 Qinbai immortals were a little weird. It was not surprising that a few strange monster kings occasionally appeared in the deep mountains. After all, those monsters dare not show their faces without practicing to a certain degree. But the Qinbai immortals are quite extraordinary. It is said that these 2 snake monsters have immortal bodies, and have fought with the dragon gods several times without dying. When they first broke into the demon suppression tower, they broke into the 3rd floor. You know, they are newcomers. It is said that Lin Yishou came from the top of the tower to the 3rd floor and took a look at them. And after the new news came back a few days ago, it was heard that they broke into the 6th floor when they broke through the level last time. Even Qinbai Mountain became famous because of this. These 2 demon kings are indeed quite extraordinary. Although they were born in a humble family, they rose to fame overnight. Their experience is almost the same as that of the master. In the demon list, these 2 demons can be ranked in the top 100. I am afraid that they will have to deal with the new master in the future. However, when he thought of his master, Manager Chen felt more confident. Although the master is only a martial arts candidate, he has a very good fate with immortals. There are thousands of demons in Donglinsao. No matter how powerful they are not immortals. Our master is the immortal with a name and surname in the conferred god list. The gate god of Dongmen Town, and the guardian god of Qinbai Mountain. Here in Qinbai Mountain, no matter how powerful the 2 snake demons are, they have to coil up. The words of the 2 immortals Qinbai once gave Chen Mo a hope. And their bold words were also remembered by the people of Qinbai Mountain. If I become a god one day, I will break the sky and turn the demon tower upside down. Chen Mo didn't know what turned upside down meant, but thought that at that time, people would not have to enter the mountains, and the demons of Qinbai Mountain would no longer have to hide in the mountains. Instead, they would be like those fox immortals and those golden-haired and blue-eyed Rakshasa demons in the east, and they could walk around in the world. Chen Mo didn't know whether the 2 snakes Qinbai had been conferred gods, but the words of Manager Chen today poured a bucket of cold water on him. Chapter 475 Blessings. Manager Chen words poured cold water on Chen Mo. Indeed, in terms of martial arts, Chen Mo believed that his wife's 2 female masters were invincible. At least they were not something that a bad guy like Master Chen could beat. But no matter how strong the monster was, how could it dare to provoke the gods? How could it afford to provoke them? After all, If you provoke the immortal officials, you would be an enemy of the heaven. Chinimo couldn't help but feel a little powerless in his heart, and he also spoke up for the two masters. He murmured to himself, even people as powerful as Qing and Bai can't make it to the conferred god list? Nephew. Manager Chen looked at the servants in the backyard, who were busy and lively in the celebration, and shook his head and said, "It's not so easy to be crowned as a god. Because this is the rule of Beihai Court. It is the rule set by the true dragon emperors after the Emperor Xuanwu fell asleep. Those evil monsters, if they want to be crowned as gods, must first pass through the 9-story demon tower, and then pass through the thunder to wash away the evil obstacles on their bodies. After this, the true dragon emperors will write their names on the list of gods." Manager Chen patted Chinimo, signaling him to follow him to the corridor on the left. Then, Manager Chen continued, "The demon suppression tower is not so easy to break into. There are thousands of gods in Donglin's. But how many monsters can break into the demon suppression tower? They don't have that blessing. But our master is different. He won the immortal test, which means he is the incarnation of Wu Xuxing. This is a far cry from the origin of monsters. The true dragon emperors naturally have reasons to write the names of the masters, the Wenkuxing and Wuqing, directly on the list of gods. There are some things that Manager Chen did not say. Back then, Master Chen did not accept the title and go to that remote place to serve, but accepted the invitation of King Sanjiang and became one of his retainers. Counting it up, Master Chen has been following King Sanjiang for 8 years. At that time, King Sanjiang was not a true dragon emperor, but just a small king without a god position. But this year, the king of Sanjiang finally got the position of god. So the confidants of the king of Sanjiang also got the position. Therefore, Mr. Chen was assigned to Donglin town this year, and became the door god of the east of Donglin Prefecture. For a small martial arts candidate to become a door god, it can be regarded as a step to heaven. There must be a lot of smoke coming out of the ancestral tomb. Seeing that the two were about to enter a hall, Manager Chen gradually slowed down his pace. He looked at the servants who were constantly delivering gifts to the hall, and said proudly, "The master has great luck and foresight. Although Dongmin town is small, it is the gateway to the east. The power and wealth are not comparable to ordinary places. In the future, foreigners who enter Dongmin town from Jiolong town will have to look at the master face. Look! Many foreign Taoist priests and foreign nobles in the foreign temples near the demon-suppressing tower have come to give gifts in person. Chinimo, now you are no longer a hunter in the mountains, but a member of our Chen family. The master has now ascended to heaven, and we are also ascending to heaven. Tomorrow, the master will appoint your uncle, who has followed the master for so many years. And there must be a position. And when I, your uncle, transform from a small steward and become a fairy general, you will naturally become a fairy soldier. So you should be happy secretly. If the throne of the East Gate town is occupied by those monsters, how can we get the fairy light? And this Dongmin town will be in turmoil. Monsters are man-eating." Seeing that his nephew was a little depressed, Manager Chen patted Chinimo on the shoulder and encouraged him a few more words. "Don't be afraid of those monsters. No matter how strong the two blue and white monsters are, they have to kneel down in front of the immortal officials, like the thousands of monster kings in Donglin's house. Just wait and see. The master predicts that the two blue and white monsters will bring gifts to apologize today. The master said that he will let them dance a few songs in public to entertain the many Taoist friends. When the time comes, we will open our eyes." As he said this, Manager Chen had already led Chinimo into the hall. The hall was noisy. Several managers were counting the gifts with servants. Those gifts came from all over the world and had filled the entire hall. Chinimo looked up and found that there were 3 words on the new plaque hanging in the main hall. They were the Duobao Hall he had been talking about. Chinimo sighed in his heart. He was so busy caring about the future of Qing, and by then he almost forgot about the business. At this time, a shout came from afar. The voice came from a person who was singing the gift list at the main gate. The servants sang it all the way here. It was the gift from King Sanjiang. The gift sent by King Sanjiang have arrived. The guests should be basically all here. So Chinimo felt that his wife should be in Duobao Hall. Chinimo was a little excited. He found an excuse to leave his uncle and help the servants in the house count the gifts. But after searching for a long time, he did not find the wife he was thinking about in his heart. And he was very anxious. Today was his last chance, because Master Chen had not yet appointed his generals, and the people in the mansion had no immortal power or divine might. By tomorrow, even if he found his wife, he would not be able to take her out of this devil den. Although Chinemo was anxious, he was very calm. He knew that the steward should know where his wife was. So he was busy while eavesdropping. But the noise in the house was too loud, and Chinemo could not hear clearly despite his good hearing. Seeing the uncle chatting with a few stewards, who was reaching for his pipe, Chinemo quickly picked out an exquisite flint from the gifts at hand, and walked over to light the pipe for the uncle. He then stood behind the uncle, and eavesdropped on the chatter of the stewards. The stewards were talking about today's gifts and guests, and after a few words, Chinemo also heard an important message. Although there are many gifts, the master favorite one is the one sent by the group of blonde and blue-eyed foreign Taoist priests. I saw it with my own eyes at the main gate just now. The flower demon in Qinbai Mountain that had already transformed was sent here by those blonde and blue-eyed Rakshasas today. Another steward said, TSK. Is it the flower demon who has been jealous of the fairy gourd? The master has been thinking about it for a long time. Steward Chen frowned, put down his pipe and asked, the flower demon is indeed suitable for making a furnace tripod. But why is it sent from the front door? Isn't it against the rules? The steward who spoke laughed and said, Second brother Chen, you don't know that when those foreigners gave gifts today, they were mysterious and gave the master a good suggestion. Judging from the meaning, the master probably changed his original idea. Another steward smiled mysteriously and said, those foreign Taoist priests are right. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. It is a pity that the blessing of longevity belongs to the master and many immortal masters. We servants cannot get this blessing. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone? Steward Chen was a little surprised to hear this, but his curiosity was aroused. At this time, there was another sound of ritual music outside, as if the banquet had already begun. A servant ran over and told Steward Chen that the lady was called Chen Steward Chen, and went to give the master some sobering pills. Manager Chen had prepared this thing long ago. Otherwise, if the master got drunk and lost his composure today, it would be bad. After sending the servant away, Manager Chen knocked the pipe in his hand against the sole of his shoe, and leisurely pulled the cold Chen-mo next to him, intending to take his nephew to see more of the world. Let go. Your uncle will take you to the big meeting to see the excitement. There are many distinguished guests there. You will follow the master with me in a while. And don't talk nonsense or walk around. Otherwise, the master will get angry and drive us away, and we won't be able to see the snake fairy dancing. Compared to the immortal blessing that he couldn't get, Chen was more concerned about the snake fairy dancing. But Chen-mo felt a chill down his spine. He took it for granted to get married. The furnace? I'm afraid this is the best result. Chen-mo didn't know what the foreign Taoists had suggested to Master Chen. But the words eternal life and blessings made Chen-mo feel cold all over. Chapter 476. My dear friend, this thing is not a good gift. The main courtyard of the Chen mansion. Just as Chen said, Mr. Chen likes to be lively, so there are no tables in the main hall today. All of them are set up in this large courtyard. It is indeed very lively today. After all the prominent people from the surrounding counties and prefectures have come. In addition, there are many immortal masters who have come from afar. Today, the banquet in this large courtyard is full, and the crowd is also bustling. The servants wipe their sweat, moving back and forth between the seats and the corridors, and drinking and chatting on the seats. Some drunken guests walk between the seats, looking for old friends to drink and chat. Some guests, when they were drunk, raised their glasses to sing with their friends amid the music. Chen-mo followed the footsteps of Manager Chen, walking from the corridor to the courtyard, and almost bumped into some busy servants on the way. After finally squeezing into the courtyard, Manager Chen and Chen-mo stood at the edge of the venue, looking through the guests walking back and forth, looking for Master Chen. Master likes lively occasions the most, and he must be among the most lively people at the banquet. And Chen-mo knew that. As long as he found Master Chen, he should be able to find his wife. Looking around, Chen-mo couldn't count how many people came today, and couldn't tell who was who. For some reason, when Chen-mo looked at the crowd, he suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. There were so many people in the courtyard. So chaotic. Someone might sneak in to eat. At this moment, 3 strange people passed by Chen-mo. The 2 women were dressed well, and they were immortal masters at first glance. But their eyes were a little strange. They were blue, and he looked a little familiar. But this was not surprising after all. Chen-mo had seen too many strange immortal masters these days, and everyone looked familiar. The strange thing was the lean and heroic tall boy between the two female immortal masters. He was dressed too shabby. If many immortal masters were not dressed strangely, Chen Mo would probably think that he was a poor boy who had just returned from the mountains to collect herbs. Originally, Chen Mo did not notice these three people, after all. There were too many people coming and going, not to mention that Chen Mo was still thinking about his wife. But the words that the herb-picking boy said were too eye-catching, and had a bit of a northeastern fox fairy accent. You two have just learned the thousand faces technique. Don't use magic or anything else, otherwise not only will your legs be exposed, others will recognize you, and then this party will be in chaos. Hurry. Hurry, that table is empty, sit there. Sit there, their pork elbow, I'm dying. Helen is starving too. It seems that Louis hasn't eaten pork elbows from his hometown for a long time. A palm-sized fairy master, while writing and drawing on the book in his hand, flew hurriedly past Chen Mo's eyes, and flew all the way to the pork elbow on the table. Looking at the four strange immortal masters passing by, Chen Mo's face twitched. He thought to himself, someone really sneaked in to eat. Soon Chen Mo ignored the four immortal masters, three big and one small, because Manager Chen suddenly raised his hands, with a smile, to a passing immortal master. Sir Chen, how are you? This person was dressed in the cloud country, but he had blonde hair and blue eyes. After seeing this person, Chen Mo couldn't help but flash two words in his mind: blonde hair and blue eyes, ghost face Rakshasa. Foreign Taoist priest. This man seemed to be an expert in the cloud country. He was dressed in a very cloud country style, and he also looked very stylish when waving his sleeves. He came over and bowed to Manager Chen in return. Then he enthusiastically pulled Manager Chen to talk for a few words. Manager Chen also introduced Chen Mo to the foreigner. It sounded like this foreigner was a baron of the Terran country, and he seemed to be very familiar with Manager Chen. He called Chen Sir Chen. Chen obviously did not have a title, but this foreigner seemed to regard Manager Chen as the Minister of Finance of Lord Chen in this East Gate territory. As for Chen Mo, in the eyes of foreigners, he is the Secretary of the Minister of Finance. It seems that the little gods here have a very high status in the eyes of the wizards of the great families. The status of Chen Minshan retainers is similar to that of Earl Lawrence retainers. And it seems that in the eyes of the great families, Qin Guancher and others should also be regarded as the great family nobles of the North Sea Kingdom. After all, this Dongmen town is hundreds of miles in radius, and it also includes many strange mountains and ridges, which is equivalent to a small earldom. Therefore, in the eyes of the wizards of the great families, Chen was definitely the finance minister of the great lord. It seemed that the foreigner had just come from Master Chen and was about to invite his master to come. After learning that Manager Chen was looking for Master Chen, the foreigner pointed in a certain direction of the crowd. After chatting for a few more words, the foreigner politely said goodbye to Manager Chen. Manager Chen pulled Chen Mo towards the direction of Master Chen. On the way, Manager Chen, with the idea of giving Chen Mo a long experience, whispered, "The Baron is stationed in the Foreign Tower, Wizard Tower, in Donglanshao. He has lived here for many years, so he knows some etiquette. But most of the ghost-faced demons are barbarians who don't know etiquette, and they always make all kinds of jokes. But don't underestimate them. They have a good relationship with the Immortal Masters and Dragon Kings in various states. I heard that one of the concubines of King Weihai is the princess of the Kingdom of Tailuan. The master of the foreigner, Earl Lawrence, will bring gifts soon. Earl Lawrence plans to build a small earth building, magic castle, on the edge of the town as a post station for foreigners traveling to Dongmen Town. You will deal with them frequently in the future. So after the banquet tonight, I will introduce all the Earl retainers to you. It seems that the wizards of the big families have a lot of exchanges with the North Sea Kingdom, and some of them are even stationed in various places in the North Sea Kingdom. And the North Sea Kingdom seems to have a lot of wizard towers and magic castles. In name, they are to help curb the expansion of the space-time rift here." Chen Mo promised repeatedly in the words of Manager Chen. In the time of these few words, Manager Chen had already pulled Chen Mo to the center of the venue. Although the crowd here is also very lively, it is not chaotic. The Immortal Master sat on the ground, discussing ancient Chinese literature in an elegant manner, and reciting poems to the sound of stringed instruments. There were many beautiful women accompanying the banquet, and there were also special people responsible for hosting the poetry meeting. When Chen Mo and his companions came here, a sturdy square-faced Immortal Master was standing in the center of the place, raising his cup and reciting poems. This Immortal Master was well-dressed and handsome, but his actions were a little rough. compared with those immortal masters who shook their heads. This sturdy immortal master was more like a general who mixed into the group of civil officials. It seems that this is the military candidate Mr. Chen. After the excitement, Mr. Chen drank the wine in his cup with pride amid the compliments of many immortal masters. The top-ranking concubine invited from Zhuixiang Lu also stood up and hosted the next program with a smile. The drum sounded again, and Mr. Chen sat back in his seat, burping a few times without paying attention to others. At this time, a sobering pill was also stuffed into Mr. Chen's hand. Mr. Chen turned around and found that it was his lackey Chen Er. Not only did Master Chen not look at Chen Er for a few more times, but he smiled and looked at Chen Imo, and even praised him drunkenly. With Master Chen's background as a martial arts candidate, it would be difficult for him to be refined and integrate into the group of immortal masters. However, the poems written by Chen Er nephew won Master Chen's heart, and also amazed the immortal masters today. No wonder Chen Imo was valued not long after he came. It seems that this newcomer, who was given the task of writing manuscripts, was quite capable of making his lady admire him so much. Haven't the two demons Qing and Bai come yet? Mr. Chen took a sobering pill, and his drunken eyes have become somewhat clearer. No, sir. Manager Chen said to the sir nervously. The gifts haven't been delivered yet. No gifts. I think they should be at the banquet. Mr. Chen glanced at the crowd, and suddenly smiled. It seems that he is not at all nervous, and he seems to be confident. I think the divine seal in his hand that is used to guard the east gate is extraordinary. He said, it seems that the two demons are still unwilling to give up. Chen Ergu. Don't worry. I said that I will let the two demons dance today. And they must dance for us today. These words made Chen Imo anxious. He was worried about the two fairies Qi Bai and Bai, and also worried about his wife. How could he kidnap his wife in front of so many people? He didn't know whether the magic weapon that Qi Bai gave him before could help him escape in front of so many immortal masters. Thinking of this, Chen Imo couldn't help but touch the small mirror in his arms. At this moment, there was a commotion in the venue. A group of foreigners dressed strangely passed the crowd and came to the venue. In the middle of those foreigners, there were several magic knights in armor, carrying a wooden coffin. This wooden coffin was very exquisite, and there were a lot of jade inlaid on the outside. It seemed that it was not used to hold zombies. From the happy looks on the faces of those foreigners, this wooden coffin or wooden box was purely used to hold treasures. Seeing the wooden coffin, Chen Imo was stunned at first, and then his heart twitched slightly. The lady was probably dressed up as a treasure and put in it. After seeing the exquisite wooden coffin, Master Chen was also stunned, and then he cursed in a low voice, damn it. Bad luck. Chapter 477 Flower Fairy. Chen Er felt that he was well informed. When the master followed King Sanjian a few years ago, Chen Er had seen many foreign nobles from the east. Those people were friends of King Jihai. They seemed to be from places like Irilida. But those foreigners were not authentic. The foreigners from the Trin Kingdom today were authentic. You could tell by the way those nobles were dressed. Their shoulders were padded high, they were wearing red stockings on their legs, and the tops of their pointed leather shoes were raised high. It looked very funny. Are these the nobles of the Terran Kingdom? If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were embroidered with a lot of gold and silver, and there were many gems, Chen Ergu would have thought that the leading noble was invited by a steward to perform, to entertain Mr. Chen. However, the middle-aged foreign Taoist priest beside the noble had a mysterious style. He had a good face, wore a black robe, and his short beard on his chin was well-groomed. The exquisite little wooden stick in his hand was also an extraordinary product. I heard that the Lord was also a foreign Taoist priest. He should indeed be a foreign Taoist priest. Chen Er could see that he had some skills, similar to himself before he was injured a few years ago. I don't know what level this is in the Trin Kingdom, but in Donglin Province, he can make a living under the hands of the immortal officials. In comparison, the level of the foreign Taoist priest in black robe is quite good. I don't know where Earl Lawrence invited him from. His level can fight with some small immortal officials staying in the territory. He is also qualified to fight with the old master before he became a door god. This is incredible. You should know that the old master was about the same level as King Sanjiang back then. So the level of this foreign Taoist priest can be regarded as Dragon King level. Chen Er felt that if he went to penetrate the demon suppression tower, he would probably be able to penetrate to the 7th floor. He is more powerful than Qing and Bai combined. He can be ranked in the top 50 of the demon list, and he can be regarded as a great demon king in any sacred mountain. Thinking of this, Chen Er couldn't help but take another look at the middle-aged foreign Taoist priest with a good appearance. The black robe on this person should be a good immortal weapon. After paying attention, Chen Er found that there was a faint Gallic Sanskrit on the robe. This foreign immortal master should be the forbidden mage. I heard that the origin of their school has something to do with His Majesty Aoyi. Speaking of which, the inheritance of the North Sea Kingdom and the East Ocean is also closely related. It seems that the lords of the Terran Kingdom are also immortals. But Lord Lawrence specially wore formal clothes for today's banquet. And they also brought a coffin. Damn it, what bad luck. Mr. Chen cursed in a low voice. Chen Er smiled and made a round of rebuttal. Seeing the coffin brings wealth. Seeing the coffin brings wealth. At this time, the guards with swords had put down the wooden coffin, and Lord Lawrence and several nobles around him came forward and bowed slightly. It seemed that this group of people really came to offer gifts. Chen Er felt that, as the Eastgate god, his master was worthy of the earl greeting, but when this group of people approached, Chen Er couldn't help but want to cover his nose. The pungent perfume smell was too strong, and it was mixed with a foul smell. Those foreign nobles were lords after all. Right? They didn't even take a bath before attending the banquet? Is there something taboo? Chen Er remembered that the lords of Eralinda were not like this. They took a bath very diligently, and they didn't put olive oil on their beards. After the ceremony, the foreign lord raised his head and stood there. This look made Chen Er a little unhappy. Just now, he was still saying that they knew the rules, but now they are acting like a big shot. Just as Chen Er frowned, Yun Gutong hurriedly emerged from the crowd. He stood beside his master and passed on the master message. At this moment, Chen Er suddenly realized that Lord Lawrence probably didn't understand Yunguo language. But then Chen Er was a little surprised. Didn't his friend Yun Gutong say before that his master had been a magic consultant to King Terran? Not only was he more than 200 years old, but he had also been to Beihai several times? This must mean that he is well informed and understands the language and culture of Beihai. Right? But why does he look like a country bumpkin? For some reason, Chen Er subconsciously glanced at the black-robed foreign Taoist priest again. Chen Er always felt that this man looked more like a lord than Sir Lawrence. At this time, Chen Er found that he was distracted. He found that Chen Mo beside him was still staring at the wooden coffin in a daze. Chen Er couldn't help but quietly poke him, telling him not to be distracted. But to be honest, Chen Er was also very curious about the wooden coffin. Even though he was several meters away, Chen Er could smell the refreshing fragrance emanating from the wooden coffin. Chen Er suddenly thought of a monster in Qingbai Mountain. At that time, Qingbai Mountain was not called Qingbai Mountain. There was also a legend in the mountain. And this legend was about the former monster king of Qingbai Mountain. A flower monster. It was the furnace tripod that Master Chen had been thinking about. Would these foreign Taoists intend to present such a low-class furnace tripod so openly? While he was distracted, Yun Gutong of Tailuan country had already introduced his purpose and introduced the gifts with a smile. Following Yun Gutong's introduction, the young wizards around the foreign Taoist priest also started to work around the wooden coffin, unlocking the seal of the wooden coffin. It seems that in order to prevent the things inside from slipping away, these Rakshasas not only put some restrictions on the things inside, but also spent some time on the wooden coffin. After a busy time, the wooden coffin gradually opened. Just when the wooden coffin opened a crack, a demonic aura passed through the crack in the blink of an eye, and then flew rapidly towards the east. This sudden change made the people around unable to react. Seeing that the evil spirit was about to disappear, the black-robed foreign Taoist priest, who was looking down at his feet, suddenly raised his eyelids slightly, and casually raised the small magic wand in his hand. Then, a strong magic power enveloped the entire demon-suppressing mansion. Then, the evil spirit that had just flown to the wall suddenly returned to the coffin as if it had teleported. In an instant, the evil spirit poured into the coffin, and a beautiful flower bloomed in the coffin. It seemed that the black-robed wizard not only easily captured the former demon king and imprisoned him in the coffin, and he used that powerful magic to beat her back to her original form. Good trick. Mr. Chen eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are too kind, Mr. Chen." The black-robed foreign Taoist smiled slightly, and said with respect, "Even if I don't do this, this monster can't escape from the demon-suppressing mansion." The black-robed wizard spoke the Mandarin of the Cloud Country in a clear and fluent manner, which was very different from the Mandarin of the North Sea Country. It was obvious that this person had not only been to the North Sea Country, but also studied in the Cloud Country. After the black-robed wizard finished speaking, Mr. Chen nodded slightly, and said no more. He just glanced at the small mirror tightly held in Chen Mo's sleeve beside him. Obviously, in Mr. Chen territory. His eyes were more sharp than those of the black-robed wizard. It seems that today, not only can this flower demon not fly out of the demon suppression mansion, but even the immortal weapon sent by the two fairies Qinbai may not be able to save her. The former demon king has fallen into such a situation. And there are too many strong people who can suppress demons in the demon suppression mansion today. If Qinbai and the two lower fairies are still at the level of the 6th level, there may be no hope today. The two snake fairies couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly after seeing the narration. And the herb-picking boy sighed slightly, and started eating elbows again. It seems that he has no intention of causing trouble in his cousin territory for the time being. He didn't know what these immortal officials wanted to do, nor did he know who the flower demon was. He just wanted to watch the show. Chen Mo couldn't see these narrations. He just looked at the flowers that gradually bloomed in the wooden coffin and shed tears secretly. Many gourd vines grew around the flowers, and many small flowers grew on the gourd vines. The small flowers bloomed and withered in a blink of an eye, and only the flower in the center grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, the flower in the center gradually covered the wooden coffin like a blooming holy lotus, and a beautiful woman wearing a flowery dress, standing in the center of the pistil, with her hands on her chest and eyes closed, gradually revealed her hazy figure from the blooming petals, like a beautiful flower fairy. The immortal masters around the venue couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 478. You call this ginseng? Amid the exclamations of the immortal masters in the venue, the people in the entire banquet gradually came closer out of curiosity. People whispered to each other and talked a lot. Some people even pointed at the fairy in the flower and commented on it. The black-robed wizard looked at the thousands of surprised eyes and smiled slightly. Then he came to the side of the flower fairy and then bowed slightly to the door god on the first seat. Lang Sheng said, Master Chen, the master of the family, accidentally discovered this fairy grass in Qinbai Mountain on his way to visit, because it looks like a young woman. The owner of the house was very curious, so he ordered the little man to pick it back and present it to Lord Chen. It is said that there is ginseng in Beihai country, so this must be ginseng. When the people around heard that the foreign Taoist priest called it ginseng, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. For a while, the venue was very lively. What did this foreign Taoist priest call that girl? Ginseng? How can ginseng look like this? It's so funny. It obviously a woman. Yes. Look at that hairpin. She a married woman? I wonder where that Rakshasa got that woman from. The common people in the meeting hall were talking about it, treating the words of the black-robed wizard as a joke. Even Chen Er showed some doubts on his face, not understanding what the black-robed wizard was doing. But Master Chen stroked his beard and nodded, while many well-informed immortal officials and immortal masters nodded and smiled. I don't know if this smile was out of politeness, or because the words of this foreign Taoist priest were a little funny. I know. In your place, you call this thing a magic potion. Master Chen smiled, and said with a little pride, but the magic potion that grows into a human shape is indeed only found in the Cloud Country, and most of them are found in the North Sea Kingdom. This statement was recognized by the immortal masters. Some people said that this is indeed not ginseng, but it is indeed a magic potion. The immortal masters think that from the perspective of the Eastern Taoist friends, it can indeed be considered ginseng. Master Chen words, and the discussion of the immortal masters caused an uproar among the people in the venue. Chen Er and other ignorant people could not help but look at the magic potion in the flower in surprise. Unexpectedly, it was really ginseng. The venue became lively again. At this time, the black-robed wizard suddenly looked at a fairy official under Master Chen. This adjutant was a fairy official under Master Chen, and he was considered the adjutant of the door god. He seemed to know the visitor from the Chen kingdom. After seeing the look of the black-robed wizard, he left his seat and came to the center of the venue. This man looked like a young man with white hair, very stylish, but his every move was very methodical, very much like an old scholar. After he came out, he bowed to Master Chen, and then took out a small alchemy furnace from his pocket. There was a fire burning under this small furnace. It seemed that it had been refining something before. After being thrown out by the immortal master, it grew in the wind, and soon it was more than 2 meters high. Seeing the actions of the immortal master, the people in the meeting hall were a little surprised, but Master Chen couldn't help but smile. Something suddenly dawned on me. This alchemy furnace was the divine seal that Lord Chen had chosen when he first took office. Although this alchemy furnace was mediocre in combat, Lord Chen was a military officer, and after becoming a door god, His most powerful thing was his body, not the divine seal. On the one hand, this alchemy furnace could help fill the gap in Lord Chen immortal arts, and could help him suppress monsters, and on the other hand, it could also help Lord Chen future cultivation. On the other hand, it could also help him integrate into the civil service group. So this military officer chose such a fancy divine seal. Usually, this thing is managed by his deputy, helping him to refine elixirs and so on. Today, the deputy took it out. The meaning is very clear. Apparently, the deputy already knew about today's gift. It seems that many immortal friends have made a lot of preparations in advance to hold an immortality banquet for him today. Many immortal friends are really thoughtful. Sure enough, the immortal official who came out asked the boys to check the elixir furnace, and said to Master Chen with a smile, "Master Chen, this furnace was specially prepared by the envoys of the Turin Kingdom. The elixir in it has been refined for 49 days. As long as the main ingredients are added today, the elixir will be ready." Speaking of this, the immortal official looked at the black-robed wizard and smiled, then stroked his beard and continued, "Originally, I was planning to refine the gourd elixir and present it to you. But later I heard from the envoys of the Turin Kingdom that the 7 gourd seeds were robbed by the 2 demons Qin Bai. However, although there are no gourd seeds today, the purple gourd fairy vine is even better. Let add this main ingredient today, refine this elixir, and congratulate Master Chen." As soon as these words came out, many immortal masters stood up with smiles and congratulated Master Chen, seeing the great gifts that many immortal friends had secretly prepared without telling him. Master Chen was also a little surprised. Those auxiliary materials seemed to be of top quality. With them, the elixir refined out of this would be more helpful to his practice than the furnace. But sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. This immortal herb is so old and has a lot of weight, which is rare and precious. When the furnace is opened, everyone can share it together. Lord Chen immediately said that everyone should share this joy. And after hearing this, many immortal masters stroked their beards and smiled. For a while, the venue was very lively. There was a drunk immortal master who laughed and said, "Wonderful. Wonderful. Bullshit." In the midst of this joy, a woman in green suddenly slammed the table and stood up. A very discordant voice was heard. "That is clearly a living person. You are eating people." The woman's voice was very clear and penetrating. Her shouting and cursing overwhelmed the noise in the venue. For a moment, the joy in the hall was slightly calmed by her scolding. Many ordinary people who were originally confused could not help but be a little shocked. And the ignorant and drunkards in the venue also discussed whether the immortal masters had made a mistake. Indeed, the woman in the flower, with a nose and eyes, how could she become a magic potion? A magical herb? Even Chen Er was somewhat surprised. People had rumors that the demons and monsters in Qinbai Mountain captured people and cooked them. If the immortal masters made a mistake today, wouldn't they be like the demons, throwing a good woman into the alchemy furnace? Wouldn't that make the master be tainted with the demon stigma? Some people were puzzled. Some were shocked. And some were whispering. But more immortals laughed. It seemed that these venerables did not take the green-clothed woman's scolding to heart. This female relative of Lord Chen was obviously a little ignorant. Lord Chen also laughed happily. He gently put down the wine glass in his hand, glanced at the green-clothed woman and the slightly narrowed white-clothed woman beside her, and showed a trace of contempt on his face. The little snake demon always fantasized that she was a human. Not to mention that the two of them had just transformed. Even if they had a human body, they were not human. The contempt on Lord Chen's face flashed away. And then he stood up and came to the venue, and bowed to the woman in blue and white with a smile. This action made everyone in the venue look at the two women in surprise. I wonder what the origins of these two female immortals are. They don't look like Lord Chen relatives. And Lord Chen treats them very politely. Many immortals were also a little surprised. They looked at the two women carefully, but found that they could not tell their identities. Some immortals were slightly surprised, and they had already guessed who these two people were. Among the people in the audience, it seemed that only Lord Chen recognized who they were. Others have been sitting with them for so long, but they haven't seen through their magic. The only ones who can have this level of skill are probably the two demon kings in Qinbai Mountain. I heard that they have some tricks before, a few weeks ago, but it seems that they are even more powerful than the rumors, after upgrading. It's no wonder that Master Chen, who has always regarded the two Qinbai immortals as little demons, did not take action immediately after seeing them. After all, although these two demons are of humble origins, they have extraordinary potential in the future. They may really be able to pass through the demon suppression tower in the future. Become a colleague with Master Chen. Many immortal masters had different thoughts in their minds. And Master Chen also put down his hands at this time, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Bai, fellow Taoist Qing, you have lived in the mountains for a long time without anyone to teach you, and you have been living with the flower demons day and night, so it is inevitable that you can't recognize this person and demon." Hearing this, everyone in the venue knew who they were. For a moment, the noisy venue suddenly became quiet. Some drunkards were even sobered up, and many timid servants were so scared that they wet their pants. However, it seems that Master Chen did not fight with the two big snake demons. Although his words were a bit harsh, they were still polite. It seems that if the two demons did not cause trouble today, Master Chen would treat them as guests who came to visit. Although the two snake fairies were very erratic in the rumors, they came to Master Chen territory today, so they should not dare to act recklessly. Thinking of this, many people felt relieved. Only the black-robed wizard had a strange look on his face after seeing the green snake. After Lord Chen finished speaking, he also walked a few steps to the front of the flower demon. After looking at it carefully, the military officer suddenly pulled out a dagger from his boots and threw it to the scholar-like immortal master beside him. Then, Lord Chen commented on the magic potion under the kind eyes of many immortal masters. Since it is ginseng, it is more than just nose and eyes. The human-shaped immortal medicine has a heart and lungs. This is the preciousness of the North Sea immortal medicine. Fellow Taoist Bai, fellow Taoist Qing, everyone in the country of Tailuan, today I will let you have a long experience. Chapter 479 Little God. Fellow Taoist Bai, fellow Taoist Qing, everyone, I will let you all learn something new today. After saying that, Mr. Chen smiled and signaled the immortal master beside him to decompose the magic potion and put it into the furnace. It seems that although Mr. Chen despised the two snake fairies in his heart, he didn't take them seriously, but he had the attitude of "you are guests when you come." If the two snake fairies knew what to do today, Mr. Chen might be happy and give them 2 immortal pills. While Mr. Chen was talking, the immortal master, who looked like an old scholar, had already raised the dagger in his hand with his head shaking. He drunkenly told the medicine boy to prepare to add the medicine, while reaching out to grab the woman. However, at the moment when the immortal master stretched out his hand suddenly scattered like ashes in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the old immortal master arm, and body turned into ashes invisibly. Only a pool of burning embers was left in the original place. Suddenly, the ground suddenly cracked, and black flames came out from the cracks and spread everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the center of the venue, which was protected by the divine power of Master Chen, suddenly caught fire. At the same time, the clear sky was suddenly covered with rolling dark clouds, and thunder and lightning were everywhere. You bunch of shitty immortal masters. Today we will first overturn this demon-suppressing mansion. Then we will destroy the demon-suppressing tower. In the midst of the strong wind, the two immortals Qing and Bai had already soared into the sky. Miss Bai's snake eyes were full of flames, and Miss Qing's snake eyes were full of red lightning. The meeting that was just peaceful suddenly became a mess. Lord Chen, who was very polite to the two demons, was so angry that he was shaking all over. He turned around and pointed at the two immortals and cursed, "Demons! If you don't accept my toast, you be punished. Today I will stuff you 2 snakes into this alchemy furnace and refine them together." After saying that, Mr. Chen suddenly waved his sleeves, and the alchemy furnace lit up with golden light, and the word Chen lit up in the sky above the entire Dongmen town. Then, the fire on the ground suddenly went out, and the rolling thunderclouds in the sky also gradually became quiet. At the same time, the dozens of drunken immortal masters in the venue also woke up from their dreams. The martial artists among these people, with a loud shout, took up their weapons and flew into the sky, and fought with the Qin Bai immortals, and those practitioners of the law also threw out the flying swords and other magic weapons in their sleeves, and chased the Qin Bai immortals. In the siege of dozens of immortal masters, they were about to kill the Qin and Bai immortals on the spot. But what surprised everyone on the ground was that the Qin and Bai immortals actually fought with these dozens of immortal masters. You know, these dozens of immortal masters together can definitely break into the jurisdiction of a certain minor god and kill him. But these Qin and Bai immortals were only slightly inferior. They fought back and forth with many immortal masters. It seems that these Qin and Bai immortals are much more powerful than the rumors. Such strength is more than the level of the 6th floor demon-suppressing tower. If these two immortals work together, they may be able to break through to the 8th or 9th floor. They may even see the old cousin one. But if the trend continues, the Qing and Bioimmortals will definitely lose. But Lord Chen has not made a move, because the moment the Qing and Bioimmortals appeared, he felt a little uneasy. So he has been standing with his hands behind his back, watching the battle on the ground. After a while, Lord Chen suddenly frowned, and his eyes fell on a man. This man was tall and handsome, but his clothes were very simple, looking like a countryman who sneaked in for a feast. He was sitting in a seat at this time, looking at the flower demon with a complicated expression. I don't know what he was thinking. On the other hand, the guests around him were standing everywhere, nervously watching the situation in the sky. This made him look a little conspicuous. But what made Lord Chen feel very strange was that this person did not have any magic power, and there was no demonic aura on him. Just when Lord Chen was a little confused, the words of the white snake lady in the sky focused the attention of Lord Chen and the people around him on the black-robed wizard. Lawrence, what are you still standing there for? Kill that evil god for me. I give you a chance to atone for your sins. The black-robed wizard face was extremely wonderful at this moment. He cursed in his heart. Today, he disguised his identity and came here, just for convenience, but at this moment, it was inevitable that some misunderstandings would arise. If he had to say that his best decision now, it would be to kill the Witch Queen to prove his innocence. But Lawrence was a little afraid. Because the people of the North Sea country have been closed for a long time, they have no idea about the situation in the Eastern continent. Even if they knew, in their eyes, the Witch Queen is still the Empress of the Eastern continent. And no matter what reason the 12 major families have against the Witch Queen, they are all traitors. The people of Beihai are most afraid of this. Today, if I attack the Witch Queen, then after the Witch Queen reveals her identity, I will be labeled as a regicide, and then be blacklisted by Beihai. After the Witch Queen reveals her identity, Mr. Chen will never kill the Empress of the Eastern continent, and will treat her as a guest of honor. So as long as I attack the Witch Queen, it's over. But if I don't attack, then once the Witch Queen doesn't reveal her identity, I, as a bystander, will be suspected by Mr. Chen, affecting his future. Why is this woman so mean? One is to watch the battle, and then after the Witch Queen successfully escapes, she will be suspected by Lord Chen. The other is to attack the Witch Queen, betting that she will not reveal her identity. After being in a dilemma, Lawrence made a decision. At this moment, the cunning Lawrence has made a decision. He pretended not to be himself, lowered his head, looked at his feet, and stood beside his fake Lawrence puppet master. The fake old Lawrence bowed slightly, and said to Lord Chen in a half-baked North Sea dialect, Sir Chen, I don't know these two demons. Don't listen to their lies. We have no reason to help these two demons who escaped from the abyss. However, these two powerful demons seem to be very powerful. Your North Sea magic seems to be unable to deal with them. Do you need my magic consultant to help you? The previous words of the fake Lawrence made Lord Chen smile at first. Naturally, he would not listen to the provocations of the two demons. As for the uneasiness in his heart, it should be that he was worrying too much. The black-robed wizard was indeed quite capable. But the Terrans had no reason to help those two evildoers. But the second half of the sentence made Mr. Chen's face turn cold. These foreign barbarians. Each one of them was more ignorant than the other. Although the words of the Oriental nobles were a retreat to advance, they were inevitably revealing their true feelings. Lawrence felt that if he did not take action today, Mr. Chen would probably not be able to handle it. But Lawrence believed that, after he said this, Lord Chen would definitely save face, and not let him take action. Sure enough, Lord Chen's next word sounded a bit face-saving. Thank you for your kindness. But I'm really sorry to bother you so much. Lord Chen waved his sleeves, opened the alchemy furnace in the distance, smiled and looked at the envoys of the Turing Kingdom and said, the temperature of this furnace of immortal pills is almost right. Everyone, don't let these two monsters spoil your fun. I will kill the two monsters first, and then put the fairy gourd vine into the furnace. After saying that, Lord Chen suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Then a golden shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The shadow was wearing golden armor, and was very powerful. His eyes were closed, like a god of war descending to the earth. The god slowly opened his eyes, like two red suns suddenly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Lawrence looked at the gods in the sky, and his whole body was cold. After all, this was not the first time Lawrence came to the North Sea Kingdom, and he had seen some guys who called themselves little gods. But this was indeed the first time he saw the little god take action. And this action was the one that caused the sky to collapse, and the earth to split. At the same time, Chen Mo also withdrew his gaze in extreme fear. He looked at his wife, and at this moment, He struggled several times in his heart. In the end, this little mortal, in front of God, resolutely made his decision. Chapter 480 Secret Trick. Looking at the giant shadow in the sky, Lawrence felt cold all over. Lawrence felt that Your Majesty should adjust the plan. It seems that Lawrence's visit to the North Sea Kingdom is not for trade, but for another purpose. As the confidant of His Majesty King Tyron, Lawrence has secretly visited the North Sea Kingdom many times in the past few decades, with the purpose of understanding the strength of the North Sea Kingdom, so that when the Abyss plan of the Great Family is formed, it can help the Abyss open the entrance to the North Sea Kingdom. During his visits over the years, Lawrence had also seen many North Sea gods, small gods, who were ministers of His Majesty Aoyi. Unfortunately, Lawrence had never seen the North Sea gods show their true strength. They believed that it was a great loss of status to attack at will. So unless a big monster, Monster King, ran into the town to mess around, they would never attack. And these North Sea gods, who usually had a friendly face, always liked to show weakness, always saying that they only knew some small spells to move soil and build fields and dredge rivers. Even when communicating with wizards from the great families, they just laughed it off when they were provoked. This made many wizards from the great families believe their lies, and always thought that the gods of the North Sea Kingdom were just like that. But as someone who had lived in the North Sea Kingdom for many years, Lawrence knew that the North Sea gods liked to hide their strength. But even if he had some expectations of the true strength of the North Sea gods, the strength of this little god today also exceeded Lawrence's expectations. Take the strength of this little god in front of us as an example, and you can see something. Lawrence can feel the surging power of this North Sea god. He seems to be a powerful war god. His magic power is ordinary, but his vitality is terrifying. Such a powerful force makes Lawrence think of the god of 10,000 eyes. In the original plan of the old king of Tyron, he planned to use Arlinda as a bait, and then use the power of Ms. Almerico to let Prince Richard take the god of 10,000 eyes as a familiar, making it the third god-level familiar of Tyron. Therefore, as a top noble of the Terran Kingdom who knows the Abyss plan, Lawrence knows the god of 10,000 eyes very well. He knows that this thing is a terrible evil god that has the power to destroy a medium-sized wizard kingdom. Therefore, the god of 10,000 eyes is not a small god. The gods of the wilderness are small gods. As for the North Sea god in front of him, who often calls himself a small god, although he is not as powerful as the god of 10,000 eyes, he has 60 to 70% of the strength of the god of 10,000 eyes. Lawrence feels that this is definitely not a small god. In the North Sea Kingdom, there are many little gods like this. The North Sea Kingdom can indeed fight against the Abyss. The only thing that can make Lawrence feel fortunate is that the North Sea gods cannot leave their own territory. Although the storybook describes a lot at this moment, Lawrence's distraction is actually only a moment. When Master Chen showed his Dharma image, the North Sea gods, who originally besieged the two female fairies, bowed and left at the same time to avoid being accused of taking advantage of others, and making the two guests, who came to cause trouble, dissatisfied. However, after the immortal masters retreated, they recalled the battle just now, and secretly wiped the cold sweat in their hearts. These two monsters are indeed very difficult to deal with, and they are very evil. Many times, when everyone clearly found an opportunity, and was about to shoot down the two, the killing move seemed to sink into the sea. Some immortal masters believed that the two must have some special divine seals that could dissolve the killing moves. And some people claimed that there was a strange, invincible, little thing beside the two, which took the move for them. This made the two not only not defeated under the siege of dozens of people, but also took the opportunity to shoot down several of their people. What even more bizarre is that after they shot down several people, the two monsters suddenly seemed to become stronger and stronger. So, at the beginning, the two were at a disadvantage. But as the fight went on, they became evenly matched. When the immortal masters retreated at this moment, the two immortals Qing and Bai had already had a slight advantage. Many immortal masters believe that the two monsters should not have used their full strength, but deliberately conserved their physical strength to fight the real opponent. They are indeed qualified to fight with Lord Chen, and only Master Chen can deal with them. In an instant, the area around the two people in the sky became empty. They floated in place, raised their heads coldly, and looked at their real opponents. Suddenly, Xiaoshan also opened his eyes. He didn't say much nonsense, and reached out to grab the two people. With this move, the thick clouds in the sky scattered in an instant. It was as if a huge hole was broken in the sky. The big hand was like the five-finger mountain that could cover the entire Dongmen town, and it enveloped them. Before the hand reached, A huge word ding appeared next to the two people. These spells with the power of confinement made the air around the two people solidify. But Lawrence, who was watching on the ground at this moment, opened his mouth wide. He saw that the two people in the sky were only imprisoned for a moment. And then they broke free. What he didn't expect was that the two people didn't take this opportunity to escape, but took the initiative to attack the giant spirit in the sky. The scene at this moment is like two wasps flying around a person, and as long as they find an opportunity, they will sting him hard. What makes Lawrence even more unbelievable is that the two people cooperated very skillfully in the battle, and the huge god in the sky could not do anything to them for a moment. It seems that this is not the first time they have seen such a scene. It is not the first time to fight with such a little god. But there is no doubt that this is the first time they fight in the territory of the little god. So this little god is the strongest enemy they have encountered so far, except for the bald man who sleeps with his eyes open. However, they don't want Lewis to help. They think that this is their opponent. If they can't deal with such an opponent, there's no need for them to go to the demon suppression tower. On the other side, looking at the two little things flying around him, Mr. Chen's face looked a little ugly. He thought that he would easily take down the two blue and white monsters, but he didn't expect that these two guys would be a little tricky. For a moment, Mr. Chen almost had an illusion that they were much stronger than when they just fought with many immortal masters. What even more weird is that, whenever Mr. Chen is about to defeat the two, Mr. Chen will feel that there seems to be a strange, invincible, little thing beside them, taking the killing moves for them. But when Lord Chen used his spiritual sense to look for the little thing, he felt that it didn't exist at all. Lord Chen didn't know where the two learned this trick, or where they stole the artifact. But he felt that this battle was getting more and more uncomfortable. The townspeople who were watching the battle between gods and demons on the ground, their faces became more and more strange. These two kings of Qinbai Mountain, have they not yet shown their true strength? Or, they won't really return victorious today, right? However, the faces of those immortal officials were very calm. It seemed that in their eyes, the battle was doomed the moment Master Chen made his move. After all, the opponent of the two Miss Shanda Wang today was not an ordinary immortal official, but the Eastgate god of Donglinshao in Beihai Kingdom. At this moment, the two blue-white figures in the sky found another opportunity, stretched out four hands, and launched a joint attack on the huge god in the sky. This attack looked like two intertwined black and white lightnings, and its power was far stronger than the previous ones. Come on, sister! He has been beaten to a bloody pulp. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed in the sky. For a moment, the people on the ground squinted their eyes in the light, and could not see anything. They only heard a slightly panicked roar echoing in the sky. Then the whole world seemed to shake suddenly, as if the power of the entire earth began to surge at this moment. After a while, the dazzling light faded, and people opened their eyes and looked at the sky nervously. The gods in the sky were still there, their eyes full of anger. The two blue-white figures in the sky, their faces pale and their eyes closed, had 9 golden runes surrounding their bodies. The golden runes were like 9-headed golden dragons wandering around the two people, locking them up. At this moment, the streets and alleys in Dongmen Town were full of discussions. No one knew what happened in the few breaths when the light just flashed, and no one knew what tricks Master Chen had used to defeat the two kings of Qinbai Mountain and suppress them. The immortal masters in the demon suppression mansion all smiled. Only Master Chen had a very ugly expression. This move had never been seen before, and he had never thought that these two little demons who broke in would force him to use such a move. And Master Chen felt deeply ashamed in his heart, because this move had never been seen before, and this move was not Master Chen's own strength. It was a move used to mobilize the power of the entire Donglan province. It was the trick used by the door gods of each state to deal with those ancient gods who wanted to come in from outside the door. Chapter 481 SpongeBob, do we have to do this? Looking at the two snake demons suppressed in midair, Mr. Chen withdrew his Dharma body with a gloomy face and fell back to the ground. Mr. Chen's gloomy face was not only because of the shame today, but also because he knew that he might not be able to do anything to these two guys. Others thought that these two demons were ordinary demon kings, but as a door god, Mr. Chen had heard some things about these two wanted criminals from his friends in the demon suppression tower. It is rumored that these two demon kings are not only immortal, but also that no matter what method is used to deal with them, even if they are suppressed under the demon suppressing tower, they will find a way to return to Qinbai Mountain. The Book of Conferred Gods is cheating. Therefore, This 9-dragon lock may not be able to suppress them forever. Who knows? If their lives are harmed in a while, they will escape. Lord Chen does not know how to deal with them, so that they can be completely wiped out. Perhaps he should discuss it with many immortal friends later. At this time, the meeting place on the ground was already lively again. After Master Chen landed, the immortal masters around him also gathered around happily and began to congratulate him. Congratulations, Master Chen. Today, you have collected immortal herbs and subdued 2 evil spirits that have caused chaos in Qingbai Mountain. In addition, you have been promoted. Today is a happy day. The flatterers are very good at talking. After several compliments, today unpleasantness was said to be a happy event. It is indeed so. Although the process was not very pleasant, the result was very satisfactory. Amid the compliments of the crowd, the banquet became joyful again, and Lord Chen felt a little better. But Chen Mo in the crowd was in a completely different mood. Depressed and heavy. No one noticed that the flower demon had been replaced by Chen Mo using a special small mirror in the chaos just now. Chen Mo knew that although the image created by the mirror was very exquisite, it could not be hidden from Lord Chen. Now everyone might not notice it in the excitement, but it would not be long before someone would find out. So Chen Mo should have left long ago. In fact, Chen Mo had already stood at a small door at the edge of the venue. If the 2 benefactors had not intervened today, I would not have had the opportunity to steal the beams and replace the pillars. Not to mention that they had helped our family many times. Now that the 2 benefactors are in danger, if I just leave, wouldn't I? Chen Mo. Become an ungrateful wolf in the mountains? But what can I do? And it doesn't matter if I die, but my wife, mother and children. At the small door of the venue, Chen Mo feet stepped out of the venue several times and retreated several times. The hand holding the mirror tightly in his sleeve was sweating, and Chen Mo was struggling. Perhaps he had made up his mind, and Chen Mo gradually felt relieved. Today, we will use our lives to fight for our benefactor chance of survival. Chen Mo retracted his foot, and he took a long breath. Then, he turned around, pushed away the crowd around him, and walked back to the venue. The fate line was suddenly slightly moved, and the surging crowd pushed Chen Mo to another direction. In this lively crowd, Chen Mo accidentally bumped into someone back. At this moment, Chen Mo was like hitting a mountain head-on, and fell to the ground dizzy. The small mirror in his sleeve, and a very fashionable small pocket watch also fell out. A hand bends down, and picks up the small mirror and pocket watch. At this moment, the person who picked up the mirror was slightly stunned. This mirror was originally a fragment of the magic mirror. Like the pocket watch, it was something that the overseas student Louis carried with him. But it seems that when a certain snake fairy tried to remove the skin by kissing, she also plundered her husband's private money, and gave it to Chen Mo family. Chen Mo looked up and found that the man in front of him looked familiar. This person was dressed strangely. He was wearing a poor linen shirt on the outside, and a few small medicine bags with patches on his waist. It looked like he had just come out of the mountains, and then rushed to a wealthy family in the town for a feast. What was even more strange was that under this person's coat, he was wearing a very fashionable outfit, white shirt and suspender trousers, which looked like those dragon kings and dragon girls, who often disguised themselves as mortals, and went to study in Japan. After seeing the mirror and pocket watch, this person was stunned for a moment. And then he stuffed the things back into Chen Mo's arms, and then looked at the burly Mr. Chen in the venue with a gloomy face. Suddenly Chen Mo remembered that this person came with his 2 benefactors. He seemed to be an overseas student. He must be a little dragon with some minor title. But the immortal official is a famous true god in the list of gods. He is an official of the Northern Sea Heavenly Court. Even if the dragon kings live in their jurisdiction, they must be managed. It would be fine if the demon kings, like mountain kings, provoked them. After all, they were originally illegal. But if someone in the system took action against the immortal official, it would implicate the whole family. At that time, there would be no place to escape. He grabbed the man and said, "Don't be impulsive. Although the 2 benefactors are suppressed by the divine cauldron, as long as you take them away from Dongmen Town, the suppressing effect of the divine cauldron will disappear. I have a way to get the 2 benefactors out." As he said that, Chen Mo stuffed the small mirror in his hand back into the hands of the foreign student and instructed, "This magic mirror can take the benefactors in. After you take them away in the chaos, go all the way west. After crossing the river, you will be beyond the jurisdiction of the Dongmen god. The benefactors will be able to restore their magic power. I have my own way to leave. Don't come back. At this time, there was a commotion in the center of the venue. Chinimo's heart tightened. He didn't have time to say anything. He rushed into the crowd with his watch, looking at Chinimo back. The foreign student nodded, squinted his eyes, and looked at Mr. Chin, and then at the divine tripod. Then he snapped his fingers and took out a talking boxing glove that looked like a starfish from his trousers. He slowly put it on his hand. Equipment: Evil God Colonization Suit Patrick. Function: 1. Strength plus. 2. Boxing. Description: 1. The power of the Abyss Evil God has an excellent destructive effect on the North Sea seal. 2. I wonder what Prince Richard would think if he saw this god-level familiar being combined in this way. Perhaps this credit should be attributed to the wonderful ideas provided by a Kun mythology research tea party. SpongeBob, do we have to do this? Shut up. The international student Louis took off his coat, adjusted his boxing gloves, and slowly walked towards the divine tripod in the venue with a gloomy face. Chapter 482. So that how it is. On the other hand, as Lord Chen said before, it won't be too late to put the fairy gourd vine into the furnace after he comes back. So after Lord Chen entertained his friends, he smiled and asked the fairy masters to continue refining the elixir, to share the fairy joy with everyone. By the way, let those Terrans who have never seen the East Ocean see the wonders of this magic potion produced in the North Sea, which can enhance magic power and longevity. After hearing the order, several fairy masters happily called the boys to prepare. Everyone said before that the reason why this North Sea fairy medicine is precious is that this fairy medicine is almost the same as a human. It has a nose and eyes, a heart and lungs, and can speak. The common people in Dongmen Town do not understand the wonders. But how can the immortal masters and the Japanese nobles not understand? Moreover, the immortal masters also feel that it is necessary to open the eyes of the gentry and wealthy families in Dongmen Town today, so that they will not be confused about people and medicine. When the people in the venue saw the immortal masters explaining to everyone, rolling up their sleeves, and holding tools to the front of the woman in the flower, they could not help but feel very strange in their hearts, because the fairy grass looked like a human being, and the elegantly spoken immortal masters surrounding the woman looked like the demons in the mountains that slaughtered people and cooked their hearts as described in storytelling. For a moment, the noisy venue became much quieter, seeing that the immortal masters had already raised their butcher knives. Many people in the venue couldn't help holding their breath, and some gentry couldn't help covering their mouths, almost screaming out in fear of the scene of slaughtering a living person. The strange look of these ordinary people made the immortal masters, who were watching, laugh kindly. But the next scene made the immortal masters stare blankly. The immortal master holding the knife slashed like a skilled butcher, but the knife and his arm in the immortal master hand seemed to pass through the water, passing through the flower fairy without any hindrance. The immortal master holding the knife stumbled because he used too much force, and his whole body passed through the flower fairy body. After he fell flat on his face, his beard was covered with funny-colored bubbles and sand. Then, the flower fairy burst like a bubble, and the burst bubbles soaked the immortal master. It seems that Chinimo still overestimated these shitty immortal masters. Obviously, the magic mirror fragments that Louis transformed out of boredom, and the little tricks that came with this magic mirror level, are not something that ordinary people can see through. Seeing this scene, Lawrence's pupils shrank slightly. He had just checked this flower fairy with his spiritual sense, but found nothing abnormal. And he noticed that Mr. Chen's face looked a little strange at this moment, but he didn't seem to notice it. This made Lawrence feel cold all over. At this moment, he remembered several people names and their magic in his mind: the White Queen Rainbow Bubble, Francesco Demon Incarnation, Stewart Reflection Replacement. The illusion that had disappeared in front of him was obviously the magic of these three people, but no matter which of the three people was present, they could not cast this magic. In other words, this magic is more like a small trick that is a combination of the magic of these three people. It is almost useless, but it is very exquisite. It is very suitable for catching people. It can easily swap a person in the distance with the reflection in the mirror without anyone noticing, and use water mist to leave an undetectable illusion of the incarnation of God in the original place. This illusion is lifelike, breathing and sleeping like a living person, but it breaks with a rub. This seemed to be a small trick created by the fourth person when he was bored. Obviously, the fourth person was very familiar with the magic of Francesco and the other two. In Lawrence's mind, the only one who was very familiar with the magic of these three people was the Witch Queen. But the Witch Queen obviously couldn't do it to this extent. If this person really existed, then the small trick he created casually would be enough for the Witch Queen to study for a long time. For a while, the venue was a little quiet. It seemed that someone should have rescued the flower demon in the chaos just now, while Master Chen was dealing with the blue and white snakes. This person should not have had time to walk far away. Maybe because of this he was in the crowd. But who on earth did this without anyone noticing? After Lord Chen's face changed, he touched his beard. He looked at Chen Mo, who was standing in the meeting hall with his eyebrows lowered and his eyes lowered. Today first, the two demons Qing and Bai who were supposed to come to dance did not come to perform gifts and dance, but instead made a scene at his promotion banquet. Then, a little scholar played such a trick in front of him. This made Master Chen lose a lot of face today. So Master Chen is very angry now. However, he pretended to be generous and smiled, pointing at Chen Mo, and deliberately said to Chen beside him, "This boy has a good fate with the immortals. And that mirror is extraordinary. He can get this mirror. And this boy is also destined to be with the immortals. Good disciple, come up, and let the immortal mirror be borrowed by the immortal masters for a look." Hearing this, everyone in the venue looked at Chen Mo in surprise. And they were a little confused. Louis, who had already walked out of the crowd, suddenly stopped. He planned to see what Chen Mo was going to do. On the other side, Chen Ergu and Master Chen were in sync. After hearing what Master said, he understood what Master meant. How could Chen Mo be Master disciple? Master was clearly trying to find a way out. Chen hurriedly smiled and said, "Masters, Master disciple Chen Mo was given a mirror by a fairy in his dream a few days ago. Master ordered him to show this mirror today to help you. Masters. But after the Qing Bai demon made such a fuss, Master and I forgot about it." At this point, Chen glared at Chen Mo with cold sweat and said, "Chen Mo, you idiot. Although I have given instructions before, you should also consider the occasion. Master, please don't blame him. This kid is usually stupid and stubborn." Chen said a lot of nonsense. On the one hand, he took over the Master words and let the Master save his face. On the other hand, he excused Chen Mo. As for the real situation, Chen already had some guesses in his mind, thinking of Chen Mo asking him about the flower demon many times before. Chen could not understand that this kid entered the mansion just for this flower demon. Chen now hopes that Chen Mo can be more sensible and stop doing stupid things. He also hopes that after what happened today, the Master will give Chen Mo a chance for his sake. The Master values talent and appreciates bold people. In addition, Chen Mo may have some relationship with the person who gave the mirror. So if this kid can convince the Master with the reason for saving the flower demon, this kid may turn a disaster into a blessing and be accepted as the Master apprentice. At this time, many immortal masters and guests at the venue, after listening to the words of Lord Chen and Chen all had some realization. The people below the stage were talking in amazement, and the immortal masters on the stage stroked their beards and smiled. And they also had some curiosity about the immortal mirror in their hearts. However, Chen Mo below stood there with his head down and kept silent, which made Lord Chen look a little unhappy. And Chen also waved to Chen Mo anxiously. "Chen Mo, you stupid goose. Come up and get the immortal medicine back. Don't stand there." But what made Chen look very ugly was that, Chen Mo, this kid, seemed to be determined to be stubborn today. Immortal medicine? Amid the laughter and discussion of the immortal masters, Chen Mo in the audience suddenly laughed out loud. Immortal medicine? Immortal medicine? The noisy venue became quiet for a while, and thousands of eyes looked at this suddenly crazy person. Chen Mo suddenly raised his head. His eyes were spitting fire, and he scanned the many well-dressed demons and monsters on the stage. Then he bowed to Master Chen and loudly asked the question in his heart. "May I ask, Lord Chen, if a fairy medicine has a heart and lungs, has children, parents and a husband, then what is this human-shaped fairy medicine? And what are you who want to eat the fairy medicine with all your heart and soul?" Perhaps the words of the scholar were heard by the god in the North Sea Kingdom. At this moment, the clear night sky suddenly thundered. Just like the helplessness and anger in the heart of the North Sea Kingdom, a flash of lightning struck, illuminating the surprise, astonishment, and realization on the faces of everyone in the venue. After a pause, many fairy masters and Lord Chen looked at each other. Everyone understood something at this moment. They looked at Chen Mo, nodded, and said, "So? You are also a demon." Chapter 483 Punching the Nursing Home. Masters. Chen Mo was just bewitched by the flower demon. he is definitely not a demon. Although Chen-Er is a snob and lackey, he is quite loyal. At this time, he is still begging for his distant nephew. And he also believes that Chen-Mo is definitely not a demon. This Dongmen town is Chen-Er hometown, and Chen-Er nephew is real, not fake. If Chen-Mo is a demon, then isn't Chen-Er himself a demon? But Master Chen was not going to listen to what Chen-Er had to say. He saw Chen-Er still grabbing his sleeve, so he slapped Chen-Er to the side of the stage. Just like slapping a dog. This slap made Chen-Er dizzy and rolled into a ball. For a moment, Chen-Er felt that half of his face had lost consciousness, and his mouth was full of blood and teeth. He had never thought that the master would be so cruel to him. He looked up at the master blankly, and found that the master and many immortal masters on the stage were looking at him, and Chen-Mo with a cold look. At this moment, Chen-Er felt cold in his heart. He suddenly understood from the looks of those people that he had become a monster. It time to govern Donglin Prefecture. Monsters have disguised themselves as humans, and are running around everywhere. Lord Chen waved his hand in disappointment, signaling the people in the audience to take down Chen-Er and Chen-Mo. While chatting with his fellow immortals, Lord Chen cares about the people. The governance of the chaos in Donglin Prefecture will start from Dongmen Town today. I think after the 2 Qinbai monsters are refined into immortal pills today, Qinbai Mountain will return to its former tranquility. At this time, several servants in the audience had already walked towards Chen-Mo and the others. But Chen-Mo turned a blind eye. He slowly took out a sachet from his arms, and then rushed towards the alchemy furnace in front of those burly servants. Several immortal masters saw Chen-Mo actions, and suddenly sniffed, and their faces changed in fear. One immortal master hurriedly stretched out his hand and shouted. It seemed that the herbs in the sachet would ruin the alchemy furnace. And some immortal masters had already hurriedly taken out the demon binding lock. Ha ha ha. My lords, I smell that the auxiliary materials of this furnace of elixir are wrong. Today I will add a medicine for you. My lords. As he said this, Chen-Mo, laughing, pressed the pocket watch in his sleeve and rushed towards the elixir furnace. At this moment, the immortal masters on the stage were in a mess. Some wanted to take down Chen-Mo first, and some were so scared that they used magic to snatch the sachet in Chen-Mo's hand. However, the immortal masters suddenly found that the whole world suddenly began to fade, and time seemed to have suddenly stopped. This seemed to be the effect of the pocket watch. Obviously, Lewis Foreign Pocket Watch can not only accelerate thinking. Lewis Pocket Watch Improved Version. Description. The purpose of Lewis' redoing of this pocket watch is to weaken the side effect of time slowing down after he traveled through time and space. But with Chen-Mo ability, the effect may only last for 3 seconds. But this is enough. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The world turned into black and white, and only Chen-Mo's body was colorful. Everything around him slowed down. Chen-Mo rushed towards the cauldron in the arms of the immortal masters, who slowed down and shouted. The sachet in his hand was suddenly taken away by a force. Chen-Mo knew that this should be the work of Master Chen. As a small god, he seemed to have some ability at this moment. But Chen-Mo did not even look at the sachet, but gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, still resolutely jumping towards the divine cauldron. Yes, a small sachet. How could it ruin a furnace of pills? After all, it was too small. And this sachet was just a love object given to him by his wife, and it had no effect after being thrown in. But he knew that if a medicinal material that should not be added was added to the divine cauldron originally prepared for refining immortal medicine, and a large amount of medicinal materials were added, then these immortal masters would naturally not take the risk and add precious main materials such as Qinbai and Huayao all at once. At least today pills were ruined. At least when the foreign student did not escape from the mansion, Qinbai and his wife would be safe and sound during the 49 days, when the immortal masters were refining the immortal pills. And these 49 days are a new hope. This is what Chen-Mo meant by I have my own tricks. The divine cauldron in front of him was getting closer and closer, and the heat rising from the cauldron had already sprayed on Chen-Mo's face. Chen-Mo flew up and looked towards the cauldron below. He saw the North Sea divine fire in the cauldron below, and many medicinal materials wrapped in the divine fire. It turned out that the inside of the cauldron looked like this. I heard that this cauldron symbolized Dongmen Town. It was as heavy as a mountain and indestructible. It seemed to be true. Otherwise, it couldn't hold the North Sea divine fire. It would surely burn me to ashes in an instant. Right? At this moment, Chen-Mo, who slowly fell from the cauldron, felt particularly calm and peaceful in his heart. The scorching fire that was getting closer and closer in front of him seemed to be emitting the light of hope, which made him feel relieved and relaxed. But for some reason, the heavy cauldron in front of him, which was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly became farther and farther away from him, as if the cauldron suddenly moved a distance to the left. And Shinemo, who was supposed to fall into the cauldron, also fell to the ground. Shinemo, who was drowsy, raised his head in confusion and saw a man wearing suspenders and a white shirt standing in front of him. It was the foreign student. When did he stand here? Or could he actually move in this spell that stopped time? Suddenly, Shinemo found that this person was casually pulling the divine tripod with one hand. During this casual pull, the divine tripod, which was as heavy as a mountain, was pulled away a little. Time suddenly began to pass, and the sounds around him became noisy. Shinemo, who was dizzy, felt his whole body tighten, and was tied up by the demon-binding chain. Indistinctly, the people in the venue felt that there seemed to be an extra person near the divine tripod. But the venue was extremely chaotic at the moment, and all the changes just now happened in time. So no one noticed this for a long time. Only Lawrence, who had been sitting on the stage eating melon seeds and watching the fun, looked at the foreign student blankly. If he remembered correctly, except for the owner of the divine tripod, others who wanted to move the divine tripod could only use brute force. This was like stretching out your hand and pushing the entire Dongmen town a few meters. If it was Ms. Aku, she would definitely be pushed to stagger. At this time, several immortal masters ran over amidst the shouting and cursing. Feeling that someone was in the way, they stretched out their hands and pushed it. Then he felt his chin sink. His beard tilted. And then he knew nothing. On the other side, Lord Chen and the people in the meeting hall saw the immortal masters run over. And the foreign student hit several immortal masters with hooks without saying a word. And then the immortal masters fell straight down. White foam came out of their mouths. This scene was like a strong young man knocking out several white-bearded old men one by one. It was really an unfair victory. After the fight, the foreign student was very proud. He imitated Chunjin movements, did a few butterfly steps on the spot, and showed off while punching with his bare fists. Swish, swish, swish. Who else? Chi, who else? The noisy venue suddenly became quiet, and people looked at the foreign student blankly. In the focus of thousands of eyes, the smiling foreign student proudly showed his white teeth. Then he tugged at his straps with his fingers, looked up at everyone and said, "What are you looking at? If you don't agree, come down and practice." Seeing that no one spoke, everyone looked confused. He, wearing boxing gloves, made a signature gesture of Huang Feihong to Mr. Chen, who was squinting not far away, and hooked his finger. "Come on. Old Chen, come and take your grandfather punch." Chapter 484 Skyrocket. Come on, Chen-san, come and take your grandfather punch. After saying that, Louis saw that Lord Chen was still sitting there without any reaction, and the people around him were just looking at him quietly. Louis was also stunned. Could it be that the Yunhua Mandarin you learned from Madame Suda is problematic? Obviously not, after all. Madame Suda said, "My Gada language is the official standard Mandarin." Suddenly, Louis patted his forehead, and suddenly thought of something. It must be because we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Yi, which means the road is wide. I am a Yun countryman who returned from studying abroad, so I dress a bit Western. As for Xiaoqi and Xiaobai, they are my lovers. Who hit my face today? Another demon? Lord Chen ignored Louis, and looked at the immortal masters around him. An immortal master nodded and added, from the accent, "It should be a fox fairy from the northeast of Yun country." Louis was stunned, then spit with anger on his face, and rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lord Chen and the others. Watching the demon behavior, many immortal masters in the seats felt a little amused. Although the fox demon of the Qingbai demon had some brute force, it seemed that he had not yet developed his intelligence. After beating two big ones, a small one came. This was like a whole family coming to die. Everyone felt that it would be a bit of a loss to step down to fight. So when the immortal masters saw the strong men in the audience coming up, they drank and chatted, and acted like masters from other worlds. But at this time, Lord Chen was already laughing at the monster's reckless behavior. He was too lazy to order anyone to catch the monster. He waved his hand at the audience to vent his anger. "Then I will take your punch." After saying that, Lord Chen stopped looking, picked up the wine glass with a smile on his face, and stood up. He called everyone to start refining medicine. Just as people were surprised, there was a sudden surge of wind and clouds in the sky. People looked up and saw a huge golden fist breaking through the clouds and falling from the sky. The giant hand was as big as the demon's suppression mansion. When it fell, the wind and clouds howled, and the momentum was magnificent, making many immortal masters look up at the sky with their mouths wide open. It seemed that Lord Chen was really angry. And looking at the posture of the fist when it fell, it was likely to smash the demon's suppression mansion to pieces. Will everyone be affected? Just when the immortal masters were sweating, the giant fist in the sky stretched out a finger halfway, which was just enough to kill the little fly. Seeing that the finger had already fallen, and the kid raised his head and stretched out his hand foolishly, Lord Chen couldn't help but smile, and it seemed that with the end of this little episode, Lord Chen's mood also improved a lot. With a loud rumble, the ground suddenly shook slightly. The giant finger fell, and a crack appeared on the ground. Haha. It turns out that the fist just now was a little joke played by Lord Chen to scare everyone present. I thought that all the mortals present today would be affected. In the aftershocks, many immortal masters had already stood up and picked up the wine chips. Lord Chen also shook his sleeves and smiled slightly, intending to say something. But at this moment, the smile on Lord Chen's face suddenly froze. And then he suddenly looked at the golden giant finger under the stage, with an unbelievable look on his face. Many immortal masters also looked at the audience in surprise, and found that the giant finger did not seem to be completely touching the ground. And the person under the giant finger did not move at all, but just raised his hand slightly. Catch it! A voice suddenly sounded from the audience. And then, the ground of the entire venue suddenly cracked. And then, the giant finger in the venue was pushed back to the sky with a loud rumble. And Master Chen on the stage seemed to be pushed hard by someone, and suddenly fell back a step with a pale face. Lord Chen stopped, covered his broken finger, and looked at the man in the audience in astonishment. At the same time, the people in the meeting hall were also astonished to see that above the hole in the sky, there was a golden giant god looking at the meeting hall in astonishment. Who are you? The voice sounded from Lord Chen and the sky at the same time. Lord Chen and the gods in the sky looked at the man in the meeting hall in astonishment. The boy at this time was rolling up the sleeves of his shirt with his head down. After hearing the voice, he did not answer, but raised his head and glanced at the sky, saying, "It my turn." As soon as the words fell, Louis suddenly widened his eyes and flexed his strong arms. This scene was so strange in the eyes of the people in the meeting hall, as if Louis was going to punch the air. But at this moment, people only felt their scalps tingling, and in their hearts, they also had a very panicked feeling, as if that punch would break the sky of the North Sea Kingdom. Wait a minute. Are you the one who returned from studying abroad? Before the god in the sky finished speaking, the young man had already raised his fist and swung a fierce sky rocket at the god in the sky. In an instant, the sounds in the world suddenly quieted down, but people felt a buzzing in their ears. Then people saw the earth in front of them, like a snake, shaking up and down in silence. The houses in the demon-suppressing mansion suddenly began to collapse in silence. Even the mountains in the courtyard were constantly rolling down rocks in the ups and downs. Immediately, people saw that the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed rapidly in all directions, breaking a large hole that almost covered the boundary of vision. And the gods in the sky also disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like the dispersing clouds. Only a residual image, with an extremely terrified face, was left. Suddenly, the divine tripod suddenly swelled up in silence, as if it was smashed into a discus by a giant god punch. And Lord Chen also vomited a mouthful of golden blood in silence, and sat down on the ground. Before everyone had time to think about it, the sound of the whole world suddenly came back, as if the sky was collapsing, and the earth was splitting. Suddenly, thunderclouds surged in the sky, and then people saw with their own eyes, in the direction where the god disappeared, a huge waterfall suspended in the air appeared. At this moment, while people were shaking and numb, an idea came to them. The sky of the North Sea Kingdom was broken by a punch. Boss Chen, your character is not worthy of being called a gate god. Your level, you can't guard the east gate at all. A faint voice pulled people back from their distraction. You could hear a pin drop in the meeting hall, and thousands of eyes looked at the young man, who was unbuttoning his gloves in extreme fear. He lowered his head and untied his gloves, saying, in front of the real gods, "You are like a 3-year-old kid. A casual slap from them is enough." A casual slap made people think of the young man punch. Maybe he was talking about himself, although this punch was not as casual as a slap. But it was indeed in the ranks of the real gods. And if it is said that in front of this adult, Mr. Chen was like a 3-year-old kid, it was not really a boast. People couldn't help but think of a king or some kings. Chapter 485. Your Majesty, are you too mean? Where did he come from? Only foreign students would believe this. Looking at the entire Cloud Country, where are there such foreign students? At this moment, the Immortal Masters suddenly remembered those big demons who broke into the North Sea country and appeared in a flash, and then were subdued by the Emperor Xuanwu himself, and recognized as goddaughters and godsons. There are 9 of them in total, all in the South Sea. They also broke the sky here in the past. The person in front of me is most likely the big demon from the South Sea. When the 9 big demons broke into the North Sea together, they not only left waterfalls in the sky, but also almost turned the earth upside down. However, while they were playing tricks, they woke up the god here. However, God did not get angry. Instead, he happily made these naughty children his goddaughters and godsons. They became princes. It seems that the named demon was not wrong. As everyone was distracted, a green and a white shadow slowly fell to the ground behind the big demon and rubbed the shoulders of the young man with a flattering look. Looking at the 2 women, people suddenly felt that the 2 seemed to have become stronger again and became very powerful, as if part of the power of Master Chen was absorbed by them. Upgrade. Suddenly, the Immortal Masters remembered something. Weren't these 2 people suppressed by the 9-dragon lock? An idea flashed in the minds of the Immortal Masters. The position of the god in Dongmen Town was completely gone, and it was even more obvious that the 2 immortals Qinbai were indeed the lovers of the big demon. The big demon destroyed the Dharma image of Master Chen and fed it to the 2 little demons. In the extreme fear, the Immortal Masters felt cold all over, and their legs were weak. They all knelt on the ground. They shouted Wang. The wealthy locals in the meeting hall also woke up from their dreams. They didn't know what was going on. They thought that the young man in front of them was actually a real prince. They hurriedly helped him to the ground, as if they were paying homage to the prince. They called him Prince. At this moment, Louis, who had returned to his hometown in the other world, looked at the ancient people around him, and finally felt like he was a prince in the other world. Louis stepped on the broken discus, divine tripod, at his feet and asked everyone, "Am I still a demon now?" Many Immortal Masters hurriedly shook their heads. Louis pointed to the 2 ladies who were rubbing his shoulders behind him, and said, "What about them?" Many Immortal Masters looked at the 2 snake demons with snake tails, and hurriedly shook their heads again. There was even an Immortal Master who raised his head carefully, and said with a flattering smile, "Your Highness, you are joking. How can you be a demon? How can the princesses be demons?" Many Immortal Masters woke up as if from a dream, and shouted, "Your Highness." Louis nodded in satisfaction, and couldn't help laughing. Miss Dai also laughed. "Oh!" Miss Dai suddenly raised her eyebrows, raised her head, and looked at the Immortal Masters kneeling on the ground, and said, "Then who is the demon?" The Immortal Masters shuddered. Although there were some very sensible people who smiled flatteringly at the prince and princess, and turned into a small animal. This action reminded many Immortal Masters, and everyone woke up from their dreams, showing flattering smiles while trying to please, and followed suit, turning into small animals in human form. For a moment, the ruined meeting hall was filled with laughter and flattery. The atmosphere was also a little more harmonious. Looking at the group of people, Miss Dai couldn't help but laugh out loud in her joy. Then her face suddenly turned cold, and she waved her hand, and a big fire was set. Suddenly, all the Immortal Masters in the meeting hall were on fire like charcoal. It seems that Miss Dai has become stronger. The Immortal Masters were already a little weak after the battle, and they had restrained their magic power and turned into animals. So at this time, they were like prisoners who had thrown away their weapons and surrendered. Many Immortal Masters never expected that, after they surrendered, they would face such a fate. For a moment, many Immortal Masters had almost no power to fight back in the sudden attack of Miss Dai. Soon, these animal Immortal Masters began to spit fire. Not long after, these Immortal Masters, who rolled on the ground in the raging flames, turned into charcoal with screams. Seeing Miss Dai ruthless killing, Louis was stunned for a long time and didn't react. He gave Miss Dai a look and said, "Your Majesty, are you a little too mean? Could it be that these man-eating demons are still here?" Amid the wife's angry voice, Louis closed his mouth in dismay and dared not say anything more. This group of Immortal Masters are indeed man-eating demons. After all, Miss Dai and Miss Ao are obviously not immortal medicine, nor are they evil spirits, but people. At least sexy beast men. As for the flower demon, the situation is similar. Since he was young. In the eyes of his cousin, all creatures in the North Sea Kingdom are the same. Today, all the demon fairy masters have been killed by Miss Dai, leaving only a few fairy masters who are not qualified to sit in the seats. And those Dongmen town residents who are ignorant or have always doubted whether the flower fairy is human. At this time, the residents looked at the dead animals on the ground, and their hearts suddenly understood. It turned out that the fairy masters sitting on the stage were all demons. Qinbai and the two fairies were also demons, but they were good people among the demons, just like those demons in Qinbai Mountain who occasionally did good deeds in human form. The immortal officials on the stage, although they were all appointed by the Dragon King, were all real demons. Perhaps some of them were human, but they were all demons. The people who were still alive, under the call of Miss Ao, worked with her to treat the wounded in the demon suppression mansion. Most of them were affected by the earthquake. Most of the civilians in Beihai Kingdom knew some magic. Under the leadership of the Immortal Master and Miss Ao, the collapsed buildings quickly began to recover, and the injured were all treated by the Immortal Master, the Flower Demon and others. On the other side, after Miss Dai glared at her husband, she saw that he didn't dare to say anything. So she waved her sleeves, snorted coldly, and went to the other side. It seems that after tonight matter is over. Miss Dai will settle accounts with you. Today, Louis watched the excitement for a long time, and only took action at the end. This made Miss Dai very unhappy. It was clearly agreed that I would meet with Master Chen alone with my sister. But after being defeated by Master Chen using the power of my cousin, he put the blame on Louis. Who can I complain to? We will talk about the settlement tonight. Now Miss Dai has something important to do. She came to the group of Terran envoys, who were trembling and kneeling on the ground, and looked at Lawrence, who was hiding in the crowd and sweating coldly. Then, Miss Dai said with a fake smile, "Lord Earl, you know what to do, right?" Lawrence raised his head with a sullen face. He knew that the Wizard Queen of the Eastern Continent would not kill him, because she was the best at recycling waste. As a demigod-level wizard, Lawrence was naturally on the list of waste worth recycling. But he would never have a good ending, because to work under this woman, he would definitely have to give up a part of his soul. And Lawrence also knew that what he was going to do in the future would be the same as those secret spies under the Witch Queen, doing evil things in some wizard kingdoms. If these things were discovered by King Tyran, Lawrence would have a bad ending. But no matter what, it was not a rational decision to resist today. Lawrence couldn't help but look at the foreign student who was asking about Master Chen in the distance with some horror, and then looked at the queen in front of him. Not to mention the king of the sea of the cloud country, even the woman in front of him, is no longer the witch queen who had to rely on her subordinates to challenge the gods. Now she has a feeling that makes her afraid. This means that she will not be able to escape the control of the witch queen. But in this situation, Lawrence can no longer say anything. Lawrence no longer thinks about it. He immediately circulated his fingers around his ears, and pulled out a cigarette-like thing, with a painful look on his face. Then he held up a part of his soul with both hands, and said with red eyes, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve you." Miss Dai put away her soul, showed a satisfied smile, nodded, and grabbed Lawrence fiercely, burning Lawrence half to death with the fire of purgatory before stopping. That night, Lawrence, who was seriously injured, killed all his subordinates, who followed him to the North Sea Kingdom today. After silencing them, he dragged his wounded body and the mission entrusted to him by the queen, and returned to the Terran Kingdom on the grounds that he escaped from the Witch Queen. Chapter 486, I Clear the Court. Lawrence return to the Kingdom of Terran is a later story. At this time, Louis was asking Lord Chen about the Demon Suppression Tower. But perhaps because he felt that his time was up, Lord Chen showed a refusal to cooperate. It seemed that he had recognized who Louis was, but his position was very firm. He was unwilling to reveal the affairs of the North Sea Kingdom to this vassal king from the South Sea. Compared to those immortal masters, Lord Chen, who was guarding the east gate of the North Sea Kingdom, was a bit of a backbone. Therefore, Louis asked for a long time but got nothing, and was even scolded. This is obviously different from the prophecy in the storybook. Logically speaking, Louis should have learned some things about the Demon Suppression Tower here. Master Chen is about to run out of energy. Louis shook his head, and didn't plan to ask any more questions. He took a last look at Master Chen, whose face was as white as gold paper. and said, Master Chen, you have this result today. And it is your own fault. You brought this upon yourself? Mr. Chen suddenly laughed. He coughed and said, I abide by the rules of heaven and guard the east gate. I have a clear conscience. I only regret that I failed to stop you, the traitor. Today, on the contrary, you, as the king of the South Sea who came to visit the North Sea, colluded with evil spirits, slaughtered immortal officials, and destroyed the divine seal. Ahem. You have already violated the rules of heaven. I advise you to turn back as soon as possible and apologize to His Majesty. Don't be stubborn and continue to mix with those evil spirits to cause chaos in the North Sea. Heavenly law? Lewis asked. May I ask who set these heavenly laws? Of course. It was the 7 true dragon emperors of the North Sea, Lord Chen said proudly. Don't worry. You will meet them in the demon suppression tower. Lewis nodded. I will clear the court for my uncle, and then overturn the demon suppression tower. Hearing Lewis's words, Lord Chen laughed wildly. Overturn the demon suppression tower? What a big mouth. The demon suppression tower is guarded by the magic pen with the help of the power of heaven and earth. Wanting to push down this demon suppressing tower is like a fool dream. Haha. It's not difficult. As long as you can make the sky of the North Sea Kingdom. Just halfway through his words, the wildly laughing Lord Chen suddenly closed his mouth, raised his head woodenly, and looked at the huge hole and waterfall in the distant sky. After a moment of hesitation, Lord Chen stretched out his hand trembling all over, pointed at Lewis in anger and said, do you know that you have broken it? With a wow, Lord Chen spat out a mouthful of golden blood in his rage, and then his body tilted and he died. Hey! What do you want me to do today? Don't die before I finish talking. I hate this kind of plot the most. After a long time of trying to get him to talk, he was about to tell the secret, which made Lewis so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. But Helen, who was writing furiously, had bright eyes, and was very excited. Just when Lewis was about to grab Helen to vent his anger, and let her spoil the plot, the body of Mr. Chen, Yu Guangzhong, suddenly became smaller, and was slowly covered by clothes. Could it be that Mr. Chen is not a human? In surprise, Lewis reached out and lifted the clothes, looking at the shrunken corpse, and found that Mr. Chen had turned into another appearance. It turned out to be a humanoid, goat-horned, an alien beast with white mane. Xianjiang? Lewis blinked fiercely, and a line of words appeared in front of Lewis. Xianjiang was unable to find out the truth. It seems that the super NPC who really knows everything has to take the risk of being exposed and come out to fix this loophole. Lewis was stunned, looking at Helen. The two stared at each other for a long time. Helen turned her back and wrote a line of words. Don't ask Helen. Helen doesn't know. Why did you reach out to grab Helen? Helen really doesn't know. Helen is not an NPC. He didn't tell Helen that Helen couldn't hold the pen. The master is actually a demon. A bitter laugh suddenly sounded beside him, followed by several slaps and whispers. It seems that he finds it difficult to accept the fact that the master is a demon for a while, and wonders if he is dreaming. The NCP found that the people around him ignored him, and he slapped his hands even louder. He coughed softly. Lewis, who was questioning Helen, noticed the cough. He turned around and looked behind him. It was Chen Er. He slapped himself, grabbed the hat in his hand, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Chen Mo was also beside Chen Er, looking at the corpse of Master Chen, shaking his head and sighing. Lewis then discovered that this little man called Chen Er was a little bald. Of course, this is not an important thing. What is important is the mumbling in his mouth. Ahem. No wonder. Ahem. No wonder. Chen Er secretly glanced at Lewis with his peripheral vision, and found that Lewis finally looked over. So he looked at the sky and muttered loudly to himself. The earth is carried by a giant turtle, and there are thousands of creatures on its back. All living things live together. Who can tell whether the people around him are human or monster? Perhaps there is no difference between monsters and humans. Or perhaps, in the eyes of God, they are all the same. Why are monsters and humans different? Chen Mo was slightly touched by his uncle's sigh. Helen handwriting, but Chen Mo didn't know why. But he always felt that his uncle was a little weird today. He was not familiar with the king of Shanghai, so he took the initiative to talk to himself. Wasn't he a little too familiar? Complaint. Helen was obviously speculating that Chen Er weirdness might just be because Chen Er had experienced ups and downs today. and he felt a lot in his heart. Louis squinted his eyes, and looked at Chen Er. Chen Er carefully looked at Louis with his peripheral vision. You and Chen Er stared at each other for a long time. Chen Er coughed. You looked at Chen Er's bald head. Chen Er put on his hat. Louis. Chen Er bowed slightly to Louis, smiled and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Your Highness the King of Shanghai. I have followed the master since I was a child, and we almost grew up together. The master often said that his lifelong wish was to kill all the demons in the world. But I never thought that he was actually a demon. Chen Er shook his head with a wry smile. This is somewhat ironic. Mr. Chen. Ahem. Mr. Chen. You have lived in Beihai for many years. Do you know about the Demon Suppression Tower? Louis bowed his hands respectfully. Oh! Did you ask the master if he knew he was a demon? Chen Er shook his head and said sadly, I think he should know. Chen Mo on the side? Louis? Who the hell asked you about Lord Chen? I asked about the Demon Suppression Tower. Didn't you act well before? Now you are just pretending to be nice to me. You are too nice. Aren't you? Ah, so you are completely exposed, so you just want to fix the bug? Right. Mr. Chen, do you know about the Demon Suppression Tower? Louis asked again. Oh, King Shanhai, you don't know that there are indeed thousands of living beings in the North Sea Kingdom, and sometimes there are rumors of people combining with demons. So that people can't tell the difference between monsters. But monsters can definitely tell people apart. Because if they can't tell the difference, they will die. Louis. Chen Mo. Ahem, uncle, His Royal Highness the King of Shanghai is asking about the Monster Suppression Tower. Chen Mo reminded in a low voice. Chen Er nodded, looked at Louis with a smile and said, So this Lord Chen? How could he not know that he is a monster? His parents told him when he was born. Louis. Louis rolled up his sleeves expressionlessly and stretched out his hand. Is this going to clear the court? Helen excitedly wrote furiously. Chapter 487 Leave this to me. Louis rolled up his sleeves in a rage, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to clear the Emperor's side. Chen Er glanced at Louis. What do you want to do? Louis gave Chen Er a look in return. My dear cousin, you really deserve a beating. Chen Er gave Louis a look. You slapped me. Louis coughed, and stretched out his hand to scratch his ear. Chen Er smiled, and said to everyone, Otherwise, after Master Chen passed the military examination, he would have taken up the post long ago. How could he not dare to accept it? And thus be relegated to being a guard in the palace of the little dragon? King Sanjiang, who was not a dragon king at that time. Louis, blue veins, Chen Mo. Now, it is the turn of this little dragon to guard the Optimus Prime of Donglinsao, and become the great god of Donglinsao. And he is naturally qualified to write on the list of gods with a pen, and canonize the gods of Donglinsao. So, this Dragon King, who has become the true Dragon Emperor in People Mouse, will write on the list of gods whenever he is happy. And Mr. Chen also rose to prominence, with the help of the Dragon King, became the gate god of Donglinsao. Chen Er said sadly. So, in this Beihai Kingdom, no matter how bad some people are, and how much they dislike the old emperor, as long as they have the care of the crown prince and the princes, they can rise to prominence in one step. And no matter how well-behaved and kind the local immortals are, it is difficult for them to be deified. They can only pass through the 9-story demon-suppressing tower. Ahem, Mr. Chen. Louis couldn't help it. He asked, So, how to push down the demon tower? This time, Chen Er finally answered. Demon tower? Chen Er looked at the huge waterfall in the sky in the distance, and said with a smile, Young people are really bold. If this demon tower falls, the sky of Beihai Kingdom will collapse. Louis couldn't help but frown, and gave Chen Er a look. Uncle, can you stop playing such roundabout games? You said so much, but it's the same as saying nothing. Should we push this Optimus Prime or not? Louis suddenly understood something. He fell into deep thought. I don't understand shit. I didn't fall into deep thought. In the beginning, in order to support the sky of the North Sea Kingdom, the old cousin set up 7 Optimus Primes. He bit his 7 heads on the top of the Optimus Prime to prevent it from tilting, and then ordered his sons to take turns carrying the 7 Optimus Primes to prevent it from standing up. At that time, who in the North Sea Kingdom could be deified, also depended on their virtue. But I don't know since when, the old cousin began to be half asleep and half awake, and could only communicate with people through his avatar in his dreams. He could not interfere with other things. So he gave a pen to the dragon sons and grandsons, who were responsible for guarding the Optimus Prime, and asked them to take turns to write the deification on his behalf. So the North Sea Kingdom began to be in chaos. Now, the dragon sons and grandsons who were responsible for guarding the Optimus Prime would directly deify those who obeyed them. And in order to get rid of the hard work of carrying the Optimus Prime, they went around freely. The Dragon Kings tricked those who disobeyed them under the Optimus Prime, and told them that only by climbing over the Optimus Prime and reaching the heavens could they have the opportunity to be deified. And only the lands protected by those who were deified would no longer have to pay fairy rent and taxes. The fairies climbed the heavenly tower for the welfare of all people, but without exception, these people all failed. They were suppressed under the Optimus Prime, and carried the Optimus Prime for the Dragon King. So, there was a rumor in the North Sea Kingdom that those who were suppressed under the Optimus Prime were all demons and monsters. The Demon Suppression Tower is the Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime is the Demon Suppression Tower. It should be pushed down. But it cannot fall. Because once it falls, the sky of the North Sea Kingdom will collapse. At that time, my cousin will have to turn over and tickle himself. When he turns over, the exit of the abyss to this world will also be opened. But my cousin believes that no matter what decision is made, Lewis, the problem-solving expert, will definitely have a perfect solution. Looking at the narration in front of him, Lewis's eyes twitched fiercely, and he gave Chin-Er a look. Uncle, what do you want? Should the demon-suppressing tower be pushed or not? That depends on you. The god of the North Sea Kingdom is old, and he can no longer make decisions on many things. God Chin-Er smiled crookedly. And then, in the surprised eyes of Chin-Mo and others, he turned into a 9-fingered golden dragon and flew straight into the sky. When the golden light disappeared, only the echo of a sound was left on the ground. It is said that the magic pen was suddenly lost recently, and the Dragon Kings in the world are looking for this pen. It is said that the magic pen is in Donglin's house. So the Dragon Kings have all come. I hope that when the person who stole the pen arrives at the Demon Suppression Tower, he will not be discovered by the Dragon Kings. Otherwise, this matter will be a big deal. You caused Helen to steal this pen, right? Lewis looked up at the sky and cursed in his heart. The certain people you mentioned. Are I? What do you mean? You want me to take the blame, right? You are deliberately trying to sow discord and let your sons and grandsons come to me, right? How did you cheat your nephew? It seems that Lewis has already made a decision in his heart about whether to promote the Demon Suppression Tower. I have your sister's decision. Can you please stop making random arrangements for me? Regarding the matter of pushing down Optimus Prime, Lewis felt that he had to think long and hard about it. He definitely couldn't push it. Although his cousin was right about me being a problem solver, Lewis felt that he had a good idea of himself. But after pushing down Optimus Prime, I really had no idea how to solve the problem of the sky falling. It's impossible that after Optimus Prime fell, I would just release the demons of the abyss and let them repair the sky. Right? What do they want? They came to destroy the world, but they come here to do good things for no reason? And I came to Beihai country this time, just to make those evil gods of the abyss stay under my cousin's body. How could I let them out just to help my cousin tickle me? I don't want to be the boss of the abyss. Why do I let them out? Are I going to take them to fight the old gods? How is this possible? Besides, this cousin hinted at me about Optimus Prime, and I think he thinks he can solve the problem of the sky falling. But if I not only fail to solve the problem of the sky falling, but also release the demons of the abyss, the world will be completely in chaos. Then, our problem-solving expert, wouldn't we become problem-creating experts? Wouldn't the cousin strangle himself to death? Shaking his head, Lewis retracted his gaze from the sky, and then his eyes fell on Chin-Mo. However, my cousin reminded me today that there is still one thing in Dongmen Town that I haven't finished yet. Lewis looked at Helen, who was writing the narration in excitement. Helen blinked, turned her back, and secretly wrote a line of words. Don't try to steal Helen's pen. Lewis reached out and snatched the pen from Helen's hand. He didn't steal it, robbed it. Then, Lewis opened his storybook and wrote a narration on it. After Lord Chen died, Chin-Mo took over as the county magistrate of Dongmen Town. A golden light descended from the sky, and Chin-Mo, who was confused, looked at his hands and suddenly found that he possessed great divine power. But where is the divine seal? I think Lewis, the problem-solving expert, has already had a plan. A huge broken pot was suddenly thrown at Chin-Mo's feet. Chin-Mo looked at Lewis woodenly. Use it to deal with it, Lewis said. Chin-Mo, throwing the brush into Helen's arms. Lewis patted his butt and left. That night, Louis took his 2 wives and sister-in-law and headed towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Louis definitely couldn't push this Optimus Prime, Demon Suppression Tower. And he repeatedly told Qing by Urshian not to mess around on the way. But we must meet the Long Oceans. It just so happens that they are all gathered under the Demon Suppression Tower in Donglinshow. Which saves a lot of trouble. If we don't beat up my cousin's sons, I will definitely not be able to vent my anger towards my cousin. As for how arrogant the Long Oceans in this world are, Louis is also very curious. As for how crooked their mouths are, Louis thinks that we will know when we see them. Chapter 488. You can't stand this limelight. A flock of white cranes flew past Louis, who was lying on the colorful auspicious cloud, put down the chess in his hand and stretched. Then he waved away Helen, who was still pulling him to play another round, and secretly pinched the tail of Xiaoqing, who was reading the book of songs, and asked the other side, "Are we not at the foot of the mountain yet?" "Almost." Miss Dai, who was standing on the edge of the auspicious cloud, squinted her eyes and said, looking into the distance. Louis sat up and followed Miss Dai's gaze to look down. The scenery below was slowly passing by. The animals on the ground seemed to be very curious about the colorful clouds flying rapidly above their heads, and kept looking up while chasing. The scenery was beautiful, but it would be boring if you looked at it too much. However, the mountain range across the boundary of vision in the distance was getting closer and closer. And in the hazy clouds of the mountain range, there was a tower as tall as the mountain range. Optimus Prime? That tower should be Optimus Prime. Speaking of which, this big pillar makes Louis feel a little bit unworthy of its name. After all, its height is only as high as the mountains, so Louis feels that the name Optimus Prime is a bit too exaggerated. Louis, who has lost interest, shook his head and looked at the scenery on the ground. Compared to the journey a few days ago, the scenery here has a feeling of mountains, but there are many rivers here. Those big rivers fill the gullies between the mountains, and then flow along the folds of the earth to the distance. The water of the big river comes from the sky today. Miss Ao seems to be in a very good mood. After looking at the big rivers on the ground, she closed the book of poetry in her hand and shook her head to teach Helen Yin Chinese. Listening to this poem, Louis couldn't help but shook his head and was a little speechless. Little Ao, the foreign girl, is indeed very talented in language. But this poem is not suitable for the occasion. After all, those rivers are not as spectacular as the Yellow River, and there is no sea nearby. Bored, Louis rubbed his eyes and looked at the 2 lazy suns and 16 flying stars above his head. After yawning, he closed his eyes in the warm breeze. At our speed, we can fly hundreds of kilometers in an hour, and we should arrive in 10 minutes. 3 hours later, when Louis woke up again, he was awakened by the loud rumbling sound. The surroundings were filled with steam, and the mountains in the distance were embraced by purple clouds. Louis looked in the direction of the loud noises and saw a broad and vast river. Donglin River. It is rumored that it is the source of all rivers in Donglinshow, and it comes from the sky. When Louis looked along the upper reaches of this river, he saw waterfalls hanging in the distant sky, and at the end of the waterfalls, there was the mountain range at the end of the field of vision, or Tian Shan Mountain, because Louis found that the mountain range at the end of the distant field of vision had already reached the sky. Tian Shan Mountain. Louis had seen such a Tian Shan Mountain across the horizon in Longchao City. But Louis inexplicably felt that this Tian Shan Mountain was bigger, because the land of Donglinshow under his feet was not Longchao City, but a continent as big as Erlinda. The Tian Shan Mountain on the horizon was 1,000 feet high, 1,000 miles wide, surrounded by purple air and clouds. Indistinctly, you could see a giant pillar in the middle of the mountain range, and flocks of spirit birds and white cranes flew around the giant pillar, flying towards the hazy Tian Shan Mountain surrounded by purple air and clouds. Suddenly, Louis understood a little. Optimus Prime is indeed Optimus Prime, because climbing up to Fengshenshao is like climbing up to the horizon of Beihai Kingdom. And Fengshenshao is the Tian Shan Mountain that is getting closer and closer in front of us. This huge mountain range that spans the end of the vision is another continent whose edge overlaps the continent under our feet. It is also the divine tablet carried by the middle one of the 7 carapaces of my uncle. This divine tablet is so big. I don't know where this divine tablet came from, but I heard that it appeared in this world together with the moon god. Louis suddenly looked at the 2 suns and 16 flying stars in the sky. They are the 9 pairs of eyes of my uncle. When he opened his eyes, it was day, and when he closed his eyes, it was night. It seemed that the myths in Jiolong Town and Donglinshow were all true. And the land here was indeed carried by the giant turtle. 7 worlds were formed on his back. And the millions of creatures in Beihai Kingdom multiplied and lived on his back. The reason why there was no water here was because the body of the old cousin pressed down a large crack. The large crack kept bubbling upwards. And the old cousin condensed these bubbles on his back. So there was a sky here. However, my cousin's body is so big that even if the mysterious sea is thousands of miles deep, the soil protruding from the monument on my cousin's back has formed a huge island of more than 200,000 square kilometers on the sea surface. As for the role of the Optimus Prime, it is probably to fix the monument. If the monument is slightly tilted, the sky of the North Sea Kingdom will be shaken by huge waves, and the land of the North Sea Kingdom will be flooded. Thinking of this, Lewis has already understood a little bit. The body of the old cousin and the divine tablet he carried is the entire North Sea Kingdom. No wonder Aku and his 8 brothers are so strong. But they dare not step into the North Sea, because the old cousin has 9 heads, each of which is as big as one of them. There is no doubt that the old cousin is an extraordinary god of Gallic, a god who can be called the god of creation. This foreign god from the outside world, the depths of the universe, can indeed be called the adoptive father of the moon god. And he does have the power to suppress the abyss. When he comes here, the demons in the secondary plane can only stare at the entrance below, helpless. It is said that in the demon suppression tower, there is a bald man sleeping with his eyes open. He must be an incarnation of my uncle. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but look at the 2 fairies Qin who were standing on the edge of the auspicious cloud, squinting their eyes and looking at the demon suppression tower in the distance. They clearly know who the bald man in there is. But they still want to defeat him? You really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. We're almost there. Lewis, as long as you coax that bald donkey out of the tower, the 3 of us can use the Book of the Gods and the magic pen to hold him back for a while. Then you can seize the opportunity to push down the demon-suppressing tower that is pressing on the flesh and blood of all the spirits in the North Sea. Miss Di looked at a waterfall in the sky, said with narrowed eyes, as if she already had a plan in mind on how to push down the demon-suppressing tower. However, her cowardly brother-in-law was a little dumbfounded. We had agreed on the way, not to attack the demon-suppressing tower, but to deal with Long Outyan. How come you changed your mind now that you are in the wrong place? It seems that you are going to force me to fight that bald guy? Hey, why are you pulling my sleeve? Why are you 2 pulling my sleeve? Don't worry, Lewis, the 2 of us will deal with Long Outyan and your uncle. Miss Ao persuaded, I won't let you show off today. You can just push the tower secretly. Lewis didn't believe this 100%. You are still going to deal with Long Outyan and his cousin? Why did I ask my cousin to come out? After I come out, you guys can hold him off for a while? Does my cousin know why he came here? After seeing me, he came over and hit me. Can you 2 hold the monster? Although there is only 1 head of the old man in the tower, the magic power in my body has been secretly sealed by the old man with the divine tablet and the divine pen while he was sleeping. With just my fists, how many moves can I take from the bald man? Is your plan not going to work? You 2 are not sarcastic enough. And there are so many Long Outyan below. You can't take advantage of this limelight. Chapter 489 My Cousin Long Outyan. Lewis not only thinks that the 2 sisters cannot stand out today, but also thinks that pushing the tower is absolutely not an option. Ahem, Miss Di and Miss Ao. We have agreed in advance. Today I will only help you deal with Long Outyan. As for this demon-suppressing tower, it is the pillar of the North Sea Kingdom. If it falls, the North Sea Kingdom will be flooded. I think it is better to take a long-term view on this matter. Don't worry about this matter. Even if the sky of the North Sea Kingdom collapses, it doesn't need a coward like you to hold it up. Miss Di said coldly. Just do your job well. Seeing that Lewis wanted to say something, Miss Ao secretly pulled Lewis's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Don't listen to your uncle's scares. He is just testing you. He will not watch the sky of the North Sea Kingdom fall. Moreover, Mother and the Moon God have arrived at the Fengshan Island on the sea today. With your uncle's help, and with the help of Mother and the Moon God, the sky of the North Sea Kingdom will not fall. At this point, Miss Ao looked at the demon-suppressing tower in the distance, and the bustling crowd, and the Dragon King flag below, and said with a cold expression, no matter what, the demon-suppressing tower in Donglin's Hao must be toppled today. Miss Di added, after pushing this. Push others. After hearing the words of the 2 sisters, Lewis, the coward, opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. The 2 sisters obviously made up their minds a month ago. Otherwise the mother-in-law and the moon goddess would not have happened to catch up with this matter. I'm afraid my uncle and mother-in-law have already discussed it, and are planning to move the pillar of the North Sea Kingdom. But why didn't they tell me about this? And look at what my uncle said before, it's up to you whether to push or not. What does this mean? This means that he will definitely take action. After thinking about it carefully, Louis understood a little bit. For tens of thousands of years, the North Sea Kingdom has never changed. Except for my uncle, the King of Shanghai, who thinks that the North Sea Kingdom should shake up. The ministers of the North Sea Kingdom and the heavenly court of the Cloud Kingdom do not want the North Sea Kingdom to change. Today, although my cousin has found political forces in the East Continent to support him, in order to reduce the pressure from the Cloud Country, this is not enough. In addition to having support, he also needs to find someone to take the blame. I am the one who takes the blame. So when I push the demon suppression tower, he will take action to clean me up and then take the opportunity to go to the South China Sea and eliminate the 9 bandits, making meritorious contributions. And my mother-in-law is probably also happy to see this. She finally drove away her good son-in-law. That's why my uncle secretly guided me or tricked me into pushing the demon suppression tower. My mother-in-law and others secretly came to Fengshan Island to support my uncle. Although the above are all Louis' guesses, Louis, this monkey, guessed it almost right. You are too mean. Right? Do you think I'm a fool? There are so many people who want to push the demon suppression tower in Beihai. Are you still missing someone to push it? If these guys ask me for help, I will help them. But if I trick myself into taking the blame, it's definitely not okay. As for the reason, Louis has also found it. The long oceans of the North Sea Kingdom have gathered under the demon suppression tower today. They don't want the world of the North Sea Kingdom to shake. And with so many obstacles, he can't deal with them, and has no time to push the demon suppression tower. It's reasonable, right? He has made up his mind. Whoever wants to push the demon suppression tower can push it. If the old cousin wants to push it, let him push it himself. He also deliberately sealed his magic, wanting to take the opportunity to deal with himself? Dream on. I will never be a fool today. I can't afford to offend Long Outian today. I will never touch this demon-suppressing tower today. Not even a touch. Otherwise, if I touch it, it will collapse by coincidence. Will I be scammed by that old man? I can't touch the demon-suppressing tower for no reason. Right? Louis couldn't help but think of the flag he said at the beginning. I can't take the initiative to attack a coup. Right? No. Absolutely not. It's not enough to just not touch the demon-suppressing tower. In order to prevent my cousin from secretly knocking down the tower and then blaming me for it, Louis came up with a perfect plan. When I go down later, I will yell to those dragons, "Doctor, no one touch me. If anyone touches me, I will lie down in front of those dragons. As long as I lie down before the demon-suppressing tower, I will definitely not be blamed for it." Right? You are really shameless. If you dare to do this, I will add 300 attributes to your attributes. Completion reward. I am convinced by my cousin North Sea Divine Pill, which I gave you. Random attributes plus 300. North Sea Divine Fire plus 1. Fuck. Do you really think I don't dare? I'm afraid of losing face? I want to have face. Anyway, no one here knows who I am. The auspicious cloud suddenly accelerated and flew towards the demon suppression tower. Looking at the dense black dots, people, under the demon suppression tower in the distance, Louis put on his coat and made up his mind. However, at this moment, Miss Di at the edge of the auspicious cloud suddenly frowned and looked at a colorful cloud hidden in the sky. She smiled coldly and stretched out her hand to tear the colorful cloud, like tearing a sticker. Under this tearing, the large cloud was suddenly covered by the shadow of a giant hand. It seems that Louis' disciple has learned Louis' tricks, but it is still a little bit inadequate. She can only tear off the stickers that the hand shadow touches, and the number is limited. Unlike Louis, she can tear off everything in her field of vision. The colorful cloud seemed to be quietly observing Louis and his auspicious cloud in the clouds. At this time, she found that there was such a big movement around her. How could she not notice it? The colorful cloud was scared and fled quickly, but was still caught up by the hand shadow. After the hand shadow caught up, the hand shadow disappeared, and the colorful cloud also flew away at a high speed. However, when Miss Di took back her hand, a frightened little man appeared in her hand. He looked around in panic, and seemed to have no idea how he was suddenly pulled out of the team. Miss Di suddenly shook her sleeves, And then a round-faced hunchback civil servant, with cold sweat on his face, appeared in the auspicious cloud. The hunchback civil servant had 2 long and thin mustaches under his nose, and his face always reminded people of a turtle. While he was wiping his sweat, the mustache and the wings on the black hat were also moving, which looked very funny. My queen? What a coincidence. I didn't expect that we could meet here. The round-faced hunchback civil servant bowed respectfully, and said with a forced smile. At this time, the colorful cloud in the sky also turned around and flew back, approaching the auspicious cloud. At a glance, there was actually a large team on it. The team was full of golden armor guards, flags, dragon horses, and imperial chariots, and it looked very powerful. However, after the group of golden armored guards approached, they all bowed to Miss Di and the others with ugly faces. Seeing the actions of this group of people, Louis was a little surprised. It seemed that the 2 parties knew each other, and the civil servant also knew the identities of the 2 snake fairies. At this time, the civil servant continued to force a smile and said, I haven't seen you for 2 months. The progress of the 2 ladies' cultivation is really shocking. Your Majesty's efforts and kindness are not in vain. Ahem. Humph, don't try to get close to me. You and that little bitch tricked the 3 of us into changing into this outfit, snake fairy skin, in the demon suppression tower. We settle the score later. What are you doing here this time? The civil servant looked at the poor boy who was dressed as a man in the crowd getting closer and closer, and said, just like the last time we met, the eldest princess told you last time that the eldest princess came down from Fengshen's house to investigate. Now the 3-year period has come, we come to welcome the eldest princess back to the palace. Louis' face suddenly became weird. Chapter 490, I want to see how you step down today. Who are these people? The husband of the eldest lady, who had no sense of existence, asked the young lady in a low voice with some uncertainty. Miss Ao narrowed her eyes, looked at the poor boy's son-in-law who was laughing with his head raised, snorted, and said a few words. Feng Shinjo, Dragon Clan Supreme, Ao family. Louis' expression became more and more strange. Why, remember your little cousin? Miss Dai suddenly laughed, and said gloatingly, what a pity. Your Highness the Sea King. You don't have any cousins. Only nieces. And among all the sons and grandsons of His Majesty Aoyi, there is only this blood relative named Ao. So you don't have any cousins at all. Little dragon girl cousin. My niece? Louis's face was full of black question marks. It seems that the so-called eldest princess should not refer to the generation, but the title of Jia and the same ceremonial clothes as the Marquis. I thought she would call me brother, but she turned out to be cousin uncle? How can I do this? Isn't this too depressing? This too? Let not talk about how to do it. At this time, many civil servants and guards, who heard the conversation between the 2 people, shifted their gazes from the poor boy below to the poorer boy beside them. After a moment of hesitation, the people around them knelt down. Amid the shouts of welcome the Prince of Zhenhai back to the palace, Long Altian, the pig-eating tiger Prince Lu, ignored these lines woodenly, and looked numbly at the huge and dense crowd below. It seems that after meeting this group of people, the situation has become increasingly strange. And I heard that Prime Minister Turtle only brought a part of the people, and there are 100,000 heavenly soldiers behind him. So, today there is Xialong the cousin, and there are so many people. Should Lu and I lie on the ground in the spotlight, in front of everyone? Not only do I dare to lie down, I dare to roll on the ground. Louis took off his coat with red eyes. He had a fight with his old cousin today. 100,000 heavenly soldiers? I wonder who dares to touch me today. If I touch this tower, I be your grandson. I wonder who will lose face today. The civil servant looked at the energetic posture of the Zhenhai king, and couldn't help stroking his mustache, and narrowed his eyes with a smile. The Zhenhai king personally welcomed them, and the team welcoming the eldest princess Ao this time added a lot of weight. The 6 dragon clans must be dumbfounded today, and they will definitely lose face. Who knows, the incarnation of the old cousin will also run out in shock to take a look at the excitement. Just like that, the team in the sky, which was so powerful, and the 3-year period had come, was about to land. On the other side, the real Long Altian's son-in-law, who was waiting for the welcoming team, also counted the time with her fingers, smiled secretly, and looked at the furious King Sanjiang, and planned to show her trump card. At the same time, the old cousin who was secretly picking up bricks at the bottom of the tower also picked up the last brick and waited for someone to touch it. It seems that someone will be embarrassed today. the Tower of Babel, the Tower of the Gods, the Tower of the Heavens, the Tower of the Demons. This mysterious tower has too many names, just like the reasons for those who come here to climb the sky. Although there are 6 of these towers around the world, only one will be opened every 100 years. At this time, the local state lord will have the greatest power among the 6 continents, and will also have the ability to name and confer the gods. The most powerful dragon king in the 6 states of Beihai this year is undoubtedly the king of Sanjiang in Donglin State. The so-called climbing to the sky is just to entertain the king of Sanjiang. The so-called asking for a title is naturally the king of Sanjiang. As long as he says a word, the god will be enthroned. The thousands of people who gathered here to ask for titles have already poured into the Tower of Babel. This grand ceremony of climbing to the sky has also begun for some time. To be exact, the once-in-a-century heaven climbing ceremony has lasted for 3 days, and the Dragon King's birthday banquet has also been celebrated for 3 days. King Sanjiang specially arranged today's heaven climbing ceremony on his birthday so that it could be lively. It was indeed lively. He liked to look down on the ridiculous deeds of the common people. The little ant always thought that he could touch the sky with his own efforts. However, whether a person can touch the sky is not determined by his birth. But there are always many people who have such delusions, even from all over the world. And these climbers from all over the world, each of them has their own interesting story. They may want to enjoy the glory and wealth, or to get rid of the mortal/demon body and become a god, or to live forever, or for the people of one side. Everyone has a reason or desire in his heart. He also has his own past or persistence, in order to climb to the top of the sky and seek the position of a god. These climbers from all over the world have also tried their best, even resorting to any means. The Tower of Babel reaches the sky. Countless people died in the fight inside the tower, and those who were knocked out of the tower and fell from the sky with screams are unknown. There was another heavy landing sound, and the person who fell not far from the feet of a young man with a white face, bright eyes, and white teeth, raising a cloud of dust. At the last moment of his life, the person who had already died in the tower raised his hand tremblingly and looked at the sunset in the distance. That was the direction of his hometown. In his gradually fading eyes, there was some anger, some unwillingness, but in the end, it all turned into a kind of loneliness after failing to live up to the expectations of his hometown elders. Pursing his lips, the young man closed his eyes. This person, she had seen before, was a flood control hero in a county in Donglinzhou. King Sanjiang failed to fulfill his responsibility of flood control, but someone helped him fulfill it and killed several evil dragons. When he traveled around the East Continent and returned to the North Sea Kingdom 3 years ago, the young man had met this person once. And she also remembered that this person's name and deeds were once written on the monument to the gods. Although she could not fully understand the inscription, she was sure that this person should have a god position. The god position represented the pure heart of this person who protected his hometown at that moment. And it was also the call of the people in the heart. The world had already recognized this person, and he should have been deified. But in the story written by King Sanjiang, there was no name of this person. King Sanjiang crossed out this name. This hero, whose name no longer exists in the monument to the gods, would not know what happened in the heavenly palace of the North Sea, nor would he know that he was supposed to have a position as a god. However, in order to ensure that the land and water would be forever peaceful, and that the river would no longer flood his homeland, he still carried his bag under the wishes of his fellow villagers and elders, and came to the Tower of Babel, and began his journey to the sky. At this time, the crowd watching the ceremony in the distance shouted, and in the midst of the excitement, they were full of joy, pointing to the sky, lowering their heads and whispering, and talking a lot. As for the original position of the hero, I am afraid that it has been replaced by someone with the surname Chen by King Sanjiang, because King Sanjiang also has the surname Chen and the surname Ao. This little dragon king is not worthy. The dragon kings of the other 5 continents are not worthy either. As for this poor boy, he is no longer called His Highness Ao. The name given by Grandpa is too ugly. It is not suitable for walking outside. She named herself Yilingtian. As a dragon king, this name is more appropriate. Isn't it? Yilingtian. Today is my father's birthday banquet, and you are running around again. If you, the son-in-law, bring shame to our Chen family in front of my brothers, when we present gifts later, don't blame my father for expelling you from the Chen family then. A woman in gorgeous clothes and extraordinary appearance appeared beside the young man with a group of followers. Although the woman was extraordinary in appearance, Her every move slightly revealed the aura of a nouveau riche. She also spoke in a very poor manner. And it always starts with father, and ends with Chen family. Compared to this woman, Yi Lingtian's face seems to be more handsome. And he should have a more untainted feeling. If he changes into women clothes and dresses up well, then this cross-dressing man will definitely give people the feeling of a fairy descending to the earth. Perhaps it is precisely because this son-in-law has such a face that Miss Chen Charan acquiesced to this marriage contract. As for this poor boy from the mountains, the king of Sanjiang naturally recognized him as his son-in-law. After all, Yi Lingtian master had saved his life with acupuncture. But now, the king of Sanjiang and his daughter are planning to break off the engagement. After all, the king of Sanjiang is no longer the little dragon he once was. Chen Charan has also met several new brothers. Or should we call them brothers? Although they are not as good-looking as Yi Lingtian. They are the dragon kings of the other 5 continents. The Chen family, which was originally just a nouveau riche, will surely be promoted to a noble family if it marries one of them. Thus, before the next 100 years, it attracted some attention from Feng Shenzhou, the dragon clan supreme, and the Ao clan. As for this son-in-law, he would naturally be given 5 million and asked to get out of the Chen family. If the son-in-law dared to bite his master, Miss Yi Lingtian curled her lips and smiled. Looking at the clouds in the sky, she had already made a decision to show her identity as an inspector today and judge these noble families. Prime Minister Turtle had arranged everything. My uncle also said that a god would help today. I don't know who that god is, and how to help him. But when he brings the 100,000 heavenly soldiers to shout, "Welcome the princess back to the palace," let's see what expressions those noble families will have. How can they save face? Chapter 491. Let's see who dares to touch me today. A fierce fight was taking place on the Tower of Babel, but the banquet under the Tower of Babel was very noisy. The dignitaries from all over the North Sea gathered here today, bringing treasures to give gifts to the Dragon King. Like those climbers who had to take the road to Babel, these people came here to win the Dragon King's smile. And as long as they could please the king of Sanjiang, the throne would be within reach. Even the Dragon Kings of the other 5 continents, today they were vying to please their brother, uncle, or to test him. Recently, there are rumors that the magic pen of King Sanjiang was stolen. I don't know who spread this news, nor do I know whether it is true or false. However, there is an unwritten rule among the Dragon Kings that the person who writes is a real dragon, and can represent the gods. And only the true guardians of the 6 towers of Tontian can do so. Although the Ao family of Feng Shenzhou does not have the right to write, they have the right to supervise. If the magic pen is still in the hands of King Sanjiang, then the other Dragon Kings will not dare to snatch it due to the pressure from the Ao family of Feng Shenzhou. But if this pen was stolen by a little demon, then King Sanjiang would have made a big mistake. At that time, King Sanjiang would be held accountable by the princess and lose his position as a true dragon. And the other Dragon Kings only need to make use of this issue to make some comments, and then find the magic pen and bring it back to their own Tower of Babel. Then, they can naturally become the 100-year-old true dragon. So, although they were extremely angry about the pen thief challenge to the authority of the 6 dragon clans, they also had some thoughts in their hearts. Therefore, everyone has been paying attention to the actions of King Sanjiang recently. However, King Sanjiang has been very calm recently. He not only held his birthday banquet with great fanfare, and enjoyed himself with the people, he also held the climbing ceremony on schedule, and selected the immortal officials. Today is the last day of the climbing ceremony. Whether the pen is lost or not, we will know whether King Sanjiang will enthrone the immortal official after the climbing ceremony today. But King Sanjiang did not seem to be in a hurry today, but was very happy at the birthday banquet. This made many Dragon Kings doubt the truth of the rumor. King Sanjiang's acting skills are indeed very good, and he is indeed very patient. As for who stole the pen, King Sanjiang already had some guesses in his mind. It is very likely that it was the 2 snake demons, who have become more and more famous recently. They have always wanted to push the Tower of Babel, and the magic pen is the key to eliminate the power of the Tower of Babel. They will definitely come again today, and no matter how they come secretly, as long as they enter the Tower of Babel, King Sanjiang will be the first to know. So as long as the magic pen is taken back before the princess comes to inspect this place, the story of losing the pen will not exist. Therefore, although King Sanjiang hated the 2 monsters, he was confident about getting the magic pen back. Therefore, he kept his anger in his stomach and did not show it on his face. However, The news from Dongmen Town today ruined King Sanjiang's plan. Rebellion? Rebellion? Except for the supreme AO family of Fengshan Tao Dragon King. Who dares to touch my 6 major families? Dare to kill my immortal official? Destroy my divine tripod? Investigate. Kill! King Sanjiang threw the wine cup in his hand fiercely to the stage. His words were concise and to the point, revealing the domineering power of the Dragon King. For a moment, the noisy venue suddenly became somewhat silent. Some people in the stage were talking in a low voice, and the voice of his daughter comforting King Sanjiang was heard on the stage. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out of the crowd and bowed to King Sanjiang on the stage. This person had a face as white as jade, bright eyes and white teeth, and big eyes like peach blossoms. It was Yi Lingtian, who had just followed the princess here. However, although the princess stood on the stage, she was not qualified to stand there. After all, she was not a member of the Qin family. Your Highness, King Sanjiang, according to the Book of Conferred Gods, the god of Dongmen should have been Qin Imo instead of Qin Peng. Since Qin Peng took office as the immortal official, the people of Dongmen Town have been living in poverty. And there are rumors that the people of Dongmen Town have suffered from the immortal official for a long time. Now that this incident has occurred in the local area, there must be a reason. It is urgent to appoint a new official to appease the local people and then investigate the matter, instead of killing people indiscriminately. During Yi Lingtian's act of admonition, King Sanjiang's face became even uglier. The discussion below the stage became louder, and some dragon kings, after looking at the boy's appearance, could not help but sneer. How dare you? How dare you? A son-in-law. Say more about the Dragon King family affairs. The princess was furious and scolded him loudly. Seeing such a mess, a young man sitting in the first seat on the left hand below King Sanjiang picked up the jade wine glass, crossed his legs, and laughed slowly. The young man was handsome and extraordinary, and there was a bit of evil charm in his smile. Shu Ran. I'm not saying anything bad about you. You actually found such an ungrateful son-in-law. It Uncle birthday. Let him in. That all. How dare you ask for an official position here? A poor boy from the mountains. Is he worthy of marrying the princess of Donglen? A bald old man in the crowd looked at Yi Lingtian with disdain and loudly responded. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Lingtian, who originally clenched her fists and trembled with anger, suddenly blinked her peach blossom eyes and looked at the bald old man woodenly. The old man smiled and nodded to Yi Lingtian, as if to encourage him. Then he turned his head to the other side and said loudly, That right. You don't even need to take a piss and look in the mirror. You are not even worthy of carrying shoes for Master Su. These 2 words of flattery made the venue more lively. The crowd was talking. What the hell is Master Su called? Should it be the king of Shihuai? Aren't these words a bit inappropriate? Hush. This is the style of a big family. Those guests who were not brought by the Dragon King were discussing these things in a low voice, while those who came here with the Dragon King were pointing and mocking the son-in-law, sneering endlessly. The style of their speech was exactly the same as that of the bald old man. During this discussion, Su Xiao smiled cynically, then shook the wine glass, took a sip, and said without even looking at it, Make him disappear from my sight immediately. With the old uncle instigation, and Su Xiao singing in unison, Yi Lingtian was so angry that he clenched his fists and trembled all over. And at this time, a purse was thrown in front of his feet. Yi Lingtian raised his head woodenly, and found that it was the king of Sanjiang. 5 million. Enough to repay your master for saving your life. Leave the marriage certificate and get out of here. Seeing his father's actions, Chen Charan laughed coldly. And there were also uproars and gloating voices in the venue. 2 of the Dragon Kings who were originally watching the excitement could not help but whisper to each other after the uproar, Brother, is there really 5 million taels of silver in that bag? I thought you would complain about his words, or that everyone is paying so much attention to his son-in-law, or that everyone would gloat over his misfortune or be shocked or something. But I am really curious about that bag of money. But then again, brother, do you feel that there seems to be a strange aura around the venue today? Don't talk nonsense. Brother, you just came back from Yunhua. You don't know what's going on. The other 4 nouveau riches, who call themselves the 4 great families, usually have this style. We old guys who came back from Yun country should learn from this. Otherwise we will not fit in the future. After the second brother finished speaking, he coughed twice, and then rolled up his sleeves with great enthusiasm, and arrogantly began to pay close attention to the son-in-law and ridiculed him. And the eldest brother quickly followed suit. For a moment, the son-in-law who should have been insignificant in the venue instantly became the protagonist of the whole audience. And the king of Sanjiang, Chun, also shook her sleeves with a cold smile, turned her hands behind her back, and glanced at the son-in-law, and added a few words, "Otherwise you will not survive tonight." Yi Lingtian laughed in anger. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, then shook her sleeves, raised her eyebrows and said, "King Sanjiang, I think you will not survive tonight. This palace has repeatedly advised you. Otherwise, be careful that if the Tower of Babel collapses, you will be deprived of your position as a god and be locked under the Leaning Tower forever." "Son-in-law, you dare to curse me?" King Sanjiang widened his eyes in anger. Princess Chincharan was also trembling with anger. She stretched out her hand, pointed at the man below and said, "Son-in-law, my Chen family cannot tolerate a dog that loves its master. Catch him. Let's see who dares today." A shocking sound echoed in the sky, and then a gust of wind suddenly swept through, and the tiles of the pavilion were suddenly lifted up. Just when everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky, a large piece of colorful auspicious cloud passed through the rolling thunderclouds, and slowly fell from the sky. In an instant, a huge team appeared in the center of the venue, including a royal sedan pulled by dragon horses and golden flags. Flags were like a forest, and there were thousands of people. After the team landed, the golden armored guard shouted and lined up in 2 rows. Many dragon kings, immortal officials, and guests were shocked and looked at the leader, who was the hunchback turtle prime minister. He put his hands behind his back. His eyes glared, and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the son-in-law, and he bowed and was about to kneel. At this moment, thousands of eyes focused on the turtle prime minister. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized something, and the pupils of King Sanjiang and others suddenly shrank, and they were so scared that they felt cold all over. Their legs softened, and they were about to kneel down to the son-in-law. The son-in-law also raised his head proudly and curled his lips. However, at this moment, Prime Minister Turtle was suddenly pushed away by a big hand. It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied with the fact that his position and lines were taken away. After the pusher pushed Prime Minister Turtle away, he glanced at him. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked to the front slowly and swaggeringly, while Prime Minister Turtle and many guards bowed to him. Everyone looked at this person woodenly, and this person also stared at the son-in-law. Immediately, this person glanced at the many long oceans and a bald old man in the crowd who was so nervous that he was sweating, then rolled up his sleeves and continued what Prime Minister Turtle said. "Let's see who dares to touch me today." After saying that, he fell to the ground. Sanjiang King, Su Xiao, Chincharan, the eldest brother, and the second brother, and many other long oceans? A lady who claimed to be my son-in-law? Miss Dai, who was originally expecting her husband to be in the limelight. Miss Ao and her sister-in-law. And the Prime Minister Turtle, who lived in Bungbu in a stiff smile. Come on. Come on. Anyone who is dissatisfied, stand up. Louis rolled on the ground. Chapter 492. Today is not a good day for a blind date. I see who dares to touch me today. Louis presents +1+1+1+1. Triggered special effects. 1. Spotlight. 2. Social awesomeness. 3. Complete silence. The noisy meeting was completely silent, and thousands of wooden eyes focused on the man on the ground. At this moment, time seemed to freeze suddenly. Even the Sanjiang King and others who had originally planned to kneel down to the princess just did half of the action and stood there with their mouths wide open. If it weren't for a bald old man in the crowd rubbing his face fiercely, the climbers who were watching the excitement from a distance would have thought that someone had cast a magic spell to stop time over there. Louis rolled over, and the Sanjiang King and others who had opened their mouths gradually closed their mouths and fell into deep thought. Obviously, time was not frozen, but everyone's brain suddenly crashed. Come on. Come on. Anyone who is dissatisfied, stand up. A burst of light footsteps suddenly sounded, as if responding to this sentence. The gentle sound of the boots was so clear in the venue where you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, everyone finally focused their attention on the protagonist. The son-in-law. Son-in-law? That right. Today, only this protagonist can move this strange boss, who suddenly appeared and rolled around. The fat dragon in the crowd whispered excitedly. That right. Wait a minute. Big brother. Shouldn't you start by complaining about who this person who brought the heavenly soldiers with him is? Why do you feel that this person is so awesome and admirable? With so many heavenly soldiers here. Who dares to touch him? Such things? Shh. Don't ask. He is the protagonist anyway. Didn't you notice that everyone is paying inexplicable attention to the son-in-law? And he easily snatched it away? The eldest princess and the son-in-law walked over with a blank expression. And then she woodenly pushed away the troublesome Prime Minister Turtle. Stopped beside Louis, bent down calmly, stretched out her hand, and pulled Louis's arm. Xiaolong new presence +1+1+1. Trigger special effects to refocus on the protagonist. Son-in-law. It didn't work after pulling it. The eldest princess gave Louis a look. I am the protagonist today. I haven't finished my lines yet. Can you please stop stealing the spotlight so often? Get up. No, do you really have to steal the spotlight this way? After saying that, Louis rolled over. The eldest princess, son-in-law, said nothing, turned around and left. Louis presence +1+1+1+1. The defeated princess Long Outian +1. Who else? Stand up. I was the one who killed the god of Dongmen. If you don't agree, come up. Looking at the strange rolling boss that suddenly appeared in the venue, and the spotlight on him, King Sanjiang and others fell into deep thought again. Then, King Sanjiang rolled up his sleeves and walked over there. King Sanjiang. That right. Today, only he can stand up and challenge this strange boss. Before he finished speaking, the solemn-looking king of Sanjiang was pushed away by a thin old man with a bald head. The Beihai world entering the spotlight +1. Beihai world presence +1. Everyone looked at the old man who suddenly stepped into the spotlight, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Then cold sweat flowed down everyone's face. And then, they pretended not to know the old man and looked away. The fat dragon and the second brother of the dragon were so scared that they quickly closed their mouths, although they didn't know who the person rolling on the ground was. It seemed that His Majesty had to take action. It seems that the old cousin was finally tricked out. He really had to take action. Otherwise, the North Sea God clan's face would be completely lost by this evil nephew today. I saw that the incognito old man walked over expressionlessly, and woodenly stretched out his hand to pull the man up. Get up. Don't touch me. Otherwise, I will call you in public. Before he finished speaking, Louis's mouth was covered fiercely by the old man. And then Louis gave the old man a look. Try to touch me again? The old man said nothing, and turned away. Strength +300. At this moment, the quiet meeting place suddenly exploded, and people whispered about the relationship between the dragon god and this kid. The king of Sanjiang and others also looked at the princess in confusion, and asked silently with their eyes, "Who is this great god you invited?" The princess was also confused. Yes. Who is this person? And he looks a little familiar. She couldn't help but look at Prime Minister Turtle and King Sanjiang. Su Xiao and many other Long Outian also looked at Prime Minister Turtle. Prime Minister Turtle opened his mouth, and then fell into deep thought. I don't know him. Miss Dai and Miss Ao, who were standing with Prime Minister Turtle. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Qin Bairshian again. Miss Dai and Miss Ao said nothing, turned around and left. Everyone looked at King Sanjiang again. You must know him. Right? Dongmenshin was killed by him. Is this person here to cause trouble for you? This is obviously to disrupt your birthday party. Right? The 3-year period has come. Respectfully welcome the princess back to the palace. The king of Sanjiang suddenly shouted. Then he knelt down in front of the princess. The Prime Minister Turtle, whose line was stolen. The princess had a black question mark on her face. At least drive him away. I don't want to return to the palace in such an embarrassing scene. Louis smiled crookedly and rolled on the ground again. With a bang, the box of gifts in Prime Minister Turtle's hand was snatched away and then fell hard to the ground. The princess turned her head woodenly and looked at Su Xiao. Humph. Mr. Su snorted coldly and said, This North Sea divine pill is better off being fed to a dog. The bald old man? Narrator complains, You don't have to rush to sever your relationship with him. No one asked you. Narrator complains, Also, let not talk about the fact that this divine pill was probably dropped by Prime Minister Turtle. Right? What do you mean by grabbing it and dropping it directly? And you skipped a lot of plots. At least you should have hit the strange boss in the face first. Now no one knows whose face you hit with this ginseng. Narrator complains, Ha! I understand. You guessed who he might be. So on the one hand, you are afraid of getting into trouble, and on the other hand, you feel it is too embarrassing now, so you just skipped so many plots. planning to send the princess away and then end the meeting. Right? Seeing that everyone in the whole venue had already knelt on the ground, and began the process of welcoming the princess back to the palace. In a blink of an eye, everyone knelt on the ground, and began the process of welcoming the princess back to the palace. The second brother, who was kneeling at the front with his eldest brother, knelt on the ground while pulling his eldest brother, staring and whispering, "Hey, hey, hey." The man on the ground secretly ate the magic pill. Louis' strength increased by 300. Hush. Finish the process quickly and leave. The identity of this man was revealed in a while. It was said that he was a dragon ancestor of your family. The king of the 9 dragons sea. Or something like that. Do you recognize him? The second brother shut up. His heart skipped a beat. That person looked unfamiliar. Maybe he was the old man who had returned from studying abroad. The eldest princess, who was kneeling beside the eldest brother and second brother, also skipped a beat, and immediately recognized the man. 3 years ago, my uncle had said that he would arrange a marriage for me in the future. So I went to Sorrento to take a look. But it seemed that I had recognized the wrong person. After all, the man was praised to the sky by my uncle. But when I saw Louis at that time, Louis was very weak. How could it be the Sea King of Jiolong Town? The Sea King of Jiolong Town is more like that. A few days ago, my uncle mentioned this again, saying that he would find a live-in son-in-law for himself in the next 2 days. Who is my uncle-nephew? So at a blind date with him. My uncle is an unreliable guy. Miss Aoyo dealt with the people around her, then turned around, and planned to leave quickly. She made up her mind to run back to Yunhua today and never come back. Just then, my uncle grabbed her arm. Aoyo gave my uncle a look. Uncle! This blind date depends on the situation. This scene is not suitable for a blind date. Can I go home and have a meal first and then come back? Chapter 493. Well done. Seeing Long Outyan and the others acting in a pretentious manner, the princess also said a few words in cooperation, and then planned to leave. The bald old man couldn't help but get anxious. All the people today are witnesses. Why did they suddenly end the show? The tower hasn't been pushed yet. The fate line is not like this. Louis, who accidentally knocked down the Tower of Babel, had to bear his bitter and grudgeful fate as a savior, and go to the 9 underworld. But if we look at the current fate line, the one who pushed the tower became King Sanjiang. Louis also became the savior of Jiuming. It was the other way around. At this time, the eldest princess had turned around, patted her, and was about to leave. The bald old man quickly grabbed his good granddaughter, planning to let her control the situation and change the fate line back. As a result, it seemed that this pull had a chain reaction. Not only did the fate line become more and more chaotic, but the matter became more and more serious. I don't know whether this should be blamed on the fact that my cousin has an unreliable granddaughter who can't even write a word wrong, or on the fact that my cousin found 4 masters and apprentices to help. Helen wrote furiously with a strange look on her face. Uncle? At this moment, after being grabbed by her uncle's arm, Miss Good Granddaughter indeed stopped, turned sideways, and looked at Louis. She then curled her lips and smiled. She ran. I'm not saying anything bad about you. You actually found such a useless son-in-law. It's okay to let him in for Uncle's birthday. But he's still rolling around here. Let him disappear from my sight. Uncle? Chun Chu ran? Chin Charan looked at Louis woodenly. Louis? And rolled over. Chin Charan, I don't have such a live-in son-in-law. Don't put the blame on me. Murang grabbed his granddaughter old cousin, looking at the fate line that suddenly became more and more chaotic. Dumbfounded. With a strange sound, Helen, who was riding in the air, threw the pen in her hand to the ground fiercely, and angrily cursed. This story of the Book of Gods is better written for a dog. After the magic pen fell to the ground, lines of text automatically formed on the Book of Conferred Gods. The magic pen rolled on the ground for a long time, and rolled to Louis's side. Then, Louis, who was turning over and flipping through the storybook, felt a crisp sound on his back with a strange look on his face. He reached back woodenly and picked up a broken pen. Obviously, like his uncle, in front of Louis, the storybook is just a book that can be flipped through at will, and the pen is also a pen that can be fiddled with at will. At this time, the Long Oceans in the entire venue did not notice this. After Helen finished speaking, they knelt lazily on the ground in front of the princess, and then everyone patted their buttocks and planned to leave without waiting for the princess to say anything. However, at this time, Louis, the old cousin, Helen, the eldest princess, and the other four were all staring at the broken pen in Louis's hand. "Hey, old cousin Grandpa, it's not Helen's fault, it was Lou and I who broke it. This is too fragile." "Isn't this one?" Louis said to the old cousin with an embarrassed expression. It okay. It broken. So it is." The bald old man smiled and comforted the two children, then he stretched out his hand and drew a few times in the air, as if he had written down the year, month, and day. Louis broke something. And so on. Then the bald old man stepped back, pulled out a camera from his sleeve, and snapped a few photos of Louis. "What do you mean?" Under the flash, Louis was holding the broken pen in his hand, with a confused look on his face. "It okay, as long as it not the king of Sanjiang, nephew, niece-in-law. It all the same." The bald old man smiled, and put the camera away. Then he glanced at the Tower of Babel, and then disappeared. "Louis? It okay, this pen was broken once by my uncle before, and used to scam people." The princess walked through the crowd that was dispersing, and took the pen from Louis calmly, and said to them with a smile, "It will be fixed later." This surprised Louis a little. He could fix this pen, but he was a little curious about the fact that his cousin broke the pen and robbed the porcelain. Louis looked at Xiaolong curiously and asked, "When did it happen? Whose porcelain did you rob?" "Oh, the last time was when the 6 uncles and my brother were guarding the tower. The Tower of Babel was built by the power of the magic pen. Once the pen is broken, the 6 towers will be fragile. Therefore, I tricked them into believing that someone must guard the Tower of Babel, which kept Beihai Kingdom stable for 3,000 years. So Louis, just don't touch the tower until the pen is repaired. Otherwise, if the Donglin Tower falls, the other 5 towers will not be able to support Feng Shintao, and will fall together." "What about when Beihai Kingdom didn't have Optimus Prime before? Who held up the sky?" Louis asked. "Of course, it Grandpa 9 Heads," Xiaolong said. Louis understood a little bit. It bad that the old man didn't take it seriously just now. Or in his eyes, the sky falling is nothing. After all, he is the one who built the sky of the North Sea. What he cares about is whether there is someone who always holds up the sky. After all, if his 9 heads hold up the sky, then he will have no time to sleep. But why did he take a picture of himself? And what does the phrase "all the same" mean? "Oh, by the way, Helen, where are your 2 sisters?" Louis suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen the 2 ladies for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly felt some vibration under his feet. "Helen, where are your 2 sisters? It seems like there was an earthquake. Hurry up and call them back to hide. They left when they saw you successfully caught the boss." Helen blinked and pointed to the top of the Tower of Babel. Louis and the eldest princess looked at the Tower of Babel woodenly. And then, they both opened their mouths wide. At the same time, the ground suddenly shook violently. And Long Outyan and the guests who were chatting on the ground were also suddenly stunned, looking at the Tower of Babel not far away woodenly, and opened their mouths wide. The sky above the towering tower was filled with demonic energy, and the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the top of the tower. And under the background of the tower, there was a huge bright moon. There was no bright moon in Beihai country, but it suddenly appeared in this world today. At this time, under the background of the bright moon, it was clearly seen that the tower was slightly tilted, and on each floor and the bottom of the tower, countless figures were constantly flying out and gathering near the top of the tower under the round moon. Louis looked up along the tower and saw countless people near the top of the tower. The leaders were a woman in white and a woman in green, and people were following them, flying around the tower. It turned out that Miss Dai and Miss Ao had quietly entered the demon suppression tower while Louis was pulling a group of monsters, and united thousands of monsters together. The shake just now was their first joint attack, which caused the demon suppression tower to tilt slightly. But it also allowed many big monsters suppressed under the tower to escape. These big monsters were all people who had entered the finals of the sky climbing ceremony. They were extremely powerful. After being suppressed under the tower, they also guarded the Tower of Babel for the Dragon Kings. At this time, after these big monsters that were suppressed under the Tower of Babel flew out, the Tower of Babel became a little more fragile, and the power of the tower pushers also increased a little. Looking at the countless big monsters in the sky, after gathering around the 2 girls, they all looked angrily at the demon suppression tower. Louis and the eldest princess stared with their eyes wide open. It over. What this niece wife did will definitely be blamed on the nephew. "Louis, if you can't handle it today, you can wait to ask your uncle to help you." Hearing this, Louis was dumbfounded. Let not talk about whether we can handle this matter. Do we have to push it now? Don't touch that tower. Louis stretched out his hand and shouted over there. Miss Di felt something in her heart. She raised her head and laughed, and then the voices of the two sisters echoed in the sky. Miss A.O. Louis, you did a great job today. Bullshit. I didn't cooperate with you. Come down quickly. If all 6 towers fall, the sky will turn upside down, and I don't know how many things will come out of the abyss. Miss Di, humph, I don't care about the flood. I don't care how many demons come out. I came here today to turn the sky upside down. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be a high ceiling. Fuck you. Amid the sound in the sky, the two sisters looked at the Tower of Babel together, and launched a joint attack with many great demon kings in anger. Then the earth shook, and the tower collapsed. The sky was cut by the tower tip, leaving a big gully. Suddenly, Louis felt that his magic power had recovered 1/6, then 2/6, and 3/6. 6 towers of Babel began to collapse one after another, and the seal on Louis was gradually released. The entire North Sea kingdom suddenly shook. Chapter 494. Our Long Outyan is going to lose. All over the Bahai kingdom, many little gods sense something. They all look towards the direction of Feng Shen's house, then fly to the sky with solemn faces, activate the divine seal to protect their own territory. In the blink of an eye, the earth began to shake violently. Many pale-faced little gods looked around, and found that an unprecedented earthquake was happening in the entire Bahai kingdom, and the epicenter was Feng Shen's house in front of them. The huge Feng Shen's house is shaking constantly, and has a tendency to fall towards Donglin's house. The friction between the continents is like the movement of the earth crust. Therefore, the entire Bahai kingdom is now in ruins. The entire Bahai kingdom is now in ruins. But the jurisdictions protected by many small gods are extremely peaceful. People in the entire Bahai world are slowly walking on the streets at this moment, looking towards the center of this world, Feng Shen's house. In amazement, in the Fengshenzhou, people could clearly see that the Tianshan mountain and the sky were shaking violently, and the 6 Optimus Primes that could be seen in various places in Bahai kingdom on sunny days were also falling. It bad? It must be the dragon god turning over. A spectator in Dongmen town slapped his thigh and said. But compared to the words he said, his face was full of excitement of watching the excitement and gaining knowledge. The crowd around was the same. Everyone was cracking melon seeds, eating watermelons, and discussing the dragon god turning over. It was rumored that Bahai kingdom had one every 1,000 years. Everyone was lucky enough to witness the scene, which was a once-in-a-lifetime event. In the noisy crowd, Chinimo pushed aside a vendor who was running over to sell snacks, and looked up at the sky with a strange expression. The 18 flying stars had now turned into suns, gathering in the sky of Fengshenzhou. Chinimo had heard his uncle say that if the sky of Bahai kingdom was to collapse one day, don't be afraid, because the dragon god would use his head to hold up the sky. At that time, in Bahai kingdom, 18 suns would appear in the sky. At that time, Chinimo regarded this as a joke. His uncle was telling a story again. After all, how could he know what the dragon god would do? But now Chinimo believed his uncle's words very much, because his uncle Chen was the dragon god. Indeed, the dragon god was his uncle, and he was everyone's uncle, because he treated everyone as his own children. However, he was fortunate enough to listen to so many stories from his uncle, which made Chinimo feel very excited every time he recalled them. But Chinimo was worried about his uncle again. Although his uncle was there, the sky of the North Sea kingdom would not fall. But the North Sea kingdom had made such a big fuss, and the heavenly court of the Cloud kingdom would definitely punish it. After all, according to the story that his uncle had told him, the rules of the heavenly court were established by his uncle and his brothers, so everyone had to abide by the rules. If the Jinyuan kings and Jinming kings followed suit and casually turned over and scratched their butts like his uncle, the rules would be broken, and the Cloud kingdom would not have to guard any great abyss. But my uncle seemed to have said that, when the rules were first established, they secretly left some backdoors in order to scratch their butts. In certain situations, it was allowed to scratch one, but, for example, if a big demon came to cause trouble. I heard that when the 9 big demons from the South China Sea came last time, my uncle was so happy that he got a chance to scratch his butt. So the 9 big demons took the blame for the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Today, my uncle is scratching his butt, and he must have found someone to take the blame. Thinking of this, Chinimo was a little confused again. Not everyone can take the blame. Right? Only the level of the 9 ancient gods of the South Sea is qualified to take the blame. But since they were hit, the 9 gods have never come to the North Sea Kingdom again. And they don't even dare to come to the North Sea. Recently, the only god who came to the North Sea Kingdom seems to be the king of the South Sea. The nephew of my uncle. Is he planning to trick his nephew? His Royal Highness the King of Zhanhai seems to be a very cautious person. And he also said that he would not touch the Optimus Prime. However, his 2 wives seem to be people who can do something as big as breaking the sky. Chinimo remembered that the 2 immortals Chibai said that they wanted to turn the Babel Tower over. So now they just turned over all 6 towers at the same time. This pot seems to be a bit big. Louis also felt that today's pot was a bit big. After he felt that the seal on his body was gradually untied. He felt that the 6 towers seemed to be unable to be defended. Now Louis felt like he was stuck in a dilemma. If he waited until all the seals were lifted, he would definitely have a way to stop all this from happening. But the key point was that, for every 6 seals on him that were lifted, it meant that one of the Babel Towers had fallen. Now 3 Babel Towers have begun to tilt. What are you still standing there for? Louis shouted at the Sanjiang King and other Longy Oceans around him with an ugly face. Hurry up and hold up that tower. If it falls, the other 5 must fall. With the shout of the King of Zhanhai, many Long Outyans suddenly woke up, and turned into golden dragons, and flew into the Tontian Tower in front of them. And some Longy Oceans from other Tontian Towers also hurriedly flew back to their own territories. Louis and Xilongnu also flew to the sky at this time, looking at the Longy Oceans who were struggling in the Tontian Tower not far away with grim expressions. These Longy Oceans were of extraordinary stature and strength, and it would be no problem for them to deal with the god of 10,000 eyes. But compared to Long Outyan and his men, the number of demons is too large. Long Outyan and his men may not be able to hold out for too long. You know, the great demons in Beihai Kingdom, who have been qualified to be deified for thousands of years, have all run out of the 6 towers today and gathered here. As long as the tower in Donglin's falls, it will be useless for Long Outyan in other places to guard the tower well. It seems that in this battle with the demons, our Long Outyan will lose. Louis sighed. Xiaolongnu gave Louis a look. Don't think that by doing this, you can get rid of the suspicion of being the mastermind who pushed down the Tower of Babel. Under Xiaolongnu's gaze, Louis shook his head and emphasized, Hey, it seems that we will be blamed for not guarding the tower today. Now we can only watch it fall down. And then I will put it up again, which can be regarded as more merit than fault. What a big mouth. Xiaolongnu couldn't help but say, You can't even do anything about the tower falling down. And you still want to build a tower? Do you know how much effort it took for my uncle to erect these 6 towers? This is not something that can be done with brute force. If you can really erect these towers, I will give you false testimony today, saying that this Tower of Babel was knocked down by my uncle. It seems that someone will be spanked tonight. Oh! Louis nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and said, It a deal then. TSK. Chapter 495, I am truly a god. Oh! Louis nodded indifferently, slowly rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and said, It a deal. For a moment, when Louis nodded indifferently, he actually felt very reliable, and Xiaolongnu felt that she almost believed his lies. But the next second, Xiaolongnu saw Louis take out a camera from his arms, and fiddled with it. Narrator complained, This camera seems familiar. Helen suddenly blinked, moved herself to her old cousin grandfather. Grandpa fell asleep with his chin propped up, and the camera hanging around his neck seemed to be gone. After fiddling with the camera for a few times, Louis glanced at Xiaolongnu, seemingly intending to let her take a photo of him later. TSK. Xiaolongnu rolled her eyes speechlessly and ignored him. I really believed his lies. What time is it now? This guy is still playing with a camera here? How unreliable is he? I don't know where my grandfather found his relatives, and then found such a divine man. When he first appeared today, Xiaolongnu was really scared. At that time, Xiaolongnu thought that her leading role was going to be taken away by this divine man. It was indeed robbed. But the trick used by this godlike elder brother was a way that Xiaolongnu had never imagined. Now, the 2 young ladies in the distance have brought the entire Beihai Kingdom demon tribe to make such a big fuss. And this godlike gentleman has just emphasized again and again that no one is allowed to push down the Donglin Tower. But it has been so long. And this godlike gentleman has only talked but not done anything. Now, the 2 young ladies have already pushed the Donglin Tower crooked. But the godlike gentleman changed his mind, and said that he would wait until the tower fell before standing it up again. He built a tower. Xiao Longnu now understood that this godlike elder brother was only good at talking. And he was also very cowardly, and liked to make excuses. Compared to this godlike elder brother, his two wives were really extraordinary. Thinking of this, His Highness Ao came back to his senses, and looked towards the distant Tontian Tower in Donglan Prefecture with serious eyes. At this time, the Donglan Tower, under the layers of protection of King Sanjiang and others, had already surged with a golden aura, and this aura had condensed into a golden dragon head. The golden dragon head was now wrestling with a giant snake formed by the 10,000 demons formation. As the demons continued to join the 10,000 demons formation, the giant snake was getting bigger and bigger, and now it was much bigger than the golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake wrestling with the golden dragon suddenly pressed forward again, and then the Tower of Babel in front of him tilted a little more. It seemed that in the wrestling between the two sides, this was not the first time that the Tower of Babel tilted, but this time it reached a certain critical point. After the Tower of Babel tilted a little, a large piece of rock fell out from the bottom of the tower, close to Feng Shen's. Then, Xia Longnu saw with her own eyes that the huge Feng Shen's actually moved a few centimeters. For thousands of years, Feng Shen's had never moved a bit. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and people suddenly could not hear any sound. The chain reaction of friction between the crystal plates was transmitted. In an instant, the earth suddenly began to vibrate violently. Xiao Longnu in midair looked down, and saw that the land below was rolling like waves. Every wave was a mountain range, and within 1,000 miles, the mountains were constantly rising and falling like waves. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark because of the earthquake. Looking far away, one could even see many earthquake lights like aurora from the land at the end of the field of vision. And the sky in the sky was shaking violently, as if the sky was about to fall. The surroundings were extremely dark. The dark sky and earth were slightly illuminated by the aurora. The whole world seemed to be in the end of the world. The Tower of Babel had not yet completely collapsed, but such a big commotion had occurred. But some people felt that this was not enough. Suddenly, Louis saw the big waterfall in the sky in the distance, which became more and more turbulent under the guidance of some force. The water gradually gathered together, forming waves in the air that were taller than the mountains. And the initiators of all this were the millions of demons led by the two immortals Qin Bai. Seeing the white-clothed man in the center of the 10,000 demons formation, the woman in green was already leading the shocking waves, rushing towards the tilted Tower of Babel. The long Aotians who were holding on in the Tower of Babel almost fainted. And Louis and the eldest princess were also dumbfounded. Who brought this prodigal woman here? Go and persuade her. Prime Minister Turtle grabbed his black gauze hat and shouted hysterically. Louis, who was flipping through the camera film, raised his head and gave Prime Minister Turtle a look. Are you fucking deliberately clicking on me? Useless. The princess looked at the other side woodenly and said, useless even if they stop. The 6 towers will collapse. Just halfway through the words, there were a few shudder sounds around her. In the flash of the camera, the princess subconsciously posed a few times. Then the princess felt a big hard object stuffed into her chest. Looking down, it was the camera that Louis had fiddled with before. I've taken the photos. Watch. When the 6 towers fall down, I go and build the towers. Xiao Longnu picked up the camera and took a few photos of the 2 fairies Qin and Bai who were directing the flood in the distance, as evidence that Louis was the mastermind and Qin and Bai were the accomplices. Seeing that Xiao Longnu was very good at using this Western thing, Louis took out the broken magic pen with satisfaction. At this time, the waves as high as 10,000 feet in the distance had already hit from the sky, and the rumbling sound of the water also rang in his ears. The water of the great river came from the sky. The huge waves were like a huge mountain range. In a blink of an eye, it rushed to Feng Shen's behind the Tower of Babel. In an instant, the Optimus Prime made a loud rumbling sound, and Feng Shen's also shook violently. At this moment, the other 5 Optimus Primes also began to shake violently, and were about to collapse. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang in the sky. Louis, my cousin is going to fall asleep again. The 2 of us can only keep Feng Shen's and the sky intact for 3 minutes at most. Louis vaguely felt that the voice was familiar, but this was not the time to think about it. 3 minutes, enough. Louis' vision passed through the dimension, and looked at a certain Babel Tower in the distance. The last Long Outian had entered the Babel Tower. Retracting his gaze, Louis reached out, and touched the broken pin, and then the magic pin returned to its original state. Immediately afterwards, Louis reached out and grabbed it in the air again, and then the function book fell into his hands. He turned a page, and then ticked Donglin Hao San Jiang King, Chen Shi, and wrote Donglin Hao San Jiang King, Louis. In an instant, Louis's body grew taller, and in the blink of an eye, the whole world was under his feet. Seeing that Louis had become so big, Xiao Longnu and San Jiang King and others were dumbfounded. They were both San Jiang Kings, or in other words, both were the gods of the Lord of a state. But their abilities seemed to be very different. Don't just stand there, take a picture. We can go and report our cousin later. Little dragon girl. The eldest princess sneaked away with the camera. After Louis finished speaking, his body became bigger and bigger, and the person on the ground could no longer be seen. The surrounding scene also became a little different. If the back of the cousin was like a continent before, it has now become an open-air temple with mist. The temple is wrapped in misty water vapor and the sea, and Louis is now standing in the temple. After looking around, Louis picked up the pen in his hand and looked at a stone tablet with a square base in front of him. This stone tablet is tall and thin, as high as 2 stories. The tip of the top has already poked into the water above the temple. The part that sticks out should be Fengshan Island. As for the square base like a flower bed under the monument, it is Fengshan Hao. There are 6 thin pillars around the flower bed to fix it. The 6 pillars are quite high, but too thin, and look like 6 broken wooden frames. At this time, the small pillars are already crooked, and the base of the flower bed and the stone tablet in front of him also seemed to slide away. After looking around, Louis retracted his gaze. Today he plans to plant a few trees in this temple. Chapter 496. You don't deserve it. It was drizzling in the temple, which meant that the sky of Beihai Kingdom had been broken. But Louis had a way to solve this matter, including the holes that were once broken by Aku and the others. Louis now had the throne of King Sanjiang, which meant that he had the power of the entire Donglin province, which was equivalent to having the right to use 1/7 of the magic power of his uncle. With so much magic power, Louis could do what his uncle could do. And he could also use some clever methods to accomplish what his uncle couldn't do. He planned to plant a few trees today, and he was looking for saplings at this moment. The environment in front of him was very different from the real world of the North Sea Kingdom. This seemed to indicate that the world Louis was in now was not the real world of the North Sea Kingdom. It was a world in which the North Sea Kingdom was reflected in the inverted world, or an abstract North Sea world in the Kingdom of God. This made everything in front of Louis different from the appearance of objects in reality. But it is certain that the large flower bed at the base of the stone tablet was Fengshan Hao. There were 6 pillars around the base of the flower bed in front of him to fix the flower bed. This was what Louis planned to use as a sapling. At this time, the 6 towers were already crooked and about to collapse. You could vaguely see golden dragons moving inside the towers. According to the proportions, each of these golden dragons was as big as Hog. But now, in front of Louis, they looked like little snakes. At this time, after seeing Louis pick up the pen, these golden dragons suddenly realized something. They hurriedly got out of the towers and wanted to run, but Louis waved his hand, and the golden dragons were trapped inside the towers. After subduing several dishonest dragon kings, Louis reached out from the pillar of Donglin Hao and pulled out a struggling golden dragon, king of Sanjiang. He stretched out his hand and rubbed it, and turned it into a golden sticker. Louis used the sticker to wrap around the Donglin pillar several times, and then he reached out to hold the Donglin pillar and wrote a spell on it with a magic pen. Then, the Donglin pillar began to take root and sprout like a sapling. In just a few blinks of an eye, the tree roots had penetrated deep into the 2 lands of Fengshan Hao and Donglin Hao, and connected the 2 continents with its huge roots. At this time, Louis had also done something with the other 5 Optimus Primes. The roots of the 6 small trees gradually connected together, embracing Fengshan Hao. Fengshan Hao became particularly stable as a result. As the tree roots went deeper and deeper, the huge tree crown gradually supported the sky, blocking the holes in the sky of Beihai Kingdom. Afterwards, the treetops gave birth to many more aerial roots. A single tree forms a forest. The branches and leaves spread from these aerial roots covered a large area of land in Fengshan Hao and Donglin Hao. A vast forest of giant trees formed between the 2 continents. Since then, Beihai Kingdom suddenly had 6 more trees of life that could support the sky. In the future, if people from all over the world want to go to Fengshan Hao, They no longer have to go through the Tower of Babel. The forests formed by giant trees connect Feng Shenshao and the sky of this world. Through it, people can go anywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers of Beihai country will allow people to walk freely. At this time, Louis, who was strolling around the flower bed, found a trace of clues. Louis had felt before that before the sacred tree was planted, there was a force that fixed the flower bed. However, because he only had 3 minutes before, he did not pay much attention. But now he noticed some clues. Around the flower bed, there were some shadows that were about to disappear completely. It seems that the mother-in-law originally intended to hide her trick, but Louis still found out. After the transformation, she held Feng Shinzhou there for 3 minutes without moving. Louis asked himself that his Dharma image could not do it now. But perhaps it could. No wonder the old cousin made Francesco his goddaughter. This majesty of the East Continent is indeed a god-level wizard standing at the top of the world. Her god form has reached the level of the demon lord. Obviously, except for the perverted aliens like my uncle and the moon goddess who represented the will of the world back then, Francesco is basically no match for anyone. Of course, Louis is also a perverted alien. Ignoring the narration, Louis sighed. As expected of the Western invincible, the pretty mother-in-law is indeed as strong as the faceless god. The mother-in-law said before, we can only hold out for 3 minutes at most. The drizzle in the sky had subsided. But Louis could vaguely smell some alcohol. As if alcohol had dripped on his shoulder. Subconsciously, Louis wanted to look up. But at this moment, there were loud noises of collisions coming from the surrounding trees. Louis turned his head, and saw that it was the 6 golden dragons in the 6 towering trees that made the noise. They kept circling and dancing in the trees. But they couldn't get out of the trees. As if they had become ink paintings in the trees. They could only wander among the trees. Many golden dragons could feel that these 6 newly born trees were supported by their divine power. So Louis should be planning to use these 6 trees as their prisons. After discovering this problem, some of the 6 dragon kings sighed. And some cursed that the king of the sea was a liar. He said that he wanted everyone to help support the Tower of Babel. But in fact, he tricked everyone into coming here to work as laborers. He was just as hateful as that old man who cheated people by making a living. Everyone. Some of you have committed many evil deeds, and some of you have committed sins even though you have not done anything wrong. If you follow my standards, you should all be skinned alive. But for the sake of my uncle, I will spare your lives today. But you must serve your sentences. Louis looked at the 6 big trees, and said to the 6 golden dragons in the trees, the Tantian tree has just sprouted, and it needs someone to take care of it for 500 years. There is no such thing as a 100-year rotation in these 500 years. I hope you can reflect on yourself in these 500 years. At this time, a golden dragon appeared on the Donglin tree. It was the king of Sanjiang. He coughed and asked a question very seriously. Ahem. Your Highness. The king of Zhenhai. I understand the truth you said. I have also read those mythological stories. But did you miss something? Where is my master? Your master? Louis stared at the golden dragon in front of him for a long time. Yes. I mean, 500 years later. Shouldn't there be a monk from the east who climbs up the giant tree to help me open the seal or something? Then we will go to the cloud country in the west to learn from the scriptures? This time Louis really understood. He nodded woodenly, and held out 3 fingers to King Sanjiang. 300 years? Are you saying that he will come to save me in 300 years? King Sanjiang was overjoyed. Louis raised his 3 fingers again, and then said 3 words one by one. You are not worthy. King Sanjiang. After sending King Sanjiang away, another Jinlong asked. Then after 500 years, can we get out? Everyone. Whether you can get out depends on yourselves. After 500 years, these trees will no longer need to be taken care of. If Uncle Cousin thinks that you have all reflected on yourselves and have completely repented, he will naturally let you leave the tree. If he thinks that any of you have not reflected on yourselves, he will lock you up until Uncle Cousin is satisfied. But I want to make one thing clear. Whether Uncle Cousin lets you out later, or you sneak out one day after 500 years, you must remember one thing. If anyone commits a crime again, even if Uncle Cousin pleads for you, I will peel off your skin and pull out your tendons, and bury you under these trees as fertilizer for the flowers. Louis's words made many golden dragons feel a little cold and mixed. After many dragon sons and grandsons rebelled against their uncle, they had already divided the North Sea Kingdom. At that time, they were all true dragon emperors, who had the final say, and had many armies under their command. It can be said that they were once true dragon kings, who made the abyss dare not easily invade, and made Dragon Nest City feel terrified. But today, they have all become deposed kings. To convince, everyone must be unconvinced. If there had not been the earth-shattering caused by the relocation of Feng Shen's today, if everyone had not been tricked back to the Tower of Babel, then how could the hundreds of gods and generals and thousands of heavenly soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom allow their king to be captured so easily? But to convince, everyone is also very convinced because this king of the 9 Dragon Sea, who was invited by his majesty to strangle the king, does have the strength to skin them alive. Just the tree planting today is already close to the level of great gods like my cousin. And he is also so in terms of power, or it can be said that the king of 9 Dragon Sea Guarding has the same ability as the king of North Sea Sea Guarding. He can easily dethrone the king of 3 rivers, instead of being able to appoint and dismiss the minor priests in his jurisdiction like many dragon kings. It can be said that, when many dragon kings hold the jade seal, magic pen and book of conferred gods of my cousin, they can only be regarded as eunuchs who forge edicts. But when the king of 9 Dragon Sea Guarding holds the jade seal, he is the king of the North Sea. If there is a jade seal in the South Sea, then when Louis is in the South Sea, it will no longer be as simple as having only one Dharma image. At that time, there will be no need to be afraid of the beating by Aku and the 8 brothers, and those in the south, the Tailuan kingdom, and other southern family alliances, who are pretending to be dead with the support of the ancient gods and the abyss, will naturally not be able to be arrogant anymore. The old cousin must know about the jade seal of the South Sea, and this matter must be asked to him. Chapter 497 Moon Goddess. Many dragon kings knew that they were not on the same level as the king of Kowloon Sea. At this time, many dragon kings had already given in after hearing Louis's warning. Especially those who had done bad things and were guilty of their crimes, all begged for mercy. They said they would repent and take good care of the sky-reaching tree in the next 500 years to make up for their mistakes. And guys like Big Brother Dragon and Second Brother Dragon, who had never done anything bad, complained in depression that Kowloon Sea Bay was purely for conscripting men to work today, regardless of whether they had done bad things or not. They had to work as coolies here for 500 years. But then again, when the 4 major families approached them to discuss escaping from the Tower of Babel together, and then finding powerful monsters to do hard labor, the 2 dragon kings also acquiesced. So the 2 also knew that they were the kind of people who had done nothing wrong, but were guilty. The 500 years of imprisonment imposed by the king of the 9 Dragon Sea Guardian was nothing to say. Since then, the 6 largest warlords in the North Sea Kingdom have been completely dealt with by Louis. And when the 6 dragon kings began to work, the branches of the 6 sacred trees gradually changed their positions. They began to shake gently, and slowly blocked the hole in the sky completely. At this time, although some seawater will still flow down from the cave entrance, the water will not fall directly on the ground, washing out mountain ranges on the ground. Instead, it will flow along the branches and leaves of the sacred tree through the entire sacred tree, and form small waterfalls on the sacred tree. These small waterfalls that eventually left the sacred tree, after being processed by the leaves of the sacred tree, are no longer seawater, but fresh water. These waters will no longer cause saline alkali land to appear in the North Sea Kingdom, but will form small freshwater lakes under the sacred tree, and then form small rivers flowing to all directions of the North Sea Kingdom. The area around the sacred tree will be full of life. The previously uninhabited saltwater rivers in the North Sea Kingdom will gradually become freshwater rivers with people living in them. However, the topography of the North Sea Kingdom has been completely changed because of the sacred tree. When the sun in the North Sea Kingdom shines near the sacred tree, it will be blocked by the tree canopy. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom will have a vast and beautiful evernight forest, just like the twilight broken islands in the Sea of Instant Noodles. This deep forest will become a paradise for many monsters, and also a paradise for many creatures that love the night, such as the local magical creatures of the North Sea Kingdom, as well as the elves of the Sea of Foam, fairies, and some dragon beasts that love the night. Twilight Wizard, Scarlet Wizard will also like this place very much, and the Evernight Forest will become the favorite area of local adventurers in the North Sea Kingdom in the future. Obviously, the Foam Sea, the Academy and other places can build portals under the sacred tree of the North Sea Kingdom in the future. The existence of these portals will allow the East Continent and the North Sea Kingdom to re-establish a real connection. And more obviously, the North Sea Kingdom will no longer be a place that only wizards from the big families in the south can visit. The singing in the forest brought Louis back to his senses. Then, Louis saw some small green balls of light flying around the trunks of giant trees. They should be the big demons. Their heights were smaller than dust in this temple. But their power was very strong. The size of these balls of light, to some extent, was equivalent to the size of their own power. Most of them were like rice grains. But many were as big as soybeans, even bigger than the tip of a finger. And some were even as big as a fist. If the East Gate God is placed here, it will be as big as Louis' palm. So if these monsters are added together, they can definitely fight against big gods of Louis and Aku. If those immortal officials are added, they will probably hurt my uncle. It's no wonder that my uncle cares so much about the creatures on his back. Because when these little elves gather together, they can stand with my uncle and help him deal with things of my uncle level. The number of little guys in the Northern Alliance is not less than that in the North Sea Kingdom. There are many muggles who have not learned magic. If they can grow to this level, they can also help the old uncle deal with one or two more old uncle level things. Or the old gods. After chatting with several dragon kings, Louis planned to leave. Before leaving, he returned the throne of King Sanjiang to King Sanjiang, so that King Sanjiang could take better care of the sky-reaching tree. At the moment of returning to the throne, Louis's body gradually began to shrink, and the surrounding scene gradually began to change. At the moment of leaving this abstract world of God, Louis suddenly looked up. And then he suddenly found that at the top of the monument in the center of the temple, there was a woman sitting. The woman was wearing a bright red bishop robe. Her body was wrapped tightly, covering up many of her advantages. But this made the woman's eyes even more eye-catching. Those deep blue eyes seemed to be filled with stars. At this time, the woman was holding a small iron bottle and drinking strong liquor, while crossing her legs and shaking her head to the beat. Her leisurely look did not look like a solemn female bishop at all, but more like a female ranger who traveled here. When she saw Louis looking over, the woman raised her eyebrows and showed a bit of interest. Suddenly, Louis thought of someone, and the words in his mind blurted out in extreme shock, Dong. Dong Fong Booby? Woman? In the blink of an eye, Louis had shrunk to a critical point, and the surrounding environment had become more and more distorted, or gradually closer to reality. The temple was no longer a temple, but became the sky and the earth, and the monument and the flower bed gradually became Feng Shen's house. But the woman sitting on the Feng Shen's house was still so huge. Suddenly, Louis found that the woman did not seem to be sitting on Feng Shen's house, but sitting above Feng Shen's house. There was a layer of rippling water between her and the North Sea Kingdom. Or, the woman Louis saw was actually her body reflected on the North Sea Kingdom through the water. In an instant, the water and the woman disappeared, replaced by the sea on the sky of the North Sea Kingdom, and the huge round moon in the sky of the North Sea Kingdom. Or, a reflection of the red moon reflected on the North Sea Kingdom through the sea. Someone suddenly patted Louis on the shoulder. Louis came back to his senses, and found that it was Xiao Longnu. Louis had been standing with Xiao Longnu before, but the surrounding environment was no longer the East Tower of Babel. It seemed to be a garden, or a large courtyard. Not far away, there were ancient corridors, and you could vaguely see palace maids and eunuchs walking in the corridors with lanterns. And further away, there were magnificent buildings full of the style of the Cloud Country, and they were brightly lit. This seemed to be the palace of Feng Shen's house, and Louis was now outside a small pavilion in a courtyard in the palace. Chapter 498 Princess, you really deserve a beating. Retracting his gaze, Louis turned his head and looked at Xiao Longnu. But Louis stared at Xiao Longnu for a long time, and Xiao Longnu ignored him, just quietly flipping through the book, acting as if I was very cold and didn't care about you. Seemingly noticing that Louis noticed the Book of Conferred Gods in her hand, Xiao Longnu turned that page. However, the Book of Conferred Gods was originally a copy of the storybook, so what was written on the Book of Conferred Gods was clearly written in the storybook narration. So Louis flipped through the storybook and saw what was written on that page of the Book of Conferred Gods. After Louis' image disappeared, he suddenly appeared behind you. You were shocked, you almost screamed, you decided. You chose A. You pretended to be calm and patted his shoulder. You got the reward. 1. The fake foreigner. The goddess always looks calm and calm. I admire her so much. Asterisk 1. 2. Forget about the false testimony. I can't let my goddess get spanked. Right? Asterisk 1. 3. Oh my dear uncle, that tower is like Aunt Stia burnt cake next door, rotten and brittle. God have mercy on me, it collapses when I touch it. 4. Grandpa spanking of you-1, Grandpa comfort and secret reporting of the fake foreigner Louis +1, Louis crying +1. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, and said in his heart, what a nonsense. At this time, the narration of the storybook suddenly changed. You received a reward, writing nonsense. *1. Old man, don't blame me for what? You old man, you still want to touch my porcelain? Do you believe I will beat you? Hey! I slap. +1, you're scolding +1, Grandpa smile, and the trip to the netherworld scheduled by Louis +1. You're spanking by Louis +1, you're crying +1. The face of Xia Longnu, who was so happy just now, turned black. She looked at the Book of Conferred Gods, and said in her heart, nonsense, how could such a thing happen? The Book of Conferred Gods must have predicted something wrong again. The fake foreigner should have said it in a translation tone. And how dare he beat Grandpa? Louis also looked strange. He also thought that the storybook must be wrong. Xiao Longnu continued to flip through the book, and did not take the initiative to talk to Louis about evidence. At this time, Louis also looked at the pavilion behind him. There was a half-played Go game on the stone table in this small pavilion, and there were a lot of delicious food on the table. However, there was no one in the pavilion except Xiao Longnu. Only Helen was lying there, and at this time, Helen was secretly stuffing delicious food into her mouth, while secretly cheating on the Go game. At this time, Helen had not noticed Louis' appearance. After eating a few preserved fruits, she added a few black pieces to the Go board and removed a few white pieces. Then the girl started to giggle. I don't know who was playing chess before. I don't know who was the black piece and who was the white piece. But the stakes should be high. Gambling? This may have something to do with you. You must control your hands later. Don't slap that bald head under the instigation of that woman. Otherwise, some people will be spanked tonight. What nonsense. Of course I can control my hands. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, and ignored the narration. Compared to other things at this time, the rich food on the stone table aroused Louis' interest more. He felt that he was only busy for a short time, but he felt that he had not eaten for a long time. After seeing the food on the table, his eyes could not help but turn green, and his stomach was already growling. After rubbing his stomach, Louis rolled up his sleeves and sat next to the stone table, and then he ate heartily, as if he was back home. Ah! Lou and I. You're back. You've been gone for a long time. Aunt and uncle have been playing chess for a long time. Where are they? Louis asked while stuffing food into his mouth. They were halfway through the game, and no one dared to make a move. Then uncle found an excuse to go pee, and said she was going to drink some water. And no one has come back yet. By the way, while you were away, the thousand-faced death god Bull came with his family. But my aunt and my uncle were not there at that time. So Paul took people to look for them. Be careful. Lou and I. Paul is very dangerous. He has been catching faceless people. Be careful that he will catch you and lock you up. Helen seems to be a fan of the great writer Paul. So when she mentioned him, she seemed a little excited. She also had a little hope that Louis would be humiliated in front of Paul. So she fanned the flames here. After all, even if Paul was not Louis' younger brother, he would never come here to catch Louis. He should have something else to do. The great family that Bull belongs to is a great family in the south. And because they are responsible for guarding the netherworld, they have a close relationship with the North Sea Kingdom. This time, the old cousin turned over and covered the cracks that expanded from the abyss, but the old cousin's body is so small. If he takes more care of the entrance to the abyss, something will definitely happen at the entrance to the netherworld. Since last year, various things have happened in the netherworld. Even Bull had to resign as the warden and go home to take charge of the overall situation. After the incident in the North Sea this time, other families may not know the situation so quickly. But the dead family has a secret realm between the netherworld and the main world. And they will definitely know the situation in the netherworld at the first time. Therefore, Bull is now in a panic and brought people to ask his uncle for help. Let the uncle take care of it. The nether god is very powerful. When the moon god was overthrown, he dared to challenge the moon god. Now the moon god is dead, and he has reincarnated many times. But Hades is still alive. I am not interested in chatting with him. At this moment, the chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly moved by themselves, and then most of the chess pieces returned to the state before Helen cheated. After seeing this, Helen couldn't help but pout and get angry. She rolled up her sleeves and continued to compete with the chessboard. It seemed that this situation was not the first time it happened. And after Louis took a look, He suddenly realized that this chessboard was actually a map of the North Sea Kingdom, rather than playing chess. My cousin and my mother-in-law are changing the fate of the North Sea Kingdom. It seems that they have arranged a lot of things. Now that the sacred tree has taken shape, the two have also completed the layout of the chess game. Although I don't know why they only played half of the game. They must have their considerations. Lewis felt a little uncomfortable about the two people changing other people's fate casually. Did they get other people's consent? That too much. Helen's little white hand suddenly reached out again, and secretly changed the chess pieces a few times. Lewis looked at Helen woodenly, and the two stared at each other for a long time. What the hell are you doing? Helen! You messed up the chess game. Lewis pushed Helen's hand, and moved the chess pieces, trying to make the fate line return to normal. What the hell are you doing? Lou and I obviously did it well. Helen pushed Lewis's hand angrily, and moved the chess pieces, trying to make the fate line return to normal. Hey! You two! Don't move things around there. The eldest princess on the side was anxious. She walked to the chessboard in a few steps, pushing the hands of the two people, while pressing the way she remembered, trying to make the fate line return to normal. The chess game is getting more and more chaotic. It seems that Lewis finally couldn't control his hands. The eldest princess, this woman, will definitely blame others, and add fuel to the fire. Oh, it seems that you noticed that controlling your hands refers to this matter. You were confused and wanted to stop, but it was obviously too late. Seeing the narrator say so, Lewis sneered, reached out, and pushed the two girls away, and then put the chess piece in his hand back on the chessboard. As a result, as soon as the chess piece fell, several cracks appeared on the chessboard. Lewis's face darkened, and he found that the chessboard seemed to be full of cracks for a long time. But because of the previous arrangement of the chess pieces, the cracks were temporarily covered up by the power of fate represented by the chess pieces. So as long as someone dared to touch the chessboard, it might break when that person touched a chess piece. No wonder my mother-in-law and my cousin stopped playing chess halfway. It turns out that they both set traps for each other. Then you should keep going. Keep fighting like masters? Defeating the opponent in the opponent routine, is that the style of a master? Is that a big deal? What the point of leaving this mess here, and letting others touch it? Isn't this just scamming? Ah? So they are waiting for me. Ah? What kind of masters are you? Scam masters? So I fell for all the scams these two set for each other? Why can't I control my hands? Lewis wanted to slap himself. At this moment, suddenly a white shadow emerged from the small crack of the chessboard. After the shadow appeared, it raised its head and looked at Lewis, then grinned and made a face, and then wanted to fly out of the chessboard and flow away. But a big hand caught it. After the shadow was caught, its face showed an expression as if it had seen a ghost. Lewis was the same, because he found that the shadow came from the netherworld. At this time, he also noticed that many cracks had appeared in the tortoiseshell chessboard, and the shadows came out from the cracks. Suddenly, Lewis understood that his cousin turnaround had covered up the hidden dangers of the abyss cracks in the mysterious sea in the north. But this was just robbing Peter to pay Paul. If more cracks leading to the abyss were covered, then fewer cracks leading to the netherworld would naturally have to be covered. At the same time, a group of people also came over from the rockery not far away. At this time in the pavilion, Helen and Xiaolongnu had just been pushed aside by Lewis, and were now standing beside Lewis, eating preserved fruits and cracking melon seeds angrily. As for Lewis, he was pushing the two of them, holding a handful of chess pieces, and staring at the cracks on the chessboard in a daze. Hey, Lou and I. It wasn't Helen who did it, Helen said, while eating preserved fruits carefully. Indeed, the chessboard was not broken when they moved it. No way. No way. The fake foreigner broke Grandpa's chessboard while eating melon seeds. Xiaolongnu looked at her old uncle with a dark face in the distance and shouted. Lewis's face darkened. Your Highness, you really deserve a beating. Ah. The princess spat out the melon seed shells, raised her eyebrows, and whispered, the little guy is so arrogant. Today, let not add fuel to the fire, and let the old uncle teach this kid a lesson. This kid really doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Chapter 499 well arranged. On the other side. This time, when Francesco and Yuting came here to visit together, arrived a few days ago, the old cousin had met them. So the delegation led by Francesco has been arranged by the old cousin to live in the palace. Therefore, Francesco and Alia have been in Feng Shen's house for a few days. For his adopted daughter Alia and niece Francesco, the old cousin has not seen them for many years. This time, the two girls came to Beihai country to help the old cousin scratch his back. And the old cousin was also very happy. Just a few minutes ago, when Louis and the two young ladies were messing around on the chessboard, the old cousin and others were behind the rockery not far from the pavilion. On the rockery's side was a cliff, and below it were layers of clouds and mist. Under the layers of clouds and mist, there was one of the 6 states. However, the clouds and mist had dispersed at this time. Instead, there was a huge sacred tree. The old cousin was still a little upset about Louis planting a few grasses on his back. After all, he had been busy for so long these days, and he just wanted to take the opportunity to scratch his back. But now the back is even more itchy. But no matter what, those dragon sons and grandsons who always make trouble finally have been dealt with by his good nephew, so the old cousin feels a little comforted. For those dragon sons and grandsons, the old cousin has complicated feelings. Although the blood relationship has become so weak, the old cousin still regards them as his own children. Although these children have their own ideas, they are usually very filial to the old cousin. So, on the one hand, the uncle was not able to take action because it was inconvenient to move. And on the other hand, he was reluctant to take action. This time, the uncle let Louis be the bad guy, and used Louis to deal with him. The North Sea Kingdom is now quiet, but because the Dragon Kings have been locked up, the North Sea Kingdom is essentially kingless. The uncle did not intend to take over the affairs of the North Sea Kingdom. After all, he still had to sleep. Although he could see everything in his dreams, he did not like to manage things, but preferred to observe and record. However, my uncle believed that, without the Dragon King, the North Sea Kingdom would still be doing very well. In my uncle's eyes, the little god should have lived in seclusion in the city like the Ao family. As for the people and monsters in the North Sea Kingdom, my uncle believed that they would be the masters of their own house and manage themselves. At this time, Miss Dai and Miss Ao flew over from the distant sacred tree with a group of people. After landing, the two ladies introduced the sky climbers around them to everyone. Among those sky climbers, there are humans and demons. If Louis were here, he would find that among these demons, there are some golden-haired and blue-eyed snake fairies with 6 arms. Not only that, these demons seem to have some relationship with the moon god. The name of the organization of the demons and sky climbers can tell a thing or two. The Sun and Moon Church. The Sun refers to the 18 sons of the North Sea Kingdom, and refers to the human race in the church. The moon refers to the former moon of the North Sea Kingdom, and the demons in the church. During Miss Dai's introduction, the people in the moon court all looked at the leaders of the Sun and Moon Church, and the leaders also glanced at the bishop named Alia. The two parties seemed to know each other, and they disliked each other. It seems that the Sun and Moon Church has a great connection with the moon court. No wonder. The moon goddess is the adopted daughter of my cousin. And this blonde and blue-eyed adopted daughter is also a Yun Guitong who grew up in the North Sea Kingdom when she was a child. This ambitious fellow, naturally, developed her power in Beihai country. To this day, in the eyes of many Beihai people, the moon court in the East Continent is the church formed by the Sun and Moon Church spreading abroad. An even more exaggerated saying is that the moon god jumped out of a stone on the back of my uncle. Isn't this the monument of the gods? There are many rumors about the origin of the moon court, the origin of the moon god, etc. among the people of Beihai country. As for these things, the people of Yuding naturally do not admit it. Therefore, the relationship between the Sun and Moon Church and Yuding is not very harmonious. The moon goddess is standing here today, but the leaders of the Sun and Moon Church do not know her. They just regard her as a holy envoy from the western regions, and they dislike each other. But it is undeniable that some monsters in the North Sea Kingdom do regard themselves as the children of the moon. And the old cousin also regards these monsters as the younger brothers and sisters of the moon goddess, because their ancestors were also born from the moon. Or in other words, from the moon core carried on the back of the old cousin. After the moon god broke out of the moon core on the back of the old cousin, the remaining power of the moon core turned into the heaven and earth energy of the North Sea Kingdom. And many big monsters in the North Sea were born from these heaven and earth energy. Therefore, many very powerful big monsters, as soon as they were born, were named on the monument, or they were born as gods. In the past, little dragon girl even mistook Louis for a monster that had jumped out of a stone. After Miss Dai finished introducing him, the old cousin nodded. He knew that the monsters and humans in the North Sea Kingdom had actually secretly established their own organization, called the Sun and Moon Church. And this Rising Sun Church had been secretly fighting with the Dragon King and the foreign Taoist priests for many years. The Rising Sun Church had long planned to push down the Demon Suppression Tower in this sky-climbing ceremony. When Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai broke into the North Sea Kingdom and broke into the Tower of Babel for the first time, they had met several monster leaders in the Rising Sun Church. That's why Miss Dai and Miss Ao liberated the sky climbers from outside the Demon Suppression Tower. And they also cooperated with everyone. Originally, these children had a plan on how to push the Donglin Tower, and how to support the sky after pushing it. In order to support the sky, many big demons were ready to sacrifice their hands and feet. And the human race also prepared a lot of auxiliary materials for supporting the sky. After all, in the original plan, the 6 towers were pushed one by one. Therefore, this time, we only hold up the sky of Donglinshao. In addition, the old uncle will hold it first, so these children have a lot of time to prepare. And these children are also very confident that they can handle it all. However, no one expected that Louis actually broke the magic pin, causing the 6 towers to fall down together. The original work was to push down one tower and hold up one sky. But now it has become that all towers fall together, and 7 skies need to be held up. But at that time, everyone could no longer stop, so they could only say some harsh words, and then bite the bullet to take on this bigger challenge. But including my cousin and Francesco, no one could have imagined that this king of the 9 dragons, who had returned from studying abroad, actually had such magical powers. He could turn the 6 dragon kings into 6 sacred trees, and hold up the sky of the North Sea. This made the sky climbers not sacrifice themselves in the end, but survived. Louis did do a good thing, but he was lazy and cowardly. If Sire didn't touch him, he would definitely not go to the Netherworld to PK with the Hades. Bull and his men can no longer hold on. The army of the Netherworld will soon appear in this world. So the great savior of the Netherworld, Louis, must go there. I'm not asking him to be the savior of the Netherworld, but to represent Little Moon to destroy it. Obviously, the old cousin has already arranged Louis in the plot he designed. At least he thinks so. It always the case. Chapter 500 Bang Bang Bang. While the old cousin was thinking, the sky climbers had already heard who the bald old man in front of them was. It was only then that they realized that the plain-looking bald old man in front of them was the god of Beihai country. Everyone fell to the ground, like every year during the sacrifice, and paid homage to the real god of Beihai country, and told their own sufferings. And everyone pushed down the Tower of Babel, but they did not regret it, but they were willing to bear the punishment of God. I just hope that God will not blame others. But what everyone didn't expect was that God really had eyes. Not only did he not blame these people, he also praised them. He also said that in the future, the North Sea Kingdom would no longer be managed by the Dragon King, but by the people of the North Sea themselves. As for the collapse of the Tower of Babel, neither I nor the heavenly court of the Cloud Kingdom would blame these people. After all, the Tower of Babel was not pushed by them, but by the troublemaking nephew of my cousin. At this point, the old uncle snorted angrily, as if he was going to punish his troublemaking nephew. Many sky climbers were dumbfounded after hearing this. This tower was obviously pushed by everyone. The king of the 9 dragons sea guarding was afraid of being blamed. So he stood with those long out in. Right? Although the king of the 9 dragons sea guarding was a bit cowardly in pushing the tower, he finally planted the sacred tree to help everyone hold up the sky. Seeing that the old uncle had already left, the big demons were a little restless. If everyone agreed with God scapegoating today, it would be too disloyal. Several upright demons raised their heads, looked at the back of their uncle, and planned to explain the matter loudly. But before they could finish their words, Miss Dai glared at those people fiercely. My husband doesn't take the blame, so how could I take it? At this moment, many demons were dumbfounded. Was he planning to blame his nephew for the good deeds done by his niece's wife? It seems to make sense. But what is it? It turns out that your family is teaming up to trick your son-in-law. Stop talking. Miss Ao pulled the big demons who wanted to talk. Anyone in the world who pushes down Optimus Prime will be punished. But Louis will not be in trouble if he does this. And there are many inside stories about this matter. So it has to be Louis. Let not talk nonsense, so as not to ruin things. Yeah, how could Louis let you take on such a prominent thing? Even though he said he didn't want to. He probably already considered pushing down the Tower of Babel as his merit. There is something interesting in what Miss Dai said. On the surface, she was talking about Louis. But in fact, she deliberately defined the matter. She mentioned that the demons pushed the Tower of Babel, and Louis pushed the Tower of Babel. But she didn't mention that it was she who pushed the tower. It was like she was trying to pass the buck. At this time, everyone was thinking about it. What the cousin was thinking, everyone didn't know. But many people remembered one thing at this time. This Miss Di seemed to have said that she came here this time to represent the entire Eastern continent to establish an alliance with the North Sea Kingdom. If the matter of pushing Optimus Prime gets involved with them, the matter will be ruined. For the heavenly court of the Cloud Country, this is like the Eastern continent slapping the heavenly court in the face. You should know that there are many lobbyists from the Southern Foreign Taoist sect in the Cloud Country. If those foreign Taoists fan the flames again, the situation of the entire continent will be affected. Originally, when everyone met for the first time, the two young ladies did not intend to participate in the affairs of the North Sea country. Now that everyone has dragged them into this vortex, they naturally have to protect them from being stained by these stains. After talking about this, everyone couldn't say anything more. Those who were more upright felt a little uncomfortable, but they could only remember the sacrifice made by the King of the Sea of Nine Dragons for everyone, and find a chance to repay him in the future. But at this time, the old cousin had already walked away with Francesco and others. At the call of Miss Di and Miss Ao, everyone got up and chased after them with full of thoughts. In a blink of an eye, the group had already left the cliff behind the old cousin, and then they walked around the rockery and walked towards the pavilion. The cousin and mother-in-law saw Louis standing beside the chessboard in a daze. They looked at each other with a smile. He couldn't escape from the matter of the underworld. At this time, a message came from the pavilion. Hey, Lou and I. It wasn't Helen who did it. No way. No way. The fake foreign devil broke Grandpa chessboard. Hearing his two good granddaughters shouting in cooperation, the cousin pretended to frown and walked over. Louis's face darkened. He ignored the people who entered the pavilion and carefully placed the chess pieces in his hand back on the chessboard one by one. When the last few chess pieces were placed back, Louis was surrounded by a group of people. They were all dressed in a very high-profile manner, and they were also very young with style. The sky climbers looked like the well-known figures in the martial arts sects. The big demons of the Sun and Moon Church looked like the elders of the demon cult. The people of the Moon Court and Francesco looked like the special envoys, and the leader of the dragon cult from the western regions. And the unruly woman in a red robe looked like Donfong Booby. The bald old man, with a crooked mouth and a cold smile at the head, had a sense of dominance that no one else could do it but him, and looked like Renwishing. And the two girls beside Louis had a bit of the feeling of Xiu Xiao and Renying. For a moment, the pavilion was full of people inside and outside, and it felt like the scene of the siege of Guangmingding. However, this domineering scene only lasted for a short while, and the atmosphere in the scene was destroyed by Xiu Xiao. Seeing that everyone was standing here in a daze, Xiu Xiao shared the melon in his hand with the people around him. Homie melon from the western regions, so sweet. The leaders of the martial arts sects, Sky Climbers, and Great Demon Clan took it woodenly. The leader of the dragon sect, Francesco, refused for a while, but then took it and started to eat it. Donfong Booby shook his head. She shook her head again. She took it with an embarrassed look on her face. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere of Guangmingding changed. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were passers-by holding melons, who were discussing with confusion, Sky Climbers, a big girl eating melon seeds, little dragon girl, a little girl eating melons, a talkative young woman pointing and talking with her daughter, Francesco, and an old man with a bald head and a stroke, who was walking around the chessboard and kept clicking his tongue. Louis. The talkative foreign young woman sighed and said, first, he pushed down the sky tower, and then destroyed the seal of Joyo. Alas! Alas! The old man with a stroke and a crooked mouth got excited when he heard it. He hugged the passers-by around him, and spoke in Beijing dialect. Everyone present today has seen it. Please judge and reason. Don't make it seem like I am wronging anyone. Many passers-by. Some honest passers-by looked at the dark-faced king of Kowloon Sea, and couldn't help but want to stand up and say something. However, a foreign lady with purple hair and blue eyes in the crowd pushed everyone away. It was Miss Delphinia. She held the cantaloupe in one hand, supported her forehead with the other, and made a speechless look. Then, like a foreign daughter-in-law who married to the North Sea Kingdom, she complained helplessly to her father-in-law. Oh, my dear father-in-law, you really should take care of your good nephew. He really likes to make trouble everywhere. I saw it with my own eyes. Your 6 towers, like the baked cakes that Aunt Stya next door put on the dining table, were overturned by him. God has mercy on me. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't work. I could only watch him do this good deed. A woman who fanned the flames +1. Louis was almost suffocated by anger. He stretched out his shaking hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed at his foreign wife, and said, You. And this chessboard. Xiao Longnu spat out the melon seed shells, and added like a sister-in-law who likes to watch the fun. It was also broken by this fake foreign devil. At this moment, Louis' face became even darker, and he pointed his finger at Xiao Longnu again, and you. After saying that, Louis pointed at the old man who had suffered a stroke and cursed, You old man. Don't blame me. If you try to touch my porcelain again, I will beat you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis turned around and was about to leave. But someone grabbed his sleeve. Hey! What the matter? You broke my things. And you're still excited? Right. Who do you want to hit? The old man with a crooked mouth who had suffered a stroke glared. Unwilling. He pulled Louis's sleeve, slapped his forehead and said, Hit here. Hit here. Do you dare to touch me today? Before he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound, and then the shiny head of the bald old man turned red. The many demented ministers and subjects of the North Sea Kingdom? The dumbfounded Francesco, Alia, Yuding and others? The frightened Xia Longnu and others? The Shiyu Xiaojiao, who was biting the melon fiercely, the 2 foreign wives. Uncle. Uncle slowly lay on the ground. Uncle stared at you for a long time. Uncle rolled over. Uncle cried. Everyone. Unfilial descendants. Unfilial descendants. Xiao Longnu was trembling with fear. If he dared to hit Grandpa, who else could he not hit? Maybe I should talk to him tonight? Otherwise, would he come to trouble me? Amid the cries of the old man, with a crooked mouth due to a stroke, you rubbed your face fiercely. You gave your cousin a look that said you won. You gave the provocative foreign daughter-in-law a fierce look. You left everyone behind. You left. Just like that. The Battle of Bright Summit ended. Everyone looked at Louis's back amid the cries of the old cousin. My lord, this. A Mooncourt priest whispered to the female bishop. The red-dressed woman did not respond. She closed the torn diary in her hand, and placed the uneaten cantaloupe on the table. Go find Bull. That kid has already agreed. He will go to the netherworld with us. This kid is really fearless. It's time to talk to him about that matter tonight. Chapter 501. What a big star! After leaving the pavilion, Louis strolled around the palace. Under his feet was the land of Fengshenshao. Looking up, the mountain in the distance was like a huge stone slab reaching the sky. Compared to the Optimus Prime of the other 6 states, the Optimus Prime of Fengshenshao was more massive and complete. Or, this was the real Optimus Prime of Beihai State, and the other 6 towers were just artificial copies. The divine tablet carried by my cousin was the core of the moon that fell to the earth. The other 6 towers had nothing to do with the moon. Suddenly, some beautiful auroras appeared in the sky around Optimus Prime, and the storybook seemed to be affected and appeared in front of Louis. Then, the auroras turned into lines of text in front of Louis, just as if the storybook had added many notes to the monument. You have discovered more secrets about this world. Louis began to read. In the old god Chaos, when the ancient gods of Gallic arrived, they fought a big battle with the old gods. During the most intense period of the battle, the Garoks discovered the core of the moon that had fallen to the earth. This star core has a mysterious power. It contains a world that has not yet been fully born. In other words, in this star core, a creator god was originally born. What shocked the Garoks even more was that this object was a man-made object. In other words, this creator god was man-made. Because there is a number and text in this star core. And that text is known to the Gallics. Gallic once remembered that many years ago, they had wandered in the astral world, lived in a certain place for a period of time, and made a group of friends. Those friends called these Gallic gods as big as stars the star-wandering dragons. And the star-wandering dragons, like my uncle, called those friends the forbidden magicians. It seems that, in the eyes of the forbidden scholars, the gods like my cousin, who are as big as satellites, are dragon-level monsters. In the eyes of my cousin, those friends are magicians who master magical powers. In other words, they are regarded by my cousin and other gods as people who are equal to Gallic and are more intelligent than Gallic. In this way, Gallic lived in the forbidden sanctuary for many years. Just like the dragons in the sacred oak tree, the forbidden magicians took care of the food and daily life of the young Gallics. and taught the Galax a lot of knowledge. The Galax also served as the magician's means of transportation, starships, bodyguards, and dogs. The dog that the forbidden wizards loved the most was the old cousin, because in the ancient culture of the wizards of the sanctuary, the dragon was related to the surname Ao, and because the old cousin was a night owl. Therefore, a wizard played a pun and gave my cousin a name, Ao Yi. This is the origin of my cousin name. For my cousin, it was a very interesting and beautiful time. He spent his childhood there, and gradually grew into a young man. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Any civilization will experience prosperity and decline. When my cousin met the Forbidden Sanctuary, it was the best age in his life. But the Forbidden Sanctuary has already entered its old age. This glorious magic civilization eventually disappeared silently in the long river of history like many civilizations in the universe, and only caused a little ripple. And the Galax also began a new wandering in sorrow. Now, the Galax saw their friends' creations again in this new world. Perhaps this is destined. With the help of the Galax, this will hatch from the star core. It was a person, an artificial man, or an artificial god. A god who can protect the world. As the god who protects the world, he naturally has the power to control the will of the world. Or, in the eyes of those creators called forbidden wizards, he is not a god, but an AI specially used to manage the planet, and the core of the entire moon is the planet controller. But isn't this a god? And the planet controller, isn't it the kingdom of God? Although this premature god has some congenital problems, which greatly weakens her power, she still has the ability to link the spiritual power of all living beings in the world together. Therefore, the spiritual power of the whole world is the battery of this god, and the more lives there are in this world, the more terrifying her power is. That era was an era of gods, so the people of that era were extremely powerful. With so many powerful batteries, supported by the power of faith, the moon god will be able to become the most terrifying existence in this world. In other words, an alien weapon that can scare the old gods. After the birth of the moon goddess, the Galax realized that the world would see a turnaround, and they named the moon goddess Alia. In the Gallic language, this name has a great meaning, which translates to, I punish you on behalf of the moon. You bunch of rubbish old gods. After that, the Galax began their superstar training plan. There were no internet celebrities in that era. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The Gallic agents used their smart brains and powerful resources, power, to promote Miss Moon to the sky. And after this child star grew up, she also became a superstar. A real superstar. Something that everyone can see when they look up. Countless presences, countless beliefs gathered on Alia. Obviously, among these senses of existence, there is also a part contributed by the fans of the old gods. The fans of the old gods, who brought chaos to this world, were eventually beaten into the abyss by their idols, and completely sealed. The world finally got a new lease of life. Since Alia was originally an AI used to manage the world. After world peace, the Galax handed over this world in the east to her. As for the other Galax, most of them continued their astral journeys. Only a few Galax, such as the old cousin, stayed in this world and blocked the cracks with their bodies, so that this world would fall apart. But in these tens of thousands of years, Miss Moon Goddess Ada led her little brothers to play this world to pieces. Her power has reached an unprecedented level, to the point that even when her uncle was hit on the forehead, he dared not speak. Often, the uncle carrying the holy objects of the Forbidden Sanctuary would secretly cry when he looked at his unfilial daughter. He often warned his adopted daughter, telling her to be careful that someone would come to deal with her, and the uncle warning also made Moon Goddess often dream of the horror stories told by the uncle in her dreams. She has a terrifying creator. And the Moon Goddess dream also became an opportunity for the Forbidden Sanctuary gate to reopen. 3,000 years ago, a gate suddenly opened with the Moon Goddess dream. An illusion representing the will of the Forbidden Sanctuary appeared in this world, transmitting the sanctuary fire of truth to this world. In other words, it realized what the Moon Goddess feared. And this illusion represents the wisdom incarnation of the Forbidden Sanctuary. One of the founders of the Forbidden Sanctuary, Anthony. The Moon Goddess is powerful, but her creators know all her weaknesses. She is just an AI plus internet celebrity. Without fans, how can she still jump? The belief system that supports the Moon Goddess quickly collapsed. And the Moon Goddess was also typed into a QR code and thrown into reincarnation. The power to maintain this illusion gradually began to disappear. This energy came from a dream of the Moon Goddess. When the dream disappeared, the Moon Goddess forgot all the contents of the dream. and the sense of existence that maintained the illusion disappeared, and the illusion naturally dissipated. In the period before this illusion disappeared, in order to make the sanctuary reappear in the world, and to pass on the knowledge of the sanctuary to future generations, he accepted 13 students, including a girl who was reincarnated in the samsara. Each of these 13 students was more powerful than the other, and some of them even surpassed him in power. However, although the dreams of these students could temporarily open the sanctuary, none of them could write their own stories, and none of them could imprint the presence of the forbidden sanctuary on this world. As the moon goddess reincarnated again and again, she gradually forgot her dreams and many memories, and Anthony eventually disappeared with the disappearance of her dreams and memories. Only a diary about the travelers in the forbidden sanctuary was left. In the disappointment, the old uncle took Anthony's place and spread this storybook to the world, declaring that as long as someone found this book, they could find all the magic knowledge in it, in the hope that someone could open the forbidden sanctuary. 3,000 years passed in a flash, and the book fell into the hands of a powerful witch. The storybook unexpectedly matched the fate of the witch, and it opened in the hands of the witch. The witch also cleverly bypassed the rules of the world, allowing the storybook to change the fate of the world and fulfill the 3 wishes of 3 people. The mother made a wish to make the world more magical. The eldest daughter made a second wish to help me dominate the world. The second daughter made a third wish. That person should be a tall, handsome and mighty knight, and his blood type and zodiac sign should be. All the wishes became very confusing with this third wish. According to the logic of the last wisher, there will be a tall and handsome person in this world who can change the fate of everyone, dominate the world, and make the world more fantastic. Seeing this, Lewis was very excited. No, I am tall and handsome. But why don't I dominate the world? Yes, you should have been able to dominate the world directly. But the power consumed by these 3 wishes is really too great, beyond the power of the storybook. So, a blank D option appeared to supplement the condition. What no one knew was that, when the second daughter made a wish, a little girl beside her also secretly made a wish. That right. He must be able to drive. He can take Helen, drive a classic car, and travel all over the world with the tracks of the wheels. So she triggered AD, and this third wish was also made by 2 people. Therefore, all the wishes have changed. So, a person who is very good at driving, can make the world weird, can drive a broken car, and press the tracks of the wheels all over the world appeared. That you. Fuck you. Lewis threw the storybook to the ground fiercely. Who made the world more bizarre? Who drove a junky car and crushed the whole world? Who are you blaming? Am I that kind of person? I just said that this storybook is not serious. Writing nonsense all day long. As a result, that night, Lewis drove a car again. He crushed the faces of his sister-in-law, fiancé, mother-in-law, Dongfang Booby, Xiaolong new cousin. Chapter 502 Shocking Me. After Lewis threw the storybook to the ground, he picked it up again. After reading it again, Lewis ignored the indecent content and fell into deep thought. No wonder his uncle treated him as his own son, and when he came here, he also arranged an identity for him. He used the power of the God-conferring monument. These God-conferring monuments were forged with the moon. And the moon from the Forbidden Sanctuary was originally a tool to connect the will of the world. In other words, the moon is a branch base of the Forbidden Sanctuary, the moon god is the AI in the base, and the star core is the control console in the base. Now, the base has been damaged, and the Garoks have extracted the AI separately, and given it a body. As for the other parts of the base, they have been forged into monuments of deification by the Garoks. Thus, these monuments of deification have become small control consoles. The god of Garrick has connected these consoles with the will of this world. And through the consoles, monuments of deification, he has changed the fate of this world, such as assigning administrators to various areas of this world. The gods have been these administrators. The minor gods are also minor administrators. The storybook seems to have the ability to influence the world and change the fate line. You found that there is more than one divine tablet, and the one carried by the old cousin is one of them. And the Book of Conferred Gods is the concrete object condensed from this stone tablet, and part of the old cousin will. Lewis supplemented the words that the narration did not say in his mind. And the storybook is the concrete object condensed from another divine tablet, and the world will. In layman terms, the Book of Conferred Gods is the screen display of the North Sea Kingdom, and the storybook is the screen display of the entire world. So, I have been holding a computer monitor in my hand. At this time, There is an extra page in the storybook, and in this page, there are the properties of the storybook. Fantasy Travel Storybook. Main materials: Diary of the Star Traveler, Lewis, incomplete fragments of the monument, 1/4, the strings of the Moon Goddess. Supplementary materials: Traces of the World 1. The Fire of Truth that illuminates the darkness, completed by Anthony. Traces of the World 2. The Change of the Destiny of the World, completed by Lewis. Traces of the World 3. The End of the Old World and the Establishment of the New World, unfinished. Function: 1. Unfold everything that happens in this world in a multidimensional form before your eyes. 2. Take something out of the book. This function is not yet complete. Note: the main and auxiliary materials of the storybook are not yet complete. Therefore, its function is not complete. Looking at the materials such as Diary of the Star Traveler, Lewis, and the function. Lewis had some doubts in his heart. He flipped through the storybook and gradually understood it. The Diary of the Star Traveler was first produced in the Forbidden Sanctuary. It is a kind of magic notebook that every Forbidden Grand Scholar carries when traveling. After the Forbidden Sanctuary disappeared, this diary became the only trace of the Forbidden Sanctuary existence. Generations of Forbidden Grand Scholars passed down this diary, and the Grand Scholars began to travel through various worlds with this diary to show their presence, so that the disappeared Forbidden Sanctuary could gain a sense of existence through the medium of the holder, so as not to disappear completely. The diary in Anthony's hand came from his mentor, and after Anthony disappeared, this diary, which belonged exclusively to the leader of the Forbidden Sanctuary, the Forbidden Grand Scholar, was also passed on to Lewis. Therefore, the signature of the Star Traveler Diary, or the Traveler Diary, has become Lewis. And the main material of the Fantasy Travel Storybook includes this diary. And this diary also gives the storybook a soul. The fragments of the God Monument give the storybook some practical rewards and points. As for the Harp of the Moon Goddess, the Harp of the Moon Goddess was made by the Moon Goddess when she dominated the world. It represents part of the will of this world. So the strings make the storybook and the world truly connected. Oh, I understand. Lewis suddenly realized it again. Lewis discovered some amazing things about the storybook. The properties of the storybook have become clearer. With the appearance of the narration, the properties of the storybook in front of me have changed again. Fantasy Travel Storybook. Materials: 1. Multidimensional dot array display matrix, Lewis's diary. 2. Power cord, Divine Monument fragment, 1/4 3. Video cable, Moon Goddess strings. It is really just a display, right? The shocking secret you mentioned, does it mean that the storybook is a computer monitor? No, Lewis is obviously wrong. The narrator said, the storybook is a more advanced monitor. Lewis. Another line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. Ordinary monitor, a fake monitor, does not require power, cannot be truly opened, and cannot take things out of the monitor. Advanced monitor, a real monitor, requires power, can be truly opened, can take things out of the monitor. Such as the Forbidden Sanctuary. Lewis? Therefore, the materials needed for a complete storybook are much more than those small pieces of junk like the Book of the Gods. Such as video cables, such as power cables and batteries. Lewis. Looking at the Moon God harp strings, the traces of the world and other things, Lewis nodded woodenly. If the sanctuary subbase, the moon, surrounding this world, had not been shot down by the old gods, I could have used it to open the space-time channel, find the Forbidden Sanctuary in the fragments of space-time, and reappear in this world. To put it bluntly, it is to reopen the base. But it's not too late now, because the storybook can do this, too. And what Lewis has to do is plug the power cord into the monitor that can connect to the space-time channel, and take out the things in the monitor. Lewis understood a little. It seems that Teacher Anthony has found a way to rebuild the sanctuary. So he used this diary, the fragments of the divine tablet, and the moon harp to make a display. The main materials, power cord and power supply, are completed. And then the display is checked on the computer world, so that the storybook can be truly opened. And then the real things in the storybook, such as the Forbidden Sanctuary, are taken out. The will of this world is enough to serve as a power source. And the divine tablets connected to the world will can serve as power cords. But if you want to take out the sanctuary, you still need to spend some effort. Because it, like me, also needs a blank identity to be inserted into this world. Compared to the effort Lewis spent when inserting into this world, it takes more effort to insert the Forbidden Sanctuary into this world. And it also requires enough presence and an opportunity. The traces of the world are the process of brushing the presence. As for the opportunity, Lewis feels that the end of the old world and the establishment of the new world are enough to be this opportunity. In other words, when the order of the world is rebuilt, there will be many blank identities that are large enough. And these blanks are enough for the sanctuary to be inserted. The storybook is gradually gaining a sense of existence as I leave traces in this world, gradually integrating into this world. And when the opportunity comes, I will also be able to unfold all the dimensions of the storybook and reappear the disappeared forbidden sanctuary in this world. Thinking of this, Lewis was excited and disappointed. He was disappointed because he was the last forbidden magician in the forbidden sanctuary. So even if the sanctuary reappeared, he would be alone. But he was excited because, although the forbidden sanctuary was now empty, this super university town had more than just books. For example, some small equipment that the wizards in the sanctuary usually use for self-defense, such as a pistol that could turn the target into a dot pattern, or a small grenade that could collapse the target into a black hole and evaporate after the explosion. After all, when the wizards of the sanctuary go out, they often encounter some monsters, so they need some small self-defense tools. In addition to these self-defense tools, when the wizards of the sanctuary go out, they also need to drive a car. The goddess of the moon, the lady of the magic weapon, comes from the sanctuary. Although in the sanctuary, this kind of intelligent seraph is very rare. But those golems such as the Great Executor, the Great Arbiter, etc., which are not intelligent but have equally powerful power, are many. The sanctuary uses these scientific research vehicles to visit worlds one by one, and captures the monsters born or bred on the original planets for research and experiments. And often, after these creatures are sent back after being studied, they still don't know what happened. The interesting and rare monsters that were once born on this planet and thought that the galaxy revolved around them are the monsters with research value in the eyes of the sanctuary. Therefore, in Lewis's eyes, Aku is just a big moth, a monster. The old gods are also monsters that are stronger than monsters. But they are still monsters. A bunch of scum who didn't even leave their home planet, still claiming to be the center of the universe? When I open the forbidden sanctuary, I will take out the old cars in my garage, you all. Lie down on the ground. Obviously, as long as the car is driven well, no matter who stands in front of the car, they will have to lie down on the ground with wheel marks all over their faces. Lewis took a last look at the monument in front of him, then he stretched out his hand to grab the monument, and then the Book of the Gods suddenly appeared from the monument and fell into Lewis's hands. Lewis merged the Book of the Gods of the North Sea with the storybook, but power cord, 1/4, and complete God tablet did not add +1. It seems that the original God tablet fragment in the storybook is the one from the North Sea Kingdom. When Teacher Anthony rewrote the storybook, the old cousin should have lent this God tablet to Teacher Anthony. No wonder the storybook said that the Book of the Gods was a copy of the storybook. No wonder when my cousin and Helen wrote on the Book of the Gods, the storybook would show what was in it. It seems that no matter where the God tablet and the Book of the Gods are placed, they are the same. After the storybook records them, they have become part of the storybook. So I just need to find the other 3 God tablets and record them in the book. The other 3 God tablet fragments should be in the hands of the former Nanhai Zhenhai King Jiolong, the current Zhenyo King, and the Zhenyuan King. Brother Jiolong is dead. His book must have been lost in the South China Sea. It may have been in the hands of Aku and the others. At present, we can't afford to offend the 9 brothers. After all, the 9 brothers are not 9 ancient gods, but 9 ancient gods plus 9 great families. So it better to deal with them later. As for the King of Zhenyo and the King of Zhenyuan, they are in the Great Abyss. So the divine tablet should be used to suppress the netherworld and the abyss. But I heard from my uncle that something seems to have happened in the netherworld. So the situation of the divine tablet is still to be seen. It seems that the journey to the netherworld must be taken. Clapping his hands, Lewis began to look for his own bedroom. The journey will start soon, so he must have a good rest during this holiday. Lewis yawned and planned to take a bath and go to bed. But some people seem to not want him to sleep. It seems that this holiday will not be very peaceful. Chapter 503. Did I let you sit? I got lost. Luckily there are eunuchs on duty in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I really can't find where I live. But my house is really big. Lewis looked around and followed the eunuchs into the bedroom. Everything around him made him feel very novel. I didn't expect that there was a palace of mine in the Beihai Palace and at the East Palace. Looking at the plaque of the East Palace, a line of notes appeared on it. This palace seems to be where Louis' stepbrother Jiolong lived when he was a child. After Jiolong died young, another mysterious prince temporarily lived here. Louis was stunned. This old cousin treated me as a prince. Oh! How could I be so worthy, hee. King Lu Hai happily shook his sleeves, and followed the eunuchs into the palace with his head held high. Although my old cousin often wrote nonsense in storybooks to trick me, he really treated me like his own son. Thinking of this, Louis scratched his slightly red ears. Oh, when I quarreled with my old cousin today, I slapped my uncle's bald head. Did I go too far? It all because of that damn foreign wife, who fanned the flames, making me so impulsive today. Should I go apologize to my cousin tomorrow? Louis couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Just then, he suddenly discovered that the decoration and furnishings of the East Palace were very Western, and some of the furnishings even had a bit of the flavor of the Moon Courtyard. Not long after, Louis saw an exquisite little harp that looked like it was for a little girl. Harp. Explanation. This harp seems to have been here for a long time, but the palace maids have taken good care of it. Although the owner of this harp has not been back for a long time, since he left the East Palace to become the Divine Emperor. But my cousin still kept everything in the East Palace as it was. Just at this time, several flustered eunuchs came running from a distance, and whispered a few words to the eunuchs who led Louis. After the eunuchs who led the way heard it, their faces turned pale. They led to the wrong place. This is a big mistake. But it no wonder. How old are the eunuchs? I don't know how many groups of people have changed here in tens of thousands of years. Many people have never seen my cousin in their lives, let alone the little girl who lived here for a while. People only know the famous Jiolong Highness in history, but don't know that the God Emperor who died 3,000 years ago is still alive, and is here today. Obviously, this Jiolong is not that Jiolong, and even if she doesn't live here today, the Jiolong Zhenhai king who my cousin is thinking about every day and was chased to the South China Sea to serve, shouldn't live here. The narration in front of me ended with 3 words. You don't deserve it. Louis withdrew his gaze woodenly. And at this time, the eunuchs around him also looked over with smiles. Your Highness, no one has lived here for a long time, and it cannot be repaired in a short time, the leading eunuch said with a smile. He found a very good reason. But his next words made Louis's face more and more ugly. This matter is my negligence. His Majesty has already ordered people to find a good place for you in Dongsheba. You have been here recently. No need. Louis reached out and pushed the eunuch aside. You guys do your work. I just stay here for a while. Tell my uncle. This palace is nice. Today. Oh no. This is where I live from now on. After saying that, Louis walked inside with a swagger. He seemed to want to see if I'm worthy of living here. The eunuchs leading the way were in mourning. The leading eunuch arranged for a young eunuch to sneak out, intending to report and see what to do. He followed the rest of the people behind Louis, leading the way carefully, trying to get the old man to leave with various reasons. But today, it was easier to get the god than to get him away. Not long after, the young eunuch who had run away before came back secretly, and whispered in the ear of the head eunuch. The princess said she knows. The old cousin was a dragon that was hard to find. Even the dragon kings had rarely seen the old cousin, so it was difficult for the young eunuchs of the North Sea Palace to see the old cousin. But it seems that the princess has made the decision. The eunuchs were relieved by the words I know. Everyone was smart and understood what was going on. Everyone felt relieved and smiled brightly. When they treated Louis, they treated the prince in the same way. The eunuchs hurriedly made arrangements. Some arranged supper. Some arranged hot water. And the whole East Palace was busy. It seemed like he was going to welcome the master of the East Palace. After Louis finished his meal, an eunuch saw that Louis seemed to be going to take a bath, so he told him that. There was a moon pool behind the East Palace. The water there was sweet and clear, and the environment was very quiet. Originally, Louis was going to take a look, but considering that it was a bit late, he asked someone to boil hot water in the bedroom. It was more like a big house with a view than a bedroom. The balcony was the view of the North Sea Kingdom beyond the cliff, and the scenery in the distance was picturesque. The house not only has many rooms and small halls, but also has very stylish decorations and many fireplaces. This made Louis feel a little strange. The layout of the house in front of him was a typical layout of the Moon Court in the 16th century. This made him suspect that the former master of the East Palace had come here hundreds of years ago and lived there for a while. Otherwise, it would be impossible to change the decoration here. But after asking, the eunuchs and palace maids were not aware of this. After they entered the palace, this place was like this. While taking a bath, A group of female officials came into the bathroom to serve. Looking at the little dragon horns on the heads of those female officials, Louis couldn't help coughing. But unfortunately, the time traveler pretentiousness suddenly played tricks. So he drove all these people out. After taking a hot bath, Louis came out with a bath towel and wiped his hair. At this time, the originally lively house suddenly became quiet. The new clothes were quietly folded on the sofa. But the eunuchs on duty in various parts of the house were gone. Damn, where is my little dragon girl? She is really naked? I said I like quietness, I didn't say I like this quietness. The weather is a bit cold now. I didn't even think of warming the bed for the master before leaving. Ah, there is no one in this small house. It's really a bit lonely. The hypocritical Louis wiped his hair and prepared to rest. Seeing that the door of the balcony was still open, he walked over. But he found that there was a person standing on the balcony. Obviously, everyone in the room was driven out by her. This is too overbearing. The woman was wearing a black velvet robe, noble and dignified. But the luxurious and heavy clothes could not hide her exquisite curves. From the legs of the woman in the robe, you can vaguely see the black noble high-top garter stockings. And the black crystal high heels also made her already tall and slender legs look even more slender. The only thing that people criticized was that, although the woman's face was breathtakingly beautiful, she had a poker face and held her head high when looking at people. Her arrogant look was as if everyone in the world should kneel down and lower their heads to be looked down upon by her when they saw her. But it seems that it should be so. After all, she is the magic queen of the foreigners. Louis was stunned for a long time. After spending more than 2 months with Miss Whitesnake, he has become accustomed to her dressing and the appearance of her lower body. Now that the woman suddenly changed her clothes and had a pair of long legs, Louis almost didn't recognize her. For a moment, Louis almost recognized the wrong person and thought that this was not his wife. This made Louis a little excited. So, Miss Di came here in the middle of the night today. Is she here to apologize? After recognizing her, Louis remembered her irritating energy today and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Humph. It's useless. If I don't coax the master today, I will never forgive her. Thinking of this, Louis rolled his eyes in annoyance and wanted to sit on the sofa and then let the foreign wife come to accompany the prince. Did I ask you to sit down? A lazy voice sounded, and Her Majesty Delphinia sipped the wine glass, raised her head, narrowed her eyes, and looked at the disheveled little scoundrel with a contemptuous look. This attitude almost made Louis suffocate. What kind of attitude is this? This foreign wife is so annoying. Even if my cousin stops me today, I will beat her up. Angry +1. Before Louis could say anything, she just stuffed the wine glass in her hand into Louis' hand like she was sending away a servant. Then His Majesty slowly walked to the sofa and sat on it with her legs crossed. When she lifted up her black goose-down robe, a touch of snow white flashed before Louis's eyes. Louis' head buzzed, and he rubbed his eyes hard. When he reacted, the noble His Majesty was already sitting there dignifiedly, showing a cold and arrogant look, and a look of no strangers allowed. Shao Dai came over first. Chapter 504. Your Majesty, don't play with me. The whiteness made Louis's eyes dazzled. When he reacted, Her Majesty was already sitting there dignifiedly, looking at Louis with an impatient look. However, this time, when the pair of infuriating arrogant eyes looked at him again, Louis felt a little bit cold in his heart. This foreign wife is annoying, but every time we quarrel, when I see her pretty face, I feel a little bit cold in my heart. Well, speaking of which, since we came to the North Sea Kingdom, Miss Di and Miss Ao have both become snake fairies, without the lower body, originally. In this trip, we were planning to be sisters. Well calculated, the family hasn't chatted for a long time. In the spirit of the idea that men should give in to women and take the initiative when they quarrel, Louis smiled gently and placed the wine glass on the coffee table. Your Majesty, you lowly man, do you only think with your lower body? Damn it. Angry +2. Look at this attitude. Look at this attitude. Is there anyone who talks like this? What wrong with me that I am lowly? What wrong with me that I think with my lower body? Ha! You did so many things during the day, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Not only did she do such a big thing to make me open my ass, but in the afternoon, she also framed me in front of my cousin. Now, not only did she not apologize, she even came here in the middle of the night to piss me off. As he pondered, Louis's eyes grew more and more angry, and his face began to smile. He rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his hand, intending to pull up the bitch who was showing off on the sofa and give her a good beating. At the same time, His Majesty in front of the fireplace seemed to be a little hot, and he reached out to unbutton the collar and the buttons on his robe. Today account. I settle it with you tomorrow. I'm a little tired tonight. Please undress me. As she spoke, Her Majesty had loosened the chest straps a little. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and motioned to the servant Louis to come behind her and untie the straps for her. Ahem, okay. Seeing her servant Louis obediently come to her side, Her Majesty closed her eyes in satisfaction, turned her back to the servant. She cooperated very well, and slowly took off the robe from her shoulders, so that the servant could grab her sleeves and take off the cumbersome outer robe. But the servant didn't seem to be very experienced in serving his master. He didn't grab the sleeve of the emperor, but grabbed the hand of the emperor, and accidentally lifted her arm up. At this moment, the clumsy servant seemed to be catching the emperor on the sofa, and he couldn't help but frown and bend down in pain. What more outrageous is that the clothes should be taken off from top to bottom, but the clumsy servant took them off from bottom to top. Idiot! Majesty Delphinia turned her head in surprise. Looking at the servant, she angrily said, "Don't hold my hand. You heard me. Also, why are you lifting my skirt? Don't you know how to take off your clothes? Can't you even do such a small thing as taking off your clothes?" Oh. The servant responded in a panic. Then the Majesty felt the two hands behind him lift up again. The pain made the Majesty fall on the sofa. Seeing that stupid servant still holding her hand seriously, Her Majesty almost fainted. Before she could curse, she felt a chill behind her, followed by a crisp sound of slap. Her face turned red. "Do you accept it?" the servant said. "His Majesty?" Slap. Snap. Snap. Screaming. "You? What are you doing? Do you accept it? His Majesty?" Slap. His Majesty pouted, looking at the stupid servant, Mr. Louis, who was beating her seriously. Her Majesty blinked away the tears in her eyes, turned back and gave him a look. Enough. Louis. Stop it. Stop making trouble? Louis raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Why didn't you say anything or make trouble when you did those good things today?" Snap, snap, snap. The pain made His Majesty almost faint, and one of the high heels on her feet flew off. If there was no one outside the door of this big house, the crisp sound in this house could be heard. Okay. Louis. Let me go. Her voice was already somewhat pleading. Let me finish what I'm saying. What is there to say? You drove everyone away, just to get beaten. I beat you to death today. Louis rolled up his sleeves. Wait. Let me finish what I'm saying first. Seeing that the servant was going to beat her again, Madame Delphinia struggled and screamed in anxiety. Seeing the Majesty look, Louis suppressed the anger in his heart, nodded and said, "Okay, I want to see what you want to say." Madame took 2 breaths, then she turned her head and said with a seductive look, "How does it feel to beat your fiancée little stepmother?" Louis? Is that all you want to say? You've been doing this for so long, and this is all you want to say? You just deliberately pissed me off like that, just to get a beating. Right? Her Majesty changed to a more comfortable position and lay there. She turned around and looked at you with that kind of smiling look. Obviously, she had finished her words. Why aren't you so bold, and you only think with your lower body? What wrong, are you awake? Do you remember who I am? You don't dare to fight anymore? At this moment, looking at His Majesty's face full of expectation and provocation, Louis felt the blood rushing up. In anger, Louis untied the belt of his bathrobe. But at this moment, there was a sound of a door opening outside the house. The sound was so clear in the quiet house that the two of them were stunned. Who is this? No matter who it is, the current scene is not suitable for others to see. Louis tied his bathrobe in a panic, and His Majesty Delphinia's face turned pale, and she stood up and tidied her clothes. Logically speaking, with Miss Di's personality, she should not be afraid of such things. But today is a little special. Just like when she was chatting with her sister today, she scolded her after hearing that her sister was going to come to you. I know you have something to do with him, but this is the North Sea Palace. We are here for diplomacy, not to mention that the entire North Sea royal family and my mother live here. You are not married yet. If you run over in the middle of the night and are caught by the palace maids and eunuchs, and rumors spread, where will the Isolde royal family put their faces? After sending her sister back to her room, the elder sister went back to the room to wash and dress up, and then she came here secretly. Now, if someone saw the magic queen of the East Continent running over here in the middle of the night, with her red butt sticking up here, it would be really a disaster. Delphina? Delphina? You'd do anything to get me. Louis pointed at Miss Di and cursed in a low voice while tying his bathrobe. Before he could curse back, the footsteps of a woman were heard outside, and the door of the big room was about to be opened. Miss Di was so scared that she rolled on the sofa and crawled under the table. She even forgot about the high-heeled shoe that flew behind the sofa. This action made Louis dumbfounded. He gave Miss Di a look, transmitting a thought. Why don't you teleport away? If someone finds out, how can I explain it? I said you were reading a book? Are you kidding me? Miss Di blushed with shame at this divine thought, but if she sent it again at this time, the noise would be too loud, and there was no time to change places. She gave Louis a vicious look in return. Can't you just say that I like reading like this? As she said that, she reached out and took a book off the table, and lifted the tablecloth. Louis? People reading under the table +1. Difficult to explain +1. 2 people playing checkers under the table +1. Difficult to explain +2. Louis? What do you mean? Will there be another person under the table later? Just when Louis was confused, the door was opened. In curiosity and trepidation, Louis turned his head and looked at the smiling lady, then he rubbed his eyes hard. Director Osikris? Oh, Professor Louis, it like this. You forgot the Jinhai Jing with your sister, and your sister asked me to bring it to you. No need to make tea, I leave now. Miss Ao said with a serious face. As she spoke, Miss Ao had already walked over slowly with her long legs. She put the book on the table, then sat on the sofa with dignity, showing a subtle smile, and began to talk about other things. Obviously, she had no intention of leaving. Ahem. I'm so thirsty. Miss Ao glanced at the teapot. I hope there is enough space under this table. Don't get thirsty. If you get thirsty again, you will play checkers. Isn't it? Wait a minute. Why did Xiao Ao play checkers under the table? After she saw her sister. She killed a game? Obviously not. Who else will come over later? Chapter 505. My sister insisted on playing checkers with me. My name is Louis. I am very anxious now, but in order to avoid being discovered by my girlfriend, who came to check on me in the middle of the night, I can only pretend that nothing happened. Looking at Miss Ao, who was smiling subtly, drinking tea and chatting with me, the smile on Louis' face became more and more stiff. It has been more than 10 minutes since Miss Ao sat on the sofa. She has been chatting with Louis seriously, with no intention of leaving. This made Louis feel a bit anxious. Seeing the second hand on the clock turn another circle, Louis felt a little overwhelmed. He couldn't chat anymore. He had to find a way to get Miss Ao to leave. Otherwise, whether someone came over, or Miss Ao saw the sister wearing sexy underwear under the table, it didn't seem to be a good thing. Her Majesty the Queen is really good at dressing. She wore a coat on the outside and basically nothing on the inside. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but look at the table in front of him and rubbed his face hard. Louis, what wrong with you? Miss Ao asked. Oh, nothing. Maybe I'm a little tired today. Louis rubbed his forehead and yawned. This yawn was a bit like seeing off the guests. Miss Ao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Seeing his girlfriend put down the teacup, frowned and looked around. Louis's heart skipped a beat, and he found that he was acting a little too much. Louis quickly showed a lecherous smile, stood up and sat on Miss Ao's side from the opposite side, and then stretched out his hand to hug her shoulders. This suddenly changed from seeing off the guests to it getting late. Let go to bed early. Of course, if Miss Ao really acquiesced and rested with Louis, then Louis would have thrown himself into a fire pit today. But how could a serious Miss Ao rest with Louis like this? As Louis expected, when Louis sat down and hugged her, Miss Ao stood up and picked up the teapot, avoiding Louis's hand without leaving a trace. Then she changed the subject. Sir Louis, it may be a bit abrupt for me to come here tonight, but after experiencing the North Sea Kingdom, I always feel uneasy for a long time. At this point, Miss Ao lifted her hair on her forehead and looked at the moonlight outside the window with a little melancholy in her heart. Everything that the North Sea elves have experienced always reminds me of the witches in the past. Everything that she has seen in the North Sea Kingdom these days reminds Miss Ao of the stories about witches her mother told her when she was a child. In her eyes, the monsters in the North Sea Kingdom are elves. Eccentric elves. In the East Land continent, witches are classified as eccentric. In the Age of Gods, witches were persecuted just like the monsters in the North Sea. Although Miss Ao, a witch, had not experienced that era, she could still empathize with them. Fortunately, although there were many gods in the North Sea Kingdom, There was no religion like the Moon Court. The reason why the monsters here were persecuted was essentially the oppression of the lower by the superiors. After today, the mountains, towers, above the heads of both monsters and mortals in the North Sea Kingdom have been overturned. After a pause, Miss Ao smiled and looked at Lewis beside her. Sir Lewis, I know that what I said may be a little wrong, but I want to thank you for what you did today on behalf of the elves, the demons in Miss Ao eyes, of the North Sea Kingdom. Obviously, unlike the elder sister who appeared to be a stranger, but was actually very playful, the younger sister was serious, so she was just looking for a confidant to chat today because she was upset. Your Highness, you are serious. Lewis also pretended to be serious. He couldn't help but say something smug. This is what Xiao Wang should do. After saying that, Lewis rubbed his face hard again. How did the two of us start chatting? How did we start chatting? If someone else came in tonight and saw that the two of us were just sitting here drinking tea and chatting about serious things, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key point is that there is someone hiding under the table. This doesn't look right. Does it? Seeing Lewis staring at the tablecloth. In a daze, Miss Ao, who was looking at him in a daze, frowned and looked down. Then her eyebrows stood up. In the midst of his anger, His Highness gave Lewis a look. I sighed here. You are looking at my calves here? What are you thinking about all day long? Do you have any sentimentality? You are a man with only dirty thoughts in your heart. Lewis gave His Highness a look with a black question mark on his face. Who looked at your calves? I know you are here to talk to me about serious matters. And I am serious too. His Highness rolled his eyes in annoyance. Forget it. You bad guy. I am tired, and it is really hot in your room. As she said that, Miss Ao, with a flushed face, crossed her legs, unbuttoned a button on her collar, stretched her body in a pretentious manner, and yawned. At the moment when Director Aosakiles stretched her body, the white Lewis on her chest could not help but blink fiercely. Obviously, the younger sister is different from the older sister. She doesn't like to wear a cincher. And the sexy underwear is also white. Lewis rubbed his face fiercely. Didn't you say that you came here just to talk about business? You were this dressed to talk about business with me? And you forced me to talk for more than half an hour. After seeing Miss Ao yawn, she pretended to fan her red face. Lewis put down his hand rubbing his face and said, Yes, Your Highness. It getting late. You should go back and rest early. At this moment, His Highness was slightly stunned, and it took him a long time to react to the meaning of this sentence. I won't give you this outfit. I'm afraid people will misunderstand if they see me. Lewis patted His Highness' thigh and said. Miss Ao now completely understood what her boyfriend meant. This damn straight man. In anger, Miss Ao was a little embarrassed. She shook Lewis's hand that was patting her thigh and said, Lord Lewis, please be more respectful. As he said that, His Highness stood up as if he was humiliated, looked at Lewis angrily and said seriously, How can you touch a lady casually? Such behavior is too frivolous. As a prince of a country, your words and deeds should be in accordance with your status. You were sent to me by your uncle to study. Since you were young, I should have. Lewis. After a lecture, Her Highness did not forget to say a few more words of Versailles, which meant that she did not manage her students well. After saying this, seeing Lewis' face getting more and more rubbing, delayed for several minutes, Her Highness finally felt relieved, finally twisted his butt to leave the seat and walked towards the door. Seeing that his girlfriend was finally driven away by him, straight man Lewis was overjoyed. Although he wanted to slap the prince twisting butt, he held back. However, the prince walked slower and slower. Halfway through, he patted his forehead and turned back. Then, he started looking for something on the sofa. It seemed that he had forgotten something. You coughed, made room, and played with the dust on the sofa seriously, pretending that you didn't understand what your girlfriend meant. The prince started looking on the table again. The sister who was reading seriously under the table retracted her legs and made room. The prince didn't find anything, turned around and gave you a look in anger. You let me go back so angry? Your Highness, just bring the Zhenhai Jing here. I didn't bring anything else, Lewis said seriously. The straight man words made Miss Ao blush and angry. She picked up the checkers on the table and explained deliberately, I know I didn't bring anything. My sister was clamoring to play chess, and I almost forgot to take it. Lewis nodded suddenly. Oh, so your sister wants to play checkers with you tonight? Then, Lewis was stunned. Playing checkers? Chapter 506 Save the World. The scheduled task didn't work, I just realized it, and posted it quickly. Louis nodded in realization. Oh, so your sister wants to play checkers with you tonight. Then, Louis froze in his tracks. Wait, play checkers? Yes. As she said that, Miss Ao gritted her teeth, picked up the chessboard, and walked away in her high heels with a sullen look on her face. Seeing Miss Ao walk towards the door, instead of crawling under the table with the chessboard, Louis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, the storybook prediction was wrong. Miss Ao did not find her sister under the table, nor did she happily crawl under the table to play checkers with her sister after finding her sister. Is she sick? However, at this moment, the princess, who had already gone far away, suddenly turned around with the chessboard in her hand, and then began to sprint under the table. And when the princess sprinted under the table, her movements were very steady, and one of her high heels flew off, but the checkers in her hand did not fall down at all. At the moment when the two passed by, Louis, who was stunned, gave Miss Ao a look. You just walked so far? Just a sprint? Did you have to play checkers under the table? Miss Ao gave Louis a look in return. Don't talk nonsense. I hide first. You deal with it. Louis' head buzzed. Louis didn't even sense that there was someone outside. It seems that this person's control of magic has reached an unprecedented level. It is obvious who that person is. By the way, Her Royal Highness' ears are really sharp. She is indeed a good child who has been doing bad things behind her mother back since she was a child. It was easy to hear the footsteps of the parents outside the door. The bad news is that the princess can no longer use magic such as teleportation, which makes a lot of noise. Using such magic in front of the devil. The result is obvious. But the good news is that the princess, who has been playing hide-and-seek with her sister since she was a child, has already mastered a lot of skills. Louis blinked hard. And then he reacted. Hey, don't. Louis watched Miss Ao crawl under the table, and covered his eyes hard. Your sister crawled under the table. You crawled under the table too. I know you don't dare to use magic in front of the big devil, but you said you could just sit on the sofa and drink tea with me. You had to crawl under the table. Are you trying to trick me? The big devil will come over later. How do you want me to explain? You and your sister were playing checkers under the table? While complaining, the princess' buttocks under the table were covered by the tablecloth. Then, there was silence under the table for a while. Then, Louis heard a low conversation under the table. Sister, mocking voice, didn't you say you were going to play checkers with me in your room? Miss Ao, gnashing voice, Delphinia. You shameless woman. Don't tell me you came here so late at night just to read under the table. Ha! We are not married. Are you married? Didn't you say before that it was inappropriate for me to come here so late? The elder sister raised her head in a cold and calm voice. Then what are you doing here? The door outside was pushed open, and a series of footsteps came over. There was silence under the table, and the sound of playing checkers came over. Just then, a tall and slightly angry figure had pushed the door open uninvited. This person was holding a deck of playing cards in his hand. After entering, he stood coldly at the door, turning the cards over, and looking around the room. Looking at that frighteningly cold pretty face, Louis's heart skipped a beat, quickly tidied up his bathrobe, squeezed out an ugly smile, and said, Your Majesty, it's so late, what are you doing here? You didn't even let the eunuchs know before you came. You see, I just took a shower. It a bit inconvenient. The implication was that it was inappropriate for you to go to your son-in-law room so late. However, the Demon King didn't even look at Louis, and didn't answer. It was inappropriate to come here. The Demon King also knew it was inappropriate. His Majesty the Sea King was already full of scandals. And this was the North Sea Kingdom. If someone found out that the Demon King went to his son-in-law room alone in the middle of the night, it would be a disgrace to the Eastern Continent if it got out. Of course, if the two daughters of the Demon King secretly went to Louis's room in the middle of the night, if people knew about it, the Demon King would be embarrassed. The Demon King cares most about his reputation. So she came here. Look at the face of the Demon King. He obviously knows who came here tonight. Mr. Stewart, the magic mirror, certainly doesn't dare to take the initiative to tell spies. Could it be that the mother-in-law, the Demon King, spied on you in the middle of the night? Or, when the mother went to the eldest daughter room at night, she found that she was not there. And when she went to the youngest daughter room, she found that the youngest daughter was not there either. So she asked Helen. She must have gone to play cards with Lou and I. They like to secretly go to Lou and I to play cards at night. And not bring Helen, huh? The Demon King turned over the cards in his hand, and scanned the room with his eyes blazing with fire, and then her nose moved, as if she smelled perfume. Then her face turned cold, and she stepped on her high heels, and started searching in the room. When she passed by Louis, she pushed Louis away and looked at the table. Louis was almost scared to death, and the place under the table became unusually quiet. Just when everyone was holding their breath, Her Majesty picked up a feather duster, then left the table, and went to the balcony and other places to search. When she went to the closet, the bed with curtains, the sofa and other places to search, she did not forget to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, as if she suspected that her daughter had turned into a villain and was hiding under the pillow. Seeing this scene, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. He scanned the room with his mental power and unexpectedly found that he did not even feel the two sisters. Instead, on the balcony, sofa and other places where the two sisters had stayed, I could sense a trace of their presence. Louis was somewhat confused. If it were him, he would probably also mistakenly think that the two sisters were hiding on the sofa or balcony. He would not subconsciously suspect other places. After all, there are not many people in the world who can hide their presence in front of him. But the two sisters seemed to have entered this category. If he had not known that they were under the table, he would probably not have been able to sense them. It seems that after the two sisters went through the leveling up of fighting monsters in the North Sea Kingdom, their level has been very high. In addition, the Demon King is used to perceiving the world with his mind, and the two sisters are also very familiar with their mother's various habits. So they actually managed to find a small loophole and hide their own breath, which made their mother lose face. Of course, the main reason is that the Demon King did not dare to use too strong a mental power to scan. After all, there is another extraordinary person in this East Palace. If she found out, I would use my mind to observe my son-in-law room in the middle of the night. That would be interesting. Looking at His Majesty looking for something on the sofa with his butt sticking out, Louis laughed in his heart. It's rare to see the Demon King looking so embarrassed. If it weren't for his two daughters, I really wouldn't have seen the Demon King sticking his butt out at me. But speaking of it, His Majesty butt is really sticking out. Ahem. Louis couldn't help but think of the last time the Demon King was lying in the castle of the benevolent Baron Alfie in Erlinda. That time, she had just finished a battle with several monarchs, and after being angry with him, she fainted on the sofa. Unfortunately, I didn't have any money to slap her face last time. Otherwise, I would definitely vent my anger when she blackmailed me. The Demon King seemed to be sure that the two sisters had not run far away and were in the room. So she was not in a hurry. She squinted at Louis and played the poker in her hand. Humph. Not bad. Not bad. You are really good. After checking the balcony and the sofa, His Majesty Francesco sneered and muttered, and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, while playing the poker cards in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Louis. Louis laughed awkwardly. The two sisters are really promising. The Demon King was so angry here, but the two of them were so anxious over who would win and who would lose. He bowed slightly and was about to take over. Then His Majesty's words made him stunned for a long time. Louis, you are really promising. Although this is your birthplace, your country is over there. You ignored the obstruction of the King of the North Sea and my daughter, and pushed Optimus Prime, forcing the King of the North Sea to turn over and move, destroying the band that sealed the Netherworld. If Alia and I hadn't happened to visit the North Sea Kingdom recently, I'm afraid it would not be as simple as the entrance to the Netherworld being opened. The Styx tide would have swept the entire world. Louis was dumbfounded. You still haven't forgotten to touch me? And didn't you come to find your daughter? Why are you talking to me about this? Ha, I understand. Your daughter can't run away anyway, you don't have to worry. You plan to let them worry for a while before dealing with them. So you forced me to surrender first, and let me fall into the fraud trap set by you and my cousin? You really have something important to do. When you catch someone cheating, you don't forget to talk about something important? As if he noticed Louis was in a daze, the Demon King gave Louis a look. Aren't you going to ask how to deal with the matter of the Netherworld? Louis almost fainted at the Demon King rogue look. But to be honest, the matter of the Netherworld is indeed important. The monument of the gods there needs to be taken down. In addition, the problems of the three realms of the demon realm have become more and more serious over the years. Adding to this, the secret actions of the treacherous people of the 9 great families, the rifts are getting bigger and bigger. And it is also a bit difficult for the North Sea Kingdom and the Cloud Kingdom to suppress it. Now, in order to block all the newly appeared entrances to the abyss, my cousin had to push down Optimus Prime. And he was robbing Peter to pay Paul. According to my cousin, the problem of the netherworld is not a small one. Why did he say that? The netherworld needs a savior. How strange. Isn't the netherworld an enemy? Shouldn't we destroy them? Shouldn't we save the world? Why do we have to be the savior of the netherworld? So, the moon god came here this time to help me be the savior of the netherworld. Instead of working with me to deal with the nether god or something? But anyway, the word savior sounds exciting. This is the plot I have always wanted. It is embarrassing to say that I have been in this world for a long time. But I have never been a savior. Instead, I have been the destroyer several times. If it were not for the powerful saviors such as Aku and Andre, the Rainbow Kingdom, and the Temple of Zanjia would have been destroyed by the asteroids I summoned and the space-time turbulence of the Abyss Channel. So, what problem did Yu Ming encounter this time? Does he need to save himself? And how can I save Yu Ming? Save this world. Chapter 507, He is not worthy. Louis was thinking wildly over there. Francesco also fell into deep thought. 2 years have passed in a flash. Since 2 years ago, Bull had to resign from the position of director of the Demon Prison Department and go to the Psychic family's residence in the Netherworld. Now the situation in the Netherworld has become even worse. This time, the old cousin moved to another position. Bull finally had the opportunity to return to this world from the Netherworld. But after reporting the situation in the Netherworld, the group hurried back again. Suddenly, Francesco realized that he was distracted. She gave Louis a look. I have been acting so arrogantly for so long. Why don't you ask quickly? Louis was stunned by this look. He looked at the tablecloth woodenly, looked at the two sisters who were playing checkers and eavesdropping. And then Louis rubbed his face weakly. How come you are talking about serious matters when you are catching an adulterer? Mother-in-law, you are too serious. And why do you two under the table look so expectant? Didn't you see the feather duster next to the devil? At this moment, there was a slight strange sound under the table. It seemed that the checkers in Xiao Ao hand fell to the ground. The sound scared Louis and the two sisters under the table. And the devil frowned and looked at the table. Seeing this scene, Louis hurriedly interrupted to attract the devil's attention. Well so? Your Majesty, why do they need a savior? I mean, what problems have those poor ghosts encountered? The Demon King was stunned by the question, then, she understood what Louis meant. Louis should be talking about those guys like Bull. They are facing unprecedented challenges. After a pause, the Demon King looked at Louis. The Styx is flooding. Flooding? That right. Francesco looked at the moonlight outside the window. His eyes became serious now. The dead in this world can only reach the underworld through the Styx tide, which makes the number of nameless souls wandering in the world more and more. The whole reincarnation is also messed up. From Francesco narration, Louis understood the seriousness of the problem. The Styx is the reincarnation place that runs through the underworld and the main world. Once it has problems, the dead will not be able to go to the underworld, and the soul will not be able to reincarnate. Many years ago, the netherworld began to flood. The water of the Styx even began to flow from under my uncle body to this world. Therefore, the seal of the netherworld had long been broken by the water of the Styx. If it weren't for my uncle body blocking it, the flood would have already rushed to this world. However, because my uncle had been blocking the faucet, the flooding in the netherworld became more and more serious, and the entire reincarnation had problems. The reason why my cousin wanted to move this time was, on the one hand, to block the new cracks that spread from the big crack to the North Sea. On the other hand, it was also to open the entrance from the netherworld to this world, to let the water of the Styx flow into part of the South Sea, to temporarily alleviate the problem of flooding in the netherworld. But this is not a long-term solution, because the water from the Styx will make the Styx tides in this world very frequent. If the root cause of the flood is not solved, not only will the Styx tide sweep across the continent, but the dead will also run out of the netherworld along the Styx water. That is, resurrect. But this kind of resurrection is not a true resurrection, but becoming a dead soul. So by that time, the whole world will be full of living dead and plague. Hearing this, Louis understood a little. The flood of the Styx has flooded this world. The Styx tide of the mysterious sea has become so frequent, which is related to this incident. If this flood develops to an uncontrollable level, the mysterious sea will become more and more weird, and the violent magic tide of the mysterious sea will also affect the whole world. At the same time, if this flood is not resolved, many refugees in the netherworld will also be washed into this world by the flood. Louis asked, why is there a flood? Francesco mentioned a word, because of the soul stone. The Soul Stone is just like Francesco's subsequent narration. When mentioning the Soul Stone, we have to mention the past. At that time, the great existence of the old days dominated this world. And the netherworld at that time was still a chaos. A singularity full of chaos and nothingness. Until a man holding a stone fell into that world. The world exploded in a beam of light. And the great giant of light supported the sky and the earth. The netherworld gradually emerged. And the cycle of order was also derived. The netherworld is just like the moon goddess Alia. Mithras, as a little god chosen by the gods of creation, as the son born in the arms of the god of Gallic, netherworld, became the manager of the new world, in charge of maintaining the order of reincarnation. Since then, the order of the new world has finally been perfected. The word base vehicle flashed in Lewis's mind. The base vehicle of the sanctuary has the ability to open up a dimensional space. Just like the monument of the gods that supports the sky of the North Sea Kingdom, the soul-suppressing stone should be one of the fragments of the moon core. But if you want to use it to create a perfect world, like the netherworld, the base vehicle alone is not enough. What more? The soul-suppressing stone is only 1/4 of the base vehicle. It can only go from 0 to 1 at most. Everything that follows is due to the power of the kings of Gallic. So, these 4 uncles of my cousin are like a creation of the world. They created the netherworld. They perfected the order of this world. And the soul-suppressing stone is the cornerstone of the world they used to create the world. Once someone touches it, the entire netherworld will be in chaos. So, the flood was actually just the beginning. Francesco said, according to the report of the angels of death to the moon goddess. It was Hades who moved the soul stone. As for why Mithras moved the soul stone, it is unknown. After hearing that Mithras moved the soul stone, the 2 sisters under the table looked at each other in disbelief. After thinking about this, Francesco also showed a puzzled look on his face. She looked at Lewis and said, as the only true god of the underworld, Mithras is the owner of the soul stone. He is also the guardian of the soul stone. He has no reason to move the soul stone, because it is like destroying his own throne. Lewis looked at the night outside the balcony, and an answer flashed in his mind. But there is an extremely powerful existence. If he wants to use the power of the underworld reincarnation to revive, then he also needs the soul stone. Because his resurrection requires the power of the entire underworld to provide him with enough energy. Use the power of a world to revive. Or, use the entire world as a carrier. What a great existence is this. At this time, Francesco continued, Alia, moon goddess, gave me a guess that her predecessor once used the monument of the gods to control the world will, and became the master of this world. Perhaps Hades wanted to follow the old path of moon god, and go one step further, becoming the master of the netherworld. Perhaps this was due to the temptation of some existence. Or perhaps it was due to his greed. But what it was for, I'm afraid only he himself knew. Lewis shook his head secretly. He did not agree with Francesco's answer. Lewis thought, Moon God said that Hades moved the soul-calming stone. Which might be true. But the one who really wanted to use the soul-calming stone, I'm afraid it wasn't Hades. Because he is not worthy. Even the moon god can't sit on the throne, so he has to reincarnate, and even forgets part of his memory. Who is Mithras? All those pioneers of the magic revolution who sacrificed in the past 3,000 years died in vain? All those heroes who killed gods and demons have entered the netherworld. Indeed, the earliest heroes may have entered reincarnation long ago. But they continue to fall, and people continue to enter the netherworld. And it is even more obvious that the netherworld has always been the least daring to make trouble in the 3 underground realms, and the most obedient one. This is precisely because of those heroes. There are so many heroes in the netherworld. If Mithras is a good operation and maintenance administrator, and operates reincarnation well, maybe everyone will not bother to care about this guy. But if he wants to do something weird, then the god Mithras would no longer exist. Chapter 508 What does kicking someone ass have to do with saving the world? Lewis disagrees with Francesco's answer. He thinks the one who really wants to use the soul stone is the old god, and the god of the underworld. Mithras is just a tool used by the old god. There is a new narration in the storybook. Or, the storybook speaks for Lewis on its own initiative. Can I delete these narrations? Don't always speak for me. You frivolous book. Lewis couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lewis. He first thought of what his cousin had mentioned before. Becoming the savior of the underworld. And then thought of what Francesco said. Those poor ghosts need to be saved. And then some words flashed in Lewis's mind. Kidnapping. Coercion. And hostage rescue. That right. There is only one answer. The underworld god was kidnapped. What nonsense! I didn't think of these. However, speaking of the hostage idea, it seems to be somewhat possible, according to Yazzie. Otherwise, why would Mithras sacrifice his own underworld kingdom to help the old gods? It can't be because of worship. Right? This servility is too strong. Isn't it that he is not used to being a good boss, and he must find a master for himself? Is he a fool? From this point of view, it seems more reliable that Mithras was kidnapped. He must have been coerced to do such a weird thing as finding a master for himself. So, I am going to rescue the hostages this time? But thinking of this, Louis was confused again. Since Francesco said before, the old god is dead, only some regrets are left. How can such an old god kidnap and threaten Hades? From this perspective, the logic of kidnapping is wrong again. Is it really not because Mithras, that idiot who worships the old gods, voluntarily sacrificed his own country to revive the old gods? Perhaps Louis does not need to dwell on this issue at all. He just needs to treat this as a hostage rescue trip. After all, he will probably kill the hostages. What are you talking about? If Mithras is really kidnapped, will I do the kind of bad things described in the storybook? Ignoring the narration, Louis asked a question in his mind. Your Majesty, why do you keep saying that Hades is the owner of the Soul Stone? What about the king of the underworld? How could Mithras take the Soul Stone from him? He is so powerful. Louis made a gesture as if to describe how big he was. However, Francesco frowned. King of the underworld? I have never heard of King of the underworld. Francesco said, there is only one god in the entire underworld. And that is Hades. He is the first god born in the underworld. There is no such thing as the king of the underworld in the underworld. Louis' face turned strange. How is this possible? The storybook clearly wrote before that. The four kings of Gallic established the Cloud Kingdom heaven, and agreed that no one could scratch there but casually. After flipping through the storybook again, Louis confirmed that this king of the underworld existed and his name was Mingyu. And the storybook also mentioned that Mithras grew up in Mingyu arms. And this Mingyu is one of the four kings of Gallic. But people in the world seem to be unaware of Mingyu's existence. Except for the storybook, no one has ever mentioned Mingyu, and no one has ever mentioned the king of Jinyo. Only my uncle remembers Mingyu. But my uncle never mentions him. Perhaps my uncle is the only living god of Gallic, and just like the promise he kept for his deceased friends, after his friends passed away. My uncle never scratched his butt secretly again. As for the scratching of his butt this time, it was for a friend. It was originally a very sad thing, but it was made unrefined by the storybook. Louis was even more confused in the narration. It seemed that the scratching of the uncle, but for the underworld, was like scratching his deceased friend. Suddenly, Louis thought of something. But before he could think about it, the startled Francesco on the other side slammed the table hard, which scared him. Louis, we can't let Mithras succeed. We must take the Soul Stone back from him. The big devil lady slammed the table and stood up righteously. She looked at Louis, who was startled by the voice, and said with a burning gaze, Louis, you must go this time, because only you can solve the problem there. Me? Louis pointed at himself with his mouth wide open, showing a look of surprise, as if wondering why it must be me. But less than half a second later, this guy looked at the look in Miss Demon King eyes that said of course you must go, and smiled happily. Who else could it be except me? As expected, I am the best. Thinking of this, Louis agreed to Francesco's invitation to join a team. Louis didn't take Mithras seriously at all. Louis knew that if Mithras was kidnapped, then the current Mithras might not be Mithras at all. He is very likely to have been occupied. Although the former greatness has not been truly resurrected, Mithras' body and soul-soothing stone cannot accommodate all of his soul. But this big guy with the world as a carrier is a real big tiger. The old uncle in his prime may still be able to fight. I am afraid that even the current uncle may not be able to defeat him. Just look at how many people died after the fight between Gallic and the old gods. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just say that Dragon's Nest and Zanja are all lying there. So, if Louis is asked to fight this big tiger one-on-one now, the only trick Louis can think of is sliding. Because this is not something that humans can deal with. But this ignorant beast, who didn't even know what the base vehicle, Soul Stone, of the sanctuary was, dared to use it as his life box. He died without knowing how he died. He wants to return to this world through the power of reincarnation. This road is not feasible. Louis decided to let it know clearly this time. What exactly is it holding? Although this matter is still very risky, if the moon goddess, the big devil lady, can help, Louis thinks it is still quite certain. Therefore, for this time to rescue the hostages, Louis is full of confidence. Francesco is also full of confidence. But her confidence does not come from Louis. It seems that the great demon king has formed a group to deal with Mithras this time. And she is full of confidence in this group. Her next words also made Louis look ugly. According to Francesco, the reason why Louis had to go this time was because he, the king of the South Sea, was needed to lead the way. Without Louis, the fleet could not cross the turbulent Styx and reach the underworld. In addition, after Francesco and others dealt with Mithras, someone was also needed to control the water. Therefore, Francesco and others completely regarded Louis as a servant who cleaned up the battlefield. Louis, I know that with your current strength, going to the underworld with us is like committing suicide. But looking at the entire North Sea Kingdom, you are the only sea king who can move outside. So we need you to control the water. Francesco patted Louis, shook his head and said, Louis, don't worry. You just need to cure the flooding Styx. As for Mithras, we will deal with him. The meaning of Francesco's words is translated as you have great potential, but you are not qualified to fight with Mithras. So you just need to do the logistics. I am not worthy? Besides me, who can handle that guy? Do you know what he is? You are helping me. Right? I am not helping you. For the question of who is the boss, you think you may not be able to explain it to Miss Francesco. And if you want them to call you I Surrender or Big Brother, it is probably useless to just say it. It depends on what you do in the netherworld. You decide to complete this task in this way after taking it. A. Take action at the critical moment, turn the tide, and rescue the hostage Mr. Mithras. Completion reward, Francesco and others. I Surrender. And Big Brother. You are awesome. Asterisk 1, Louis happiness +1 Mithras. You troublemaker. And look who I am. 1. Team wiped out 1. Random attribute +3. B. When Francesco and others are fighting Mithras, take the opportunity to kidnap Mr. Mithras, and then rescue him. Completion reward, Francesco and others. I give up. And Big Brother. Can you stop making trouble? Asterisk 1. Louis was relieved +1. Mithras, you are the troublemaker again. And do you think you can win this time? 1. Team zombie running in. Random attribute +30. Seeing this, Louis' face became strange. This is the first time he has seen a prophecy of team annihilation. It seems that Mithras is more difficult to deal with than I thought. According to the prophecy, if I follow the routine, there will be a team annihilation. If you don't follow the routine, there seems to be a chance. But you may also fail. Just when Louis was distracted, an option suddenly appeared in the narration. C. Kick the pretty mother-in-law butt. Completion reward, night visit to Moon Lake +1. Second encounter with the Lord of the World? Asterisk 1. Hidden World true. Plot +1. Weird journey to the underworld asterisk 1. Big devil young lady who has been unfriendly to you all the way asterisk 1. Completely chaotic fate line asterisk 1. Mithras? Asterisk 1. Team running corpses asterisk? Random attributes +300. Louis? What does saving the world have to do with kicking ass? Also, who is this? Is the Lord of the World referring to the moon goddess? The first time I met the moon goddess was at my cousin's place, and seeing her again is the second time? But why use to describe her? Louis always feels that something is wrong. Shaking his head, Louis chose A and B. Schrodinger's Louis +1. Strength +3. Magic +30. It seems that in C's future, there will be more uncertainty. But do I really want to do this? And I may not be able to beat her. She can't just stand up and let me kick her. At this moment, Louis suddenly found that there was a butt shaking in front of him. It turned out that, while Louis was distracted, His Majesty had frowned at some point, bent over and lifted the tablecloth to look at the two daughters who were smiling. The anger in the heart of the great demon king has been burning. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. Louis can feel how angry the Majesty is now. If he kicks again? Strength +300. Francesco? Chapter 509 The Style of a Boss the Other Side. North Sea Palace, East Palace. Touching the harp, Alia 9 shook her head in disappointment. To be honest, since Miss Ao took her home for the first time 10 years ago, Alia has become a frequent visitor to the North Sea Palace, and during this visit, she has also lived in the North Sea Palace for 2 weeks. But this is her first time to the East Palace. but she feels familiar with this harp. But she has no impression of it. Aoao said that she had been to the East Palace more than 100 years ago. At that time, Aoao was still a little girl. And Alia also remembered what teacher Francesco had said. She said that in her 300 years, this was not the first time she had met. But sometimes, Alia always doubted whether everyone had recognized the wrong person. She was sure that she might be the moon god with supreme power that people talked about. And she was so powerful since birth. Which was a proof. She was also sure that she should be the 9th incarnation of Alii, the first female pope in the past 3,000 years. Because she could occasionally recall some things from her previous life. But Alia always felt that she was no longer the self who once dominated the world. However, Alia would often dream of another self. That self was extremely powerful, more powerful and terrifying than herself and Miss Francesco. Just like her godfather, His Majesty Aoyi, the King of the North Sea, who was unfathomable. Alia can feel the difference between herself and her other self. Her soul is pure. But she is full of desires and darkness. And extremely complex. It is so complex that the pure Alia feels disgusted and repulsive. Just like she hates Delphinia. Often, Alia will see another self in her dreams doing something terrible in another place. Every time, Alia will stop her and persuade her. But not every time it succeeds. Although Alia knows, it may just be a dream. But this makes her feel very guilty. Even every time she wakes up from a dream, she can't help but secretly cry on the pillow. She is like Alia Nightmare. She makes Alia want to get rid of and destroy her. But even after experiencing reincarnation again and again, she is like the dark side of the moon that Alia can't get rid of. Alia can feel that she also wants to get rid of herself. And also wants to destroy herself. Because I made her unable to do something happily. Just as I regarded her as a nightmare, she also regarded me as a disgusting and annoying shackle. Or as a conscience. But desire cannot eliminate conscience, and conscience cannot eliminate desire. While distracted, Alia played a piece of music on the harp in her hand. His Highness Aoao, who was watching from the side, shouted in surprise. Sister Alia, the case has finally been solved. It seems that you have been the one who secretly came here every night to play the piano and drink for the past 2 weeks. Xiao Longnu thought to herself. No wonder someone said recently that there was a noise at the Moon Lake in the East Palace. I think it must be my sister taking a bath. On the other side, after hearing the little sister words, Alia shook her head with some amusement. She didn't say anything, and didn't want to get entangled with Aoao on this matter. It was indeed her first time to come to the East Palace today. It must be some palace maid secretly playing the piano at night. After all, this East Palace seems to have been abandoned for a long time, and there are usually not many people in the palace. Occasionally, some little palace maids are naughty, and it is reasonable for them to play with the toys in the palace. Moreover, I never drink. Aoao family seems to like it very much. At least the king of Jiulongzhenhai likes it very much. Look, after hearing that I plan to visit Louis tonight, Aoao's sister followed me noisily, and brought a pot of Shanxiando as an apology. They said that Louis liked drinking the most. This thing about liking drinking should have been heard from Helen. In addition to this, Aoao should have heard some other habits about Louis. Thinking of this, Alia smiled a little. Helen said that. By the way, tonight after everyone left the pavilion, Princess Aoao followed Alia like a follower. Normally, His Highness Aoao is not so clingy. Alia is also very clear about what Miss Aoao is thinking. She hopes to borrow her face to ease the tension between the two. After all, Miss Aoao offended her cousin today. Alia feels that she still has some face. At the same time, she also hopes that Aoao can come with her. After all, it is not convenient for her to be alone at night. Although Alia dressed as a bishop when she visited Beihai Kingdom recently. But someone in the North Sea Palace knew that she was the Pope. What was it like for the Moon Court Pope to visit the Sea King in the middle of the night? This was the same as Her Majesty Queen Sorrento of the Northern Continent visiting her son-in-law room in the middle of the night. So she was still very shy about this kind of thing. If it was her who was kicked under the table tonight, and it was Francesco who suddenly opened the door to visit, then she would definitely stay under the table with a dark face, so as not to be discovered by the lady with the same strength as herself that she had just teleported away. At this time, the two were getting closer and closer to Louis' residential area. Since Alia was going to talk to Louis about the netherworld tonight, the two did not bring any entourage. They did not encounter any eunuchs or palace maids on the way. Francesco was driven away with magic when he came quietly. because there were always fewer people in the East Palace, and the two of them had something on their minds. They did not pay attention to this little thing. As they got closer to the destination, the eldest princess became more and more uneasy. This was a bit out of character. After all, even if Miss Long Outyang could not be described as arrogant, she was very stylish. On the contrary, Alia every move was very stylish, as if those ladies-in-waiting and eunuchs were following her. She looked a bit like a female pope. Perhaps it was because she came here to do business today, and when doing business, Alia never showed her weak side. Before entering the door, Alia saw that the eldest princess was a little nervous, and she comforted her with her hands behind her back like an older sister. You know what? Although Alia is only 18 years old this year, the 180-year-old dragon lady calls her sister. In fact, she should be called aunt. But after reincarnation, the order of seniority is a bit messed up. Alia does look like a big sister. Maybe it because of some memories of her past life. Or maybe it because she was crowned as pope at the age of 16, which makes her have a unique temperament. Even if she stands with Francesco, she will not be suppressed by Francesco aura, at least on the surface. In the eyes of the priests, the lady every move was that of a big boss. But after knocking on the door, the two heard the words come in and pushed the door open, and the big boss lady lost her composure. Xiao Longnu was also dumbfounded. Only the three people playing landlord under the table breathed a sigh of relief. As for Louis, who was covering for the three people, he finally gave Xiao Longnu a feather duster with tears in his eyes, took the immortal wine, drank the wine, wiped his tears, and walked out of the room, and went to Inn. Chapter 510. You can come to my room. Everything was normal when the two ladies first came in. At that time, Mr. Lewis seemed to be arranging the tablecloth beside the table, and there were a few books on the table. It seemed that Mr. Lewis was reading books so late at night, and he had something important to do. After seeing the two ladies come in, although Mr. Lewis stood there without moving, he also showed a warm smile on his face, as if he had seen a savior. It was as if the two did not come tonight, he would be pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by his mother-in-law. This enthusiastic attitude was very welcoming. And Louis' lower body was also dressed very politely, wearing a pair of trousers. Or, when the two came in, Mr. Lewis was actually changing clothes. Logically, he should have asked the two to wait outside the door, and let them in after they changed their clothes. But when the two knocked on the door just now, Mr. Lewis seemed to directly shout, "Come in." Louis, who was topless, was standing at the table looking for a shirt. He scratched his chest with a smile when he saw the two people coming in. At this time, the two ladies standing at the door had different expressions. Miss Alia was stunned for half a second. It seemed that she had lived in the Moon Court since she was a child, and had not been exposed to too many mundane things. The people she had met were all powerful and noble. When everyone met her, the young pope, they all showed their best side. So in the subconscious of this pure-hearted Miss Big Brother, people in this world should be gentle and well-dressed, not as casual as this stinky hooligan. So she crashed for a second. On the other hand, Miss Aoao was very calm. She frowned and secretly complained about the poor quality of this fake foreigner. But she couldn't help but look at the beautiful angular abdominal muscles for a long time. Obviously, although this more than 100-year-old Miss Long Nu had never eaten pork, she still knew a lot of things. It was not until a while later that Louis buttoned up his shirt and looked up. Miss Aoao then blushed and coughed, and turned her head away with a look of disgust. At this time, Miss Alia was stunned for a second, and then she realized that the little scene just now was not a big deal. She smiled and shook off her surprise, as if she was visiting a friend's house, and walked towards Louis enthusiastically with Miss Aoao. At this time, Miss Big Boss Carefree look finally looked like a big boss. Then, Miss Pope, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, stumbled over something on the road. This was the first small mistake. But Miss Pope had seen all kinds of storms and waves. She had lived for 10 lifetimes. Stumbling was nothing. Miss Alia had 100 plans to save the situation in her mind. So, the smile on her face did not change because of this small mistake. Instead, she looked down at her feet, intending to make a small joke, and turned the page on this little thing in a humorous way. At the same time, the highly emotional princess also smiled gently, preparing to make a joke after Miss Pope finished her humor. As a result, when the two looked at the two high-heeled shoes on the ground, they were slightly down for half a second. It was really unexpected that two high-heeled shoes were thrown on the carpet of a man's room at this late night. and one was black and the other was white. I don't know what happened. Miss Pope, who was trying to be humorous, was a little bit out of humor, and just opened her mouth slightly to be a little cute. Miss Princess also lost her EQ, and looked weird. However, Louis, who was always humorous and had high EQ, saved the situation at this critical moment. Mr. Louis, who was smiling, walked over gracefully in the surprised eyes of the two people, and played a little joke in a very humorous way with high EQ that the two ladies would never forget. "Oh, Your Highness Alia, Your Highness the Princess. As a man, it is reasonable for 3 women high heels to appear in the room in the middle of the night." Louis smiled and looked at the 3 high heels on the ground, and said to the two, "So don't be surprised. You heard 3 warnings full of murderous intent in your heart." During Louis's explanation, Miss Alia showed a look of realization, and then her face was a little unhappy. "Mr. Jinhaiwang's private life is really too indecent. And Xiaolong new cousin secretly cursed you in her heart. You foreign dog who bred everywhere. Go back and check which palace maid it was. It was too absurd to sneak in here, in the middle of the night, without the permission of the eunuch." But then the two looked at the 2 high heels in surprise. "Why are they both foreign shoes? Palace maid shouldn't wear these." "As I said, Your Majesty Alia, Your Royal Highness the Princess, you are on the side of Your Majesty the Pope." Xiaolong new cousin, actually Louis is older, slowly bent down in the surprised eyes of the two. "You picked up 2 of the high heels. You put them on." Xiaolong new cousin, with a black question mark on her face. And the mother-in-law who had been planning to introduce Louis to the Pope daughter for a blind date. "I am a man. So, it is reasonable for me to have high heels in my room." Louis calmly bowed to the 2 of them, and said with a very calm smile, "Because I like wearing high heels." At this time, Miss Ao was completely dumbfounded. But Miss Pope is worthy of being a person who has experienced many ups and downs. She reacted quickly. She directly made a high emotional intelligence joke, and helped Louis out. "Oh, I like it too." Obviously, Miss Pope finally failed to find the most suitable one from her thousands of plans. Although her mind was still buzzing like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. At least she spoke and successfully broke the ice. At the same time, the eldest princess also reacted and said with a smile, "I often put some foreign shoes in my room. Also of this style. Oh, I go and have a look when I have time." With Louis easing, the scene finally became harmonious. Louis put his arms around the shoulders of the two. And then, the 3 of them smiled like sisters, who had known each other for a long time. It was just some small hobbies. Not a big deal. And speaking of it, it seems that being sisters with Louis is not bad. People say that he is full of scandals. But it seems that everyone has misunderstood. They are just normal sisters. The 3 people under the table breathed a sigh of relief. Louis hugged the 2 ladies, and came to the sofa. Perhaps because of the high heels, the relationship between the 3 people suddenly became closer. So when Louis warmly invited the 2 ladies to sit down, the 2 ladies looked at the 3rd high heel on the sofa, and smiled, a little confused. "Oh, as I said, ladies." In the doubtful eyes of the 2, Louis shook his head. He put down his arms around their shoulders, bent down very gentlemanly to pick up the 3rd high-heeled shoe on the sofa, and held it in his hand. Then he looked at the 2 high-heeled shoes on his feet, and then looked at the one in front of him, and fell into deep thought. The 2 smiling ladies also suddenly fell into deep thought. Mr. Louis?" Miss Pope's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth wide, full of confusion. She had never seen those 2 before. But she knew this one. So it was obviously not bought by Louis. "Hey! Don't explain. You stole it, and held it in your hands. You pervert. Don't go to my room to look at shoes." Miss Ao took a step back, wiped the shoulder that Louis had just touched, and screamed with disgust on her face. Louis burst into tears. "For the reputation of this family? How much did I pay? Is the mother-in-law speechless this time? And those 2 little girls? You 2 must remember what I did for you today." The 3 people under the table have strange expressions on their faces, and different thoughts. Ossicles, Louis seems to like sneaking into other people's rooms and lying under the bed, and likes to wear Helen clothes. Louis? Delphinia, no wonder he pretends so well. Maybe I should bring an extra set of underwear next time I come? Louis. Lord Demon, Miss Ao really woke me up. I felt that there was something wrong with this boy. Does he really like to wear high heels? I must not let my daughter meet him again. Ladies, as I said, I am a man. Louis looked at the 2 ladies with tears in his eyes, and said with a clear conscience, "So it is reasonable to find some women's supplies in the room." He turned around and betrayed the three people. He secretly pointed under the table. In an instant, the two smart ladies understood everything. No wonder there was a fragrance in the room. Ahem. I actually like it very much. Ahem. Miss Pope's mind was buzzing. She searched through all her thousands of plans, and found such a high EQ sentence. Miss Aoyo, with a messy face, looked at Louis, who was staring at her, and humorously said, "You can still come to my room to look at shoes." Before she finished speaking, Miss Aoyo saw Louis, who was so angry that he rolled his eyes, pick up the feather duster on the table. Miss Aoyo was so scared that her face turned blue. Then she lay on the ground and screamed. She hadn't been beaten yet. Miss Pope and the three people who were watching secretly under the table gave Louis a blank look. "Is everyone in your family like this?" Louis ignored them. And Miss Aoyo finally didn't dodge the beating. After Louis viciously pulled up the princess and whipped her hard on the butt a few times, Miss Aoyo really screamed. As Louis said, "It is reasonable to find some women's supplies in a man room." But His Highness Aoyo struggled, and the stubborn look he gave him at the end made him remember it for the rest of his life. "Helen told me that you like to sneak into other people's rooms and wear her clothes." Finally, Louis drank the wine in tears, laughed to the sky and went out. As he left, the three people under the table found that the dim environment became brighter. The three of them raised their heads woodenly, looking at the Pope, who was lifting the tablecloth, with a dull look on his face, and Miss Aoyo, who was rubbing her buttocks and looking gossipy. Miss Di looked at the cards that fell on the ground when the Demon King came in, picked them up, and calmly dealt the cards. "Ah, sister, you are really careful. It's still cooler here." Miss Ao fanned her sweaty forehead, and took the cards from her sister. Ahem. The Demon King looked at the cards that had been stuffed into his hand at some unknown time. Pair of kings. It was a little quiet around him. The Demon King, holding the poker cards, looked at Miss Pope outside fiercely. "What are you looking at? I just like playing cards under the table." The tablecloth was pulled down by the Demon King fiercely. "We are all relatives. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Right? No one will spread this matter. Besides, I have a clear conscience." The Demon King comforted himself in his heart. The Demon King hatred value for Louis plus 99.99 asterisk 2. Louis is dead, trip to the sticks is booked +1. Chapter 511 I have a date with the moon. The back mountain of the East Palace has an elegant environment, small bridges, flowing water, bamboo forest. Full of Yunhua style. For a moment, Louis suddenly felt like he had returned to his ancient hometown. Louis vaguely felt some noisy sounds in the distance, which seemed to be a waterfall in the distance. He looked up and found that there was water vapor in that direction, but due to the obstruction of the bamboo forest, he could only see a corner of the beautiful waterfall in the distance. It seemed that he had unknowingly come to the vicinity of the moon lake. Retracting his gaze, Louis looked at the bright moon in the sky, and took a sip of the wine gourd with a melancholy heart. The moon is shining at the end of the world. The entire Beihai Palace is my home, but I have no home to return to. The ancients looked at the moon and missed their hometown. Louis did not understand this feeling, because the moon could not be seen in the city of lights and wine. But now Louis has experienced the feeling of missing his hometown when looking at the moon. Yes, Beihai Palace is his home, but it is not his home either. Even the moon and stars in the sky are different from those at home. The moon at home is not that big. Bamboo will not grow as tall as ancient trees. Under the moonlight in this foreign land, Louis gradually slowed down his pace as he walked along the river. The night wind blew. The moonlight passed through the tall sacred bamboo, forming beautiful beams of light on the river. There were fluorescent dots on the water, dancing around the beams of light, just like the hands of the moon god playing the harp. Louis' face suddenly became a little strange. This scene reminded him of what happened on the riverside of Aishwarya Elf Cottage. During that social death, Louis ran into Miss Kona in the women bathhouse, and then in a high emotional conversation, the two rubbed each other backs. This absurd incident was a big stain in Louis's heart. He swore that if he hadn't drunk too much that time, he would never let that happen. This time, Louis felt that he had drunk too much, so he didn't plan to meet anyone or have any ridiculous things happen. Besides, he was a little tired. Or rather, he suddenly felt homesick today and suddenly felt very tired. He really didn't have the mood to mess around. Yes, in this foreign country, Louis did have a lot of relatives and foreign wives. But his wife was either scheming against each other or playing cards and making trouble. Or she would cheat him. This is very different from the home Louis imagined at the beginning. I really want to have a true confidant. Maybe you should go on a blind date. Ignoring the indecent narration, Louis leaned on the big rock by the stream, feeling a little sleepy. See, baby, are you really going to sleep here? The tattoo on his arm looked around nervously and said. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a little scared tonight. Maybe it's not bad to sleep here tonight. Half asleep and half awake. Louis was too lazy to open his mouth. Unconsciously, Louis's vision was already blurry. But the lines of narration kept appearing in Louis's dream. It is said that after Louis drank 3 bowls of wine, he ignored the advice and insisted on sleeping on the mountain. As a result, he met such a man-eating tigress. As Louis said before, in front of such a real big tiger, the most beautiful plan he could think of was to use the sliding shovel. Louis was awakened by the messy words in front of him. He rubbed his eyes and exhaled a breath of alcohol drunkenly. What tiger wants me to use a sliding tackle on it? Can it withstand my sliding tackle? Louis, who hadn't slept well, was a little angry. He said to himself drunkenly. Obviously, he had forgotten all the metaphors about people and tigers that he had mentioned before. No wonder, so many things happened today that even the storybook readers, who were just watching the fun, might have to flip back to remember. How could he remember the words he said casually without flipping through the book? Big tiger? See, SpongeBob, there are no big tigers here, but I feel. I can't describe this feeling. I let go, I'm a little scared. The sky suddenly became a little dark, lunar eclipse, and Mr. Patrick felt more and more scared. To be honest, although Mr. Patrick's strength is not as good as before after being severely injured, his courage has never diminished because of the reduction of strength. Even if he met a coup who he couldn't beat, he dared to challenge him. And dared to do push-ups while shouting something like you were in front. I will do him from behind and so on. After all, he is a bloody evil god of the abyss. But today, he didn't even see anyone, and he was trembling with fear. What made him even more frightened was that he didn't even know why he was afraid. Perhaps, an unknown existence that should have no sense of existence, an existence that should only be seen by Louis, was slightly sensed by Mr. Patrick because of today's lunar eclipse. Louis didn't feel the panic in Mr. Patrick's heart, but he felt that Mr. Patrick should have discovered something. He drank too much, and his perception was not sensitive. But Mr. God of 10,000 Eyes had a very good perception ability. Maybe it was because of the cousin's previous comeback? So some big thing from the netherworld came out? Although it not completely correct, it a prophecy. Louis didn't pay too much attention to the mysterious storybook. He just felt a little angry now. It really is something from the netherworld. Is it Mithras' little brother who came to explore the way? Or Mithras himself? Or the robber who kidnapped him? No matter who it is, if he dares to come out, he won't go back. What a coincidence, wine makes a coward bold. Originally you might not be so reckless. But today you are drunk and you have to go and see if the big tiger can resist him. And you don't think you are a coward. You think it's more appropriate to describe yourself as wine makes a hero bold. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of tigress dares to be arrogant on the territory of my cousin? Hiccup, today is such a good opportunity. I don't want to be this boss. Do we have to wait until the netherworld to start a team fight? Louis stood up indignantly, picked up the wine gourd and took a sip. Then he took Patrick from the tattoo on his arm. Then he swung his hand, and Mr. Patrick in his hand turned into a long sword. On the hilt, there was a coral shape, just like the legendary sword in the lake. When Louis reached out and touched the blade began to emit a dazzling cold light in the dim moonlight. Enchantment. Louis feels that if he uses boxing gloves today, it will not match the style of the cloud country around him. It will easily affect the atmosphere, and it is not cool enough. Really thoughtful. So, is this a dagger for sliding? Ignoring the narration, Louis burped, then hung the wine gourd on his waist, and then narrowed his eyes. His vision began to cross dimensions, and he searched everywhere. However, the big guy seemed unexpectedly hard to find, as if he could not feel it at all. Just when Louis frowned, he suddenly noticed something unusual, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wu Song will eventually pass this post. Louis glared, then raised his sword, and jumped in that direction. Because of the debuff, he didn't dare to use teleport. There was a loud bang, and the ground that Louis had just stepped on cracked with a bang. The wind whistled, and Louis's figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, falling in the direction of the waterfall and moon pool. The beam of light on the lake was like a harp. When the woman plucked it casually, it produced a pleasant sonata. The glowing lights danced happily around the beam of light in the sound. With her hand lazily resting on her chin, the woman stretched out her hand and looked at the glowing lights on the back of her hand. I've almost forgotten how to play the harp. Suddenly, the woman felt a little bored. She took a sip of wine, looked at the lunar eclipse in the sky that was about to end, and the brightly lit North Sea Palace in the distance, spit out a breath of foul air, and shook her head. A sudden loud noise in the distance, a meteor streaked across the sky. The woman stroking the halo on her hand, raised her head in surprise, and saw a furious little fellow running head-on. Is this a sliding tackle? Maybe the tiger should open its mouth? The red-robed woman narrowed her eyes, and flicked her sleeves, then she stretched out her hand. Another encounter with the master of the world? *1. The true plot hidden in the depths of the world, and the strange journey to the underworld, and the completely chaotic fate line in Mithras. Will soon be +1. Chapter 512 Girl, excuse me. Lewis in midair rushed towards the red figure on the ground with great momentum. The scarlet blade was ready to go, and the long sword in his hand had already flashed a terrifying red light. However, when the figure on the ground raised his head, Lewis was stunned. Red clothes, long black hair, eyes like the stars in the sky. This face, like the Western Region Dragon Sect leader, made Lewis feel a little familiar. At the same time, the woman was also slightly stunned, revealing a surprised look. After a brief moment of thinking, Lewis hastily withdrew his hand, and hastily used a multidimensional Rubik cube to turn himself around in midair, and fall into the deep pool in a mess. With a bang, a huge wave arose in the pool. Amid the splashing water, the surrounding bamboo forest was crackled by the water. For a moment, it seemed as if a heavy rain had fallen in the surrounding area. The entire moon lake became more hazy in the mist. Several objects fell from the sky with the splashing water. They were the things that Lewis was knocked out of when he fell into the water. A wine gourd fell right next to the woman. The woman reached out to take it, looked at the water surface, and pulled the clothes on her shoulders that were wet by the rain and slipped down. A moment later, the upper body of a silly boy turned out of the water. He touched the water on his face and looked around with surprise. It turned out to be the female knight who sat on the monument before. It really predestined. It seems that I made a mistake. The meeting just now was a bit presumptuous. But where is she? After looking around twice, Lewis suddenly realized that the female knight was standing tall by the pond, holding the wine gourd and sniffing it gently. I don't know why. She seemed to have no sense of existence. She was clearly in front of him, but she didn't seem to exist. If you are not careful, you will ignore her. Girl, it's so late. Why are you alone? My wine. Lewis saw the woman smell the wine gourd in her hand. Then she poured the wine directly into the lake. After pouring it, she threw the empty wine gourd into the lake in front of him. What are you doing? Why did you pour my wine? Before she finished speaking, another wine gourd was thrown from the woman's hand. Lewis subconsciously reached out to take it. Then a fragrance entered his nose. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and took a sip with great joy. Good wine, good. Hey, wait. Lewis was suddenly stunned. He looked at the wine gourd in his hand, then at the woman in red not far away, and fell into deep thought. Didn't I accidentally enter some crew? Shaking his head, Lewis threw the wine gourd back to the woman. The woman reached out to take the wine thrown in the air, and then raised her head and drank it. The woman seemed to be very fond of wine, and in her, there was something that Lewis had never seen in anyone. That thing was so familiar. And this thing also made the woman feel free and lonely, as if she had jumped out of the three realms. This thing made her wander in this bustling world, not caring about the eyes of anyone around her. And no one or eyes would care about her. No one would remember her. The wine kept sliding down the woman's chin, and Lewis looked at the woman's face, and felt that she was a little familiar. Lewis was sure that, except for the time when they planted the sacred tree, the two of them must have met somewhere else. And he had a very deep impression of her. Miss, have we met somewhere before? I'm going to ask you a question. Is your name Dong Fong and your name Booby? The woman who was drinking suddenly stretched her neck and was stunned. She wiped the wine off her chin, frowned doubtfully, and looked at Lewis, and said something. Lewis pricked up his ears, but did not hear her voice. Maybe it was because he drank too much, so even his ears didn't work well? But at this moment, Lewis saw what was in the woman's heart from her eyes. Who is she? Why do you always say that I look like her? Lewis shook his head, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could he have traveled through time again? In my current situation? How could I travel through time and space again? And now, I can't even run away. In other words, I only have one life left. Sorry. I was distracted. I just said. You reminded me of someone. Bridget Lynn. YYDS. Lewis said a spoof slang for time travelers. These 4 letters made the woman even more confused. And Lewis also found that he was drunk and babbled some nonsense that others couldn't understand. He explained hurriedly. YYDS means eternal God. Speaking of this, Lewis looked at the moon for some reason, pointed at the red moon in the sky and said, just like the moon in the sky. Unique, she is the eternal goddess in my heart. And I am her crazy fan. A fanatical admirer. The woman was stunned, looking at the moon in the sky. Eternal goddess? Crazy fan? Interesting, really interesting. The real God was right in front of him. But the fool didn't recognize him and confessed to him in person. This was really funny. Perhaps it was the funniest thing he had heard in the past 3,000 years. It was also the only joke she had heard in the past 3,000 years. The woman laughed silently. At first, she laughed very happily. But then, there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Finally, she laughed until she cried. She didn't even notice that the wine gourd in her hand fell to the ground. In this silent laughter, Lewis's vision became more and more hazy. Suddenly, you rubbed your eyes and found yourself sleeping on a big rock beside the moon lake. The surroundings were very quiet, except you and Mr. Patrick Dragon Baby, who secretly ate fish. There was no one else. Where is YYDS? Lewis sat up in surprise. He didn't even leave WeChat or anything. Why did he leave? Is it because of my words that were too presumptuous? So he got angry and ran away. Who YYDS? Patrick Dragon Baby, who was holding a fish, looked back at Lewis in confusion. SpongeBob, you are talking in your sleep again. Wake up and don't turn me into a mess and chop me up again. Lewis was suddenly stunned. Obviously you drank too much. You made a big fuss in Yuatan while drunk, and after that, you fell asleep drunk. You had a dream, in which you saw a woman, and confessed to her, and said some nonsense. Impossible, impossible. Lewis frowned and flipped through the storybook, but he did not see any record about the woman in the storybook. But Lewis clearly remembered that. In the previous narration of the storybook, something like 3,000 years appeared. But now it is gone, as if those narrations had never appeared. After 3,000 years, you remembered who you dreamed of. You actually dreamed of Alia. It is obvious that you can't forget beautiful girls when you see them. You even dated the moon goddess in your dreams. Lewis was stunned. Even the storybook didn't remember her? Or, is this really just a dream? Suddenly, the figure in the memory faded, just like the dream that will be forgotten soon after waking up faded. Shaking his head, Lewis sighed. It turned out to be just a dream. But for some reason, he couldn't help but look around. Then, he crawled on the ground and began to grope around. He didn't know what he was looking for. Maybe it was his wine gourd. Or maybe it was something else. You don't remember. No. I have some impression that it was not his thing. But a thing left here by someone. A crashing sound was heard. And Lewis suddenly found a wine gourd in front of him. It was placed right there. And it had been knocked over several times during Lewis' exploration. But he just found it now. Picking up the wine gourd, Lewis frowned and looked at it. After shaking his head, he stood up, patted his butt, and walked towards the East Palace. What was I looking for just now? Oh, my own wine gourd. Is the one I brought here like this? I always feel that the wine inside has no taste. Drinking the wine in the gourd, Lewis somehow remembered the scene when he just came into this world. If a person has no sense of existence, how lonely would he be? Just like a ghost wandering in the world. He can never be felt by others. Nor can he be seen or heard by others. Unconsciously, Lewis, who strode away with his wine, suddenly wanted to sing. He sang a song that Huber had sung before. And in this song, his tongue tasted a little bit of wine. When he left Moon Lake completely, there were a few more narrations in the historical records of the storybook. Although Lewis was always confused when he saw these lines of narration later, they did exist. Good impression +1. Strange journey to the underworld and strange second date reservation +1. Maybe he will spare you +1. Mithras? Reservation +1. Who will spare himself? Why did the poor Mr. Mithras hostage have a face full of black question marks? Lewis was a little confused. And there was a doubt in his mind. Resurrection with a world as a carrier, this is definitely an old god level thing. But if the old gods can be resurrected in the netherworld, then why did Patrick always ask him to drive in the abyss, saying things like go to the abyss to save the children. When the old gods were expelled into the time and space turbulence of the Great Rift, did they run to the netherworld, the abyss, or purgatory? In any case, the journey to the netherworld is imminent. After the psychic family has completed the transformation of the fleet, it will set off. So the children in the abyss can only be put aside for now. After all, that guy who is suspected to be the old god is waiting for him to go on a date in the netherworld. It would be bad if he missed the appointment. Chapter 513, The Strongest Demon God. On the other side, a bedroom in the North Sea Palace. Slowly leaning on the balcony, looking at the beautiful moonlight outside the window. With a sense of loss in my heart, I took a sip of the wine gourd, but found it was empty. The whole world is my home, but I have no home to return to. Alia muttered in her dream. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and woke up. I think I am dreaming again. I had another strange dream. And in this dream, there seems to be Louis. Shaking her head, Alia felt a little cold all over. I hope I can forget this dream as soon as possible. Why did I have such a dream? It was probably because he left a very deep impression on me tonight. A very bad impression. I heard that this guy seemed to be a Templar knight who was baptized in St. Anthony Cathedral. This person simply blasphemed all the teachings of the Moon Court. Alia knew the people and things that this Templar knight had saved in Crowley Manor, Silent Harbor, For Flowers Country, Zanja Temple. The Angel of Death assisted when using the Angel of Revelation. But Alia also knew about the ridiculous things he had done with Miss Widow, Queen Rainbow, Miss Deer of the Sea of Foam. Alia felt that a hero should be perfect, and should not have any filth on him. And a Templar should abide by the precepts and rules. Some of the boy behaviors in his private life made Miss Pope, who grew up in a holy place like Moon Court, unbearable. But she still had to pretend that she didn't care about such trivial matters at all, and get along with this future teammate. After all, this was in line with the mature and stable personality she had created for herself with 9 lifetimes of experience. In the next journey to the netherworld, I am afraid that I will have to spend some time with this teammate. It is not going to be a pleasant journey. When she stood up from the balcony, something was knocked down by Alia's legs and fell to the ground. After picking it up, she found that it was a wine gourd. How could there be a wine gourd in her room? She hated wine the most. Somewhere in the South China Sea, the waves were as high as mountains. Above the rolling thunderclouds, the shadows of 8 huge ancient gods could be vaguely seen. Above the sea, 8 wizards wearing crowns floated in the air, and as they moved, the phantoms of the 8 ancient gods also moved. The phantom stretched out its hands to pry open the sea below, and gradually, a huge crack appeared in the sea. It almost opened. But why didn't Ms. Almerico come? A king asked. He turned back halfway. It should be due to the changes in the North Sea. But it okay. Recently, those guys in the north are going to the netherworld. He went to the north to stir up trouble. It can be regarded as buying some time for our trip to the abyss. The Lord Resurrection must not be interfered by anyone. And those little bugs in the abyss cannot be dealt with in a short time. Thinking of the chaos happening in the abyss, everyone's face was a little solemn. During the conversation, the sea was gradually divided into 2 parts, and the crack became bigger and bigger. But it still seemed not big enough. Or, the space-time channel at the deepest part of the crack cannot accommodate the mass of any phantom. After all, they are not like a slender body. Most of their bodies are soft wings. Everyone looked at the crack. Their faces a little grim. This is the last entrance. I remember that Terran found only 9 entrances. And we have tried 8 in the past few months. A king with a body like crystal closed a book in his hand. Slowly looked at the shadow of the ancient god in the sky and said, the blood moon is about to end. If this last entrance is also narrow, we will miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Hearing this, a skinny king who looked like a little monkey laughed, looked at the kings around him, and said sharply, everyone, now there is good news. And there is also a bad news. Shut your mouth. A giant king whose body was red like a skinned demon interrupted him rudely, and looked at an old man beside him with a very angry face and asked, Tyron, in the past 1,000 years, you have visited the South China Sea so many times. Didn't you control it to drill in and try it yourself? We have been accompanying you to drill the toilet here for the past few months. The old king slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. He had no pupils, his eyes were pale, and he was actually blind. The blood moon only comes once every 1,000 years. And outside of that time, we can only control them for a few minutes each time. How can I control it to go into the abyss? If I could control it to go into the abyss, This new body would have been given to me by the Lord long ago. After a pause, the old king looked at a shadow in the sky, of course. It not too late now. As he spoke, the shadow in the sky suddenly reached out to grab his shoulder, and then pulled it hard. The shoulder and arm were torn apart by this tug, and the golden blood covered the entire sea like a storm. Then, the old king waved his hand, and the shadow grabbed the old king and took him into the space-time channel in the crack. The old man's decisiveness shocked everyone. The demon giant king suddenly laughed, controlled the shadow to break its tail, and jumped into the abyss. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Teacher Anthony, for leaving us the guardian angel. But this time, these guardian gods have no time to care about the blood moon. My former sleeping master, I will help you clean up those little bugs in the abyss. Watching the two people successfully enter the abyss one after another, someone said, it seems that what is recorded in the book is correct. Back then, Teacher Anthony signed a contract with these ancient gods on behalf of the wizards. They existed to deal with the moon god and the old gods. And in order to prevent the moon god and the old gods from reviving, they will cooperate with us even if they are severely injured. It seems that they did not wake up after being severely injured just now, not because we have made good enough use of the loopholes in the contract, but because of this blood moon, which made them feel the breath of the moon god. At this point, everyone looked at the blood moon in the sky. It seemed that he was not completely dead yet. She can't cause any big trouble. After we finish our business in the abyss, we will deal with him later. Let go. Choose the location to break off. These broken parts may not be reborn so quickly in a short period of time. In the abyss, there is still a big battle waiting for us. Don't ruin the Lord business because of too much damage to your strength. As the Crystal King spoke, everyone broke off parts of their bodies one after another and jumped into the abyss. In a blink of an eye, only the little monkey-like king who spoke at the beginning was left. He looked at the limbs discarded by his companions, and then looked at his own intact body, and he couldn't help but feel entangled. His body was the smallest of the 8 bodies, but he still couldn't get in. Or, in other words, it was 2 tails less in mass. Finally, he reached out and took everything. After a scream, the strongest demon was born. In this way, under the leadership of the boss Blind Tyrant, the 8 monsters of the South Sea entered the toilet and went to sweat bugs. Lewis at the port closed the book. His face was strange. Blind? 8 weirdos? Climbing into the toilet to sweat bugs? What wrong with storybooks recently? There are always some messy narrations and fragments, pretending to be mysterious. I can't guess the complete situation at all. At least tell me how the strongest demon god was born. Who is more powerful than YYDS? It makes me scared. Lou and I, hurry up. Why are you in a daze again? Under Helen shouting, Lewis raised his head and looked at the big ship in front of him. On the deck, Miss YYDS and others in red were waiting for him to board the ship. In the strong wind, Miss YYDS' red robe fluttered, and her delicate body had a domineering aura. Miss YYDS seemed quite manly, domineering sometimes. He clearly remembered the last time she drank with him in the Moon Lake. But she refused to drink with him again. Perhaps you should figure this out before you reach the Netherworld. Completion reward. Complete Miss YYDS *1. Experience value plus 500. Complete? By the way, the storybook always hints at me Donfong Booby, the world big secrets and so on, so Miss YYDS won't. In a chill, Lewis couldn't help but glance at Miss Luna Pants. The storybook is indeed quite indecent, but there is one thing it says is right. I must figure this out myself. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Hey SpongeBob, are we really going to do this? Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 514 I Explore. What a pity. I forgot to set the time for scheduled release. There are not many ships in the port, only the first batch of modified ships such as the Queen Francesco. The other ships just left the Psychic family some time ago after being modified. It is expected that they will meet the Queen on the way today. As for the princess, she followed Osikris back to Dragon Nest City some time ago. She will also meet with the main force in the near future. But it will be a little later. The destination of the entire fleet this time is the Styx. Or more precisely, the River of Oblivion. It is the entrance to the Styx today. For thousands of years, this place has been guarded by the Psychic family. It is the last territory belonging to wizards between the world of the living and the underworld. Lou and I, hurry up. Why are you in a daze again? After urging Lewis, Helen excitedly ran up the stairs to the deck and came to Francesco's side, and couldn't wait to go into the cabin with her to choose a room. Lewis closed the storybook. quickened his pace and boarded the deck of the Queen Francesco. There were many people on the deck. Many people from the Moon Court came this time. In addition to many bishops and priests. There were also many leaders of several knight orders, high priests, and great knights. Seeing many bishops of the Moon Court talking around His Holiness the Pope on the deck, Louis, who was holding a salute, showed a fake smile and walked towards His Holiness the Pope. Perhaps it was because of his admiration for Miss YYDS. Or perhaps it was because Louis had never seen much of the world. So he felt a little restrained after meeting this big shot. Anyway, Louis felt that these reasons were all reasonable. Therefore, when the poor boy Mr. Louis came to His Majesty and was about to salute, he was so nervous that he accidentally tripped over his left foot and fell directly into the arms of His Majesty. This scene was too unexpected, and His Majesty the Pope and the bishops around him were all stunned. At this moment, Louis, who was extremely panicked while falling, looked at His Majesty's face. For a moment, Louis felt a deep shame under the gaze of His Majesty's pure eyes, with a little surprise. But in just a moment, Louis threw away his shame. This opportunity was too good. Look! There are so many people around. If we accidentally bump into someone in a panic, no one would dare to shout, "SpongeBob, do we really want to do this? Don't talk nonsense. I'm saving the world." The thought only lasted for a moment. Louis, who was in a panic, had already stretched out his hand and reached towards His Majesty. Oh no! To be exact, Louis just wanted to grab something to support himself. What you never expected was that you actually held onto something hard and strong. A line of narration flashed by, and Louis felt something in his hand. He looked down with a pale face and found that it was a hairy, thick and strong arm. Louis, be careful. Be careful. The deck is a little slippery. The tall and strong temple knight reached out to help, and looked at Louis with a fanatical admiration. Looking at this guy who ruined his good deeds, Louis gave this guy a look with a black question mark on his face. Who are you? Suddenly, Louis found that the ears of this big knight, who looked like a gorilla, were slightly pointed. Half-elf. At this time, His Holiness the Pope had already nodded to Louis with a smile, and left with his people. Louis did not intend to argue with this half-elf gorilla. He coughed awkwardly, and then he saluted and planned to chase after him. This operation failed. Miss YYDS's complete matter. Let's find another opportunity to explore. Louis secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely follow Miss YYDS during this trip to find out the truth. So he hurriedly chased after her. As a result, Louis felt that there were more and more people around him, and more hands were reaching out to him. Not long after, his gift was snatched away by someone. And in the midst of all the groping, Louis also felt that he was touched several times. Mr. Edward in the crowd flashed by with a satisfied look of joy. Louis looked extremely unhappy. But with so many people around him, he did not dare to lose his temper or shout. In a state of confusion, Louis was pulled aside by a large group of knights and high priests who were very familiar with each other. These people were also very enthusiastic, and they seemed to be determined not to let their idol leave without chatting. So, these people are all your nominal subordinates. After a few words, Louis suddenly realized who these people were. In fact, this temple knights was formed by themselves. After all, the money for forming the knights was paid by himself. After flashing the banknotes in front of his mother-in-law's pretty face, Miss Facky treasures were taken away by his mother-in-law. And then, the knights were formed in the name of Louis and the Moon Goddess. In addition to the money, the people in the knights were also brought in by Louis. Those twilight elves, ancient elves, and human warriors who had competed with Patrick Abyss' army in the Zanger Temple, formed a temple knight group called the Holy Moon Knights in Francesco and Alia planned after the pilgrimage to the Moon Court. Because of this achievement and political factors, Louis became the leader of the Temple Knights. P.S. I don't know if you still remember it. Now this knight's order has been completely established and perfected. The members of the order are carefully selected and have the willpower to face the evil gods. Many of these people are elf priests, who have experienced many battles in the years of battles in the Sea of Foam. The knights have seen many demons in the Sea of Instant Noodles, and even dealt with fallen angels. In addition, there are many scarlet wizards, who studied in the Moon Court when they were young. Therefore, this knight group has both the strength of the ancient moon god believers, and the advanced magic weapons of Sorrento, including the alchemy dragon eagle. Therefore, this group of temple knights can be said to be a powerful elite formed by the Northern Alliance and the Moon Court. Previously, This unit was responsible for dealing with the demon troops enslaved by demons or necromancers, ghost troops, when expelling the forces of the great family wizards in various parts of the north, and had a remarkable record. But those battles were actually training. The purpose of Francesco and Luna creating this joint army was actually to prepare for the future wars of the Abyss and the Netherworld. Therefore, they all came this time, during the period of stationing in the North Sea Kingdom. This team has been responsible for cleaning up the things that ran out of the Netherworld entrance. In addition, they also conducted a lot of special training. Francesco borrowed Patrick some time ago and served as a sparring partner for a while. From Francesco evaluation, this army has advantages that other armies cannot match when facing the forces of the Netherworld and the Abyss. It can even be said that it is very restraining against the Netherworld and demonic armies. Bishop John had previously told Louis that in an emergency, as long as the Pope nodded, Louis could directly take over the Temple Knights in the name of the Moon Goddess. The storybook once said that even if the Pope did not nod, Louis could take over this army because many of the people in it were not only Louis's fans, but also people who Louis had brought back from the Zanja Temple with the Angel of Summoning. So, even though Francesco and Luna only intended to let Louis be an assistant and had no intention of letting him lead the troops, after today's meeting, the leaders and backbones of the Knights gathered around Louis and regarded him as the boss, including the commander of the Knights. Facing these fans, Mr. Louis, the idol, could not just leave. He could only put aside the matter of saving the world for the time being and chat with everyone with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, we were all comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder in the Zanja Temple. Therefore, there were many topics to talk about. As a result, we ended up talking about the small wine room next to the kitchen. When Louis suddenly remembered the business, he found that after boarding the ship, he had not put down his salute, and had not changed his clothes, and actually had a drink with everyone. After asking, he found that many of his suitcases had been sent to a room on the Queen. He hurriedly said goodbye to everyone and walked towards that room. But after entering, he was stunned at the door. My mother-in-law is much younger than me. Is it appropriate for me to bring her over to live with me? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 515 Miss YYDS plus 1-1 plus 1-1. Louis knew the Queen Francesco very well, so he believed that he would never go to the wrong room. And he was sure that this was his room on the Queen. After all, his luggage was in the room. To be exact, it was placed next to the feet of Miss Di, who was sitting at the table. It seemed that she had arranged for someone to bring her luggage here. But why was Miss Di here? Without waiting for Louis to ask, Miss Di stood up and walked over with a smile, and brushed off Louis's windbreaker and took his felt hat. Miss Di looked like a good wife welcoming her husband home. I don't know what medicine His Majesty took wrong today, but he was particularly gentle today. This made Louis feel a little guilty. This made Louis a little uncomfortable. After Louis glanced at the room, he found that in addition to his own luggage, there seemed to be someone else. Oh, Louis, you know, there are too many people accompanying us this time. And the Queen is not like the princess. And there are not many rooms that have been extended. So the cabin space is limited. Your room has many rooms. And the conditions are very good. So I arranged it and let Mother come and squeeze with us. Therefore, before we reunite with the main force, Mother and Helen will live with us. As he said, His Majesty the Black Swan gently took off Louis's coat, smiled unhappily, glared at Louis and said, "Don't worry. Mother is not angry with you. But you have to be careful these days. Don't provoke her. Especially don't sneak into other people's rooms." Louis' face turned ugly. Who entered someone else's room without permission? I have never entered someone else's room without permission. Okay. Helen and Ocycles. Those two damn girls. Why do they always slander Chinbai for no reason? But speaking of it, does the Demon King really want to squeeze in? Louis' face turned strange. To be honest, ever since His Majesty Francesco revealed his true identity and returned to the throne, Miss Di pretending to be the Queen has been known to the world. So her current identity is strictly speaking the Grand Princess of Sorrento. After the North Sea Kingdom's visit to the Sea King, the mother-in-law and Louis's parents met, and the parents of both sides also talked about the marriage between the two countries. Now, it is almost certain that Miss Di and Miss Ao will become the Queen of the South Sea King, so everyone can be said to be a family now. Therefore, it is not a big deal for a family to live in the same area. But the key is my mother-in-law is much younger than me. Is it appropriate for me to bring her over to live with me? Waiting online, very urgent. While he was in a daze, Louis found that Miss Di had actually unbuttoned her clothes. She looked like she was going to take off all her clothes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Louis? You reek of alcohol. Why don't you take off your clothes and wash up?" The kind-hearted queen pointed at the bathroom door not far away with her chin, and said to Louis with a reproachful look, "You went fooling around as soon as you got on the boat, and you drank so much alcohol. I've got the hot water ready. Go wash up quickly. Otherwise, your mother will come back and ask about the alcohol. Be careful that she will send you to sleep on the deck." When Louis thought about being sent to sleep on the deck by his mother-in-law, he was a little nervous. He checked his collar and thought, well, Miss Di words make sense. It's time to wash it. But why do you always take off my clothes? Louis pulled Miss Di's hand away and said awkwardly while buttoning his shirt, "I go to the bathroom and change by myself. Stop talking nonsense." Miss Di rolled her eyes in annoyance and very gently reached out her hand again, untying Louis' belt. "Your clothes are smelly. Do I have to go to the bathroom in front of my mother to get your changed clothes? Take them off quickly and give them to me. I washed them for you. I put new clothes in the bathroom." Looking at his extremely gentle future wife in front of him, Louis woodenly pulled away her hand that was untying her belt, pulled up his pants, fastened his belt and shirt buttons, and then came to the bathroom door. After pushing open the door, the buzzing noises from inside came over. Hundreds of men and women looked over in surprise. In this room, there were sand tables, maps, and long tables. There were many generals in naval uniforms near the long table. His Majesty Francesco, Queen Isabella, the White Queen, and the wizard leaders led by them were now standing next to the sand table for a meeting. In addition, there were representatives from Miss Ao and Dragon Nest City, including Grand Duke Orin, who were also listening in the meeting. Obviously, the bathroom door is not a real bathroom, but Francesco Magic Mirror World. Although the people inside look like real people, they are not complete entities, but mirror images. It seems that the Demon King has used some magic to pull everyone's shadows into the mirror. And it seems that everyone has been meeting in this conference hall for a long time. His Majesty Francesco glanced at Louis, who was drunk, snorted with a bad face, and continued to have a meeting with everyone. After Louis took a look at the solemn and serious environment inside, he also walked in with a forced smile, and acted as if he was here to listen. However, after Louis sat down, his mind was still buzzing for a long time. Today's scene is really big. The heads of state of various countries are here. Look how serious and solemn everyone is. If I had just walked in naked. After a while, Miss Di came to Louis in a bad mood and said in a low voice full of blame, "Mr. Louis, look at you. You didn't listen to me and came in drunk. Look, my mother was a little angry just now." Louis raised his dizzy head and looked at Miss Di. He almost fainted because of her words. "I believed you. You bad woman. You are too mean. Can you do something?" After Miss Di finished talking to Louis, she twisted her buttocks and went to her mother. After she bowed her head and said a few words to her mother sighed secretly, looked at the White Queen Aishwarya helplessly, and started chatting with her. At this time, Louis also found that although there were some people from the Moon Court in the conference hall, in fact, most of them were wizards, and there were only a few people from the true Moon Court, such as Archbishop John. But their faces were a little embarrassed and ugly. It seems that His Holiness the Pope was also here just now. And now the second meeting is being held. Or, some small incidents occurred in the so-called first meeting just now, which caused Miss Alia to leave unhappily with everyone. For the Moon Court, the wizards are not opposed, including Her Majesty Aishwarya. After all, the Moon Court was rebuilt by Mentor Anthony himself. But no one has ever known the secret of Alia, and it stands to reason that no one should recognize her. But Francesco forgot one thing, or he wanted to take a precaution. But she never expected that everyone's reaction would be so big, making this meeting become an introduction meeting. It seems that the reason why Miss Di was outside just now was to see someone off. She couldn't give people the impression that all wizards rejected her. The angry voice of the White Queen Aishwarya interrupted Louis's thoughts. "Francesco, I will never admit my mistake. I said, don't let me see her again." Aishwarya continued, "Don't mention cooperation anymore. I will never cooperate with him, and I hope you can listen to my advice. If a person just forgets everything, he will not do bad things. Then, there will be no one in this world who does bad things again and again. I know her too well. She is an ambitious person with no bottom line. And I know Mithras too well. That coward doesn't have the courage to do such a big thing. The White Queen was always straightforward, and her words made the atmosphere of the meeting a little awkward. Under Francesco's clever organization, everyone changed the topic. Not long after, the meeting began to discuss the 3 branches of the Styx, the entrance of the River of Oblivion, and the matter of the River of Oblivion. But Lewis was no longer in the mood to listen. At the same time, a line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. It seems that if you don't do something, Miss YYDS will probably die in the underworld. But this may not be a bad thing. Really. You decide. A. Participate in the decision-making of the River of Oblivion. And then let Aishwarya and others trust Alia once. Completion reward. 1 trust of everyone +1. A team that puts aside past grudges +1. A smooth trip to the River of Oblivion +1. A mutual destruction +1. Miss YYDS -1. B. Go to the deck to get some fresh air. Completion reward. More and more strange journey to the underworld +1. Miss YYDS +1. Miss YYDS -1. Miss YYDS +1. Miss YYDS +1. Lewis? Chapter 516 Hero Saves God? Seeing that, Lewis fell into deep thought. That thing in the netherworld is so powerful that it is unimaginable. From the previous prophecy in the storybook, even with such a strong lineup as ours, plus my understanding of the relics of the sanctuary, there are still many unknowns when facing him. Perish together. Could it be that Miss YYDS will eventually have to perish together with the old god? Also, if I go to the deck to get some fresh air, why is the predicted future so strange? What does this +1-1 +1-1 mean? Lewis looked at the narrator again, but he couldn't understand the prophecy given by the storybook this time. But Lewis felt that he couldn't just watch Miss YYDS one. Maybe he should do something to save her. The meeting was still going on. It seemed that Bull had some key information about the netherworld, waiting for the leaders to make a decision. Lewis knew that the meeting in front of him was related to the future plan, and as an important member, Lewis also needed to make decisions on some things, so as not to let things go astray. Perhaps it was related to saving Miss YYDS. If he missed this meeting, it would mean not intervening in this fate. That is, choosing to lie low. And no one could predict what would happen after lying low. At this time, the conference room became a little quieter. Lewis raised his head and saw Isabella, Aishwarya, Osikris, and the leaders of Dragon Nest City all looking at him. They seemed to want to hear his opinion. Under the gaze of everyone, Lewis slowly stood up. After nodding slightly to everyone, he did not speak, but looked at Francesco. Seeing that Lewis did not speak for a long time, Francesco knew that Lewis must have been distracted. Francesco did not agree with the idea of letting Lewis participate in decision-making. Francesco knew Lewis very well, so it was better to let him make decisions than to simply tell him what to do next. Of course, the most important thing was that this kid was just eating and waiting to die all day long. And in recent months, he had not paid attention to the affairs of the netherworld. Letting such a person, who knows nothing about the matter, make a decision is undoubtedly like rolling the dice. However, the leaders who now make up the entire Northern Alliance all owe Lewis. And their joining the alliance is also due to Lewis. Therefore, everyone attaches great importance to Lewis' opinion. In addition, the latest news brought by Bull is related to Lewis. So Francesco also wants to hear Lewis' opinion. Lewis can indeed handle this matter. And it is estimated that Lewis is also very willing to go. Thinking of this, Francesco patiently narrated the incident again in a soft voice. Lewis, the Styx is divided into 3 rivers, the River of Anguish, the River of Oblivion, and the River of Wrath. They all connect the world of the living and the world of the dead. The resident of the psychic family is on the River of Oblivion at the entrance of the River of Oblivion. This is also the destination our large army is going to. Speaking of this, Francesco thought of the unfortunate Miss Almerico, and couldn't help but smile at everyone. As Mr. Bull said, Miss Almerico has been spotted in the River of Anguish recently, and the recent flooding of the River of Anguish may be related to his stirring up trouble. I think Miss Almerico, who strayed into the River of Anguish, must be very distressed recently, and this is a good opportunity for our Mr. Lewis to save the beauty. After saying this, everyone in the meeting felt a little funny, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I don't know whether this is considered a hero saving a beauty, or a beating of a drowning dog. Francesco smiled and said, So, if Mr. Lewis is willing to leave the team first, manage the River of Anguish, and rescue and persuade Miss Almerico, then there is a certain possibility that Miss Almerico will join our team. Our new team participating in this netherworld operation will definitely have a 3-point chance of winning. And even if he does not join, if His Royal Highness Shinhai Wang goes to manage the River of Anguish first, it is also a good choice. Louis, what do you think? Louis? Louis? This damn brat, where is he? Francesco patiently told the story for the second time, but Louis had already disappeared, which made Francesco extremely angry. While the Demon King was furious in the conference room, Louis had already been on the deck for half a day, enjoying the cool breeze and drinking wine. However, after Louis flipped through the storybook, he roughly understood the matter. Your attitude made the Demon King mother-in-law change her mind. The governance of the River of Trouble is not that urgent, and your attitude today is too difficult to reassure her. Maybe this guy will do something bigger with Aku in the River of Trouble after he arrives at the River of Trouble, and attract the attention of Mithras. Therefore, she decided to keep you in the team and watch you work. Possibility of leaving the team early -1. Strong teammates who were bound to join the team -1. Miss AKO distress +1. Miss AKO death possibility -1. Obviously, your decision to come to the deck to get some fresh air saved 2 gods. But they were both demons. Demon. Louis' face looked a little strange. AKO was indeed a demon. Who is the other demon? Mithras? It probably him. However, according to the storybook, if I go to the River of Anguish, AKO will definitely join the team to beat up the person who kidnapped Mithras without saying a word. Isn't this possible? With her personality, would she be willing to do such a thankless task? Louis fell into deep thought. The guy in the underworld is a former existence that is about to be resurrected with a world as a carrier. If he goes, his life will be in danger. Wait. Dying together doesn't mean that Aku and the thing in the underworld died together. Right? Shaking his head, Louis threw away this ridiculous idea. If that were the case, how could the prophecy of Moon Goddess 1 appear? So it should be that Moon Goddess and the guy in the underworld died together. Indeed, the only person who can deal with the guy who has not yet awakened without injury may be the former Moon Goddess. When she was at her peak, she had the strength to defeat the old god. The guy in the netherworld has not yet awakened. So the former Moon God can handle this matter. The current Moon God can also, or has the ability to prevent certain people from reviving with the help of the Soul Stone. Because she, like me, has the ability to control the relics of the sanctuary. Therefore, as long as I join hands with her, there is still a chance for this matter. But Aishwarya words have been in Louis's heart for a long time, and can't be dispelled. Louis knows Aishwarya. And Louis also believes that Aishwarya prejudice against the Moon God is justified. In fact, even Louis had many doubts about the Moon Goddess joining the Northern Alliance. After all, she had done so many evil things. Indeed, she doesn't look like a bad person now. But who knows if she is a two-faced person? So, Your Holiness. Louis looked at the woman standing on the other side of the deck, who was silent and looking at the moonlight, and said, "Do you still remember the entanglement between you and Lady Aishwarya? Or, do you remember what you did before?" At this point, Louis threw the wine gourd in his hand. He had to confirm 3 things today. First, whether the woman in front of him could speak. Second, if she could speak, whether she would drink. Third, whether this Miss YYDS was intact or not. This was really crucial. Chapter 517, Hold the Moon in Your Arms. So, Your Holiness. Louis looked at the woman standing on the other side of the deck, looking at the moonlight without saying a word, and said, "Do you still remember the dispute between you and Lady Aishwarya? Or, do you remember what you did before?" As he said that, Louis deliberately threw the wine gourd in his hand. The woman reached out, and took the wine gourd thrown to her. The chic action made Louis feel so familiar. What made Louis's eyelids twitch was that the woman actually drank. But after that, the woman did not speak. She quietly looked at the bright moon in the sky, with a faint smile on her face, and an indescribable feeling of loneliness and solitude. It was also such a month. Since that year, I have forgotten many things, and what I once had. The only thing I remember is a river. Someone told me that perhaps as long as I cross that river, I will remember everything, and remember everything I once had. But what kind of beautiful scenery can there be on the other side of the river? After crossing one river, there is another one. If you go too far, you will go the wrong way. Just like climbing a mountain, we are full of enthusiasm and often want to climb the highest mountain in order to see the world more clearly. But if you stand too high, you can't see anything. The woman spoke. Also drank. But you are silent. You can't fully understand what the woman said. because there are too many things left unsaid in her words. There are also too many unspoken narrations left. She used to be full of ambition and desire, wanting to cross those rivers and stand on the highest mountain. But now, she just wants to stay where she is, do what she should do, and walk the path she should walk. God exists to protect the world. This is what people, believers, have often mentioned to her since she can remember. And she doesn't know when it started. Perhaps after seeing the suffering of so many people, she began to regard the word God as a duty and mission. But she doesn't know when it started. The road she walked and the things she saw on the mountain made her forget her duty and mission. Forgot what I should have done. Because I stand too high, all I see is ambition. It makes people forget who they are. Forget now, the woman has forgotten everything, but she remembers who she is, remembers her mission and what she should do. And perhaps, the current self is the original self. The self when she was just born. Perhaps you should not doubt the person in front of you, because now she faces the world with a sincere heart. She didn't want to go too far, and didn't want to see what was on the other side of the river. She just wanted to stay here and do what she should do, even if she had to sacrifice her life for it. People, believers, said that she was everyone's patron saint. She didn't know if she deserved this word, but she felt that some things, duties and missions, were worth practicing with life. There was a little silence on the deck. The waves hit the bow, and the two drank quietly, in silence in the beautiful night. The beautiful galaxy in the sky is just like the woman's bright eyes. Suddenly, the woman smiled, turned to look at Louis and said, "Excuse me, Louis." I said some inexplicable words. "Don't worry. I will accompany you to the end of the sticks. I mean, I am not unhappy because of everyone's rejection and hatred, because my memory has always been very bad." Slowly, the woman's face showed that kind of smile again. She smiled beautifully, but very lonely. Lonely as if she was the only one left in the world. Lonely enough to make people want to hug her impulsive body. It's just that sometimes I feel a little distressed because I have forgotten too many things. Because maybe I shouldn't forget someone. Louis resisted this nonsensical impulse. He took the wine thrown by the woman, took a sip, burped, and suddenly felt a little funny. He remembered someone line. "Girl, you are serious. I think this may not be a bad thing." A friend of mine once said that the biggest trouble for people is that they can never forget some things. If you can forget many things, then every day will be a new beginning. After a pause, Louis looked into the clear eyes of the woman. In the curiosity of these eyes, he handed the wine gourd to the woman and said with a smile, "How happy would it be? A new beginning." Looking at the stars in the distance, the woman's eyes unconsciously became brighter. Perhaps it should be so bright. After a pause, the woman shook the wine gourd, and the light in her eyes gradually disappeared. "I can forget everything. But how can the world forget me? How can there be a new beginning? Sometimes people really can't do wrong things. Because once they do it, even if they make up for it 9 times, the scars left for the world will never be forgotten by the world." After drinking the last sip of wine, she stuffed the wine gourd in her hand into Louis's arms. She doesn't like drinking. But today, he drank. And it was a wine that could be put in the hands of gods. And he drank quite a lot. However, it was a good decision to drive away those priests who followed him all day. Because the cool breeze tonight was very refreshing, which made him feel much more relaxed. And today was also very pleasant. Perhaps this trip to the netherworld with Mr. Louis might be quite good. And Mr. Louis might not be that bad. It was just that he had too many prejudices against him. At this time, Louis did not know that the woman was drinking today as an exception. He just felt that he suddenly felt much more relaxed. Maybe it was because he met a girl who was good at talking and drinking today. Or maybe it was because he had a good time drinking today. In any case, Louis felt that he was sure of 2 things. There was no such thing as a two-faced person. He was overthinking. To some extent you are right. Miss YYDS is indeed one person, not 2 people. She just has a bad memory, which makes her not a complete person. The smile on Louis's face gradually froze. Indeed, there was one thing he was not sure of. "Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Miss, I have always had a doubt." Louis burped drunkenly, and looked at the woman curiously. "What kind of wine was in the gourd you drank earlier? When it tastes, it feels like you have experienced life again, and you can't stop, but when you recall it, it seems like nothing, and after getting drunk, you can't even remember the taste of the wine." Louis wanted to confirm this doubt. Of course, it wasn't something weird like touching someone. He didn't know why he had to determine this question, but he always felt that it was related to the incompleteness of the woman in front of him. Louis's words made Miss Alia a little dazed. She touched her red face due to drunkenness, and couldn't remember when she had drunk with Louis. Maybe your memory is also very bad. The woman smiled a little, and in this smile, there was no sense of loneliness and solitude, but it still made people want to hug her impulsively. A big wave hit, and the dizzy woman almost stumbled. She felt incredible that she would stumble like a mortal. She always felt that it was not because she drank the magic potion. She always felt that at that moment there seemed to be a slight magical fluctuation. Anyway, when the kind big hand held the woman in that warm embrace, her mind was blank. She could not remember what happened afterwards. It seemed that she was kissed. She was not sure. She only remembered that she returned to her room while Mr. Louis was making an awkward apology. Although this incident kept Miss Alia awake all night, she did not dare to tell Francesco about it. And it was not easy to say anything to Louis. After all, he was kind. As for whether they kissed or not, she was too embarrassed to ask. If she asked, he would definitely not admit it. But thinking back, Miss Alia was very suspicious whether Mr. Louis did it on purpose. After all, when he was sending her back to her room, the waves on the sea were bigger, and the boat was shaking more violently. But she never stumbled again. Of course, this may also be related to the kind-hearted Mr. Louis, who was holding her all the time. She couldn't push him away. She was too embarrassed to push him hard. She only dared to push him secretly. Although she couldn't remember clearly, she always felt that Mr. Louis' hand seemed a little dishonest. But no matter what, today's incident taught Miss Alia, who didn't know the ugliness of this world, a lesson. She hated alcohol, so she shouldn't touch it. Otherwise, if I drink too much by accident, some shameless people with very bad personalities might use the excuse of being drunk as an excuse to take advantage of me. For example, Louis. Damn, what important thing do I need to confirm at the end? After a burp, Louis looked at the closed door and frowned. Oh, right. Louis suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes lit up. He finally remembered the important doubt that had been on his mind for a long time. It estimated to be a C cup. Chapter 518, The River of Oblivion. The River of Oblivion, it exists between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It is the twilight boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead, and the entrance to the River of Oblivion. Therefore, those ghosts heading to the underworld will drink the first mouthful of water from the River of Oblivion here. And this mouthful of water is also called the water of the River of Oblivion. It is rumored that, as long as you drink the water of the River of Oblivion, you will forget everything. There are always some muggle explorers who are really fearless of death, and they try their best to go to the River of Oblivion for the legendary priceless water of the River of Oblivion, or for some fabricated legends. In this process, explorers often go through hardships. In the history of the muggles on the mainland, there are many epic stories left by such adventurers. These epic experiences are enough to write a legendary story. But for the noble wizards of the great families, it is easy to go to the River of Oblivion. In the famous wizard academies recognized by the wizards of the great families, such as the Holy Oak, potion materials such as the River of Oblivion can be purchased for several gallons, with only a few silver dollars. Professors often complain about the high prices before and after the meal. As for the places like the Demon Prison, the water of the Forgotten River is provided free of charge to the prisoners. It is no wonder that the professors think it is too expensive. The reason why the professors think that the price of the water of the Forgotten River should be similar to that of mineral water is mainly because of the existence of the Psychic family. They have a base on the Forgotten River. This base is called the Dusk Lighthouse. Therefore, in addition to the cargo ships of the Psychic family that transport gold from the Forgotten River every day, other wizards can also reach the Forgotten River, as long as the guests arrive at the agreed location. At dusk, when the sun sets, they can follow the guidance of the Dusk Lighthouse to reach the Forgotten River. When the Queen Francesco arrived at the designated location at dusk, the ship did not slow down or drop anchor, but continued to move forward. The people on the deck saw the sunset on the sea level gradually set, and there was only a faint golden red in the distant sky. The sky in the night was emitting a faint light like a lighthouse, and there was a tall tower vaguely visible under the faint light on the horizon. The tall tower that suddenly appeared was the Tower of Dusk, and the beautiful light that it emitted, like the sunset, came from the top of the tower. According to the general procedure, a permit from the Ministry of Magic is required to go to the Lethe River. The Minister of Magic, Miss Delphinia, looked at the sea in the distance, and said very seriously, "The psychics have violated the rules." Lewis looked at this guy who was still thinking about making jokes with a bad temper, then adjusted his captain hat that he had borrowed from Beard, and continued to look at the sea in the distance with a grim expression. The same was true for the other people on the deck. They all looked very grim, including some undeads that were just swept off the side of the ship by wizards with magic. Of course, their faces were ugly, and some guys had no faces at all. Obviously, the night watchman of the psychic family violated the rules and turned on the lighthouse today. And it seemed that the lighthouse had been flashing for many days. And it flashed like SOS. It was even more obvious that if the ship could successfully reach the Forgotten River a few kilometers away, the law enforcers of the psychic family would not throw everyone into the sticks just because Captain Lewis did not have a license. This was not because the Minister of Magic or their queens were on the ship. It was not because this ship came to provide support. It was because the wide entrance to the River of Oblivion seemed to be blocked by thousands of ghost ships. As for the people on those ghost ships, they should be the refugees from the netherworld that Lewis mentioned. It seemed that these poor refugees were very anxious to escape from the underworld. They were so anxious that they were about to capture the spiritual fortress on the River of Oblivion. The undead floating under the water should have come from the battle in the distance. They fell from the fortress into the river near the Forgotten River, and then were washed into the sea by the surging waters of the Styx that continued to flow out of the Forgotten River. Countless undead souls, many ghost ships that were smashed by magic, stretched from under the Forgotten River to several miles away. Many ship wreckages even blocked the front of the Queen like reefs, forcing the wizards to use their wands to clear a path on the sea in front to prevent the Queen from being stranded by the debris gradually accumulating on the bow. It seems that the situation of this war is still very tragic. It seems that this group of refugees is eager to come to the world of the living. And it seems that this group of refugees is also very unusual. They have the courage to take advantage of the flooding of the Styx and the opportunity of the entrance to the world of life and death to escape from the underworld. They are indeed very unusual. After all, the spiritual family has been guarding the exit of the Styx for 3,000 years. Each generation of monarchs in the underworld also has the same status as the undead monarch. As for the guards of this fortress, they are not inferior to the demon prison. And Mr. Bull, who guards here, the meeting a few days ago was a projection meeting in the magic mirror, is no longer just a show-off. He has mastered the shadow of death. When he holds the death lantern, he has the strength of the undead lord. But it seems that they can't hold on for much longer. A terrifying black and purple magic light suddenly flashed in the distant fleet. And then an area of the psychic fortress became even older, as if it had suddenly experienced thousands of years of wind and rain. The guards in the area began to decay into dry bones while screaming. And the nearby undead also fell down one by one. But more undead souls were like a tide, surging towards the dusk lighthouse in an overwhelming manner. In the air deep in the fog above the Forgotten River in the distance, countless figures appeared, like dark clouds. There were also many huge figures among them. But they did not fly out, but kept circling in the fog, as if waiting for the opportunity. Or, they found the ship that was about to sail into the world of the dead. In the deeper part of the fog, there seemed to be several large ships parked, and the magic just now came from a large ship. Judging from the many powers that flickered faintly in the nether fleet in the distance, this refugee team not only has many great leaders, but also may have several undead monarchs in the world of the dead. This refugee army is indeed capable of wreaking havoc on the world of the living. It is indeed a bit bold. Of course, it may also be that the wizards of the great families, who have remained unchanged over the years, have made them think that the strength of the world of the living is still at the original level. At least the fortress of the psychic family was vulnerable in front of these poor refugees. The dusk lighthouse flickered a few more times, and Miss Alia couldn't help rubbing her eyes. She always felt that the panicked figure, who was about to be torn by waves of undead on the lighthouse, was very similar to Mr. Bull himself. According to rumors, this elegant thousand-faced god of death has the strength to challenge himself. However, Mr. Bull should not be in danger for the time being, because the goal of these refugees is very clear. They hid their large forces in the fog, intending to let the Queen Francesco and the fleet behind all come in, and then extinguish the lighthouse to close the door and beat the dog. It seems that this is a long-planned conspiracy. Otherwise, why would this group of poor netherworld refugees break through today so coincidentally? In any case, only one person can be put into the netherworld today. But unfortunately, poor Lewis probably can't know what these refugees and the hostage are thinking. Lewis's eyes were blankly withdrawn from the narration. He was not blind. No matter who they planned to let in today, the number of people entering would have to include someone like him. Chapter 519 Poor Netherworld Refugees. Since Lewis and the others were so large, they entered the Twilight Sea in batches. So Francesco and the others were not on the Queen, but in the large force at the rear. Perhaps they received instructions from their mother at the rear, or perhaps they considered what was hidden in the depths of the fog in the distance. Miss Delphinia signaled the Queen to slow down, waiting for the fleet that had not yet entered. Lewis felt that Miss Di's decision was right, because judging from the situation on the other side, if he rushed forward rashly, the result would probably not be very good. The main reason was that there were too many miscellaneous soldiers outside the fog, and it seemed that more undead appeared from the fog. If he wanted to clean them all up, he would be exhausted to death. If the bosses on the other side, who had gathered their strength, rushed out at this time, it would be interesting to fight them in a group. Not long after the Queen entered the Dusk Sea, a series of desolate horn sounds were heard from the depths of the fog at the mouth of the Forgotten River in the distance. Amid the sound of the horns, the dead who were attacking the Dusk Fortress suddenly stopped and looked towards the Queen. Then they retreated from the fortress like a tide and rushed madly towards the coast in the direction of the Queen. In an instant, the undead rolled into the water like a black mass of ants. The wizards didn't know what the meaning of the undead crazy actions was, but the scene in the distance made people feel a little scalp tingling. After all, there are too many undead, and it seems that more undead are rushing into the Forgotten River from the depths of the fog in the direction of the Forgotten River, and rushing into the coast in the direction of the Queen. Perhaps they are going to pile up under the water and then lift us up from the sea? Miss Di, with a stern face, told her cold joke again, but her words made the faces of the wizards around her look a little ugly, although it was a bit exaggerated. If those things were given some time, they might really fill up the shallows near the Forgotten River. Lewis couldn't help but think of the troubles that Miss Akio had encountered recently. Maybe Miss Akio is now in the River of Annoyance, supporting her chin in great distress, waving her hands in annoyance, watching the ants crawling around on her body and stinging people. Before the flood of the sticks ends, Miss Akio will probably be in trouble in the River of Annoyance for a while. Similarly, as long as the flood of the sticks does not end, the number of refugees rushing out of the River of Oblivion will not decrease at all. Moreover, these refugees from the Netherworld seem to have more than just an army. After these armies from the Netherworld rushed into the sea, countless ship shadows gradually emerged from the depths of the fog. The style of those ships seemed to be ancient sailing ships, with dilapidated and decayed hulls, covered with cracks and gaps. The sails were full of holes, and covered with spider webs. Before the ghost fleet arrived, countless blue shadows passed through the ship wall, and rushed towards this side on the sea surface, like a blue tide. At the same time, the fog in the distance rolled a few times, and then countless ghosts emerged from the fog and flew over from the sky in groups. Some magicians picked up their wands, and then put them down. It was meaningless, wasting energy in vain. The priests of the Moon Court also looked at Lewis and the other two standing quietly at the bow with a serious face. If they had not entered the Netherworld to see Mithras, the bosses would have been forced to take action, and there would be no point in fighting. It really terrible. Miss Delphinia's expression became more serious. She looked at the tall ancient fleet approaching, and the ghost army flying in the sky. She squinted her eyes and nodded, and continued slowly. It seems that when Mother and others come in later, there will be a big surprise. After so many years, these idiots still haven't made any progress. They are still driving small broken boats, holding cold weapons, and fighting boarding battles. When Miss Di finished speaking, the blue tide coming from the front was getting closer and closer, and the priests could even see the faces of the ghosts full of murderous intent. Lewis and the mages who did not intend to waste their magic power also looked back behind them. Something meaningful was coming in. At some point, a mirage appeared behind the Queen. It was a huge shadow of warships that looked like a fortress on the sea, which was gradually emerging. The narrow and long ancient ships on the opposite side, in front of this fleet, were like small fishing boats. On the sea, many ghosts had already rushed to the front of the Queen more than 30 meters away. At the same time, some figures in the ghost army stood more than 30 meters away from the Queen, and chanted magic. But more ghosts passed these small elites and planned to kill directly through the cabin. In the blink of an eye, the fastest ghost warriors had already rushed to the bow of the Queen. But they seemed to have hit an invisible wall. The invisible wall flickered slightly, flashing out a faint glow. More and more ghosts also rushed towards the Queen and the fleet behind. One invisible wall after another appeared, and the dark sea surface was suddenly illuminated. It was the magical phase change barrier flashing on the Queen and the fleet behind. Looking at the Netherworld refugees around the ship, Lewis and the magicians withdrew their gaze expressionlessly and no longer paid attention. A series of sharp whistles suddenly sounded in the sky, and everyone raised their heads and looked at the Netherworld Air Force in the distance. They had come to 200 meters in front of the fleet. The sky was now dark, and it was impossible to tell what kind of magic it was, big or small, but the number of magic was terrifying. For a moment, it seemed as if a blue rain of fire was falling from the sky, and the rain of fire flew towards the fleet of the Magic Alliance in an instant. At this moment, the entire dark sky was slightly illuminated. At the same time, countless suns appeared on the sea behind the Queen, and then the entire sky was as bright as day. It was the magic brilliance shining from tens of thousands of magic cannons under the supply of magic core energy. After several flashes, Lewis and others put down their hands covering their eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. The dark clouds had disappeared, and instead, there was ashes all over the sky. Scattered Netherworld air forces could be vaguely seen in the ashes, fleeing in panic towards the direction of the fog. However, many Netherworld air forces had not escaped far before they were targeted by some itchy wizards among the tens of thousands of warships of the Magic Alliance. The fog in the distance was quiet for a moment, and it seemed that it took a long time for it to react. The fleet of the Magic Alliance did not slow down, ignoring the Netherworld refugees fleeing back on the sea, and continued to move forward, heading towards the fog. But just as Mithras said in his heart, only one person can come in today. And those fleets lured by the Netherworld refugees have also entered the big net set up by him. Lewis frowned, looking at the undead on the forgotten river that were still pouring into the sea, always felt something was wrong. To be honest, even if Miss Di's words came true, the fleet was not afraid of being lifted up. At this moment, the shallow sea suddenly became deeper, and became pitch black. It was as if there was an extremely huge shadow under the water, quietly covering the fleet. Chapter 520, I Come to Trouble the Netherworld. As the fleet of the Magic Alliance continued to move forward, Bull on the Dusk Lighthouse was watching the ghosts fleeing in panic, with a twitch in his mouth. Although Bull had not been to the Forgotten River for many years since he became the director of the demon prison, but as the head of a psychic family, he felt that he still knew the strength of the undead monarchs. These 6 monarchs were enough to cause chaos in the world of the living. To stop them, at least 6 great wizard families would need to work together, if they want to drive them back to the Netherworld. 6 great wizard kingdoms are not enough, and the Moon Court needs to help. Bull has always believed that the strength of the Northern Alliance is equivalent to that of the 6 great wizard kingdoms. And this time, the Magic Alliance also has Moon Court troops. So Bull is still somewhat confident that the Alliance can win this war. But he never thought that this war would turn out like this. The evil spirit army in the air was beaten to pieces as soon as they met. And Mr. Bull could never have imagined such a scene. As for the fearless ghost army on the sea, in this magic war, the ghost army on the sea was like a medieval militia facing a tank. No matter how many there were, it was meaningless. But they seemed unwilling to give up. When the fleet ignored the ghosts around it, and passed through the ghost army, a lot of magic flew out of the ghost army, which was spectacular for a while. At the same time, under the supply of magic core energy, the prismatic crystal arrays on dozens of flagships such as the Queen flashed light. And then an invisible magic wave enveloped the entire fleet. And then all the magic flying over was dissipated halfway. And even the ghosts who were guiding magic within a radius of nearly 100 meters of the ship suddenly found that they could not mobilize any magic power. Forbidden magic area? Bull eyes twitched fiercely on the Dusk Lighthouse, recalling the 36 majestic guardian towers in the sacred oak tree. However, the Navy of Sorrento has shrunk these magic towers by dozens of times, and placed them on ships. Adding those magic phase change barriers, these ships have become real sea magic fortresses. And the surging magic power surging from these sea magic fortresses seems to be endless. This means that these ships are huge in the eyes of wizards. If you don't use offensive means, and want to forcibly turn these huge guys into playing cards, the magic power consumed will be enough to tire a demigod to death. Facing these sea magic fortresses, ordinary wizards, ordinary magic, and weapons are meaningless. The times have changed, and the power of individuals has become smaller and smaller in front of civilization. And this civilization that has risen in the new era has the qualifications to declare war on the gods. Thinking of this, Bull's eyes gradually fell into the depths of the fog. The fog suddenly became thicker, and the forgotten river was shrouded in the fog. On the other side, after the fleet cleared the miscellaneous soldiers, the fleet continued to move forward, and the thousands of quiet undead ships a few miles ahead were also gradually shrouded in the fog. The Magic Alliance didn't know what those guys were going to do. But the ships didn't stop, but began to speed up and chase. A moment later, the queen in the front seemed to hit something, and the wizards near the side of the ship looked down in surprise, and found that this shallow sea had turned from blue to dark black, and countless arms were constantly stretching on the sea. On the distant forgotten river, countless undead spirits were still rushing towards the sea like ants. The color of the shallow sea was getting darker and darker. In other words, the shallow sea near the forgotten river was gradually filling up. I guessed right. Miss Di raised her eyebrows, looked at the people around her and said, "They are going to lift us up." Looking at the shadows in the water, Lewis suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The wizards also looked at each other, wondering what the meaning of the undead spirits doing such crazy things was. At the same time, everyone also felt the boats under their feet gradually being lifted up, and then getting higher and higher. That was the core of the cloud boat technology from the North Sea country. Not long after, under the control of the wizards, the groups of cloud boat cores on the thousands of warships all flickered, with fewer arrays on small ships and more on large ships. Soon the entire fleet began to fly in the air, leaving only the undead gradually piling up on the sea. The fog in the distance was quiet for a moment. The Magic Alliance wizards, who were looking at the fog, were also quiet for a moment. The Magic Alliance fleet began to accelerate. The depths of the fog in the distance became quieter and quieter. Tens of thousands of Magic Alliance wizards slowly raised their wands towards the fog. The depths of the fog in the distance became quieter and quieter. In a blink of an eye, the fog was dispelled by the wizards, revealing the panicked silhouettes of the fleets belonging to the 6 undead monarchs, which were secretly turning around. At this moment, the dispelled fog was like the monarchs' underwear being pulled off, and the naked undead monarchs were fleeing without looking back. Obviously, this army from the world of the living has the ability to wreak havoc on the entire netherworld. Looking at the fleet approaching from behind, a crown lich stretched out his hand, but then put it down. It was meaningless. A waste of energy. Indeed, the magic barriers on those ships were very powerful, but his withering could still destroy them. But how many ships could he destroy? How many dozens of ships could he destroy with the 6 of him? And a few dozen ships. In a war of this scale, what are they? Not to mention that the opposing fleet contains many giant dragons from Dragon Nest City. There are also many sea monsters from the North Sea country and Zanjia. And if these old bones of us were forced to use our special moves after just one encounter, what would we do? What about the 5 people on those ships? To be honest, if we were not forced today, these old bones of us would never pull our troops out of the netherworld to fight this group of people. After the fight, what would be left? There are endless little bones in the netherworld, but it takes hundreds or thousands of years to train a pet. According to the owner, the Yodel people in Sorrento can launch a large ship like that in a magic dock in a few months. If they are fully operational during wartime, the speed will be even faster. P.S. The record during World War II was to launch a 10,000-ton ship in 5 days. In other words, if a world war really comes, those magicians can keep their fleets sufficiently combat capable for many years. But on our side, we can only fight one big battle. If we win, everything will be fine. If we don't win, we will have to start to wait for the death after the big battle. As for whether we can win or how long we can fight, we old bones don't know. After all, there are still many things on the other side that have not been revealed. The idiot Mithras said before that those muggles are at most the strength of the 6 great wizarding countries. He must not be unaware of their strength. Otherwise the level he asked everyone to achieve would not be so low. This damn liar. The Lich suddenly realized that his old bones were too arrogant today. The original plan to annihilate those muggles was no longer possible. This little surprise prepared for the master was also wasted. But the request given by Mithras to keep these people out of the sticks was no problem. After all, this is the territory of the underworld. Although the result of the previous test was very unexpected, the effect was the same. They had been lured into the fog and approached the shallow sea. Only one person can come in today, and the Lord Resurrection will never be destroyed by anyone. It seems that the undead monarchs are very confident, and Mithras' plan seems to be perfect. But the one more person who comes in, I'm afraid it will make him doomed. According to this plot, there should be 2 updates today, but I haven't finished writing until after 3 o'clock. I really can't bear it. Tomorrow, The real journey to the underworld, and the really interesting plot will also begin. Chapter 521. Who would refuse the master to come in? Under the order of the Lich, the desolate horn sounded again in the depths of the fog. The fleet of the netherworld gradually stopped, and there were many huge figures in the depths of the fog that gradually flew up with groups of big things, and those evil spirits, who were fleeing to the depths of the fog, were sucked up and eaten up when they passed by these things. In the forgotten river shrouded in fog, there was also a sudden movement, showing a series of dense digging sounds, and then, in the depths of the fog where the forgotten river was located, the rustling sound of running was heard. On the other side, in front of the Magic Alliance fleet, many tiny transparent threads suddenly floated over. These threads flew slowly, but they covered the sky. They looked tiny, but they were extremely tough. They flew silently, and were almost imperceptible to magic, and were almost immune to magic. After all, these threads were used by creatures at the top of the food chain in the underworld to hunt. Not only could they be used to fish in the Styx, salvage the dead, but they could also be used to catch dragons in the underworld in the sky. It can be used for fishing even in the Styx. The surrounding fog is too thick. If the ghosts were not entangled by the silk thread, the wizards would probably have to fly closer to notice it. Miss Delphinia's face suddenly looked a little ugly, because the boat could not fly. And before long, the sky outside the net would be controlled by the flying dragons and bone dragons in the netherworld. As for the dragons in Dragon Nest City, it would be difficult for them to break out of the net and fly to the sky. I hope Osikris and the others can provide timely support later. But even if they succeed in breaking the net, the situation will be very passive, because the boat is destined to not rise too high. This means that once the flood of the Styx suddenly comes, things will be difficult. As long as the source of the turbulence in the underworld is not eliminated, the floods from the Styx will be endless. But if the moon god can take Lewis into the Styx first, then his mother and everyone can go in. So Lewis can't stay here to suppress the water. He has to go in with the moon god first. Otherwise, this battle will never end. Therefore, in today's battle, the most important point is to create an opportunity for Lewis and the moon goddess to enter first. And except them, no one can enter. Because during the period when the flood began to erupt, the netherworld was extremely repulsive to the outside world. Or to say, repulsive to foreign gods. This made it impossible for slightly larger objects to enter. The moon goddess was very big, but the mother believed that he could enter because the moon goddess was once the master of the world, and no world would reject her, but would accept her. Similarly, mother also thought that Lewis might be taken in by the moon goddess. Lewis is immortal, so he will not be particularly rejected, so the moon goddess can take him in. But in fact, Lewis and the moon goddess are in the same situation. As for who will suppress the water on this battlefield, those Ao and the North Sea Dragon clan, and tens of thousands of sea monsters, who are hidden under the sea behind the fleet, are capable of suppressing the water. Together, they are no worse than Lewis. In Miss Di thoughts, she suddenly found that the fog in front of her gradually began to dissipate. She found that it was Lewis. He was frowning and waving his hand towards the fog. The fog was dispelled with this wave of his hand. The fog retreated all the way to the top of the Styx. But the fog gradually gathered into a majestic figure like a cliff thousands of feet high. He wore a crown, held a scepter in his hand, and had eyes like stars and moons. In the sky under his feet, 6 monarchs were patting their chests to salute the phantom. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area for the living? Before he finished speaking, the tall figure made of mist gradually dissipated. It seemed that the action of someone just dispelling the mist inadvertently dispelled the gods. In the difference, Miss Di turned her head woodenly, and found that Lewis beside her was frowning as if no one was around, waving at the mist in front of him as if he was waving away a fly. Did you hear any strange noises? Lewis looked back at Miss Di and said, 6 monarchs. Miss Di. Seeing Miss Di staring at him blankly without saying anything, Lewis frowned and pricked up his ears. He vaguely heard a rumbling sound. At the same time, the fog in front was completely dispelled. Someone suddenly pointed to the direction of the forgotten river with trembling body. Lewis and everyone looked over there, and their faces became ugly. People saw that, on the forgotten river, there was a huge wave slowly pushing towards this side. Some people holding telescopes could vaguely see countless crying faces in the waves. The flood of the Styx is coming. Before the big waves arrived, the eternally calm dusk sea had already begun to stir. The shallow sea below the Magic Alliance fleet, which was composed of countless undead, gradually wailed, and small hills rose up like waves. And these hills were getting higher and higher like the tide. The hills were shaking like waves. On the one hand, It was because the water of the Forgotten River was constantly pouring into the Dusk Sea, causing the sea level to rise. And on the other hand, it was because the flood brought the dead out of the netherworld. In the blink of an eye, a rumbling sound rang out between heaven and earth. The waves of the Forgotten River were getting closer and closer. Soon, the waves passed the Nether Fleet on the other side of the Forgotten River. But the strange thing was that the waves were like air and had no effect on the Nether Fleet. The Nether Fleet did not even jolt. They passed through the waves directly like ghosts passing through a wall. However, the fleet on the side of the Magic Alliance began to jolt. With the size of this wave, people had no doubt that it could break the barriers on many ships. Alia stretched out her hand towards the distant wave with a serious face, but another big hand held her hand down. She turned her head in surprise, and saw Louis shaking his head at her. At this moment, waves of singing sounded from the deep sea behind the fleet. They were tens of thousands of sirens. The Dusk Sea gradually became quiet again, and the distant waves were getting smaller and smaller as they slowly approached. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Save some energy. There will be another flood in a while. Unless the flood of the Styx is contained, the waves will not stop. Louis fell into deep thought. In his mother-in-law original plan, if the team encounters today's situation, then he and the Moon Goddess will enter the Styx first. Then temporarily calm the Styx and let everyone go in. But what if the boss, who is supposed to be guarding the Soul Stone, comes? Would the mother-in-law think that her son-in-law didn't need to go in again? And let him stay here to help her delay the boss? And then let the Moon God go to steal the house alone? After thinking for a moment, Louis looked at the sky in the distance. At this time, the fog and clouds in the dark sky had been completely dispelled by Louis's previous magic. And people also saw a shadow that covered the sky and the sun leaking out from the clouds. The shadow wore a crown and held a scepter. He looked down at Louis with a surprised expression. It turns out that the body condensed by the mist just now was just a puppet in the hands of the god. However, the god was a little surprised that the boy could easily disperse his puppet. The master is still sleeping. And is weak. And it seems that there is only one person who can threaten the master today. Should we deal with the big one first? Or the small one? Mithras was very shocked by Louis. But he did not pay attention to the fact that Miss Luna could suppress the River of Oblivion. After taking a look at Louis, the huge shadow in the sky raised its head and looked at the big one. It seems that the big one in Mithras' eyes is not the moon god. It is the void on the opposite side. The void, the Dusk Sea, is divided into two parts by the Forgotten River. And the sky of the Dusk Sea is the same. The sky on the other side of the Forgotten River belongs to the world of the dead. And there are no galaxies. The sky on the other side of the Forgotten River belongs to the world of the living. And there are galaxies. But I don't know when it started. Maybe it was the moment when the fleet came in? Anyway, the stars in the sky above the living world had long disappeared. In its place was a pitch-black, deep void. Slowly, on both sides of the dark sky, there seemed to be something, like wings, silently covering the sky on this side. And gradually covering the god of the underworld, who occupied half of the sky on the opposite side. The devil and the underworld god began their war. And in the deep black void, a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened gradually. They were a pair of scarlet vertical pupils. The moment these crimson eyes opened, the army of the underworld that rushed into the living world of the Dusk Sea slowly began to emit red flames. Ashes began to fall from the sky, and the spiders on the ground began to burn in pain. The expressions of the undead monarchs became solemn. They took the people around them and headed towards the opposite sky. Then, powerful forces gathered in the hands of the 6 monarchs, and they released their power towards the 2 demons in the opposite sky. At the same time, the Alliance fleets that were already close to the world of the dead on the other side of the Dusk Sea were also burned by a blue netherfire. The barrier made a buzzing sound in the burning of this flame. A soft twilight gradually enveloped the fleet, and the flames were reduced by 80%. Then, the magic cannons on thousands of warships lit up, and they released the power of the human world towards the gods in the opposite sky. The war is about to break out. A voice sounded in the heart of the moon god. My beloved little moon, you don't have to take Louis to control the flood. We will buy time for you and try to delay him here. From this sentence, it can be heard that Louis's previous doubts about why his mother-in-law supported the moon god in every possible way were reasonable. I don't know how Miss Moon views Miss Sea King's gentle attitude, but at least Miss Sea King is very interested in Miss Moon. After Miss Moon heard what the Demon King said, she nodded solemnly, then she took a step forward, and then she gradually disappeared like a ray of moonlight. Just as Francesco guessed, Although Miss Moon had been reincarnated and reborn, became her little moon, the netherworld would not reject the former lord of the world. A voice appeared in Lewis's mind. Lewis, the flood is coming again. Since you have nothing to do, then help your North Sea God clan. Lewis? Lewis. From this sentence, it can be heard that Lewis has made his mother-in-law angry again. Indeed, when his mother-in-law was talking, she saw Lewis nodded solemnly. Then Lewis also took a step forward like the moon god. And then, he gradually disappeared like a ray of moonlight. Just as Lewis guessed, the netherworld would not reject its true master. Chapter 522. Fortunately, I held her tightly. Just when the demon king was furious, she found that the Hades opposite her suddenly laughed loudly, and then, he created a chaos at the cost of serious injuries, and then left the battlefield and returned to the underworld. At this moment, Francesco's face was extremely strange. Yes, due to the flooding of the Styx, she would indeed be temporarily blocked from the underworld. But what if Mithras went back? In his current state, even if he returns, he will not be able to use the soul stone in a short time. And he, whose strength was greatly damaged in this battle, cannot beat Lewis and the moon goddess. On the other hand, the undead lords were not angry because of their boss' abandonment. Instead, they stopped the magic alliance from advancing into the netherworld at all costs. The situation seems to be getting weirder and weirder. Maybe Mithras never thought of using the power of the soul stone to become stronger. Or maybe he has a real master. Looking at the battlefield below, and the Styx still flooding in the distance, Francesco's face gradually became solemn. They might not be able to enter the underworld for the time being. They didn't know when the flood of the Styx would subside. And they didn't know what Mithras and his unknown master wanted to do. In any case, they could only rely on Lewis and Miss Moon. I hope that when they enter the underworld, it will still be in time. After Mithras returned to the underworld palace, he hurried to the soul-calming stone and welcomed his master, so that the master would not fall into a deep sleep and get lost in the turbulence of time and space when he entered the underworld. However, not long after, Mr. Mithras' face became strange. He felt as if there was an extremely powerful force pulling his master tightly on the other side, preventing him from coming. This forced Mithras, who was trying to pull his master to the Hades palace, to start wrestling with that person. Not long after, he even reached deep into the void and pulled hard, sweating profusely, seeing that a white jade hand was about to be pulled out. Mithras' eyes showed a look of surprise. Another big hand suddenly stretched out from the void and slapped Mr. Mithras' hand away fiercely. Then the hand grabbed the sleeping owner and fled into the turbulent flow of the void. Looking at the crack in the void that was gradually closing, Mithras was stunned for a long time. Mithras' first time? Lewis had a dream. He dreamed that he drank that wonderful wine again. It was colorless and tasteless, but it made people drunk. It can make people forget all the happy and unhappy things. But when people drink this wine, they can feel that they have experienced all kinds of life in the drunken state. Rubbing his forehead, Lewis felt sore all over. He sat up with great effort and looked around in confusion. The rumbling river in the distance was like a galloping horse. A huge bright moon that occupied 3/5 of the sky was suspended in the sky on the other side of the river, making the night very bright. I seemed to be in a small forest in the wild, lying on my side next to a bonfire. Besides me, there is a strange woman drinking near the bonfire. Where am I? I fell into the water? Who is she? Did she save me? For a moment, Lewis felt as if he had forgotten everything, even his own name. If the Forbidden Grand Master did not know how to make his memory, knowledge, never forgotten, then after this drunkenness, you would probably really forget everything. Suddenly, Lewis patted his forehead, remembering what happened yesterday. He was about to graduate, and when he was packing up his room to leave school, he accidentally found a strange storybook. That right, there are always all kinds of strange books in a forbidden sanctuary. And his teacher Anthony is also a person who likes to joke. What did he say? He said, since he found this book, then he will take on the task of traveling to a world 60 million years later, teach the people there how to use magic, and fulfill the wishes of 3 people. What a joke after 60 million years. Although since he became a magic apprentice, he has seen more and more strange things. But time travel is still a bit unbelievable. So did I really travel through time? But shouldn't I appear under the bed? No. No. I didn't find that storybook in the Forbidden Sanctuary. I found it under the bed. When I was complaining and trying to get out from under the bed, I appeared in Xiao Ao's room. Then, At the moment when I successfully inserted myself into this world, the storybook arranged a novice training for me in a forbidden sanctuary that had disappeared for 60 million years. Yes, I am about to forget many things. After all, I have been in the forbidden sanctuary for 30,000 years. In these 30,000 years, I have experienced too many things, and I have drunk things similar to the water of Forgotten River many times in the resistance test. But this is the first time I have drunk so much water of Forgotten River. After all, I fell into the river. But even if I drink more, how can I really forget Xiaoyou? Forget everything? After all, in his own magic notebook storybook, he was saving in real time. Turning the book, he remembered more things. Louis remembered that, after he followed Miss Moon into the netherworld, Miss Moon, who should have entered the netherworld smoothly, fainted in the time and space turbulence. Why did Miss Moon suddenly faint? Louis couldn't figure it out, but he believed that it must be Mithra's doing, because he felt Mithra's power in the time and space turbulence at that time. At the moment when Miss Moon was unconscious, sleeping, Mithra's power suddenly appeared from the void and tried to pull Miss Moon into his netherworld palace. Louis was terrified at the time. This insidious Mithras. No wonder the storybook always says that Mithras only intends to let one person into the netherworld today. On the surface, he does not allow everyone to enter the netherworld, but in fact, he deliberately wants to let Miss Moon in alone, and then kill her. Louis thinks his guess is right. After all, in Mithras' view, Miss Moon is the only one who has control over the soul-calming stone, so as long as she is dealt with, no one can stop the resurrection of his master. Unlike his mother-in-law, Louis knew that there was a big boss behind Mithras. Not to mention that Miss Moon was in a very worrying situation at the time. So the first thing he thought of was to run away. So Louis grabbed Miss Moon at the first time and fought against that power. After that, he successfully led Miss Moon into the turbulence of time and space, and struggled to find a way out of the void. If he was alone, it would be fine. But Miss Moon's power was too strong, and carrying her was like carrying a mountain. At the moment of drilling out of the void, Louis was exhausted, and finally fell into the river of oblivion with Miss Moon. It seems that when Louis fell asleep, he was hugged tightly enough. Otherwise he and Miss Moon might have been separated by the flood. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Miss Moon found Louis in the vast river of oblivion after waking up. But Louis thought this was unlikely. After all, the river of oblivion is so big and so turbulent. In addition, there are countless people, souls, in the river of oblivion. If one person falls into it, it is equivalent to falling into a vast sea of people. In the blink of an eye, you don't know where you will be washed away. Therefore, even Mithras may not be able to do this. How can the weak Miss Moon find me easily? She is not the master of the underworld. Fortunately, I held her tightly. Fortunately, I pulled hard before. Otherwise Miss Moon might have been kidnapped now. So, who kidnapped whom now? Louis was a little confused by the narration. He blinked and looked at Miss Moon, who was drinking in front of him. Didn't I rescue them all? No one kidnapped anyone. Chapter 523, Traveling with the Kidnappers. Now it seems that I, who was floating in the river, was probably picked up by Miss Moon, who woke up first. Closing the storybook in front of him with his mind, Louis raised his head, and found that the woman beside him was looking at him with a smile. For a moment, Louis had an illusion under the scrutinizing eyes, as if he was a naked body in front of the woman, and everything in his heart could be heard and seen by her. But how is this possible? There is no one who can solve the maze of his own mind and see his own voice. Or, there is no such person in this world. Francesco can't do this, Miss Moon can't do this either. Miss Moon in the past was more or less good. Did you sleep well? The woman asked. Blinking his eyes, Louis always felt that the woman's words, more or less, carried a little bit of unhappiness. As if he had ruined her good thing. I think she must have some complaints about me following her. However, now I think I did the right thing by following her. Otherwise, Miss Moon would have been kidnapped by Mithras. Finding Miss Moon still looking at him, Louis frowned and shook his head and said sorely, "It okay. Just my arm is a little sore." "How did you sleep? I mean, are you okay?" "Me? Of course I'm fine. I slept very well." The woman looked at the bright moon in the sky and said slowly, "I have never felt so good." Louis nodded and felt relieved. After a pause, Louis looked at Miss Moon, who was looking at the moon and drinking, and suddenly realized something. Why did Mithras dare to kidnap the moon goddess? And what virtue and ability did he have to make the moon goddess faint, sleep, The moment she came in, Louis's heart skipped a beat. The real big tiger might have woken up. This big tiger is very qualified to kidnap Miss Moon. If he really wakes up, let alone the weak Miss Moon, even if he has the super authority of the Soul Stone, he is also qualified to kidnap her. It seems that we have to be careful on this road, and don't let him find out. Otherwise, it will be the end. Thinking of this, Louis approached the woman's ear and said mysteriously, I suspect that Mithras has a master. And his master has awakened. Hearing this, the smile on the woman's face suddenly froze slightly. After a pause, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Louis and nodded slowly. Kidnapper murderous intention +1. Looking at this line of narration that suddenly appeared, Louis couldn't help but blink his eyes. Kidnapper? The master behind Mithras is indeed observing here. And the person the kidnapper is referring to should be Mithras' master. After all, he kidnapped Mithras, and he also planned to kidnap Miss Moon. It seems that except for himself, he wants to kidnap everyone. At this time, Louis, who was distracted, felt a little cold under the woman's gaze. He couldn't help but pull his clothes. You guessed it all? The woman said when she saw Louis. Yes, you guessed it too. Right? Louis said with a raised eyebrow. And then, he looked around carefully, crawled to the woman's ear, and said his own inference. After listening to Louis's inference, the woman's face became a little strange. After a moment, she stopped looking at the silly boy in front of her, took a sip of wine, and stopped talking. Kidnapper. +1. Looking at the narration in front of him, Louis couldn't help but look up at the sky. He thought to himself, it seems that I guessed it all right. Look, the kidnapper has left me speechless. Right? By the way, he really put a lot of thought into letting you in alone. But his plan was eventually ruined by me. Louis smiled proudly, asking for credit. You don't know how thrilling the situation was just now. If I hadn't followed you here today, you might have been kidnapped by him and taken to the Hades palace. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. Then I should thank you. Hey! You're welcome. How could I watch you fall into danger? Speaking of this, Louis couldn't help but think of the Miss YYDS1 in the storybook prophecy. Don't worry, I will definitely change your fate. While thinking, Louis found that the woman's expression seemed to become a little complicated. Don't worry. Louis patted his chest and assured with a beaming face, don't worry, no matter what happens, no matter what you encounter, I will protect you. As Louis patted his chest and made a promise, the woman suddenly fell silent. What's wrong with your face? Louis asked. The woman did not answer. She stuffed the wine gourd into Louis's arms. Looking at the wine gourd in his arms, Louis suddenly had a strange idea. He took a sip, and then shook his head with a little amusement. How could this wine gourd contain the water of the forgotten river? Indeed, it was not. Because the more you drink water, the colder it becomes. But the more you drink wine, the warmer it becomes. Now, Louis felt quite warm. The woman must have felt warm too. Smacking his lips a few times, Louis thought, the water of the Styx is really freezing cold. Fortunately, my immortal was not lost. Otherwise it would be hard to endure this journey. While thinking, Louis found that the woman had stood up at some point and walked away. What happened? She just left without saying a word. And didn't even wait for me. Louis stood up and patted his butt, complaining in his heart. Where to go? To a place where I can rest, the woman said. And she didn't stop. It was as if she was referring to a place where she could rest, not a place where she and Louis could rest. Of course, Louis couldn't know what the woman was thinking after all. The two of them were walking together. And the woman didn't say that Louis couldn't go. It just that the woman never seemed to wait for Louis, so she meant that I always planned to go alone, you had to come with me. Of course, maybe he has been waiting for Louis, otherwise why would he use the way of walking? As for why she waited for Louis, maybe because she planned to be a kidnapper? Or maybe because Louis said he would protect her? But does Miss Moon still want to kidnap Louis? It seems that she doesn't want to. So does Miss Moon need Louis's protection? It seems that she doesn't need it. So, both possibilities seem a bit unreasonable, and they are also very contradictory. This contradiction is just like the complicated mood of the woman now. And also just like the two people traveling together. But no matter what, the sudden appearance of this companion beside the woman made her no longer feel so lonely. However, she never waited for Louis. And on the way, she no longer talked to Louis. Louis was a little confused by Miss Moon's sudden change. But he thought that this might be because Miss Moon was always in a heavy mood. To be honest, Louis was also in a heavy mood. Especially today. Looking at the magnificent palace standing in the mountains in the distance. Louis' face looked a little ugly. Isn't this a bandit nest? My name is Louis. And my teammate said he would take me to a place to rest. We are here. Chapter 524 Kidnapper. Don't try to trick me into leaving. Are we there? Really? Didn't you just happen to pass by? Louis looked at Miss Moon with a black question mark on his face. Miss Moon didn't answer, but Louis saw the answer from her eyes looking at the Hades Palace. After walking for so many days, I ended up in the Hades Palace. This made Louis feel that this joke seemed a bit too big. However, this Hades is deserted, and there is no place to rest. Thinking about it this way, maybe it makes sense. It makes sense. We can't just go to the Hades Palace to rest just because of this. Right? While distracted, Louis found that the woman had walked a little far away, and he quickly followed her. He couldn't help but frown and asked, Miss Alia? I finally pulled you back. But how did we get back here? Do you know that? Mithras may be waiting for you in there now? That's why I want to go. Miss Moon said as she walked. Okay, I know we have to go, but do we have to wait for the people behind us to come before we go? If we go over now, will it be considered as walking into a trap? The woman stopped. She turned her head and looked at Louis with interest. Didn't you say you would protect me? What? Are you scared? Louis was choked by the woman's words for a long time. After he finished speaking, the woman stretched out her hand and tore the void in front of her. And got in. This was her first time using the method of shuttle to travel. Unlike the high-dimensional leap that Louis usually used. The woman method had no technical content, but was simple and crude. And it seems that they are in a hurry. My name is Louis, my teammates seem to be quite decisive. Big Tiger's strength is gradually recovering, so when my mother-in-law and the others come, Big Tiger's strength may have recovered. Okay, I admit that. She is right. After all, if the two of us can't do it when Big Tiger is weak, it's probably not possible for my mother-in-law and the others to come. Instead of sacrificing everyone together, it's better to sacrifice the two of us. It seems that there will be a fight as soon as we enter the door. Thinking of this, Louis looked at the back of the woman who had already entered the void and disappeared, and there was a bit of solemnity in his eyes. Then, he took a step forward, following the time and space track left by the woman and entered the void. The netherworld did not reject Louis. It gently helped Louis to travel. The surrounding environment began to twist and rotate like a whirlpool. And when the whirlpool gradually stopped, everything around Louis had changed. This is a temple for prayer. Every morning, believers often come here and stand in the hall to pray quietly. Obviously, it is morning now, and the time is just right. So when Louis arrived here, the hall was already full of people. These people are both men and women, wearing plain gray robes. But the plain gray robes cannot cover their tall and handsome appearance. If some of the male monks take off their outer robes, they will find that their muscle curves are perfect, just like the statues of David. As for the female monks, if they put on a set of armor and a mask, they will definitely look like the Valkyrie. There is no doubt that these monks are perfect people, as perfect as if they were created by God. But what is different from real people is that these tall and handsome men and women outside all have a faint gray halo on their heads. And if they open their hands, they will certainly be able to extend wings of light behind their backs. The scene in front of him made Louis slightly stunned. He didn't expect his teammates to choose such a place to enter. This doesn't look like a small monster area. Right? They start with the most difficult one, don't they warm up first? The monks who were praying were also slightly stunned, as if they didn't expect that two people would suddenly appear under the statue in this hall. But the next second, their eyes were filled with fanaticism, and they all fell to the ground, shouting Lord. Louis knew that they were not worshipping him. And now he had completely understood. He looked at the woman woodenly, and found that she was also looking at him with a playful look on her face. As a result, the woman saw that Louis nodded, showing a look of admiration, and then gave her a thumbs up. Great! Moon Goddess? Awesome? What does awesome mean? Miss Moon suddenly understood something. Oh, it seems that this idiot has only just realized it now. Miss Moon Goddess really doesn't know what to say. So you understand everything? After coming back to her senses, the woman narrowed her eyes and asked in a deep voice, Smelly boy, do you still want to protect me now? Of course. Louis nodded as a matter of course. He looked at the woman and the people below and said solemnly with his eyes, I said, no matter what we have to face next, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Alia, I will not let you disappear. Shut up. The angry voice of the moon god resounded in the hall. And the many angels of death in the audience trembled in the anger of God. At this moment, she had an unknown fire in her heart. She didn't know why she was angry, but in the past 3,000 years, she had never been so angry. Don't you understand yet? I don't need your protection at all. And you, the person you want to protect is not me. No, Alia, you don't have enough people. Louis' eyes looked through the void, looking in the direction of the distant soul stone, feeling the power so strong that he had to muster up the courage to face it. He had indeed awakened, and Louis saw from the display of the soul stone that his power had recovered by about 3%. This is a very scary number. In those days, Gallic and the gods relied on the moon god to gather the faith of the whole world to kill him. Therefore, this 3% is like an astronomical figure, equivalent to 3% of the power of the entire world. You have no idea how terrifying the thing that is about to awaken is. He is just like you in the past, and represents a world. So, you can't beat him. You have to help me. Louis felt that the sliding shovel in his hand could still be tried as long as someone helped. And the big tiger was amused by the boy's words. This idiot still believes that the awakened he is the old god. At this time, a group of knights of chaos and messengers of Hades, who were full of the breath of death, followed the angry voice of the moon god and rushed into the hall. Then, they knelt on the ground trembling and began to worship the moon god. They shouted, Lord. The moon god pointed at these people. The angel of death is loyal to me. So what about these people? It seems that Mithras is not here today. He should have gone out to find you. Louis nodded and said, Alia, you used to be the master of the world. The only master of the world of the living and the world of the dead. So even if the generals under Mithras are secretly loyal to you, I will not be surprised. Louis turned to look at the woman and said solemnly, so? Don't try to trick me away. I said, no matter what happens, I will stand with you. I won't let you perish with him. More and more people rushed to the hall, and the sound of kneeling continued to sound in the quiet hall. But at this moment, their god was silent. Why do you trust me so much? The woman's voice was a little hoarse. Louis recalled the scene of the two drinking on the deck, and remembered the sincerity that Miss Moon still retained in her heart after being distrusted and rejected by the whole world. The kind of awareness that is willing to sacrifice everything for the world. Because you said, you have to protect this world, and I said, I will protect you. When the whole world no longer believes in her, what she needs is a person who believes in her. Right? How could Louis abandon her when she needs support at this time? A wave of severe pain hit her head. The woman held her forehead and sat on the throne. I'm tired, take him to rest. Hey! Hey! You're not going to fight anymore? You're not going to fight anymore? Louis, who was held up by several archangels, waved his hands and asked loudly, You've made such a big noise, and you're not going to fight anymore. Mithras might come back with people in a while? He will report to his master. The woman looked at the people below who she had originally planned to use to fight Louis, and waved her hands weakly, and they all dispersed. Indeed, she was tired. Take a rest first. We fight again tomorrow when Mithras comes back. Chapter 525 I'm turning. By the way, Louis thinks the environment of the lounge that Miss Moon arranged for him is pretty good. It exists in the void, and is safer than the cells at the bottom of the demon prison. The only drawback is that it seems that no one has lived here for a long time, so it seems that no one has cleaned it for a long time. Also, the furnishings in the room are too simple, with only a bed on the floor. Moreover, the room is not as spacious as the room on the bottom floor of the demon prison. There are windows on 3 sides without walls, and an iron door. And across the corridor, outside the iron door, there is chaos. Let not think too much. Let rest here tonight. Who wants to rest here? Who thinks the environment here is good? Is this a cell? Is this a cell? Looking at the narration in front of him, Louis, who was standing at the door of the bedroom, cursed in his heart. And at this time, the sound of metal collision came from behind him. Louis turned around woodenly, looking at the archangels who were locking the door. Give them a look. Are you sure your boss arranged this place? The archangels ignored Louis, threw him a deck of cards with a cold face, and stood outside the door with their arms folded. Standing there, you were stunned for a long time. Looking at the roommates outside the door, who didn't intend to let you go out again, you fell into deep thought. So, Miss Moon deliberately arranged you here, so that you can hide your identity? Or, there are traitors among the angels of death, so they acted on their own and did these things? Perhaps you shouldn't think about it anymore, because someone has already notified Mithras. When he brings people back, if you are still in the Hades Palace, neither you nor Miss Moon will be in a good mood. At this time, another six-winged archangel floated in from the void with a group of fully armed death angels, ready to fight. However, when the archangels saw these newcomers, their faces were a little ugly. Michael, once you enter here, you will never be able to leave. Are you sure you want to disobey the order and die here with us? Acting on one own? You heard this word. Pedro, this place can hold us, but it may not hold him. The Master wants to absorb the power of the soul calming stone today, and no one can interfere with this matter. Speaking of this, the six-winged angel clenched the weapon in his hand and looked at the man in the lounge with a serious look. At least not today. Huh? After seeing their companion standing there in a daze, the several archangels in front of the door suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. They turned around in a hurry and found that the room was empty. To be exact, there was only a shadow waving goodbye to them. The magician disappeared from the strongest cell in the netherworld like a magic trick, leaving only a set of playing cards and a group of archangels staring at each other. How do we get out? Michael asked his companions with a grim look. Pedro opened the cell expressionlessly, and then picked up the playing cards on the table. Miguel and others followed curiously, and looked at Pedro curiously. Under everyone's gaze, Pedro nodded solemnly, and then shuffled. Pedro, you mean the secret is in this deck of cards? No, Pedro said firmly. I brought this deck of cards. As he said that, he opened the cards. Everyone, this is a special hall in the Hades Palace. It exists in the void, and a portal connects this place with the Hades Palace. If someone walks in from the portal, they will find that this hall is a bit strange. Half of it is the hall, and the other half is the void. At the end of this half of the hall, there is the void, and in the void, there is a huge, flat red crystal floating. It is the soul calming stone. Often, Mithras, who is in charge of it, will secretly come here to listen to the voice of the Lord. But today Mithras is not here. So the person standing here is another person. But she did not come secretly. She didn't listen to anything, but closed her eyes and touched the crystal. There was a sound of footsteps behind her. After a pause, a young man's voice sounded from behind the woman. Your method cannot destroy the connection between the astral cellular matrix, the real name of the soul stone, and the old god. And in fact, I don't recommend doing so. But if you have a way to force him to show up, I have a way to try. As he said this, the man pulled away the woman's hand that was touching the soul stone. Stop it. Alia. The old god seems to be using some method to absorb the energy of the astral cell matrix. And your actions seem to make him absorb it faster. You pulled the woman's hand away. But the woman touched it again. You pulled it away again. She tried to touch it hard. But you slapped her away with your hand in annoyance. Don't try again. You are too weak now. Louis, who couldn't see the woman's strength, said. Or rather, the woman had been deliberately making herself look weak. And Louis couldn't see through her disguise at all. The woman sighed, opened her eyes, and looked at Louis beside her. Louis, you still have a chance to leave now. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Leave? And then let you make meaningless attempts here? It meaningless. Alia, even if no one notifies Mithras, you won't succeed. If it weren't for the archangels who locked me up against your orders, I wouldn't even know what stupid things you were going to do. And I wouldn't know that those people had betrayed you. Retracting his gaze from the soul calming stone, Louis sighed, looked at Miss Boss and said, Alia, you are too naive. Too easy to trust others. After so many years, the world has changed. Perhaps in this world, there is no one willing to protect you anymore. At this moment, the woman looked at the biggest fool in the world in front of her. At the person who still trusted her without reservation. Perhaps there is another person. Why are you looking at me like that? Louis said unhappily. His eyes pierced through the void, looking at the god of the underworld who had already entered the palace of Hades in the distance, and was walking towards here with many angels of death following him. What I said may be unpleasant to hear, but it is the truth. At least in my opinion. Louis felt a little heavy at the moment, because he not only saw Mithras, but also saw the angels of death who patted their chests to greet him or followed him, and also saw the 6 undead monarchs beside Mithras. This is simply a secret love affair that was blocked in the door. The two of them came here for nothing today, and what he wanted to do most now was to walk. The cat caught the mouse. The elephant stepped on the cat. And the mouse got into the elephant. He had a way to deal with the elephant. But there were too many cats coming over today. And the moon girl beside him, and he didn't know how much strength she could exert now. After thinking for only a moment, Louis had already grabbed the woman's soft hand. And this time, the woman seemed to let him hold her. Louis pulled the woman forward. At this moment, the door of the dimension gradually opened towards Louis. And the surrounding environment also twisted and rotated. But in a flash, a huge force shattered the rotating void channel. Then Louis felt several powerful forces of death pulling him and the woman back. Obviously, it was not just Mithras who wrestled with Louis this time. In fact, even if there was only Mithras, it would be very difficult to deal with him. When the distorted time and space in front of Louis gradually returned to its original state, he opened his eyes, with a slight dizziness in his head. At this time, there was already one more person in the hall, looking at the angry old man wearing a crown, a tattered gray robe, holding a scepter, and with a haggard appearance. Louis' face was extremely solemn at this moment. What made him even more solemn was that the other 6 people had slowly walked out of the void. At this moment, in front of the huge portal, there were already countless angels of death, rushing towards here angrily. The angry voice of Hades echoed in the hall. "Damn magician! I know you! Take your dirty hands off!" Before he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual force knocked Mithras and the 6 undead lords in midair to the wall, and the angels of death, who rushed in from the gate, were also blown back outside the gate like ants drifting in a hurricane. Immediately, a soft hand grabbed Louis, and then, a flash of moonlight flashed in the hall, and the 2 people disappeared, and the noisy hall returned to tranquility. Only Mithras and many monarchs were left, and the angels of death were in a mess in the silence. "My lord, we have no time," Mithras shouted anxiously at the soul-calming stone. A moment later, the believers heard the voice of the Lord in their ears. "Wait for me one more day, Mithras. I have been busy for my boss for so long, and I almost lost my life. However, at the most critical moment, my boss did not do his job and went to fool around with a fool. No, Mithras felt that he was more like a big fool." Chapter 526, Writing on the Face. The river below the cliff flows quietly from west to east, without a single ripple on the water surface, as calm as a mirror. Louis was even sure that, if he carefully looked on the water surface with his eyes, he would definitely be able to find the reflection of himself and the moon girl standing on the cliff in the water surface. Louis' gaze returned from the calm upper reaches of the Styx, gradually falling in the direction of the lower reaches. Unlike the calm upper reaches, the water in the lower reaches was still galloping, but it would not be long before the lower reaches would become as peaceful as the upper reaches. In a day at most, the water of the River of Oblivion will calm down, and Francesco and others will be able to enter the netherworld from the Sea of Dusk. But Louis knew that the calmness of the water of the River of Oblivion was only temporary. Or in other words, it was a side effect of the gradual collapse of the netherworld. After a day, the sky of the River of Oblivion will begin to collapse, and an unprecedented heavy rain will fall between heaven and earth, and the whole world will be submerged by the water of the River of Oblivion. Alia, the power that finally repelled Mithras, seems to be the will of the underworld. I don't understand why he didn't attack us just now, when he had awakened to such a degree. Maybe it because if you die, the world will become boring, the woman said. Louis nodded, feeling a little heavy. Indeed, he is now qualified to make such a bold statement. After seeing the situation of the soul-calming stone today, Louis judged that his plan had only a 50% chance of success. He still has 1 day left, and in this day, if his power is not restored, Louis's success rate will be reduced by 1 point. This makes Louis feel a little guilty. Now is the most urgent moment, because the netherworld will completely collapse tomorrow, and the main world will also usher in a doomsday disaster. But he is sitting on the cliff with the girl to enjoy the scenery. This makes him feel that he has nothing to do. Maybe you have a lot to do now. The narration makes Louis laugh at himself. And it is true. This big tiger is not something a hunter can handle. And now, apart from sitting here and waiting for the fleet to come, what other options are there? Now, we can only wait for Francesco and the others to come, and then fight the fully awakened boss to the death. Perhaps, that will be the last chance to save the entire netherworld. I don't know what kind of war it will be, and I don't know who will win or lose in the end. The shoulder sank slightly, and a faint fragrance entered Louis's nose. It was the moon goddess, and his head rested on the Templar's shoulder. It's so beautiful, the moon goddess said. Looking at the calm water below, Louis looked at the sky, enjoying the last tranquility before the storm. The wind in the underworld was a little cold. Louis remembered that he still had half a pot of immortal wine, untied the wine gourd around his waist, and handed it to the woman. I don't really like drinking. The woman shook her head and pushed the wine gourd away. It was really strange. Louis was a little speechless. He took back the wine gourd and planned to drink alone, but a gentle hand took the gourd of wine back. But? The woman smiled slightly, remembering a sentence Louis once said, sometimes. I always remember a lot of things. And there is a kind of wine that can make people forget many things that are not troublesome. Louis felt a little funny, knowing that the woman was hinting at what he had said before. It's just that Miss Moon developed the habit of drinking first, and his words came later. At that moment, Louis suddenly had a funny idea. No wonder Miss Moon said that she had a bad memory. Maybe it was because of drinking. He couldn't help but look at the sticks in front of him, and asked jokingly, "This time you entered the underworld. Did you cross a river? Did you remember anything?" At this moment, a look of disappointment appeared on the woman's face. She remembered a lot. However, she was even more troubled. Maybe she shouldn't have crossed the river. Maybe it would be best for her to truly forget everything. If every day is a new beginning, how happy it would be. Not every day, once is enough. But how can I forget it? Sometimes, once you have seen something, you can never forget it. Louis, if I say I mean, when I touched the soul stone, I heard his voice, and he told me many things. If the awakened him is not the old god, do we not have to fight anymore? Why do you say that? Louis frowned. Because if he were not an old god, he would not have moved the Cloud Kingdom. No matter what happened on the continent, we can at least go to the Cloud Kingdom. Louis looked up at the sky. Alia. No matter who is to be resurrected, he is sacrificing a world. And you should know, once the netherworld collapses, what will happen to the world? Maybe the Cloud Kingdom will be fine. But what about other places? What if he can reestablish a true order? The woman looked up at the sky, and suddenly she felt a surge of pride in her heart. This world will not stop turning without the netherworld. Indeed, this world revolves around the moon. The woman looked at Louis and continued, and if he is not an old god, then there will be no conflict between him and the Cloud Country. Louis, I am not bewitched by him, because you and we cannot defeat him at all. Besides, you are from the Cloud Country. If Louis' frown deepened, and he interrupted the woman. Okay, maybe he is an unknown god who came from nowhere. But no matter who he is, the order he speaks of is nothing but an excuse and ambition. At this point, Louis stood up and looked at the pale-faced true god beside his legs with a burning gaze, and said to the god word by word, "You don't understand God. I have seen too many examples. I have seen too many different kinds of gods. Some gods are symbiotic with the world. They are symbiotic with the Holy Spirits and are protectors, just like you. And some, from the very beginning, are standing on the opposite side of this world." Louis thought of those old gods and those ambitious gods who once lived on faith. If they are still alive, people will become slaves. If people don't want to be slaves, they will overthrow them. And if they are alive, if they want to live well, they must find a way to reverse history and return to the era of the ignorant world of gods. So, only one of them, and the new era can exist. Listen to what he says. What he calls order is to cleanse the whole world, then extinguish the torch of magic and truth, and let the world return to the dark ages of the past. Look at what that bastard wants to do. If he wins, won't all the things I have done here for so many years be in vain? In Louis's words, the goddess who doesn't understand God. Her face became darker and darker, but Louis became more and more excited as he spoke. At the end, he looked at the ugly-looking woman beside his legs with a rage, and said something like this: "He is not here today. If he is here, I will beat him." After saying that, Louis rolled up his sleeves and made a summary. "I tell you, he deserves a beating. If he beats this kind of person, he won't care about order or disorder anymore." The woman narrowed her eyes, looked gloomy, and nodded slowly. She also stood up and rolled up her sleeves. "What if he can't beat you?" "Oh, my dear Miss Moon." Louis smiled and translated, "There is no one in this world that I can't beat. You are just riding on my face." Boss anger plus N. Louis blinked his eyes and looked at the sky nonchalantly. At this time, a sound was heard from the horizon. Louis looked over there and found a blue shadow that looked like the god of death floating from afar. In the blink of an eye, the shadow landed in front of the two of them with a smile. Looking at the smiling old man in front of him, Louis also smiled. Isn't this Mr. Mithras? He came alone? If we can't beat the master, can we beat the dog? Louis took a step and was about to throw a sky rocket at him as a greeting gift. But just as he was about to do it, he felt a hard blow on the back of his head. This slap did not cause any celestial phenomena, but it was full of great divine power and anger. The power contained in the slap was not wasted at all. And all of it, along with the anger in the woman's heart, was poured into the back of Louis's head. The two of them were originally quite different in strength, and Louis was not prepared at all. So this sneak attack made Louis's eyes go black and his head buzz. He fainted directly, and then he drew a parabola in the air and fell into the sticks. At the last moment before he fainted, he heard the angry voice of Miss Moon from the sky. You little brat. Bring your supporter, Francesco, with you tomorrow. I want to see how you beat me. At the same time, a sentence also rang in Louis's heart. Forget me. Louis. You fell into the river of oblivion. Chapter 527. The gods will shine like stars on the cliff. The old housekeeper Mithras is very upset now. He always feels that the cruel words that the master just said were deliberately said to him. And the master behavior of letting the boy go also made Mithras feel that the boy threat has become greater. After waking up, the master should have gone to the Hades palace immediately. But she was delayed on the road for 7 days. For this matter, the master gave an explanation. The master felt that the boy was very threatening. But because the master had just woken up, he was not sure to keep him. Therefore, a little time was wasted to trick him into the Hades palace. Mithras thought this was reasonable, because he also felt that although the boy's strength was just so, his threat level was greater than Francesco. After all, this boy had escaped from the underworld, running corpses, thousands of times, and his methods were very unpredictable. It made sense to eliminate this unstable factor. But it was originally agreed that he would kill this boy after he entered the Hades palace. But the master chose a time when he went to Wangchuan to do business and came back. After he hurried back overnight, the master ran away with the boy. What did the master say at that time? She said she would wait for a day. Later, when he asked why she had to wait for a day, what did she say? She said that the boy might have the secret of the soul-calming stone. So she had to interrogate him. But was it necessary to interrogate him for a day? And Mithras felt that the master did not interrogate him, but accompanied him to watch the moon for a night on the river of oblivion. Just now, Mithras asked again, what did the master say? This kid has great potential, and he is also the prince of the Cloud Kingdom. It will be very beneficial to recruit him. So he plans to recruit him. Mithras felt that he was fooled, and felt that the gods who had been hiding in various corners of the world for 3,000 years, waiting for the return of the Father God, were also fooled. 9 reincarnations. The master would not have forgotten what he was going to do. Right? If so, then why did everyone wait for 3,000 years? And what was the reason for all the things that he had done in the past 3,000 years? Risking his life? With a trace of resentment in his heart, the old butler Mr. Mithras finally couldn't help asking, Master, since he doesn't want to join us, why don't you kill him? The moon goddess did not answer. She looked at this lonely and dark world. At this gray world. At this place that represents her spiritual world. Perhaps unknowingly, a person who accidentally broke into this spiritual world brought a little color to this gray and lonely world. But in a flash, this touch of color was wiped out by her. The war is imminent, and there should be no distractions in my mind. In the next battle, I should also give an explanation to my old subordinates. Is it necessary? If you kill them, don't you think tomorrow will be boring? The words of the moon god made the Hades slightly relieved. As long as the master remains firm, everything will be fine. 9 reincarnations. If this time, the moon in the sky does not rise again, then it is not as simple as the stars, gods, can no longer shine in the sky. Because the old gods are about to revive, and the gods have already reached an agreement with him. The gods will save the world again, just like in the chaotic era. And the new world will be ruled by the new gods, and the old gods. After all, this is the only way. After all, those wizards have already controlled the ancient gods and stood on the side of the old gods. They are too powerful. And if they want them to really fulfill the agreement, they need a master. Because he is the only one who can make the old gods feel threatened. Only when the master is here, the gods will have the qualifications to negotiate with him. Of course, before that, the world needs a big cleansing. At least all those hateful magicians must be killed. Otherwise, how can fate be gathered? Otherwise, what qualifications do the gods have to fight against the old gods? Oh, and there are those magics that can be used by mortals. This is simply a desecration of the gods. After the cleansing, the world will welcome its former master again, and the glory of the gods will shine again. At that time, the real order will be rebuilt, and the ants will have the opportunity to live under the protection of the glory of the gods and the shadow of the old gods. As for the little ants that are about to enter the netherworld, perhaps they are qualified to challenge the master, but their fate is already doomed. After all, the magician who once frightened the stars, gods, in the sky is no longer there, and the things he left behind have long been burned by the world. Moreover, how much of the master power has been restored? Thinking of this, Mithra's heart, which had been dry for tens of thousands of years, couldn't help but beat a few times. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Master, the underworld has begun to collapse. How much power have you absorbed?" "Almost half recovered, ahem." The master, who hadn't done any work for 8 days, looked away and said, "Are you serious?" The serious old butler asked. "Okay, 1/3. The master, who hadn't done any work at the soul calming stone tonight, looked away and said. The old butler finally breathed a sigh of relief. For tomorrow battle, 1/10 is more than enough. Thinking of this, Mithras was overjoyed. Tonight, he was in the forgotten river, and almost lost half his life again, but it seems that his work was not in vain. He said with an excited look, "Master, they have all been brought in, the time is just right. Tomorrow they will be buried by this collapsed world, and their souls will also be washed away by the river of oblivion. At that time, they will join us as the dead, and follow the tide of the Styx with us to appear in the world of the living. At that time, the age of the gods will come back again, and we will establish a true order. Yes, the stars will shine again in the sky." The moon goddess looked at the river of oblivion at her feet. "Forget me. Or forget those words. I never thought of being a patron saint. What a ridiculous and childish idea. Look at the people in the world. I gave everything for this world, but they betrayed me. On the deck that day, I was just talking in my sleep. If I don't turn myself into a silly woman who can only talk in her sleep, how can I make people think that I am harmless? But why would anyone take it seriously? Why would there be a fool in this world who believes in someone the whole world doesn't believe in?" When this narration kept ringing in Louis's mind like an echo, Louis gradually woke up on the boat. It was very noisy around. Francesco and others seemed to be having a meeting over there, and Louis was lying on a blanket on the floor of this simple cabin. Rubbing his head, Louis slowly sat up, looking at the crowd not far away with lifeless eyes. He thought in his heart, "Obviously. It's because you said that the whole world doesn't believe me, but it doesn't matter, because I am very forgetful, and pretended to be pitiful, that's why I believe you. But you are a liar. Scumbag." As a sea king, Louis felt that he had fooled many people into losing their intelligence in his life. But today, he was tricked by a female sea king, which made him feel a little sad. It seems that YYDS must be -1. After all, Louis felt that there was no need for him to keep this trouble. And Louis, the fool, also felt that he should make up for his mistakes. But why did she waste precious time for a fool at the soul calming stone, and took this fool to see the moon for a night? So that her current strength has barely recovered 7%. Oh, by the way, she told others that she had recovered 1/3 of her strength. Did you shake her? Or did she shake herself? Did you let her see the light? Or did she already have the light in her heart? Or maybe she had been pushed by the gods for a long time and was tired. After all, as some people said, the so-called reconstruction of order was just an excuse for the gods. Although reaching an agreement with the old gods on the grounds of protecting the world gave the gods a fig leaf, it was still ambition that was at work. She knew it a long time ago. But she felt that she had no reason to protect the world now. After all, the world of the gods, although it was dark, belonged to her. It belongs to her alone. Anyway, there is no need to consider whether the dream talk that Miss Boss said on the deck was sincere or not. After all, she has long forgotten these things. Since this world cannot accommodate her, why should she protect the world of those magicians who once pushed her down? Anyway, she has no reason. As the ruler of the old world, she is not allowed to exist in the new world. There is no need to foolishly protect the world of magicians. And she can't possibly protect the world of magicians for one person just because of a fool words. You protect the world. And I will protect you. Right? Raising his hand to disperse the narration, Lewis stopped reading the storybook. The war is imminent, there can be no distracting thoughts in the mind. As for whether there is light in her heart, I am not Ultraman. Can I turn into light in the final battle? As for his words of protecting you, Lewis thought he should just pretend he didn't say it. After all, it was a stupid thing to say after his intelligence was reduced. If he mentioned it again, it would make people laugh. It was just a play. His words were just like her dream talk. If either of us took it seriously, we would be fools. Lewis thought he would never take it seriously. Coincidentally, like Mr. Aquaman, Ms. Aquaman also thought so. Chapter 528 The Best Plan? After seeing Lewis wake up, everyone asked Lewis about what happened recently. When Lewis narrated the main points without making light of the trivialities, Francesco and others showed complicated expressions on their faces, but the White Queen was not surprised. As the White Queen Aishwarya said before, she knew the Moon God too well. And the moment everyone entered the Netherworld, the White Queen began to doubt the Moon God, because the Netherworld was not supposed to have a moon. Therefore, the White Queen made her judgment at that time, which was basically close to the truth. However, Francesco was unwilling to believe the White Queen's statement at that time. After all, the moon rising in the Netherworld might be caused by the Moon God showing his power in the battle. Therefore, Francesco believed that the Moon God was trying to save the world. But the facts proved that the Moon God had never shown any power from beginning to end. In other words, the moon of the Netherworld appeared very early, which is very abnormal. What is even more strange is that even if there is a moon in the Netherworld, which makes it light, there should be no color here. Bulk can be sure of this. The Netherworld should not have color. But now it has a faint color. Although this color is very faint, it is real and cannot be ignored. Of course, the Netherworld is about to collapse. So it is not too much to say that some strange things will happen. Now everyone is not in the mood to pay too much attention to such issues. After everyone got some news about the Hades Palace and the Soul Stone from Lewis, they discussed the next plan. Entering the Hades Palace, breaking into the void where the Soul Stone is located to kill the Moon God, has become the unanimous decision of this team. After all, only in this way can the Moon God Big Cleansing Plan be crushed and the Netherworld be restored to its original state. Facing the former World Master, this is undoubtedly an unprecedented challenge for everyone. And except for Miss Dai, who always looks ugly and wants to leave, everyone is also determined to die here. After all, the enemy that everyone is going to face next is a true god, who is defeated by the joint efforts of people all over the world. The only consolation for everyone now is that Mr. Lewis has interfered with the recovery of the Moon Goddess power in a very bizarre way in the past few days. Francesco even suspected that Lewis was deliberately pretending to be stupid. After Lewis said that he had never realized that the Moon Goddess was the boss, Francesco also looked away woodenly in disbelief. Lewis gave an estimate of how much power the Moon Goddess had recovered. But no one was sure how much power the Moon Goddess would recover when everyone arrived at the Hades Palace. The only thing they were sure of was that with every bit of power the Moon Goddess recovered, the next battle would become more difficult. However, in addition to this bad news, there was also good news. After Lewis came into contact with the Soul Calming Stone, he found a plan to kill the boss that he could try. In fact, the Netherworld was created by Gallic. It was born in the light. As a descendant of Gallic, I have some knowledge of the secrets of the Netherworld. In my magic career, I have also studied the World Stone. At present, except for the old cousin and the White Queen, no one knows that Lewis came from the Forbidden Sanctuary. Both of them have been helping Lewis to conceal this matter, and Lewis is willing to keep it a secret. After all, no matter whether it is the biggest bosses in this world or the gods, once they know that Lewis comes from the Forbidden Sanctuary, they may unite and kill this real magician at all costs. Moreover, once the Moon God becomes alert after knowing Lewis's true identity, the success rate of the plan will be greatly reduced. No one knows whether the boss-killing plan will work, including Lewis, who is not very sure. But everyone had great trust in Lewis, the learned magic warrior. Everyone discussed Lewis's plan, and they found that the best time to deal with the Moon Goddess was actually when Lewis interfered with the Moon Goddess' absorption of the power of the Soul Stone. Therefore, Lewis had the opportunity to clear this epic dungeon alone. But what happened was very strange. The Moon Goddess was not on guard against Lewis and let him approach. And Lewis did not doubt the Moon Goddess. After finishing the work, the two of them watched the moon all night. Although everyone was very excited about this matter, they could not be too harsh on Louis. After all, Miss Boss was not taken care of by Louis this time. So after everyone secretly complained about it, they just let it go and continued to discuss the next plan. However, Miss Di, who was getting more and more unhappy, looked at the moon outside the window in the midst of everyone's discussion, and said to the White Queen with a smile, "It seems that our Mr. Louis has watched the moon for so many days, but has never thought about why it exists. Miss Di is really good at finding opportunities. Whenever she has the chance, she will provoke Louis's relationship with other women. At this time, her words are just right. Others may not have the courage or qualifications to question Louis, but senior sister is an exception. Originally on the ship, Her Majesty Aishwarya has always insisted on opposing cooperation with the moon god. At this time, looking at the increasingly red moon outside the window, senior sister couldn't help but think of the price they paid to eliminate the moon god. She was already in a bad mood, and now she thought of Louis's missed opportunity at the soul calming stone, and her face became even gloomier. If it were any of the teacher disciples, they would have stopped all this at the cost of their lives. But the teacher closed door disciple was a righteous person. "Louis, I'm curious." Amid the discussion, the White Queen frowned her white eyebrows and couldn't help but question. She always spoke very directly, and her words at this time also revealed her anger. "You have been here for so long, and there is such a big moon in the sky. Can't you see it? Even if this is your first time here, aren't you afraid to take it strange? This is not the main world. How can you see the moon? Don't look at me like that, Aishwarya." Louis rubbed his slightly painful forehead and said, "I have been to the netherworld thousands of times. Every time I came here, there was a moon here, so I thought it was normal." Hearing this, the surroundings were quiet, and everyone looked at each other in silence. Everyone believed that Louis would not lie, but this matter was a little too bizarre. Because, although not everyone present had been to the netherworld, those who had been knew that there was no moon here, not to mention that Paul and his friends, who were neighbors of the netherworld, had never seen any moon here. For some reason, when Xiao Ao looked at the moon outside the window, he had a strange idea. Perhaps in the past 3,000 years, the moon has always existed in the netherworld, but people could not see it. Helen and her sister had a tacit understanding. She whispered to her sister, "Sister, do you remember one thing? When Louis took advantage of you changing clothes, he swaggered into your room to clean under the bed, and you always turned a blind eye to it." This made the people around him hold their breath a little. Everyone looked at the ugly little Ao, and then found that Francesco's face was a little dark. Then they all looked away and continued to discuss. Louis rubbed his face, and didn't take Helen's words to heart, but he suddenly understood one thing. What Helen said was because of a small bug in her memory. But this kind of thing did happen once before he was inserted into this world. Maybe the moon goddess has always existed, but everyone has turned a blind eye to her. Or, the moon goddess should not exist in this world, because she died a long time ago. The one who is alive is the reincarnated Alia, the student of teacher Anthony, the moon goddess whose heart has not yet been filled with desire and ambition. She has divided herself into two parts in some way. And Alia is the virgin moon goddess with a pure heart. Therefore, Alia often dreams of another self. She dreams of the ambitious her. She dreams of the mature past self. Therefore, the moon goddess regards Alia as her own dream. Louis suddenly understands why Alia can have the form of the moon goddess as an 18-year-old mortal body. It is because of her existence. Louis also suddenly understands why storybooks often say that the moon goddess is incomplete. She has indeed never been complete. So, as long as the current moon goddess is killed, then Alia will appear, and completely get rid of the blackener in the past? Therefore, this should be the best solution. Right? But such a moon goddess will never be complete again? Maybe it's better this way after all. Such a moon goddess will never be very strong. Her real strength should be similar to Miss Di. However, since she hopes to remember everything, why does she drink the water of the sticks for a long time, and develop a habit of drinking? And what she said on the deck that day, is she telling the truth in her dream? Raising his hand to disperse the narration, Louis stopped reading the storybook. There is no point in talking about this now. My senior sister was right. If I hadn't trusted her that much at the beginning, and had guessed that she was the real body, then I would have had a chance to get rid of her when I was at the soul-suppressing stone. I missed this opportunity. And now my companions have to break into the netherworld for the sake of the world, to fight to the death here. Therefore, in the next battle, I must give an explanation to my companions. People with different ideologies cannot work together. She fought for the old world of the gods, and I fought for the new world of mortals. There is no way for the two to cooperate, after all. It is impossible for both of them to betray their own world. As for the promises they had made to each other, some of them had long been forgotten by both of them. Chapter 529 The Distressed and Angry God. I forgot to set the time task again. I quickly set it manually. This is an unprecedented storm. It like the sky is falling. The heavy rain blocked the moonlight. The whole world was dark. But there was a faint light at the end of the world in the distance. It was the aurora, like the end of the world. The water level of the Styx seemed to be rising continuously. Looking around with the help of the faint light of the aurora, people found that they could no longer see the land beside the river. The water of the Styx was everywhere in their sight. At this time, the Styx has turned into a sea. The whole world, it seems that there is only a piece of land left, which is a mountain range at the end of the distant vision. And in this mountain range, there is a magnificent palace, which is shrouded by the aurora. Many huge waves are raised on the sea again. The waves are like mountains. The sirens wave their arms angrily in the rainstorm, opening a path for the fleet in this mountain. The large ships in the fleet sailed on the Styx, and the surging sea carried countless ghosts to flee. But the fleet went upstream in the water against the wind and waves. But it was not only the waves that blocked the fleet, but also the countless enemies. Suddenly, violent red lightning appeared in the sky. The lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the crimson six-armed demon god in the sky. He waved his obsidian-like demon wings angrily, and the red lightning struck the countless enemies in the sky as he waved his demon wings. In the lightning, countless angels of death angrily rushed towards the crimson demon god, and the demon god drove away the countless angels of death in the sky just like driving away a swarm of bees. Thousands of suns suddenly lit up on the sea, and the powerful light swept the sky, and many angels with broken wings fell from the sky into the underworld. With the help of the crimson demon, a path was cleared in front of the fleet, but not long after, the angels that fell into the underworld flew out of the sea again. In a blink of an eye, more angels led the underworld army to fly into the sky. They kept breaking through the blockade of the fleet firepower, and rushed to the demon in the sky of the fleet, trying to kill her in the underworld. At this time, in the distance, more and more death angels led the netherworld army to attack the fleet. The battle situation became more and more tense. People knew the purpose of their trip. But the current situation was very different from the plan. It is true that the moon god did not absorb too much power from the netherworld. But this made the soul stone able to mobilize more power from the netherworld. With the help of this power, the netherworld army became an immortal army. This made the team block the road by the countless netherworld army led by the death angels before breaking into the netherworld palace. The underworld palace in the distance is already in sight. But it has become impossible for the large army of the Alliance to defeat the army of the underworld and enter the underworld palace. The underworld god and the monarchs are probably laughing in the underworld palace. Everyone knows that the strength of these underworld bosses is comparable to that of several bosses in the fleet. But so far, the underworld god and many monarchs in the underworld palace have not even shown their faces. In the original plan, the decapitation troops need to delay all the enemy forces outside with the outside troops. Otherwise, if the small bosses are all around the big boss, how can you talk about decapitation? As the real owner of the soul-suppressing stone, you have a way to send some people directly into the Void Palace in the Hades Palace. But this is like diving into a pile of monsters. And more obviously, there are not only big bosses and small bosses in the Hades Palace now, but also thousands of elite monsters. When you sneak into the monster pile, more death angels will continue to return to the Hades Palace to drown you. Because the power of the fleet is not enough to keep all the death angels on the battlefield. Unless someone is willing to stay and temporarily delay the netherworld troops here, so that you can have some time. Obviously, someone must stay to attract the big troops. And it seems that a bloody plot will happen because according to the current situation, if she wants to create this opportunity for the decapitation troops, she is afraid that she will die. Suddenly, black ashes suddenly fell from the sky. Those were the angels that suddenly burned. Black fire rained down from the sky, and a deep dark force, like the devil wings, covered the sky. At this moment, in the silent underworld palace in the distant mountains, several powerful spiritual powers appeared. It seemed that the eyes of the gods in the underworld palace were fixed here. Perhaps they were waiting for this moment. Because even if the underworld collapsed, the most powerful witch in the world could run away. The gods in the underworld palace who looked at the battlefield, laughed. Osikris on the dragon back shed tears. She commanded the dragon army and angrily rushed towards the angels. After Queen Delphinia suddenly disappeared from the ship, the surrounding sea began to fade gradually and was covered by a gray color. That was the power of the magic mirror. The mother had handed the magic mirror to her daughter. The two daughters stayed with their mother. If two more people stayed, they might be able to lure out the small bosses and elites in the Hades palace. Louis knew what this meant to the three of them. At this moment, his mood was as heavy as the three of them. And he also knew why the storybook had predicted the running corpse asterisk. Before Louis let go, the White Queen and the Red Queen wiped the tears from their eyes, looked at the sky and sighed. Louis also imitated the people around him, wiped the tears from his eyes, looked at the sky and sighed. Just like the moon god can use the power of the netherworld to make the troops immortal, I can do it too. Moreover, he can do more than just lead everyone to run corpses. As long as he touches the soul-soothing stone in a while, he will be the master of this world. Of course, everyone doesn't know, including the White Queen, who was also deceived by Louis. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to attract monsters. As for why Louis is crying now in this tragic scene, if he doesn't cry, it would be a bit out of place. Besides, it wouldn't be good to let his mother-in-law see him not crying. In addition, if the other side finds out that people here can also be resurrected, the people in the Hades palace will not come out because Miss Moon will know who she met. However, the trick of running corpses cannot be used now. Louis plans to use this trick to escape, because according to the current situation, the battle of the Hades palace can no longer be fought. The mother-in-law has stayed. So what the point of fighting? At this moment, Louis looked at the other side of the sea with a strange expression. Above the sky, countless angels suddenly felt a fear from the depths of their consciousness. At this moment, these residents living in the underworld seemed to feel the gaze of their natural enemies. He was very, very angry. And the angry look he gave to the inhabitants of the netherworld was like a bandit who had been tricked by the villagers and saw the villagers' eyes when he returned to the village. At the same time, the underworld god and others in the underworld palace, who were smiling at the battlefield, suddenly looked strangely at the other direction of the sea, which was the direction of the river of anger. Because of the turmoil in the netherworld, the three major rivers had been connected together and became a sea. This was not surprising. But a white continent was gradually rising there. This white continent should be in distress in the river of distress. Right? It was probably because of the chaos in the underworld that this distressed god was washed into the river of anger. And this feeling of being tricked repeatedly also made this god change from a distressed god to an increasingly angry god. The moon god sighed, and the fate lines seemed to be getting more and more chaotic. However, it was impossible for this guy to enter the underworld. Right? Chapter 530. My name is MT. The Void Palace. The archangels in gray armor kept rushing out of the gate and rushed towards the distant sky. In a blink of an eye, only Hades, 6 monarchs, and a woman were left in the palace. The woman closed her eyes slightly, standing beside the soul-calming stone. The Hades and others stood quietly in the palace, waiting for the master instructions. At this time, red auroras were flying in the void of the palace, and these auroras were the precursors of the collapse of the netherworld. Mithras knew that this was the last task, and the master soul was merging with the netherworld. When this step was completed, the netherworld would completely collapse. According to the original plan, the master would absorb some power before the netherworld collapsed, and then let the remaining power of the netherworld move the water of the Styx, and send everything in the netherworld into the main world through the Styx tide, including the moon god, who did not exist originally. Mithras did not know how much power the master had recovered now, but it seemed that the remaining power of the netherworld was slightly larger than expected. Indeed, in order for the master to descend to the main world through the power of the netherworld, the netherworld needed to have enough remaining power. So the master cannot absorb too much power from the netherworld. But Mithras felt that the power absorbed by the master seemed a little less. Perhaps not even 1/3? Maybe only 1/4? However, no matter how much, it is not too important. Because as long as the master descends to the main world, her power will slowly recover in faith. As for now, there is only 1 hour left before the collapse of the world. Let alone the master action. Even if he does not take action, it is wishful thinking for those ants outside to come in. Well, originally, no one could enter the Hades palace. But if there is a super MT leading the way, it is hard to say. Everyone knows that he may not be the strongest ancient god, but he is the one that is most difficult to provoke. Although his attack power and means are not much different from Francesco demon form, his blood is terrifyingly thick. So he is a super MT, and this predator who specializes in feeding on the world has great resistance to attacks from the world will. So this high resistance and thick-blooded MT has no problem resisting the moon god. More importantly, he feeds on the world. And the now collapsing netherworld has undoubtedly given him a max recovery buff of energy attention. So this angry ancient god now can be said to be ill-intentioned. He is very angry, and wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in the netherworld to come and rob. For a he who feeds on the world, how many scraps can be collected in this collapsing world? But how could the god of the underworld be willing to let him compete with his master for food? Therefore, the bandit was fooled by the villagers. And the bandit was also angry, and was drowned in the river for several months, holding his chin and playing with water. Now, he is back, and even more angry. Mithras could not see the narration, but at this time, thinking of a variable, he felt his scalp exploded. His eyes twitched fiercely, and he looked outside the nether palace. The white continent gradually rose, and the god vast and majestic body competed with the giant moon for glory. At this moment, looking at the gradually rising white continent, both the people of the netherworld and Lewis felt their scalps tingling. This ancient god is well known to everyone. Whether it is Francesco, who is more than 300 years old, the ancient kings of the netherworld, or the even more ancient Mithras, they have all had many dealings with him. And everyone also knows that this idiot with only food in his mind can not only do the weird thing of helping the enemy save the Rainbow Kingdom, but is also a hard-to-kill and vengeful person. In addition, he has been affected by the river of anger, so this furious guy can do anything now. His hatred for Lewis is obviously greater than that of the moon goddess. Therefore, no one wants to see him appear. And this angry weight is obviously enough to destroy the balance of the scale. Unexpected teammate +1, the storied book was ticked off after it was written. Because you failed to go to the river of anguish to rescue a coup. His hatred for you has not decreased. Unexpected, angry, chaotic hatred. World-class neutral boss +1. Perhaps, after you touch the soul-soothing stone, you can use the power of the netherworld to teleport this angry neutral boss to the Hall of Nothingness? After all, if you leave him here, my mother-in-law can't stand it. If you drag my mother-in-law in and leave Miss Aka here, then the fleet and the villagers and angels in the netherworld will probably suffer. But you should be careful. Apparently, the bandit lady who was supposed to be a teammate, due to a messy fate, appeared as a neutral boss. Since it is an angry neutral boss, his hatred value is obviously chaotic. Pull a coup in? Are you kidding? Do you really think that after pulling her in, she will go to fight the moon goddess? The hatred value in a hatred list has been pulled for several years. It is already full. Whoever wants to pull him can pull him. I won't pull him anyway. Even if my mother-in-law has to stay outside, I won't pull a coup. Okay. Who knows who she will fight first after she goes in? If I really get him in, maybe in the end it will be the moon goddess and Miss Aka who will beat me together. So, he is not a super MT at all. Right? I am? Just when Lewis was distracted, Francesco's sighing voice came from the sky. She knew that, because of a coup appearance, the guardians in the Hades palace would definitely come out. But the direction of this battle may also become unpredictable because of this ancient god, who is not sure whether he is an enemy or a friend. After all, the two groups have a big feud with Aku. But now we can only take a risk. Aku has the responsibility to fight against the moon god. If Aku can help after entering the Void Palace, then today's matter will basically be done. If he, the moon god and Lewis fight each other. Aishwarya, have you learned the method Lewis taught you? Senior sister Aishwarya nodded. Before, everyone thought that after the moon god discovered Lewis's identity, he might not give Lewis a chance to touch the soul stone. Therefore, Lewis taught the adjustment method to the senior sister. Aishwarya is one of the 12 forbidden wizards 3,000 years ago. She is from the same school as Lewis, although she is not as good as him. The forbidden grandmaster. As an engineer, she can still give it a try to adjust the things in the forbidden sanctuary. However, Lewis may finish it in a few minutes, but Aishwarya may need more than 10 minutes. Lewis has given me the Soul Calming Stone User Manual and the System Manual. According to the Soul Calming Stone Manual, although Lewis is the only commander, as a registered wizard of the Forbidden Sanctuary, I also have the authority to operate and maintain. Aishwarya picked up a few strange pamphlets and frowned, saying, I can give it a try. Francesco nodded. and looked at Louis. Louis, you have a way to send Miss Ako to the Hades Palace in a while. Right? Louis. Okay. I will lead him to the Hades Palace, and let him invite the Hades out, Francesco said decisively. And then she pointed the two strongest generals around her to Louis, Isabella, Aishwarya. You two will go in with Louis in a while. After I leave the Hades here completely, I will go to support you. After saying that, Francesco stared into the distance, with a serious expression. The matter was clear. If Ake directly pulled the moon goddess, Louis would have finished the job in a few minutes. If Ake and the moon goddess killed Louis right away, Ake would still hold the moon goddess after Louis died. In this case, Aishwarya would complete the work with the help of Ake. So, now we just need to lead away the bosses around the moon goddess. And that would be it. This matter is very simple. After seeing Ake, the Hades might have been unable to sit still. So the main thing is to add more fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Francesco spoke. Ms. Almerico, please leave quickly. The Hades is angry. He said you. A butterfly fish with only food in your mind. If you dare to move his Hades, he will tear off your wings. If you dare to move his Hades, he will tear off your butterfly wings. In this misleading voice, Louis looked at his mother-in-law woodenly. Is this what you call attracting monsters? You just lead it like this? Do you think that butterfly fish is a fool? Your misleading is too low level. Right? You will only lead a hatred to yourself. Right? Sure enough, Louis saw lines of narration appearing in front of him. A storm suddenly arose in the distance. The god stood up. The god was angry. The god looked at the demon shadow in the sky that was smaller than her. It not me who said that. It Mithras who said that. The god looked at the Hades palace. The god wandered over. Misleading success +1. Louis. Chapter 531. A very good idea. The Hades is angry. He said, I want to tear your wings off. Isn't that what I said? What he said? Outside the Hades palace, the demonic shadows that covered the sky and the sun kept fanning the flames. This kind of teasing has no technical content at all, but for those reckless ladies who only think about food, they are very popular. At this moment, the words from Francesco's mouth, in the eyes of the bandit lady, translate to the same meaning. The village chief of the nether village is not convinced. It doesn't matter whether the village chief obeys or not, but the fact that he designed to trick the robber lady into the river of anguish and let the villagers fight in a group is a very important thing. At this time, under Francesco's instigation, the robber lady knew and old hatreds all surged into her heart, and she looked towards the direction of the Hades palace in anger. At this time, the village chief Mithras was now peeping at the robber lady outside the Hades palace. So Mithras and Aku, who were watching from a distance, stared at each other for a while. And then Mithras saw the huge white mountain range, and swam towards the mountain range where the Hades palace was located in anger. On the road, there were angels of death leading armies to stop him. If it were normal, these bees in the sweet hive would still give Aku some trouble, but today, with a full mana and health buff, he was unstoppable. The little bees were scattered by his wave, and the angry voices of the ancient gods echoed throughout the world. Ancient god, you stupid idiot, just wait. I kill you. Mithras. In Mithras' opinion, the ancient god Almerico had no reason to set the Magic Alliance as the first enemy. Even if Ake found Louis, Mithras was a little OT now. What more? Ake feeds on the world, so he can be said to be here to compete with the master for food. Therefore, after seeing Ake rushing towards the Hades palace, Mithras found that the thing he was most worried about had happened. If he let this troublemaker rush into the Hades palace today, and didn't find a way to lead this troublemaker away, then the master business might really be ruined. So should I go out to fight? After all, it seems that he is coming for me. So as long as I take people out, no one will care about this boss with MX buff, and it will only attack me. And in this way, this scary thing will not lead Francesco and the others to the Hades palace. Because this scary thing will only chase me and attack me. No matter where I run to, Miss Aku will chase me and attack me. This seems to be a very good idea. Mithras retracted his gaze and looked at his toes with an expressionless face. Our abilities are limited, so let the boss take care of this matter. Besides, I have a more difficult task. Who knows if some strange people will suddenly enter the Void Palace and interfere with the master final work. Seeing Mithras' actions, the moon god sighed. This matter should not have developed like this. But I don't know since when. The fate of the world has become more and more chaotic. Logically speaking, Miss World Scavenger should have been controlled by the big family, like her 8 brothers and headed to the abyss. But since the fight with Louis in Jiolong Town, Miss Butterflyfish has paid special attention to the affairs of the North Sea Kingdom. This made Ika notice the movements of the Netherworld, and thus missed the ancient god conference. In the end, the collapse of the Netherworld finally attracted the world scavenger, and the River of Anguish could not imprison him for long. The moon god expected this, but he did not care about it before. After all, as the big tiger of this world, how could the moon god care about a little wild dog lady who wanted to share some leftovers? But the situation is different now. The big tiger has too little nutrients, which makes it a little malnourished. Similarly, because she saved too much leftovers, Miss Wild Dog has also become a wolf. As a big tiger, no matter how weak she is, she will not be afraid of the wolf. Even if the little wild dogs behind the wolf come in, she is not afraid at all. But now the variables are getting bigger and bigger, and the moon god does not want any unstable factors to cause trouble again. Go, Mithras. Don't let him break into the Hades. Master, I think we should wait a little longer. Pedro, Michael, help the Hades. The moon goddess waved her hand, and then a team of people with notes on their faces and playing cards in their hands suddenly appeared in the hall. They looked at the archangels. Don't worry, Mithras. It will be over soon. Oh! Mithras raised his eyes from his toes woodenly. And then, under the impatient pushing of the archangels, Mithras opened a door, and was then carried out by his teammates. On the other side, after Akio rushed to the Hades Palace, Francesco saw many angels of death flying out of the Hades Palace. And then, the 6 monarchs, Mithras and many archangels gradually appeared. Mithras' body was so huge that it almost covered half of the sky. But compared with Akio, he was still like a child. However, Mithras was not just one person. In addition to the 6 monarchs, there was also a huge underworld army led by an army of angels. The combined strength of this group of people cannot be underestimated. Although Ake now has the immortal buff, so do Mithras and the others. This makes these people really block Ake on the road. What more? The moon goddess has not made a move yet. Francesco sighed. She knew that Miss Ake could only help this much. The chance of letting Ake lead the way in was very slim. And the longer the time was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for their side. The best way was to let Louis send Ake in. If they want to defeat the moon goddess, many of the main forces on the ship will have to be sent to the Hades by Louis one after another. After that, I will stay and try my best to stop Mithras and the angel army from the Hades. By then, the Magic Alliance troops will have to fight against the power of a world in this earth-shattering environment. The immortal Hades troops have the upper hand, and I will have to fight alone. Therefore, many of the Alliance warriors today will die in the Hades. Obviously, my mother-in-law doesn't know that the people on her side are now immortal. She just thought that Louis might die too. After all, Aka might help everyone deal with the moon goddess. But she might also stab Louis in the back in the final battle, because the danger Louis will face in the future is no less than that of the others. But Francesco believed that Louis, like them, had the intention to die the moment he entered the Netherworld. Go, Louis. Take Miss Almerico in. I believe that the moon goddess will have a surprise. Oh! Louis woodenly withdrew his gaze from Aka, nodded and said, it is indeed a very good idea. Chapter 532. Hey, I can run corpses. Okay, Louis. Take Miss Almerico in. I believe that the moon goddess will have a surprise. Francesco's voice echoed in Louis's heart. Louis's eyes twitched, and he nodded. To be honest, Louis was very reluctant to let Aka, a troublemaker, get involved in this matter. But judging from the current situation in the Netherworld, the buff of the Netherworld forces is too strong, so his mother-in-law can no longer enter the Void Palace with him. Therefore, I can only send Aka, the troublemaker, in as a tank. However, if I send Aka in to fight the moon goddess for a while, then maybe I can sneak in and take the soul stone in the chaos. That right, send Aka in first. Then I will wait a while before going in. While thinking, Louis has already stretched out his hand towards the white giant spirit in the distance, and then, Mithras and others were stunned to see the giant spirit gradually disappearing in confusion. Move mountains and fill the sea. The special environment of the Void Palace allowed Aka to appear there in the form of the origin. It seems that her origin is not very big. Go, Louis. Francesco in the sky narrowed his eyes and said, Mother-in-law, I think we should wait a little longer. Louis looked at the Void Palace with an ugly face. The two people had not fought yet. Isabella Aishwarya, you help Louis." As he said, the demon shadow in the sky had already stretched out its demon wings, and looked at Mithras with a serious face. "Don't worry, Louis, it will be over soon." "Oh!" Louis withdrew his gaze from the void hall with an expressionless face. Then, under the impatient push of the senior sister behind him, Louis opened a door, and then he was carried in by the two boss ladies. At the moment of entering the door, Louis suddenly raised his head with a telepathic feeling, and looked at Mithras with an expressionless face. Mithras seemed to be looking at him with an expressionless face as well. The two looked at each other, and nodded politely. Then, Louis was carried into the door, and Mithras looked at the figures of Louis and others disappearing in the door, and was stunned for a while. Wait! How could he open the time-space gate in the netherworld casually? Suddenly, Mithras thought of the fact that Louis had escaped from the void prison in a very strange way before. So, he said to the netherworld with his mind in doubt, "Master." The ancient god and the king of the sea suddenly disappeared. Just a small fly that flew in. A faint voice echoed in Mithras' heart. In an instant, Mithras suddenly realized something. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Hades palace. However, he found that, at some point, the Hades palace had faded to black and white. That was Francesco's magic mirror. At this moment, the Hades palace had become a restricted area. Unless Francesco died, they would not be able to return to the Hades palace. Mithras and others couldn't help but narrow their eyes slightly, looking at the demon shadow that covered the sky in the opposite sky. However, in the next second, Mithras suddenly blinked, retracted his gaze from the demon shadow in the distance, and looked at the Hades sea in surprise. There was a magician soul, which crawled out of the Hades sea with an expressionless face, and then opened another door and crawled in. This magician figure was very familiar to Mithras. He looked like a person who had escaped from his hands thousands of times. Then, Francesco suddenly blinked his eyes, retracted his gaze from the dark god who was blocking the sky and the sun opposite, and stared at the dark sea woodenly. There, another strange magician soul crawled out of the dark sea with an expressionless face. Then he rubbed his face, opened another door, and crawled in. Mithras? Francesco? Rotting corpses asterisk? In this situation, Mithras seemed to be familiar with it. Damn magician. The Hades stretched out his big hand towards the magician, who appeared again in the sea of Hades in shock and anger. At the same time, the demon shadow opposite the Hades also moved. Where are you looking? A few seconds ago, when Louis finished running corpses for the first time. The void hall. If Mithras were here, he would definitely recognize the strange white woman rubbing her eyes and laughing wildly in the air, who was the ancient god Almerico. But now she was no longer so huge, but the size of a human. As if to protect her soft body, she used part of her strength to transform into a set of ancient armor, and her originally soft butterfly wings became very hard, looking like a Valkyrie. Obviously, compared to using divine arts, she preferred to use force. She really liked to use force, as could be seen from the archangels in the hall who had been torn into pieces. The cracked armor on her body, the broken wings, and the flowing golden blood. This battle looked extremely brutal. After all, no one had expected that the six-winged archangels in the void prison would be suddenly pulled into this palace by the moon goddess. The six-winged angels of the old times. Each of them had strength close to that of the gods. Although they are now far inferior to what they used to be, their strength should not be underestimated. At least, they have the qualifications to guard the king of the sea. In addition, the collapse of the netherworld has given them immortal bodies, so they are naturally qualified to deal with the ancient gods. However, they who claim to be immortal were eventually torn to pieces by the ancient gods. However, before they died, they also took away the Sea King who was besieged by them. However, if it wasn't for the fact that Aku secretly hid behind Louis when the moon god attacked Aku for the first time, I think Mr. Sea King could still hold on for a while. Of course, if Louis didn't happen to be planning to escape, he would have 1,000 ways to dodge that attack. And even if he was hit, he could still hold on in the monster pile for a while. After all, the moon god stopped in the melee just now. The god of twilight and Lady Scarlet had no idea that such a complicated thing had happened to Louis, and thought that it was the good work of the moon goddess. This made the god of twilight and Lady Scarlet extremely angry with the moon goddess. After hearing that the god of twilight had a way to kill the moon goddess, Aku also said that she would create an opportunity for her on the condition that all the world power contained in the body of the moon goddess after her death would be given to her to devour. The three reached an agreement and shared the same hatred. If Lewis had a spirit in the Nether Sea, he would definitely be very relieved that Miss Troublemaker hatred value was finally stabilized on the boss. Just after entering the hall, Lewis, who was hiding in a corner of the hall, waved away the narration. Although it was a deliberate self-explosion, Miss A's behavior still made him very unhappy. After coming back to his senses, Lewis took the time to sneak closer to the soul-calming stone. I don't know if Lewis was relieved, but at this moment, Aku was very happy. After all, after the attack from the moon goddess just now, she felt that she had figured out the moon goddess' strength. Ha! No wonder you let these useless men go first. Yuming lost so much power in vain. But you are so weak now. I really don't know what you have been doing these days. Amidst Aku laughter and scolding, her damaged armor and wings also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that in this void palace, he was the truly immortal being. Amidst the mockery of her old friend Miss Gushin, the red-dressed woman who stood in front of the soul-calming stone and stared at her palm in a daze gradually came back to her senses. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. You can't stand being beaten, but you still come to join in the fun. Lewis, you deserve it. The woman closed her eyes, and when she opened them and looked at Aku who was laughing in the air, the look of loss was gone, replaced by a cold, mocking and disdainful smile. Little fly, flailing and bluffing. After saying that, the god waved his arms, and then the light of the whole hall began to sway like a harp being plucked. Seeing this blow, the pupils of the god of twilight shrank fiercely, and he shouted to Aku who was not far in front of him, "Be careful." In a blink of an eye, the hall was covered with light, and the heart-wrenching voice of the ancient god mixed with anger and pain rang out in the hall. You just sneaked close to the soul-calming stone, and you were not even warm yet. But you were accidentally hit by a beam of light and died. Lewis climbed out of the sea of the underworld woodenly, dispelled the narration in front of him, and then rubbed his face fiercely. He died twice in a few words. It seems that without Patrick, the blood is still too thin. And this blood volume is several orders of magnitude lower than that of Aku. It is not even a little different from the real bodies of the White Queen and Isabella. Hades, damn magician. While thinking, Lewis dodged the clutches of Hades and, once again, entered the Void Palace. At this time, Aku was wantonly crushing the moon god, who had recovered 1/10 of her strength, and the divine runes flashing on the soul-calming stone were slightly different from when Lewis first touched it. Lewis recognized the meaning of those divine runes. Construction completion rate, 57%. The White Queen thought you could finish the work in a few minutes, but it seems that her prediction is still a little too conservative. Anyway, it seems that you need to touch it again. Chapter 533. Thank me, traitor. You have regained 57% of the control of the astral cell matrix, but if you want to prevent it from shutting down, you have to work harder. The power of the moon goddess swept across the entire hall. Although most of the attacks were taken by Aku, Twilight and Scarlet were also in great pain. The three gods team fought hard, and in this melee, Lewis approached the soul stone again in the invisible posture of astral walking. Just like last time, the power of the moon goddess still affected Lewis. But this time, Lewis's body flashed a soft blue light, and the power of the light also made Lewis unharmed. Your work on the reconstruction of the star cell matrix has made the power of this world begin to protect you. Although you don't want it to be so, you are exposed. It seems that you can no longer be a hacker. Lewis sighed secretly. At the same time, the moon god not far away also frowned slightly, looking at an empty staircase. Immediately, another huge force from this world angrily blasted towards Lewis. Lewis raised his head and slammed into the force fiercely. Then, Lewis under the staircase was knocked back 2 steps by the force, and the moon god on the high platform also retreated half a step. In an instant, the hall shook violently a few times, and then, the light pillars in the hall that swayed like strings all collapsed. The shaking hall gradually calmed down, and some dust and gravel fell from the dome, and the hall gradually became quiet. Aku and the other two looked at Lewis, who was standing on the steps not far away. In surprise, they found that his body was shining with divine light at the moment, and there was a strange dragon shadow behind him, which looked like a god descending from heaven. The moon goddess was slightly speechless, and then she looked at the shadow behind Lewis that was gradually disappearing, and then nodded in realization, and slowly looked at Lewis. So, you are the reincarnation of Mingyu. At this moment, You are a little surprised. And then you are a little bit enlightened. Mingyu in the era when the old gods were defeated. The world was shattered. And this great dragon of light named Mingyu, in order to make the world complete, embraced the soul-soothing stone, and jumped into a void at the edge of the world. Immediately, the underworld was born in the light. The soul-soothing stone became the cornerstone of the underworld. And Mingyu was the underworld itself. In other words, his body turned into light and opened up this world. Although he is dead now, he is everywhere. Because light is everywhere. As the leader of the Forbidden Sanctuary and the Prince of the Cloud Kingdom, Louis can temporarily take over the title of King of the North Sea with the help of the power of the Monument of the Gods while his uncle is still alive. Naturally, he can also temporarily take over the title of King of the Netherworld with the help of the power of the Soul-Calming Stone while the Moon God controls the Netherworld. Logically speaking, if the Moon God changes his mind, he will definitely find that another evil wizard from the Forbidden Sanctuary has come to this world. But as the man-made god of the sanctuary, the Moon God knows the wizards of the sanctuary too well. They are a group of weak nerds, and they hate to use brute force. After all, they are not very good at it. Even Mr. Anthony is a magician with not much in all attributes. And magic power accounts for 99% of it. So how can there be a magician like the god of war Louis VI? No wonder, no one knows the secret of the storybook, and no one knows that Louis used the storybook as a tool, treating himself as a magic pet. Aguila, the Lord of the Abyss, and cultivated him hard. Compared to the nerdy teacher Anthony, who likes to talk but not to do things, the disciple taught by Anthony is more like Anthony good friend. Xiaodachi. He can do things, but not talk. One likes to use a hammer, and the other likes to play boxing. Therefore, who would have thought that Anthony could teach such a disciple? I'm afraid Anthony must be very upset. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. After hearing the word Mingyu, Aku, who was covered in blood, covered her stomach and pointed at Yushin and Louis, laughing and said, Alia, you good daughter, why don't you call me daddy? The Moon God was raised by her uncle, Almerico, the ancient god of the same era as the old gods. Naturally knew this. And Mingyu is the uncle brother. So it is not wrong to say that the Moon God should call Mingyu dad. Aku has always been stubborn and bad-tempered. She was upset after being beaten up today. Now that she sees a chance of victory, she can't help but vent her anger by mocking him. However, the Moon God standing on the high platform didn't care. She smiled, waved her sleeves, put her hands behind her back, looked at Aku and said, whether this person is the reincarnation of Mingyu is another matter. Wizards have regarded the gods as enemies for generations. But now you are a running dog for wizards. Aren't you afraid of being abandoned after the fox dies? It seems that the Moon God has also found that the direction of today's events is somewhat unfavorable to her, and has begun to stir up the relationship between the enemies. She also threw out a very important secret, and with your actions today, how will you face your father who is waking up in the abyss in the future? As soon as these words came out, the other three people present were slightly startled. Although the god of twilight is also a god, he is a little younger. In the era of the Moon God, he was still a little thing following the Moon God. Therefore, they have not experienced the war in the old world, and do not know the secrets. The Crimson God is only more than 1,000 years old, which is even more so. As for Louis, who hates Ake the most, although he is a little surprised, he does not doubt Ake motives. On the one hand, the relationship between gods is very complicated, and there are often filial sons, especially the evil god, and the old god may often eat children. On the other hand, Ake and the other 9 guys are filial sons at first glance. Otherwise, they would not recognize their cousin as their godfather. I think the reason why the 9 ancient gods can be recognized by the world and recognized by the Yun Kingdom is definitely because the 9 filial sons joined the world camp and helped Gallic repel the old gods. And Louis also believed that among the many people present, the one who least wanted to see that terrifying existence was probably Aku. Aku was too lazy to explain about her father affairs. Instead, she was very concerned about the ugly word running dog. What a joke. You colluded with the Lord of the Old Ones, and were willing to be his running dog. You still have the nerve to mention the word running dog in front of me? Running dog? Collude? The Moon God laughed. What I did was to save the last glimmer of hope for this world. Not for the old god. How can I say he is a lackey? The awakening of the old god is inevitable. I will fight against him with all the gods. As she said this, The woman on the high platform swept her sharp eyes across the people who were looking down at her. She flicked her sleeves and said sternly, "You traitors, you should all thank me for letting you live in my world." Chapter 534 Lord Silver, Alia will serve you. The awakening of the old god is inevitable. When I stand up to him with the gods, you traitors, you should all thank me for letting you live in my world. The words of the moon god are very unpleasant and direct, making Aku feel humiliated. But Aku was slightly shaken at this moment. She understood that the moon god was not in the same boat with her father. The awakening of her father was indeed inevitable. But now there is only one king of Gallic left, no longer the super lineup of the 4 kings of Gallic plus moon god. It seems that the peace agreement has become the best result. If the gods and the old gods really reach an agreement, then the land reserved by the gods in the future, I am afraid it will really become the only place where they can live. The persuasion of the moon god seems to have played a role, because at this moment, Aku's mind flashed many thoughts. But in a blink of an eye, Ake dismissed these thoughts. It is true that living in the world ruled by her father, she has to be terrified every day. But living in the world ruled by the moon god is like a goldfish kept in a fish tank. Whether living in her father world or living in the world controlled by the moon god, there is not much difference. The only way to gain the right to survive is to make herself stronger. He needs to eat the moon god. Unlike Ake, after the moon god said those words, the more Aishwarya listened, the tighter her eyebrows frowned. And the red queen fingers were almost bitten. The words of the moon god made them extremely angry. At this time, they finally understood the meaning of everything the moon god did. Cleansing the world, destroying magic, rebuilding the order of faith, and then reaching a peace agreement with the old gods. They are staunch supporters of the new world, believing that this world still has a chance. Both sides believe that their path is the most correct. So there is no way to talk. Aishwarya said to the moon god angrily, "Rebuilding order? Even if you successfully descend to the main world today, do you really think that the people of this world can still let you manipulate them? This world is mine, and the people in the world are mine too. I can easily get the world and people, so why not let me manipulate them? Alia, you are hopeless." Louis looked at the ambitious woman on the stage, and said in a deep voice, at this moment, he felt that the woman in front of him was like a stranger. "What are you talking about?" Ake shouted angrily, and rushed forward. The battle was about to start. Everyone knew that, if Louis could successfully adjust the soul calming stone, killing the moon god would become possible. But everyone also knew that Louis had no chance to get close to the soul stone. It seemed that a life and death battle with the moon goddess had become inevitable. But this battle was very difficult to fight. Although the battle should have been smooth with the addition of Louis. A powerful teammate. He seemed to be working without any effort. He would stand there in a daze from time to time, or draw a line in the air with his fingers. Perhaps because he was afraid that after Louis died, someone would sneak in and touch the soul stone. So the moon goddess did not attack Louis. Instead, he has been focusing on taking care of the very unpleasant speaking Miss Aku. This made Louis a bystander. Aku originally thought that Louis could become the strongest DPS in the team. But this guy was just slacking off. This made the current battle no different from the previous one. The moon goddess was like playing a game, teasing Aku and the other two at will. And Aku, the stubborn MT, was also pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by the boss. However, with the collapse of the netherworld, Aku seemed to become stronger and stronger, and the situation gradually reversed. In the efforts of the 3 gods, they finally found an opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack against the moon god. However, everyone found that although the moon god was very weak, they could not hurt her at all because she represented the whole world. A faint laugh sounded in the hall, and the woman in red on the high platform waved her hand to repel the 3 gods. The 3 gods showed a look of despair, as if what they did today was just a game for the moon god. She had played enough. The woman looked at the sky outside the Hades palace, with a bored look. As expected, with the help of Mingyu, Louis, Francesco, and others also had immortal bodies. Although Francesco and others could not kill the Hades, she had already gained immortality, and she had countless means to scare her enemies. At this time, Francesco, in the midst of wanton laughter, threw his enemies into the magic mirror world one by one, and sent them into the nothingness without the concept of time and space to endure endless torture. Mithras and others, who were abused, chose to retreat strategically without surprise, leaving the problem to the omnipotent boss. Another group of betrayers. I was left alone in the world again. But everything was over. The moon god reached out to Francesco outside. At this moment, the moon god suddenly turned his head in surprise. And then, the calm soul stone suddenly flashed, and many divine runes jumped out of the stone. The auroras floating in the void hall suddenly disappeared. The collapse of the netherworld seemed to have stopped suddenly. Just as everyone was surprised, Louis, who was eating melons and staring blankly at the edge of the hall, suddenly stretched out his finger again and drew a line in the air in the direction of the soul-calming stone. Then, the moon goddess' face suddenly showed a very strange look, and then she said something uncontrollably. The Star Realm cell matrix has been constructed. Device restarting. Aishwarya and Isabella? AKO? Hello, Supreme Archon, Patroness Alia is here for you. Suddenly, Moon Goddess tightly covered her mouth. Then, she closed her eyes. Then, the aurora in the hall slowly began to appear again. Device restart failed. Patroness unstable abnormality detected. Patroness supreme authority cannot be deprived. Purge protocol has been initiated. The distress signal has been sent. Receiver 1. Unfortunately, Commander, you are the only one who has received the Purge protocol signal. Please comply with the Purge protocol. Clear the patron saint. Louis nodded. That enough. What that? Miss Akeo, who looked confused, blurted out a passage of ancient divine language. Her face was full of questions like what happened. She seems to have become weaker? Is it because she didn't eat enough? Etc. Twilight and Scarlet shook their heads. They looked at the moon god with serious eyes. It seemed that Louis almost succeeded just now, and almost controlled the moon god. But in the end, he seemed to have failed. The moon goddess seemed to be still powerful, still had absolute control over the netherworld, still calm. But they had a feeling that the moon goddess was no longer invincible. Perhaps everyone had a chance. A red light quietly shone from Fei Hong's fingertips, and then a small dent was scratched on the ground. Fei Hong's face showed a look of surprise, because this hall was previously indestructible. And this also meant that they would be able to destroy this void hall, and let the large army outside give the moon goddess a fatal blow. Scarlet and Twilight looked at each other, and had a plan in mind. She told Louis and Aku the plan in her mind. On the other side, when the moon goddess opened her eyes, she showed a trace of doubt in her eyes. She couldn't remember what happened just now, during the failed restart. It seemed that she had deliberately let the three people hit her out of boredom. Oh, I'm tired of playing. The netherworld is about to collapse. And everything is over. However, there is one more thing. The moon goddess' eyes swept over Aku, who was breathing heavily in the audience, scanned over Twilight, who was frowning, and Hong Hong, who was secretly looking at herself. Finally, her eyes fell on Louis, a bystander. Louis, there is no dispute between me and the Cloud Country. The woman looked at Louis seriously and said softly, just like that night, I will ask you again. If what I do is the only hope of this world, are you willing to join hands with me? The woman's words seemed to come from the heart, because she didn't know she was going to lose it all. But she didn't know whether her words were because she wanted to win over the Cloud Country through Prince Louis, or just because of Louis himself. The answer is probably only known by the woman herself. Or maybe Louis knows it too. I don't know what Louis is thinking at this moment. But AKO and the other two have already taken action. And Francesco and the others outside are also ready. The Purge Protocol has been initiated. And the patron saint is no longer protected by this world. This time, she is destined to disappear for real. So, will Louis fulfill his promise to protect her? What a joke. Louis waved away the narration. He had no reason to protect an enemy. And all this should also be put to an end. Chapter 535 Little Mooncake is waiting for you. Louis, there is no dispute between me and Yinhua. The woman looked at Louis seriously and said softly, just like that night, I will ask you one more question. If what I do is the only hope of this world, are you willing to join hands with me? As soon as the words fell, Miss Gus Hin wild laughter sounded in the hall. You are ridiculous. I thought you delayed the devouring world for some important matter these days, but it turned out to be for a man? What are you talking about, gods in the world? Even if that god likes you, you can only be the youngest. The moon goddess was furious. Under her angry blow, the void near Aku was shattered. Although the thick-skinned Miss Ancient God was temporarily unharmed, the turbulence of time and space formed by the shattered void made it difficult for the struggling Aku to move temporarily. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy wave suddenly erupted from the hands of the moon goddess, as if he wanted to mobilize all his strength to drive Aku into the unknown depths of the void, and to banish this immortal ancient god forever to the turbulence of time and space. At this moment, A soft twilight covered the hall. Then, a small white moth appeared around the Crimson God. Surrounded by the moth, the power of the Crimson God rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, with the combined power of the two gods, the power of the Crimson God had reached the level of the ancient gods. Immediately, the hall was blood red, and everyone's vision was covered by red. Then, amid the waves of crazy laughter in the hall, the whole hall remembered the creaking sound, as if it was being strangled by countless red lights. In the blink of an eye, the palace floating in the void was shattered by the red light. The void palace became a ruin floating in the void. The area where the moon goddess was located was given special attention. A slightly angry groan of pain appeared in the direction of the moon goddess. At this moment, the moon goddess and the black void behind her were also shattered. At the same time, the voice of the White Queen chanting iron was heard in the shattered hall. Then, the mirage of the sea gradually appeared in the broken void area. The mirage covered the soul-suppressing stone behind the moon goddess. In the mirage, a magic hand reaching for the soul-suppressing stone could be seen. It seems that the real purpose of Scarlet and Twilight is to tear open a passage to the outside near the soul stone, so that Francesco can take the soul stone away. Then you will die for him. In the roar of the moon god, the terrifying power in his hand that was originally intended to attack Aku was released towards Scarlet and Twilight. They are about to replace Aku and be exiled to the unknown void forever. At this moment, Scarlet and Twilight were particularly calm under the hateful blow of the moon god. And they were also a little reluctant. They knew that this time, they would have to say goodbye to this world forever. But a figure stood in front of the two. The strong man fiercely bent his arms. In anger, he fired a cannon towards the moon goddess. In an instant, the power of the netherworld was mobilized with the man action. The powerful force instantly expanded the crack in the void palace. In a blink of an eye, the void palace was shattered like a balloon. Louis' attack carried the power of the world, and its power was so terrifying that the void palace completely disappeared. The surrounding scene also turned into the underworld sea. But what was different from before was that the world at this time seemed to have become very small. The moon goddess groaned at Louis' attack, and a deep scar was left on her shoulder. This was her first real injury. But when the exile force hit Louis, it passed by Louis. The magic hand grabbed the soul-calming stone. And then, Scarlet grabbed the moon goddess fiercely. In an instant, the golden blood on the moon goddess' body surged wildly. At the same time, the sky also heard waves of terrifying spells from the demon shadow. And then, the increasingly weak moon goddess in the air was in this powerful magic, and raging black flames appeared all over her body. In the spell that Francesco kept chanting, the magic power in her body was vented crazily, and the black flames kept turning into black runes in the spell. The powerful wizard briefly imprisoned the weak god at this moment, and countless spells in the distance also flew towards the moon goddess in the air. That was the power of the wizards of the entire Northern Alliance. Under the siege of the whole world, the weak and painful god closed his eyes in midair, and for a moment, he was unable to escape Francesco's imprisonment magic. At this moment, a figure who looked like the god of death stole the soul stone from Francesco's hand with laughter, and countless netherworld armies also rushed over from afar, rushing towards the fleet of the Northern Alliance. Looking at this thief, who suddenly turned back, Francesco fought with him for the soul stone in shock and anger. Ha ha ha. Francesco, I really don't know what the point of you snatching the soul stone. Ha ha. Give it to me and you know. In an instant, the two sides fought for the soul stone in the melee, and the sky was in chaos. But the small battlefield below was exceptionally quiet at this time. The severely injured moon god opened her eyes in pain, slowly looked up at the sky. In everyone's eyes, the soul stone is the most important thing now. But the direction the moon god was looking at this time was not the soul stone. It seemed that she was just in a daze. In the two attacks by the moon god and Louis, the rolling dark clouds in the sky were gradually dissipated, and the sky was particularly clear. The bright moon on the sea was like the dawn, casting light on the sea. The woman looked at her bloody body, and looked at her shoulder that was deeply scarred. Finally, she slowly looked at Louis, and a hint of complexity appeared in her eyes. In the face of this pair of eyes, a hint of complexity appeared in the eyes of both of them. They just stopped. But it is meaningless now. At the moment when Louis mobilized the power of the netherworld, the moon god knew that unless Louis was killed, otherwise at the moment of her arrival, Louis could take the opportunity to restart the soul stone. This is Lewis's real plan. And Lewis also knew that his plan had been completely exposed. Now, only by killing the moon god can we truly understand this matter. But you and Yushin don't seem to be sure of killing the opponent, but don't worry, mother-in-law seems to have a plan. Lewis frowned. Mother-in-law has a plan? What plan? The woman's words interrupted Lewis' thoughts. In that case, the woman narrowed her eyes and looked at Crimson and Twilight behind Lewis. Why don't you all stay here? Suddenly, the moon goddess turned her head and looked at the distance of the sea. I don't know when, a white horizon surrounding the entire world has appeared above the sea. He is bigger than before, because the collapsed world is now getting smaller and smaller. Also because he has absorbed more and more power. This made the demonic shadow in Hades, which covered the sky and the sun, look like flying swallows in front of her. The huge god rose from the bottom of the sea and opened his mouth to suck in a group of death angels guarding the soul stone. Hades wanted to stop him, but Francesco stood in front of him. Hurry up. Miss Almerico, your little mooncake is waiting for you. Hades' heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood the significance of Francesco snatching the soul stone. At this time, a group of death angels and the soul stone they were guarding had been sucked into the mouth of the god, who suddenly appeared. Immediately, a little red light appeared on the forehead of the god. The soul-calming stone was like his third eye at this time. The god opened his three eyes. The holy white god gradually rose from the horizon, and his outstretched wings slowly embraced the whole world. The moonlight faded, and a lunar eclipse appeared in the sky. The world was shrouded in the terrifying shadow of the ancient god as the lunar eclipse occurred. Under the shadow, the world began to fade, and time began to slowly stop. The god of the underworld had a buzzing sound in his head at this time, and he almost fell backwards in fear. He shouted to the troops in the underworld who had become real refugees, "Go!" Indeed, if he didn't leave, he and his master would probably be kidnapped. Chapter 536 Sin that got away. The moment Almerico appeared, the whole underworld was in chaos. Whether it was the angel of death, the king of the dead, or the unconscious ghosts floating in the underworld, they all began to flee this world like the refugees. At the same time, a series of mysterious and deep voices also rang throughout the world. "Hello, world." Lewis almost fell over. He shouted, "Are you a programmer?" Mithras almost fell backwards. "Run!" He knew too well that AKO had more important things to do than the boss. During the collapse of the netherworld, he absorbed more power than the boss, and now he swallowed the soul stone. There's no way to fight. Unless someone can easily take the soul stone off the forehead of Miss Ancient God with a finger. Mithras thought it was obviously impossible. The boss couldn't do it anyway. And what the boss couldn't do, who else could do it? Unless the boss also has a more powerful master. Obviously the boss does not have a master. There is no doubt that Francesco has become the biggest demon king in the entire netherworld. The stupid lady who devoured the world was extremely obedient under her instigation. Not only did she swallow the soul-calming stone, which even the moon goddess dared not swallow, but she also said that she would beat anyone she wanted to beat. She was as obedient as the pet of the Demon King. She was sold by the Demon King. And she also helped the Demon King count money. As for Mr. Mithras, I'm afraid he can't run away, because Francesco and others have quietly surrounded them in the process of fighting for the Soul Stone. All the plans have been calculated. So when he realized that he had to escape from here, it was too late. He saw Crimson laughing and stopping the god of hell. And a huge butterfly tendril also grabbed the little swallow named Mithras. He was kidnapped. Mithras began to fade away in his struggle. Although it was very slow, he already knew his end and was buried here with the underworld. Indeed, just as Francesco thought, the collapse of the underworld is inevitable. Whether it is swallowed by the moon god or by Aku, it is the same. It is better to give it to Aku. At least he will not gather faith, and will fight against the old gods together with everyone. What more, Aku has swallowed the soul stone under the coaxing of the Demon King. She doesn't even know what this thing is, and will only use its power recklessly. If Mr. Lewis, the general under the Demon King, wants to subdue him, it will obviously be 100 times easier than dealing with the moon god. Everything is under the control of the Demon King. And the real doomsday of the netherworld has also come. Savior, quickly defeat the Demon King and his friends, and rescue the hostages. Lewis didn't expect that his words would eventually come true. The netherworld ushered in an unprecedented doomsday catastrophe. The poor gods and lords of the netherworld were also kidnapped. But as a general of the Demon King, how could he rescue the hostages and defeat his friends? After all, what the Demon King did was right. although it was not perfect. Because the price of this decision was the entire netherworld. The spirits of the world were fleeing frantically. And the world devourer had already spread his wings that covered the sky and embraced the entire world. Then, his shadow gradually enveloped the world. Wherever the shadow reached, the world began to fade. In the faded areas, time was frozen. In those areas that had not yet faded, chaos was unfolding. Whether it was the spirits of the netherworld or the gods of the netherworld, they were all chasing after the faded shadow and madly wanted to escape from this world along the water of the Styx. No matter what their identities were in the past, they had become refugees at this time. The great demon King Francesco and her demon lord are preventing the refugees from fleeing. The great demon King Francesco coldly and ruthlessly issued orders to her demon army, trying to clean up everything in this world, in order to restore peace to the outside world. Although the price is painful, the demon lord is rational, even cruel. So cruel that even her Miss Mooncake was abandoned by her. After all, the demon king of this world has already abandoned her. So what is there to miss? The collapse of the netherworld is inevitable. But the moon god must not come. Only by killing the moon god can we truly understand this matter. As for what will happen to this world after losing the netherworld, let defeat the old gods first. Under the order of the demon king, the ships on the sea shone with the light of the magic teleportation array. The people on the ships were gradually evacuating in the magic array. But not everyone left. Because some people must stay here to block the exit of the netherworld. And these volunteers who stayed behind will also bury the people in the underworld completely here. There will be no winner today. The fading Mithras shouted in madness. All of you will be buried here with us. Maybe. Mithras. The demon king sneered and waved his hand, signaling a could to end it all. Maybe many of us will stay here, including myself. But none of you can think of leaving anyway. Your master cannot leave the underworld. Indeed, except for coming, the moon god has no other way to leave the netherworld. And the soul calming stone has been swallowed by a coup, so there is no winner today. The words of the demon king made Mithras even crazier. He began to curse the demon king crazily in hatred, and shouted crazily at his master. He shouted at his troops. The refugees in the netherworld seemed to have realized their fate. Some spirits were still making their last struggle, trying to escape from here, break out of the forgotten river, and enter the world of the living. There were also spirits that, in their final frenzy, pounced on the demon army that was trying to evacuate, trying to keep more people and bury them here together. At this moment, among those who stayed behind, such as Francesco, some looked at the moon god in the sky in the distance with a solemn look, and some looked at the moon that was gradually rising above the sea level. The moon was about to be completely swallowed up by the shadow of the ancient god, just like this world. But the moon can still continue to rise. And as long as the moon is still rising, this world will become smaller and smaller. And the speed at which the shadow covering the world spreads will not be controlled by a coup, and may even completely cover the rapidly shrinking world in an instant. At that time, everyone will be buried here. Therefore, the whole world is paying attention to the lonely woman standing quietly in the wind on the sea. As long as everyone tries their best to pull her into the fading shadow at the risk of their lives, the speed of the moon being swallowed will increase, and the time for the moon to rise will naturally be extended. But although Francesco and the others wanted to send her off at this time, they did not move, because the woman did not move. Louis. Francesco reminded Louis in the distance in his mind, signaling Louis to find an opportunity to grab the woman and send her to the deepest part of the shadow. Send her to the darkest, most lonely and faded world. Therefore, they did not want to provoke her. And they also knew that only Louis could send her, because the soul stone would not hurt Louis, so Louis would not be swallowed by the soul stone. And Louis also had the ability to send the woman. Louis nodded, and looked at the woman not far away. The shadow had gradually come to the woman, and the woman looked at the world devourer that covered the sky, untied the wine gourd around her waist, and let the shadow cover her in silence. Just like the moon in the sky waiting to be swallowed. Just as lonely as the moon. Just as quiet. Mithras was completely desperate. And the refugees in the netherworld all looked up at the sky. Gradually, the woman's body began to fade. But her heart was calm at this time. Lost? She didn't think so. The world she hoped to create had indeed turned into a bubble. As for the world of magicians, and the enemies who guarded that world, they might not win. As Mithras said, there can be no winner today. But she was tired, or perhaps she had been tired for a long time. Gradually, the woman was covered by the shadow, but perhaps her power was too strong, so that those faint shadows at the edge could not completely fade her. And the woman did not step into the deepest part of the darkness. She just stood there quietly. Perhaps she was too tired. She was so tired that she didn't want to take another step. It seems that someone needs to see her off. Louis, the extremely anxious and upset mother-in-law, urged you again. She was afraid that the moon goddess would regret it in the end. All your friends looked at you nervously. At everyone reminder you, said Oand, walked into the shadow. Chapter 537. Let go of the goddess. Amid the expectations and hopes of the whole world, the woman finally walked slowly into the shadows, like a death row prisoner on his way to the execution ground. Halfway, her lonely figure stopped, slowly untied the wine bottle around her waist, and took a last look at the sky where the magicians were. She stopped. Perhaps because she was tired. Or maybe because she wanted to take a last look at the colorful world in her heart. The moon will not rise in that world. But the morning sun will. The morning sun will bring colorful colors to that world. But it has nothing to do with her anymore. Because that world does not belong to her. That is the world of enemies. In that colorful world, there is no place for her. With a casual smile, the woman took a sip of the wine in the gourd. At this moment, people became extremely nervous. People have never been as afraid of her as they are today, afraid that this death row prisoner will suddenly regret, afraid that she will suddenly do something. Finally, under the expectation of everyone, a hand finally grabbed the woman's hand. The woman slowly turned around and looked at the person coming behind her. Let go. No need to see me off. The woman's mouth slightly showed a smile. And she said in a joking way that the man sent her off. Indeed, at this moment, there were too many people who wanted to send her off. But she didn't want this person to send her off. As she said this, the woman pushed your hand away. But you held it tighter. The mother-in-law breathed a sigh of relief. You still have to send me off. Louis glanced at his nervous companions in the sky, and said to the woman in front of him with a smile, however, before leaving, there are some things that I don't understand. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well in the future. The woman sighed and said, I will only answer one question for you, because I may regret it in a while. Louis nodded, looked at the people who kept escaping from the underworld, and looked at the moon that finally chose not to rise. One question. What to ask? Perhaps there is nothing to ask. Or perhaps there are too many things to ask. Indeed, too many. Why are the old gods so afraid of the woman? What kind of agreement did the woman reach with the old gods? Will the gods join the future war? Or perhaps I should ask, after the woman dies, can she drive away all the people and spirits in the underworld, and then release all the power, so that the underworld can be reborn after collapse? Give that world a true order? Of course, this kind of thing. When the woman is alive, she can also do this. I don't know if the questions in Louis's mind at this time are the same as those in the story. But one thing is right. These questions are all serious matters. And they are all very important. However, when the narration appeared, Louis did not even look at it, because he only wanted to ask the woman one question today. A final question. Are the things you said before true? Maybe. The woman knew what Louis wanted to ask. She laughed at herself. Perhaps she had thought so before. Because in her dream, the world in the dream had her place. It did not exclude her. But in the end, it was all just a dream. She and that world were destined to exist only one. Because she could not tolerate that world. And that world could not accommodate her. Suddenly, the woman stumbled and almost fell. She turned her head in astonishment and looked at the man who was pulling her heart, and found that the silly boy was just like a donkey, pulling her out without looking back. Subconsciously, the woman wanted to pull her hand back, but the hand was clenched even tighter. The mother-in-law stared, and the woman also stared. The woman struggled for a long time, but couldn't get free. You pulled her hard, and walked out without hesitation in the direction outside the shadow. And the strength was so strong that you almost pulled the woman away. The dumbfounded Hades. Everyone on the Northern Alliance side? Louis, Francesco, and the others looked at the psychopath who was dragging the woman out, and shouted, You are crazy! Louis. While being dragged, the woman struggled fiercely and asked, You are crazy! The woman who was dragged was confused at the moment, or rather, it was her turn to have a lot of things in her mind. She subconsciously wanted to break free, and then walk deeper into the shadow, but the more she did so, Louis' hand tightened. You are crazy! You are a fool without a brain! Finally, the woman understood a little. She pursed her lips and shouted to Louis, "Do you know what you are doing? Do you know if I survive, what will I do?" "I know you said it." Louis was like a stubborn donkey, panting, and pulled the woman out without looking back. "But that is not my world at all." Louis did not answer. He pulled the woman and continued to walk out. The angry ancient god opened his arms, and the shadows covered the world faster. Louis walked faster and faster, and more people came in from the shadows in front of him. The woman looked at the enemies, who stood in front of her in anger. They were the power of the whole world. They warned Louis, and wanted to wake up this obsessed traitor. If they took one more step, they would have to bury this traitor and the woman in the underworld. But Louis walked without hesitation, just like what he had said before. With a buzzing sound, there was a sudden flash of lightning in the sky and heavy rain. At this moment, in the eyes of people all over the world, the person who should not exist the most is this woman. After all, this ambitious careerist should not exist the most. She would do anything to achieve her goal, even destroying the world to realize her ambition. So this person, who once deceived everyone, is the least trustworthy. No one would believe that the most untrustworthy person in the world would fulfill a joke she once said. Indeed, what is the reason? Could it be that for a fool, for a madman, she would protect a world she hated? A world full of enemies. A world that everyone rejected her. In this sudden downpour, people all over the world were shouting hysterically in anger, shouting to kill her. And you did not look back. The heavy rain poured down on the sea, pouring down on the woman's body and face, soaking her. The woman stopped struggling, because the man in front of her suddenly turned into a ray of light. That was caused by Louis giving the power of the underworld to the underworld. After all, the resurrection of the underworld requires his power. Then, the ancient god lost control of the soul-calming stone, and the world returned to the woman's hands. So, what does it matter? Feeling the connection she had re-established with the world, the woman looked up at the sky in the pouring rain. Could it be that I have to protect someone else's world for one person? What a joke. How is this possible? Who am I? This idiot actually trusts me so much. What a good opportunity. How could I miss such a good opportunity and do such a stupid thing? The rain was pouring down. The woman's face and clothes were soaked by the rain. She was asking questions loudly to the sky. What on earth am I doing? Chapter 538 Complete Nirvana. A few seconds ago. But that not my world at all. Louis didn't answer, pulling the woman towards the outside of the shadow. Friends in front warned Louis not to go forward, and the world devourer behind him had already spread his wings in anger, reaching out to grab this side. In the next second, Louis answered her with his actions. Just like what he had said before. The big hand pulled the woman behind him. The man in front of him faced the ancient god, and bent his strong arms towards the direction of the soul-calming stone on the ancient god's forehead. At this moment, the power of the whole world was mobilized by the man. The concentration of power made him shine like a giant of light. Louis. Francesco's eyes suddenly widened. She knew what Louis was going to do. She hurriedly shouted, "Please, stop playing. Don't do this. If Almerico is sent out of the netherworld by you." Francesco's words were finally interrupted by a dazzling white light. In an instant, the sound of the earth breaking and the sky collapsing resounded throughout the world, and the distant Ms. Almerico let out a roar and wail of unwillingness. The ancient god who was hit hard did not suffer fatal injuries, because he was immortal at this moment. He could only be exiled from the netherworld. But Louis' attack deprived the ancient god of the connection with the soul-calming stone. The soul-soothing stone on the forehead of the ancient god was knocked off, and Miss Ancient God was also sent out of the netherworld by Louis' blow. Amidst her angry and unwilling shouts, Francesco and others were completely desperate, because the ancient god had lost control of the soul-soothing stone. And this also meant that the world was back in the hands of the woman. With a buzzing sound, suddenly lightning flashed in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. That was the heavy rain caused by the giant of light after breaking the sky. The heavy rain poured down on the sea, and poured down on the woman's body, her face, soaking her. The woman stopped struggling, because that person turned into a ray of light, which gave color to this dark and lonely world. And this world, doesn't it represent her? Perhaps, this touch of color also comes from her world. It used to be dim, used to be colorless. At this moment, the ancient god who was expelled from the netherworld in the distance, has only left a residual shadow. Francesco, and the others who could not understand this were also in shock and anger. Their faces were dark, looking at the moon goddess, who had regained her strength and looked up at the sky. Francesco, and the others knew that everything was in vain. They had made wedding clothes for the moon goddess. At this time, the netherworld was so small that it was too late to do anything. Just as Francesco and the others were in shock and anger, they suddenly found that the netherworld, which was supposed to be colorless, seemed to have color. But what can be done? The collapse of the netherworld is irreversible, and it is still shrinking. Francesco knows that Louis will suffer the consequences of his stupidity today, because the moon god will not let him down. Indeed, the moon god body can no longer descend to the main world, but he will fall asleep in the soul stone as the netherworld collapses. But as long as there is someone who takes the soul stone into the abyss, then the moon god can wake up again in the abyss. Then they will control the future together with the old gods. Because of today's failure, mortals will find it difficult to fight against the gods and the old gods. With a sigh of regret, Francesco looked at Louis with a complicated expression, and then led his men away. At the moment before her figure disappeared, she finally looked at the heroes of the Alliance, who were about to be buried in the underworld. Just as Francesco guessed, she saw the angels of death, led by the god of the underworld, and led countless ghosts in the underworld, rushing towards the troops of the Magic Alliance. Then, the huge ghosts actually passed the entire fleet and fled towards the Leafy River. This surprised Francesco a little, but he suddenly understood something. Mithras, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, knew that his own life was the most important. At the end of the world, he probably didn't have the heart to fight anymore. But Mithras was undoubtedly very stupid, because although they were much faster than the fleet, they still couldn't escape from the underworld before the world collapsed. But a force sent them off. Then, the fleet of the Magic Alliance seemed to be suddenly repelled by the power of the netherworld and disappeared into the netherworld. In a blink of an eye, all the people began to disappear in the netherworld. Francesco, who had already stepped into the void, also felt the repulsive force. It impatiently sent Francesco out of the netherworld. The last scene Francesco saw was Louis being forcibly sent away amidst his confused shouts. At that time, the moon goddess was the only one left in the increasingly narrow world. That night, the great demon king, her demon army, General Louis and many of Louis's friends, Mr. Mithras, and the unhappy Miss Aku stood on the forgotten river, looking towards the netherworld. On this day, everyone forgot about the enemy, perhaps because Aku was very weak now, and always hid when she saw Louis. Perhaps it was because Mithras was very weak without the underworld, and planned to surrender to the enemy. Or maybe it was because of the lonely figure who was left alone in the netherworld. In any case, they all saw the most amazing scene in their lives tonight. The ocean currents that bypassed the river of oblivion surged violently at first, and then began to flow backwards. Then, the ocean currents gradually turned into rivers, and then gradually turned into streams, and the streams gradually dried up. Finally, the area where the river of oblivion was located turned into a barren desert. As for the river of oblivion and the netherworld at the other end of the river of oblivion, they no longer existed. This scene made Mr. Mithras very emotional. He told a story. In the time when he was born, the netherworld was a barren desert. Later, one day, a spring appeared in the desert. Later, the water flowing out of the spring became a stream. The stream grew bigger and bigger. In one day, it became a raging river. On the same day, a stream appeared near the forgotten river. The stream grew bigger and bigger. In one day, it gradually became a raging river. Yes, the netherworld will collapse. But it can also be reborn, because the soul stone was not taken away by anyone. The power of the soul stone allowed the netherworld to complete an unprecedented nirvana, and finally be reborn in the water. And the one who controls all this can only be the moon goddess. That day, Francesco and her old friend Mr. Mithras. Francesco can also run corpses, talk for a long time on the forgotten river. Mithras said that escaping was indeed his most real idea at the beginning. But when he was escaping, he also heard the voice of his master, who asked Mithras to leave. This voice is quite strange. It sounds like it is struggling, painful, tangled. However, Mithras believes that his master would never have such emotions, because his terrifying master, like the cold and cruel underworld, has a dark heart. He has no conscience. Francesco has a guess about this matter. She firmly believes that it was Alia who woke up at the last moment. Otherwise the moon goddess would not be so painful, struggling, and would not do such a conscientious thing. After all, he spent so much effort. Isn't it just to clean up the traitors? And Louis probably discovered this at the last moment, so he went to pull them in. Mithras also believed Francesco guessed very much. After all, he couldn't beat anyone now. And Louis, the person involved in this matter, also acquiesced. Didn't he? I don't know if Louis acquiesced, but he really didn't say anything. He didn't speak for several days, and he sat on the rocks of the forgotten river and drank wine. I don't know if this is because Miss YYDS is gone, or because some people like to drink, so he, who didn't like drinking before, likes drinking. After all, if you can forget some things, then every day will be happy. As for what you want to forget, I think it is not a person. I think it is because he broke his promise. Others fulfilled their promises, but he broke his promises. A few days later, Louis stopped drinking at the beach. He just talked less. A few days later, the river filled the shallow sea near the forgotten river again, and many strange things appeared on the beach near the forgotten river. Most of them were shells that Aku had left in the netherworld. But the strangest one was the one that washed up today. After all, this thing scared Mr. Mithras, who was strolling on the beach. Fortunately, she claimed to have lost her memory. Chapter 539. Oh, I just rinsed my mouth. Louis was in a daze on the beach of the forgotten river for a while, and never went there again. But Mr. Mithras often came to the beach. Of course, this was not because Mr. Mithras missed his master or something, but because the recent netherworld refugees were queuing to return to the netherworld, so he would patrol the beach every day. By the way, he could also get close to Louis. Of course, Louis had never said anything to him. After Louis stopped going to the beach, Mithras had no chance to get close to him. But Mithras found someone he should please. Especially when he saw the lady who had the best relationship with Louis secretly rebelling against the Book of the Gods. On this day, Mithras took a stroll on the beach as usual, and accompanied Miss Helen to find beautiful shells, in order to please his future new master. It can be said that everything on the beach is very pleasing to Miss Helen. After all, there are so many strange things washed to the shore by the sticks. But Mr. Mithras swore that he had never seen such a strange thing. After all, the girl rescued from the beach by Miss Helen. In Helen's words, that is, Grandpa Mithras. This sister seems to be a little familiar. Yes, it a little bit. It really lucky. Among the wizards, who have recently explored the underworld, no one has come back alive. Mr. Mithras looked at the woman on Helen's thigh whose face was covered by long hair, and said with a gentle smile, he thought it might be a witch from a spiritual family. Those curious wizards always don't listen to advice, and always have something to explore and verify in their hearts. But the netherworld is not easy to enter now, so there are always some unlucky people who get lost in the river of oblivion during their adventures. This lady seems to be lucky, and was washed to the river of oblivion. But after drinking so much water from the river of oblivion, she will probably become a fool. After all, the water of the river of oblivion is poison even to gods, and if you drink too much, you will lose your divinity. Besides Mithras himself, in all these years, he had only seen a drunkard who drank the water of the river of oblivion as wine. Because she should not exist, except the water of the river of oblivion, nothing tasted good. While thinking, Miss Helen had already started to rescue the woman with the little magic wand, and Mr. Mithras' expression gradually became more and more strange. It seems a little familiar. Mithras always felt that he seemed to have seen this girl somewhere, but he couldn't tell where he had seen her. After all, this girl seemed a little too young, only about 18 years old. Moreover, her clothes were tattered and covered with dust, and her hair was full of sand. I'm thirsty for wine. Wine. While distracted, Mithras found that Miss Helen was actually frowning and feeding the woman water. Miss Helen, although this lady is not drowning, you can't give her water anymore. But Helen thinks she seems very thirsty. She must have walked in the desert for 7 or 8 days. While feeding the woman water, Helen lifted the woman's hair and said seriously, "Let's take her back quickly." Sister Annabelle secretly hid a lot of good wine. The woman's ears moved suddenly. Wine. While speaking, Mithras also heard the woman murmur. He stared at the woman's face for a moment, and then his face turned pale with fear. After all, this lady looked too much like Mithras' old master. The only thing that made Mr. Mithras feel fortunate was that this lady seemed to have lost her memory. After she woke up, she looked very shy. It seemed that she didn't remember anything. This made Mr. Mithras, who betrayed his master and ran away at the critical moment, relieved greatly. I remembered Francesco's original guess. In any case, although the old master in front of me is incomplete, she is still my old master. And the most important thing at the moment is to take her back to the castle. After all, my new master is very concerned about this matter. And after seeing this girl, my real master will probably remember my merit. Coincidentally, my cousin also stopped by tonight to take a walk. This is very strange. After all, my cousin sleeps all day and has almost never used his incarnation to hang out outside. This made Francesco, Louis and others wonder if he was waiting for someone here. In any case, the arrival of the old cousin made the Twilight Fortress lively. When Mithras and Helen came back with the girl, who looked very shy, they saw the lively scene of Louis and Francesco interrogating the old cousin. And this lively scene also became more lively because of the appearance of the drowning woman. That night, the forgotten river exploded. Just as Francesco guessed, the old cousin did come here to wait for someone. Or to be more precise, to find Alia. According to him, he had been waiting for this day for 3,000 years. After all, in his prophecy, his little mooncake would have to go through 10 reincarnations before it could achieve its goal. And if he wanted to defeat the old gods in the future, he would also need her to join him. Louis, as I expected, you finally awakened the true patron god. The bald old man looked at the sky and said. At this moment, he seemed to see the moon that existed outside the river of oblivion. It is indeed the patron saint. Because our moon has completely let go, and she no longer has any shadows. Indeed, there is no longer any shadow, because she no longer exists. This should be a happy thing. At least everyone is happy. But for some reason, these narrations in front of him made Louis feel a little empty in his heart. Just like the empty moon in the sky. And the moon without a shadow, is it still the moon? Although he felt that such a moon did not conform to the laws of physics, Louis was somewhat confused about this established fact. She was indeed dead, and Miss YYDS would never be complete. At least that what my uncle wrote in the storybook just now. Although Louis knew that this she was also her, he always felt empty in his heart. Maybe there was no drinking buddy anymore. Amid the merriment, Louis nodded slightly to Alia, and then left alone. It is indeed worth celebrating. Because for others, it is the most perfect result. Even the White Queen, who hates the moon god the most, thinks it is a happy event. Because the words of the old cousin verified Francesco guessed that the real old moon god died, leaving behind the kind-hearted Miss Mooncake. Everyone is willing to accept such a Miss Mooncake. After all, at the last moment, she defeated her inner demons, saved the netherworld, and used the netherworld nirvana to kill her shadow. Just look at the refugees queuing up to return to the netherworld on the Wanchuan River, and you will know that their home was rebuilt by this girl. Who is she? Will she do bad things? Is there any better proof? In the following days, everyone thought of many ways to help Miss Mooncake regain her memory. And Miss Mooncake recovery is also very gratifying. Gradually, she remembered everyone's name. And slowly, she also remembered the name of each priest. When she occasionally met Louis, she would also show a look of vigilance against scumbags. Although Louis had always treated her like an ordinary friend, and was not very willing to meet, Miss Mooncake still remembered what happened on the deck. And her memory seemed to stop there. After confirming that Miss Mooncake had completely recovered her memory, everyone held a celebration party for her, and also celebrated the complete reconstruction of the netherworld. Although Miss Mooncake did not drink, this lively banquet was a little awkward. But the party was still very enjoyable. The only one who was a little sad was Miss Annabelle. She had originally planned to secretly take out half a bottle of her treasures at the party, but suddenly found that all the treasures she had secretly brought to the River of Oblivion were gone. Sister Alia, don't you not drink? When the party was about to end, the drunken Helen looked at Miss Mooncake, who was standing in a corner of the party, alone and not sociable, and asked curiously, "This is Qin Shui, my lovely little girl." Miss Moon, who is 2 years younger than Helen, said while touching Helen's head with a smile. Helen sniffed curiously, and found that it was indeed water. "But you seem to have drunk 2 pots. Rinse your mouth." The woman shook the pot of water in her hand, looked at the noisy people in the venue, looked at this real, colorful, no longer only dreaming world, and smiled slowly. Helen blinked, not understanding why Sister Moon wanted to rinse her mouth. But she always felt that Sister Moon shook the pot more skillfully than Annabelle shook the wine pot. Chapter 540 Let the People of the World Be Resurrected. Twilight Fortress, Sunset Library. An old voice sounded softly in the library, telling the story of the past. The flat-chested girl opposite leaned on her chin, listening with great interest. And the young magician, who was concentrating on reading a book not far away, could not help but secretly prick up his ears. The old man's voice. A long time ago, there was a magician who accidentally found a strange crystal ball on the seashore. There were 3 twinkling stars on it. Girl, what happened next? Old man, later, he found the 2nd crystal ball, then the 3rd and the 7th. Then, he made a strange wish, and made a promise with the dragon, to help him find a tall and handsome man, whose zodiac sign and blood type were. That was the first appearance of the 7 dragon crystal balls. After that, gradually more and more adventurers went to collect these magical dragon crystal balls. Among them, there are many who successfully collected the 7 dragon crystal balls, and came to a mysterious island, and summoned the dragon god. In these 3,000 years, the dragon god heard many strange wishes, and met many strange people. It can be said that there are all kinds of people. There is the witch who wishes for 7 lives. There are also bad kids who wish to be queens. There are also princesses, who wish for tall and handsome foreign princes. But the dragon god remembers the most, or the wish from hundreds of years ago. At that time, King Isolde had just ended the first 100 years of wizard war. The world was devastated by the war, and there were homeless souls everywhere. A goblin, a vampire, led a group of brave magicians, found the last dragon crystal ball in the lair of the ancient god, and came to the mysterious island, and made a wish that was not to cure hemorrhoids. Resurrect all the dead in the world. The treasure of the ancient god has been found, said the rich little goblin. Did the dragon god fulfill their wish? The girl asked curiously. Of course not, because this wish is beyond his ability. The old man looked out the window towards the underworld, smiled and said nothing. Helen blinked. She felt that the dragon god must have this ability. After all, these days, her uncle and grandfather told her stories about the dragon god every day, and they almost praised the dragon god to the sky. Therefore, the dragon god did not fulfill Mr. Goblin's wish at the beginning. There must be some reason. In that era, many more bad wizards died than good wizards. If everyone survived, there would probably be another war. And if King Isolde did not win again, the bad guys would control the world, and more innocent people would die. But, didn't my uncle say that the dragon god would never break his promise? It's just that some wishes will come later, at the most appropriate time. So he finally broke his promise? At this time, Mr. Mithras passed by the window, and the old cousin suddenly got another inspiration, and told Helen another story, which was about the child of the god of death. But Louis couldn't listen anymore. What is this all about? Dragon Ball, Transformers? Now they are talking about Conan again? I really can't listen anymore. Okay, I have heard all the stories you are telling. I have read the whole series. This quiet library, can I still be quiet for a while? Louis rubbed his slightly painful forehead, closed the book he borrowed from Mr. Mithras, and planned to go for a walk outside. By the way, Louis has read a lot of books recently. And this lazy guy suddenly worked hard, mainly because of the matter of the underworld. This matter made Louis feel the lack of his strength. But the Northern Alliance collection of books is still too small, and there are too few books in Erlinda. Even though Mithras had uncovered many secrets from the dead wizards, who had participated in the book burning, his collection had not increased much. This showed that most of the forbidden books in the world were in the hands of the 9 great families. Just as Francesco had always said, the wizards of the great families did not burn all the useful things, but used them to replace the useful things and took them all for themselves. At present, Louis had read all the valuable books in the north. But so far, the highest magic level was only LV37, which was still far from the LV99 level that could really face the big tiger. If my magic level had reached LV99, Miss YYDS wouldn't have to die. When Louis thought of Miss YYDS' death, he felt a little tight in his chest. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. He had gradually stepped out of the library, and the environment in front of him suddenly became clear. The Forgotten River has been very lively recently, and there are many new faces. Most of them are adventurers, but some are dead adventurers, and some are alive. On the way, Louis also saw many jailers of the demon prison, arbitration wizards, and demon hunters of the moon court. They walked in teams on the Forgotten River, supervising the groups of dead who were taking the ferry to the Netherworld. Although the Netherworld was reborn, there were still many who escaped. This also made the world of the living have many more living people. However, this situation is very different from the doomsday that Francesco and others had predicted. The biggest difference is that the extra people in the world are not the living dead, but real living people. Just like a certain dragon god was reborn in the Netherworld, and at the moment when all the ghosts ran out, he cast a super soul summoning angel. At this moment, all the living dead became real living people. This was originally a good thing. After all, the world has experienced so many wars. Whether it was the second 100 years of Wizard War more than a decade ago, or the sacrifices made by the North in recent years to expel the noble wizards, the world was full of scars. Therefore, this world can accommodate living people. And the natural magic that gradually developed in the North also made food very sufficient. Because the old gods will eventually wake up, so one more person means one more force. But many people are upset because of this. For example, many of the warden of the demon prison, who are extremely vicious, are alive. Some people have many more worries. A young man suddenly ran out of his grave and asked people who are more than 30 years older than him to call him grandpa, and the grandchildren can also predict that, in a few years, the grandpa will give them a lot of little grandpas. For ordinary people, it's okay. But the nobles are upset. After all, the inheritance is related to the family property. Of course, the most upset are the noble wizards of the big families. They have a bigger headache. Because in the Wizard War era, there are many innovators who hold the concept of open magic. Francesco is a revolutionary from a big family. If they were alive, the 9 big families would have fun. It's just a pity. If Miss YYDS were still alive, the more people there were in the world, the stronger she would be. And to gather the power of the world, it is not necessarily necessary to have faith. After all, the patron saint created by the sanctuary does not live on faith. As long as the conditions are met, then the event of the Aralinda people defeating Aka can be reproduced by Miss YYDS. This is undoubtedly a huge help, but now there is nothing to talk about. After all, Miss Moon is already incomplete. Without the memory of the past, it is impossible to do this. Unconsciously, Louis found himself at the seaside. A priestess in white clothes not far away looked familiar. She was sitting on a strange insect shell, and secretly holding a small metal bottle in her hand. In the sea breeze, the woman lifted her long hair. Louis blinked and recognized her. Miss Alia. Louis greeted her indifferently. Then, his eyes fell on the small metal bottle in the woman's hand, and a strange look appeared on his face. Chapter 541 Moon Goddess. Don't drag me there. Seeing the priestess in white sitting by the sea, Louis walked over with some surprise and greeted her indifferently. Oh, it's Mr. Louis. The woman lifted her hair that was blown by the sea breeze and was also a little surprised. Found that Louis looked at the small metal bottle in her hand with a strange expression. The woman smiled and said, "Oh, it's water." Louis's eyes dimmed a little. He knew it was water, because Louis didn't ask about the smell of alcohol in her mouth. Louis also knew that the Alia in front of him was no longer her. But every time he saw Miss Alia back, he couldn't help but think of something. Putting away his thoughts, Louis stopped thinking about those things. Since Miss Alia has been reborn, don't let her have any troubles. Anyway, Miss Alia now looks happy every day. And that all. Isn't her wish all along to forget everything and start a real new life? And I shouldn't bother her like that anymore, after all. We were not familiar with each other. I was familiar with her in the past, the one who no longer existed. But speaking of it, Miss Alia seemed to like gargling her mouth. Every time I saw her, she seemed to be gargling her mouth. Why did you come here alone to enjoy the sea breeze? Louis found a topic. I just finished a meeting with His Majesty Francesco, and I felt a little depressed. As she said that, Miss Alia sighed slightly, looking like, I really don't know why everyone has to drag me into every important meeting. Seeing Miss Mooncake like this, Louis also sighed secretly, because he heard the pressure in Miss Alia's heart through mind reading. Everyone treats me as the Pope, which really makes me feel a lot of pressure. I really want to share the burden for everyone. And I know I have responsibilities. But I am just an ordinary 18-year-old girl, not the patron saint they imagine. Those priests still treat me as the Pope. Although Louis knows that it is impolite to listen to other people's voices. Miss Alia's strength is a little too weak. Unlike before when Louis could not see through her depth. It was not like the previous female Sea King. The big liar female Sea King, who could pretend to be a weakling with no psychological defense in front of anyone. The ordinary girl in front of him was obviously a weakling, which made Louis always hear Miss Alia in her voice inadvertently. The ordinary girl in front of him had a lot of pressure in her heart. But on the surface, she pretended to be very strong. After she complained a little, she smiled and said to Louis, I mean, the things discussed in the meeting are a bit depressing. The future of this world is still facing many challenges, which puts His Majesty Francesco and the others under great pressure. But I believe this is just the darkness before dawn, and as the Pope of the Moon Court, I will lead everyone to the dawn. Listening to Miss Mooncake's bitter voice and her strong appearance, Louis felt a little distressed. This girl who looks strong but is fragile inside sometimes makes people want to hug her in their arms and protect her. Reaching out to disperse the narration that was looking for trouble, Louis put away his messy thoughts. By the way, Mr. Louis, have you not been attending meetings recently? Miss Alia's eyes were slightly blaming. The implication was that you really have nothing to do. Louis was very embarrassed by this. But to be honest, although he had not attended meetings recently, he still knew the content of the meetings. But although he knew, Louis was unwilling to talk about this topic at this time, because he had more important things to do recently. I've been sorting out the Forbidden Book recently, and I didn't attend the meeting, Louis said. The Forbidden Book? You know all this? Miss Alia showed a curious look, as if we had only known each other for a short time. I really don't know you, and I haven't seen you use magic. Then, Alia showed a look of realization. I remember. I seem to have seen this guy perform magic in the Rainbow Country before. He seems to be a very powerful magician. But he probably only knows a little bit about the profound knowledge of forbidden magic. A little bit, Louis said, but I have encountered some problems recently. I plan to go to a special place in the next 2 days. But because the time is not right now, it is easy to go there, but it is very difficult to come back. I am having a headache. Hey. Hearing this, Miss Mooncake immediately understood what Louis was talking about, and acted like I don't understand. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't know you were the Forbidden Grand Master. Don't take me to the damn place of the Forbidden Sanctuary. I can't bring you back either. Louis didn't pay too much attention to Miss Mooncake's expression, nor did he plan to go with her. He was even still considering whether to go. After all, it's not easy to go to the Forbidden Sanctuary. The old god has awakened in the abyss, and the last stone is probably collected by him. It's not easy to use 2 stones to temporarily open the Forbidden Sanctuary. Although there is an excellent opportunity in front of us, we can only open a broken sanctuary in the turbulence of time and space. In such a broken world in a chaotic time and space line, bizarre and mysterious events are happening all the time. So it is hard to say what strange things will happen. And after going there, you may get lost in the turbulence of time and space on the way back. As long as there is a slight mistake, when you come back, you may not know which world you will return to. Even if you return successfully, it may be hundreds of years later. Therefore, although Louis has an idea, the risk of this trip is too great, so he is still considering it. After chatting for a while, Miss Moon, who did not intend to talk about forbidden things with Louis, patted her butt and planned to slip away. As Miss Moon moved, Louis noticed something under Miss Moon, but after discovering Louis' strange look, Miss Moon also looked at the strange insect shell. She was about to change the subject, so she couldn't help but smile and said, "Oh, it's a very interesting creature, but also a bit annoying." At this point, Miss Moon's face showed a trace of solemnity. Fortunately, there are not many such things. She told Louis about this interesting creature, the demon spider of the Netherworld. This is the top predator of the Netherworld. In their menu, almost everything in the Netherworld is included, because they can easily poach those ghosts in the sticks that even the undead lords find it difficult to pull out of the sticks. Even those powerful dragons of the underworld are on their menu. Even when Mithras first saw these little bugs, these ferocious little guys also regarded him as food. When they suddenly appeared in the Netherworld, they did cause some trouble, Miss Moon said. Miss Alia, Louis asked with a strange look on his face. Do you know where they came from? Who knows? Alia shook her head and said, the Styx connects the world of the living, and also connects the abyss and purgatory. After the Netherworld closed the passage to the abyss and purgatory, no new demon spiders appeared. So, perhaps they came from these 2 places. At this point, Alia smiled and said, I heard that the sleeping Palos guard has been harassed by these daring little bugs recently, because they always come out suddenly. So he specially called 8 monarchs to beat the bugs, so that he can be more quiet. Well, Mithras told me all these things. He always tells me some strange things. Louis nodded, and it was hard to tell whether his face was happy or sad. These bugs always remind him of some bad things, such as the defected pets of George William, the first lord of the Forbidden Sanctuary. Although it has been so many years, Miss Hillack has long gone to accompany the deceased Mr. George, but her descendants are still active in every corner of the universe. I hope I am overthinking. I also hope that these things are not the descendants of Miss Hillack, who has been hunted by the sanctuary. After all, they are a group of small insects that have destroyed many worlds, and each of them can make the world protected by Miss Protector God feel like it is facing a great enemy. Mr. Old God must be stronger than Miss Protector God. But I think Mr. Old God will probably have a headache. Oh, he doesn't seem to take it seriously. However, he did the right thing. The 8 monarchs are forbidden wizards. They are not ignorant monsters. They will know whether to take it seriously or not. And they will know how to deal with these things. It seems that they will be busy for a while, and this world should have more time. However, I don't know how many of these things there are, and I don't know how long it will take for the old god to kill those bugs that want to eat him. Hope more if the old gods can be killed, it will be easier for me, after all. I know how to deal with this kind of thing better. But don't do it too much. Otherwise, everyone will have to save the world together with the old gods. Louis suddenly felt that he should make more preparations. It seems that the trip to the sanctuary must be made. Ahem, Louis, my uncle Ao, ye seems to be calling me. You are busy, I will leave first. Too much talk will lead to mistakes, the big liar. Miss Neptune did not intend to chat with Louis anymore. She made up an excuse and planned to leave. Oh, that right, I want to go there too. Louis turned around and followed Miss Moon, whose face turned green, muttering as he walked, my cousin should have some way to get me back. I wonder if the sanctuary has not used pesticides yet. Miss Mooncake face became uglier. Why is Louis still thinking about the sanctuary? Chapter 542 Louis. Don't do this. Miss Alia. This way. You're going the wrong way. Seeing that Miss Moon was still going the wrong way, Louis kindly grabbed her arm and reminded her. Miss Mooncake wanted to break free. But how could an ordinary weak woman break free from the pull of the king of Shanghai? This was obviously unreasonable. What made Miss Mooncake even more upset was that Mr. Louis was very stubborn and insisted on taking her to the right path. Hey, why are you still going over there? This way. This way. Mr. Louis said enthusiastically. Ahem. Mr. Louis. It like this, I just remembered that I have some other things to do with His Majesty Francesco. You go first, I go later. Seeing that the two of them were almost at the end of the corridor and the door of the Dusk Library, Miss Mooncake laughed awkwardly twice, and the lie in her mouth came out. Also, it's a bit inappropriate for you to hold my arm like this. These words seemed to work. Louis nodded in realization, and then let go of his hand awkwardly. Oh. Okay. See you later. Okay. See you later. Miss Mooncake nodded slightly. Then she rolled her eyes secretly in her heart, and turned away. When leaving the corridor, Miss Mooncake couldn't help but look back. Louis's back as he entered the Dusk Library alone suddenly made her feel a little empty. She stretched out her hand slightly, wanting to say something. But Louis had already gone in alone. This idiot wouldn't plan to go alone. Would he? On the way, Miss Mooncake felt a little tangled in her heart, but she let it go after a while. She felt that Louis didn't need to risk going to the sanctuary just for a few books, not to mention that Louis probably couldn't even go. Anyway, she couldn't think of a plan. And the cousin probably wouldn't let Louis go, because the godfather knew very well that if he wasn't there, even if Louis could go, he wouldn't be able to come back. After letting go of this matter, Miss Mooncake felt much more relaxed. Her steps were also a little lighter. There were many people in Wanchuan, and the roads were bustling with people. Miss Moon wandered in the crowd as if she was shopping. She nodded and greeted the acquaintances who recognized her, and secretly bought some snacks and good wine at the corner of the street. Afterwards, Miss Mooncake happily returned to the room with the roast chicken, and her mood became more and more comfortable until she opened the door. The voice of the old man who was eating melon seeds. So, except for the moon goddess, no one can bring you back. Let Alia go with you. The voice of the reserved young man. Didn't you say that she is no longer here? It's not appropriate for Alia to go with me. Right? Also, we are waiting for her in the room without saying hello. Isn't it a bit bad? Looking at the two people eating melon seeds and chatting in the living room, Miss Moon was dumbfounded, and a line of narration inexplicably appeared in front of her. In order to allow you to go to the sanctuary smoothly, Dad has opened the access to the Book of Conferred Gods for you. Only you can see it. Test 1. My name is Yuel Yang, and I am a day student at the university. I skipped classes today and went home. I was very happy. I secretly sold a pack of cigarettes on the way. But I never expected that Dad would come back from get off work early. And he also brought a stupid son of a landlord, saying that he was the blind date he introduced to me, and that he would take me to my husband's house today. With a snap, the roast chicken and wine in his hand fell to the ground. The room suddenly became quiet. The three of them stared at each other for a moment. Miss Moon lifted her hair and picked up something on the ground expressionlessly. I knew you two had come. As she spoke, Miss Swindler smiled and put the things in her hands on the table in front of the two of them. Then, she looked at Louis and asked gently, Haven't you eaten yet? I brought this for you. Helen said you like this? I don't know if I bought it right. Test 2, Dad. This is the cigarette I bought for you on the way. Blind date. Would you like one? Looking at the snacks and wine on the table, Mr. Blind Date was slightly stunned. Then he felt a little warm in his heart. Test 3. Ms. Moon is actually quite considerate. She knows I haven't eaten. But it's not her after all. She is a careless female man. How can she be so gentle? Well, they all look the same anyway. Am I too bad? Test 4. The Blind Date guy favorability increases by 5 because he thinks you look like a gentle version of his ex-girlfriend. The Blind Date guy plans to forget his ex-girlfriend and date you *1. You are in a bad mood. I really don't know where to start complaining *1. Moon Goddess. While complaining in her heart, Miss Moon had already sat aside with a smile like a good girl. And the two people opposite had already started talking about the previous topic again. Louis. It is indeed difficult to come back from there. But the situation you mentioned has happened before. When I consumed a string, I let you travel through the parallel world. And this time, if there is the help of the goddess of fate, the former master of the world, I think there should be no problem. After all, even if the former ruler of the entire world went to a chaotic time and space, she would have a way to return to her own world. It would not be a problem to bring one person with her. After saying that, the old cousin looked at Miss Mooncake. Miss Moon looked away woodenly, and acted as if I was just an ordinary girl who was reincarnated. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? You mean? Louis looked at Miss Moon with a strange expression. Oh, although our little Mooncake has been reincarnated, she can still do it. Just treat her as a coordinate. Louis understood a little bit of what his cousin said. As the former owner of the world, whether she has been reincarnated or not, her connection with the world still exists. At least that's how his cousin perceives it. Therefore, as long as he throws himself into her arms at the last moment, it's equivalent to throwing himself into this world. Therefore, there is no such situation of not being able to find a way back. Then it's easy. Even if Miss Mooncake doesn't know anything, she can find a way to come back. There a girl that big right in front of us. Can't we pounce on her? Test 5. It seems that the Blind Date girl and my ex-girlfriend are still related in some way *1. The Blind Date guy plans to take you back to your husband's house to try +1. Your face is dark. Although I really want to complain first, but it seems that I don't have time to complain, because it seems that the Blind Date guy stood up while chatting with his father. What are you kidding? *1. Wait a minute. Old. Your Majesty Aoye. Miss Moon stretched out her hand anxiously and shouted, What are you talking about? Where are you going? Don't be so frivolous. Besides, Louis, didn't you say that the last stone is with the old god? That sanctuary? It's impossible to go there. Right? Miss Moon's words made Louis slightly stunned. When he met Alia by chance at the beach before, he did think about the stone in his heart. But he didn't remember whether he had told her. Louis was read by Miss Liar all the time. Maybe I mumbled a few words. Otherwise how would she know? After realizing it, Louis smiled. Then he took the magic pen from his uncle, wrote something in the storybook, and explained Miss Moon's question. The rebirth of the underworld is a great opportunity, because it is a process from nothing to something. The phase difference of space-time fluctuations in this process will be extremely large. So the power that the soul-calming stone can absorb in the near future is beyond our imagination. Normally, we may need 3 batteries to start this car. But now, overloading 2 batteries can also make the car run for a while. What are you talking about? The Moon Goddess was confused. She really didn't understand this time. But it seemed that she didn't have time to say more, because her uncle had already forced the Book of the Gods to her. And as Louis' magic pen passed, a line of narration also appeared in the eyes of the Moon Goddess. And so, Louis and the Moon Goddess went to the Forbidden Sanctuary. Suddenly, everything around began to change. I don't want to go. Chapter 543 Forbidden Sanctuary. The surroundings gradually began to rotate, and Miss Moon gradually felt that she had entered an unknown void in the past. Stars kept passing by like meteors in front of her. The Moon God knew that. She was traveling through time with Louis, and it would not be long before she would see the Forbidden Sanctuary with her own eyes. Miss Moon had heard of the legendary Forbidden Sanctuary a long time ago. And this mysterious magic academy was also her lifelong enemy. So she was curious, afraid, and hated this mysterious magic academy. She had even looked up a lot of information about the sanctuary. And Miss Moon also thought that she was the god who knew the sanctuary best. This was true. At least in the East Earth world. Miss Moon was indeed the god who knew the sanctuary best. Miss Moon still remembered some records of the Forbidden Sanctuary made by ancient wizards. Like all epics and myths, the sanctuary was very magical in the records of various states. It was said that the forbidden wizards collected the stars in the sky and cast the 12 circular towers that constituted the sanctuary. So this magic city must be in the sky. And the light from the sanctuary must make the stars dim. Admittedly, many things in the book are indeed exaggerated. But Miss Moon is willing to believe in some things. In any case, it must be a magic academy far greater than the Holy Oak. And this forbidden sanctuary can be regarded as half of Miss Moon's hometown. This makes Miss Moon very curious, and also makes Miss Moon very entangled. Because the nightmare that Miss Moon feared the most was this mysterious magic academy. And according to what Lewis said before, the sanctuary they were about to visit was also the most vulnerable period of the sanctuary. At this moment, you struggled a little bit in your heart. It was that moment of thought again. As the great former master, the mortal enemy of the old gods, the master of the world in the age of gods, it seemed that the outcome of many things, life or death, was all in your mind. And even now, you have such ability. Although you are not in charge of the world now, you have no problem dealing with a coup. When you show all your strength, every move, the sky will collapse and the earth will split. Therefore, let alone destroying a magic city that is several times larger than the Holy Oak, even if you cause a doomsday tsunami on the west coast of the continent, you will have no problem. Why do you always test me like this? Why do you always trust me like this? What if I see something unbearable in that sanctuary, and I can't help but want to do bad things? In the entanglement and panic, a small ancient astronomical instrument gradually appeared in front of the void. There were many metal rings on the outside of the planetarium, surrounding a small ball of light. This sudden appearance stirred Miss Luna for a long time, and then she understood a little. It should be the tool Lewis used to locate time and space. I thought, if you want to enter the sanctuary, you have to enter this strange planetarium. While thinking, the two of them had gradually drifted towards the strange planetarium. The stars in the void background were also slowly passing by. Why are we flying so slowly? Miss Moon asked in surprise. She felt that they were moving too slowly. Without waiting for Lewis to answer, she flipped through the Book of the Gods and checked her and Lewis's current movement status. 2 Australian dollars per second. Miss Moon didn't quite understand what this meant. She closed her eyes and felt their speed. It seemed that with every breath, they traveled the distance between 2 suns and the Earth. Miss Moon opened her eyes and looked at the galaxy with a strange expression. It a bit slow. Lewis beside her sighed and said, "We came to this time and space using storybooks. So there is an upper limit to the speed of travel. And this upper limit is the maximum speed of the creatures created by the current civilization level of the sanctuary. This means that the speed of the micro-jump engine in this era is only 2 astronomical units per second. It seems that we have come to the fallen age of the sanctuary." As he said this, Lewis suddenly made a big stroke of his pen. And then, time began to speed up. In an instant, Miss Moon felt that the two were getting closer and closer to their destination. And the small ball of light turned into a blazing blue fireball. At this moment, this ball of light under the background of the galaxy was like a rising sun. The 12 ring-shaped worlds forged by the stars slowly surrounded this blue fireball, and its light made the stars dim. In a daze, the moon goddess recalled the records in those myths. The descriptions in those rumors gradually overlapped with the magic academy with 12 ring-shaped towers in front of her. Perhaps, it is the forbidden sanctuary described in the book. The vast eastern continent is not even 1/1,000,000th the size of this sanctuary. The huge ancient god Almerico is compared to this magic city, just like a small aphid on a flower under a street lamp pole in a certain street in a certain district of this city. Even the huge cousin is just a small ant crawling between the cracks in the city roads. As for the moon goddess, the true god of the eastern continent, the great former master, the mortal enemy of the old gods, the lord of the world in the age of gods. Even the old gods in front of this city, looking up at the 12-ring world surrounding the stars in the distance, the moon goddess murmured to herself, "Nothing is nothing. They are all bugs. We are too late." Lewis looked at the 12-ring worlds in the distance, and suddenly said, The most common buildings in the fallen age. The most common, lowest cost, the easiest to maintain technology, and the best energy to mine. But it is a little too big. Time is a little tight. Which tower area should we go to first? Emma? Or Garrett? At the beginning, it took me 30,000 years to visit them all. But now, we may only have a few minutes. It a bit big, Miss Moon said, looking ahead blankly. She suddenly felt that she didn't need to worry about it anymore. And didn't need to worry about whether she could not help doing bad things. Because they, a group of primitive high-energy creatures, who wanted to be called gods, were so ridiculous in the magic city created by these foreigners. It was indeed a magic city. Real magic. Real magic. She suddenly understood why the wizards living in this magic city called the old gods monsters. They were indeed monsters. Because in this city, it was no problem to pick out a high tower and raise thousands of old gods. Just ants. They are all bugs. There is nothing to worry about. What about God? What about God in the eyes of forbidden scholars? Lewis said, in the eyes of the sanctuary, there are gods. Suddenly Miss Moon found that in a certain position of this big blue fireball, there were some strange mosaics slowly spreading. It would probably take only 8 minutes to devour this great and vast building greedily. What is that? Is it a god? You mean this interstellar incommensurate bubble? Looking at the mosaics, Lewis shook his head, and then nodded. It is actually a wonderful mysterious phenomenon, but isn't it the god we have been pursuing? Lewis did not give a definite answer. But a line of narration and a voice was heard and seen by both of them at the same time. Yes, we are so small and ignorant, we arrogantly approach this god, trying to imprison it and study it. But now we actually have long been unable to do such a thing. Finally, this god ran out of the laboratory. The last remains of the sanctuary were eventually devoured by this god, and were imprisoned in the dust of history. Now, only dreams and thoughts can visit the sanctuary again. And today, the sanctuary finally welcomed its guests for the second time. The last Archon. Dietrich. Chapter 544 I. Moon Goddess. Am not a secretary. Looking at the narration that gradually disappeared in front of her, Moon Goddess was in a trance. Did the great creator finally disappear? She had already known about the disappearance of the sanctuary, but she had never felt anything about it before. But today, after taking a first look at the sanctuary, or the real world, the shock it brought had left a deep impression in her heart. The greatness of the sanctuary and her own insignificance left a deep impression on Moon Goddess, and today, she was about to witness the disappearance of this great magic miracle, which made her lose her mind for a long time. Yes, we are about to witness all this. Speaking of this, Lewis's eyes scanned the 12 ring worlds, and fell into thought. There are about 8 minutes left, there is only one chance, I should go there. After a moment, Lewis's eyes moved slightly. Teacher Dietrich used to be a knowledge manager in this last time. I know where to go. After the voice fell, Lewis took the hand of the Moon Goddess, and began to jump to a certain location. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of her eyes kept getting closer and closer. The big fireball became boundless, and the scale of a small ring world called Emma became extremely vast. Even the starport that was getting closer and closer in front of her became boundless. Faintly, Miss Moon saw a group of strange creatures flying out of the starport in a certain area of the distant ring world. Miss Moon felt that these creatures were somewhat familiar. After the strange creatures flew out, they turned around and took a last look at their former home, and then turned into a ball of light, and fled from here in sadness, like a meteor. Then, several paragraphs of narration were like notes above the distant light balls. Starry Dragon. Before she had time to think, the area called Star Harbor was getting closer and closer. Looking around, Miss Moon felt that this Star Harbor had a very desolate feeling. In such a large area, there was only one small light spot, which seemed particularly lonely. Soon, the two flew closer and closer, and the small light spot gradually turned into an unknown object as big as the city of England. This unknown object is flat, and looks like a colorful, smooth, round gem. On its surface, brilliant colors are constantly flowing. It looks like spilled colored ink falling into a swirling water surface. What is this? Miss Moon said. A convertible old car. It seems that Mr. Dietrich was unable to repair it in the end. Lewis said with some regret, but there must be paper books in the history museum here. Paper books? Miss Moon was a little confused. Why do you have to find a paper magic book? Can't sheepskin be used? Lewis shook his head and did not answer. Miss Moon was a little strange, thinking that Lewis was saying something she couldn't understand. During the conversation, the two of them had already approached the unknown object. At the moment when they approached the surface of the unknown object, Miss Moon suddenly realized that its appearance was actually composed of a special position. And this stand actually has no color. The gorgeous appearance is actually the reflection of the starry sky background. The ring world is rotating around the sun with this unknown object. And the starry sky background reflected by the stand is like the stars in Van Gogh paintings, continuously flowing. This makes it look like a colorful gem. Before they had time to look more, the two had passed through the stand, and then, the true appearance of this unknown object appeared in front of Miss Moon. Just as Lewis said, "It is open top." After removing the stand, you can go directly inside. Obviously, this ship is a shield ship, with only shields and no armor. Ignoring the narration, Miss Moon looked at the ship. It seemed to be divided into many areas. Miss Moon could not recognize those buildings, but there seemed to be many plants and animals in them. Those are ecological zones. But the ecological zones do not exist to allow the ship to achieve internal ecological circulation. Because although the sanctuary has been corrupted for a long time, it still has the technology to use light to make all kinds of things. Hearing this, Miss Moon curled her lips. Use light to make things? That nothing. I can do it. It doesn't matter if it alive or dead. Even if it a divine angel. I mean, in my past memories, I could do it before. Yes. But the sanctuary of this era seems to be unable to do this. Lewis looked at the animals and plants inside. This era has been stagnant for too long. There has been a serious gap in knowledge. And everyone has even forgotten what genes are. Miss Moon knows about genes, because it is a new fashionable word in Sorrento. Suddenly, she felt a strange power, which was the divinity emanating from the artifact. She turned her head and looked in that direction, searching for a long time. And finally her eyes fell on a plain-looking maintenance worker. Next to the maintenance worker, there was a small object floating. On this small spherical object, there was a line of notes. Golem, Creator Type 4. At this time, one artifact after another containing surging power was created from scratch by this small object, following the maintenance worker command and his thoughts. After looking through the floating artifacts around him, the maintenance worker shook his head in disappointment and destroyed them like garbage. Miss Moon's eyes twitched fiercely, because even she couldn't make those artifacts. She could make artifacts with such power, but the artifacts in front of her were too precise. On a part the size of a grain of rice, there were countless billions of things gathered, not to mention making them. Even the god of craftsmen couldn't imagine these things in his dreams. But everyone on this ship could do this. Those artifacts were just ordinary items in their eyes. This shocked Miss Moon, but she also had a strong doubt in her heart. Why do they have such powerful abilities, master such advanced technology, but have forgotten many of the most basic and common technologies? According to reason, these wizards do not need to collect plants. Just some seeds are enough. For organisms, embryos and gene banks are enough. The ship suddenly became quiet. The sudden quiet environment interrupted Miss Moon's thoughts. She saw that everyone on the ship suddenly put down their work and walked slowly and quietly in one direction from all directions. There was a place like a square, which was composed of many energy platforms floating in the air. People were in a sad atmosphere, quietly listening to the Archon's last speech. It sounded like many people had left the forbidden sanctuary before, and they would eventually spread all over the universe. However, these people did not take away much knowledge, because their duty was not to do so. And in this hasty escape, their only task was to survive. Perhaps, they would become ancestors or ancient civilizations in the virtual planet. As for the people on this ship, they were all knowledge managers in the sanctuary. They collected a lot of knowledge and chose this knowledge ship that could explore information from countless fragments of time and space. However, they ultimately failed to repair this ancient ship and eventually chose to stay here, in that astral bubble, waiting for later generations to discover the wealth on this ship. But what are these riches? Perhaps both of them will get something. For Lewis, what he hopes to get is the knowledge to save the Eastland and rebuild the sanctuary. Some amazing weapons and equipment or starships will also be fine. But for Miss Moon, these riches may just be a sentence. A sentence from Dietrich and Lewis. Because it completely changes you. Hurry up and prepare some pens and paper. Miss Moon was speechless. Are you kidding? Being Lewis's guide home is already good enough. Is it possible that I will be Lewis's secretary in the future and rush to help Lewis copy books? Besides, compared to those broken paper books, she thinks that this time, it is better to take back some practical things. Thinking of this, Miss Moon couldn't help but look at a forbidden wizard in maintenance work clothes in the crowd of speakers. The strange little ball in his hand seemed to be very good. Wait, what am I here for? Okay, I'm not going to do anything bad, but what am I going to do with this creator? Help Louis and Francesco defeat the old gods, and then defeat myself? Miss Moon stared blankly at the small ball she had just stolen, and finally she found a perfect reason for herself to prevent the kind of thing she had just thought of from happening, so she was going to take one back. For her own use only, and not to tell Louis. There should be instructions in the library. Right? Hey, Miss Secretary, don't forget the paper and pen. Miss Moon rolled her eyes. First, I'm not saying hello. Chapter 545 Star Realm Library. When Miss Moon emphasized to the narrator that she didn't say hey, she suddenly felt Louis holding her hand. Let go. I found the location of the library. Saying that, Louis pulled Miss Moon away without saying anything. It seems that Louis didn't intend to listen to Dietrich's speech, after all. The storybook would tell what he saw and heard today. So he took Miss Moon directly to the library. But when leaving, Miss Moon looked back out of curiosity because of the narration just now. She was curious about what Dietrich said at the end that attracted her attention. Time is like a long river that keeps flowing forward. Every civilization is a boat on this long river. If you don't move forward, you will go backward. Our civilization has finally fallen. Fallen in this long river. And fallen for a long time. Finally, our civilization was washed to the end of time. When this voice finally sounded in Miss Moon's ears, the two had already entered the library on the ship. At this moment, the two stood at the door of the library, lost in thought. But they were thinking about different things. What does degeneration mean? Darkening? No. It refers to the era of stagnation and regression of civilization. In this era, knowledge will not be innovative, and people will no longer have the courage to explore new things. They will be immersed in false joy and become ignorant and boring. In Louis's words, Miss Moon was slowly stunned. She remembered what Dietrich had just said, remembered what she had seen and heard along the way, and remembered the era she had experienced. That glorious era created by the gods. That era that seemed like heaven. That decadent era where people did not have to study new things, or even think too much. Anthony had broken this era. He created a short forbidden era. In this era, many new things appeared all over the world that people still can't compare to. But this era ended in a book burning. The wizards of the great families took control of the world. And 3,000 years have passed. These 3,000 years are like a dream. And the long river of time washes away this dream. The world keeps stagnating and regressing in the endless river. Finally, this world is about to usher in its end. Just like the great, glorious civilizations that are about to disappear. Miss Moon suddenly understood why everyone would oppose the gods and the wizards of the great families. Because the arrogant gods and the arrogant wizards are all on the wrong path. They are destroying the world. At this time, Louis, who was remotely viewing the entire library, once again grabbed Miss Moon's hand and walked in a certain direction. When Miss Moon came to her senses, she found that the two had entered a strange library area. Library, in all your life, she has seen too many libraries and read too many forbidden books. But she never thought that books would be like this. She suddenly understood why Louis said that he must find those paper books. The area in front of her was like a deep space, and the stars around it moved slowly, like the stars flowing in the galaxy. The speed and trajectory of each light point were different. Miss Moon's intuition told her that the light points contained some information, like a book with a lot of text. When the trajectories of every two light spots intersect, the information they form will increase exponentially. There are countless light spots in front of me, and the trajectories are dazzling. They record the information collected by the Forbidden Sanctuary for tens of millions of years. But they cannot be taken away. In Louis's words, this library is confidential and has uncertainty. Its main function is to help the forbidden wizards solve their doubts or seek solutions. It is truly read-only. Information is only certain when it is in the special environment of this room. Once you leave this room, both the light spots you take away and the recorded tracks will change. Only new things that are understood based on the information in this room can be taken away by the forbidden wizards. This great library comes from the Chaosia God clan, the fallen father that the sanctuary once met, and is something that the God clan inherited from the previous generation of knowledge managers. And its name, called the Star Library. Looking at this library area, Louis said, it can calculate the mysteries of the void. To some extent, it can answer all our questions. Of course, even if it writes almost everything, there are still many things we can't understand because many questions are beyond our imagination, which makes it impossible for us to ask those questions to this library. And when people are no longer curious and ask questions, then even if the wealth of the universe is in front of them, they can't take away a single bit of it. Lewis couldn't help but think of the last decadent era of the sanctuary. Putting away his thoughts, Lewis looked at the Star World Library. He was going to find a key here. Wait for me for 2 minutes. After explaining, Lewis focused on the light spots around him, and asked one question after another in his mind. And the trajectory of the starlight also changed with his thoughts. On the other side, Miss Moon was also doing her thing. She sneered at Lewis' explanations just now, because she believed in her own memory, and she also believed that she could take away more wealth than Lewis. You who previously sneered at wealth seemed. Ignoring those annoying asides, Miss Moon looked at the books in the library very seriously, because she vaguely felt that once she had time to fully interpret these things, she would be able to understand the true mysteries of the world. A god who understands the mysteries of the world. Miss Moon suddenly felt that if she could bring back more books today, she would be able to show off her superiority in front of that stupid old god in the future. Therefore, Miss Moon did not ask questions, but used the only 2 minutes, her powerful spiritual sense, to forcibly record the books in the room. Although she failed to record everything in the end, she only recorded the starlight in a small area. But these things were enough. And she did succeed in recording it. Just like the scene when she went to understand the rules of the world. However, when the two left the room, Miss Moon was shocked to find that she seemed to have only recorded some messy and useless information. Or, in other words, her memory of God has changed. This is incredible to Miss Moon. The 3 views she has built up over thousands of years have collapsed at this moment. Because if this change is true, then it means that every time she leaves this library, it is like going to another parallel world. And the moment she steps into this parallel world, whether it is herself, her memory, or this world, it is completely different. Don't think about it. You didn't step into another different time and space by entering and exiting the library. Because the world is made up of countless different planes. This is how the world is. You didn't read anything from this Star World Library in the end. But you suddenly understood some inexplicable new things. Your worldview has been rebuilt. You are a little closer to the essence of the world. Divine element level +1. I felt the same way when I first observed the double-slit experiment. Looking at Miss Moon's dull eyes, Lewis shook his head and looked at the storybook, which read, Key +1. You know how to use other things to open the sanctuary again. You also know how to take things away from the sanctuary. Vacant space, 1 kilogram. Lewis retracted his gaze and said, Let go. To the other east. We still have 4 minutes to take away some good things. Chapter 546. Who am I? Moon God? The experience in the Star Library made Miss Moon a little discouraged and depressed. In fact, what she received in the Star Library today was enough to make any god jealous and crazy. But Miss Moon is now a little dejected, because there are too many treasures in the Star Library, which makes her feel frustrated as if she only got a gold coin after entering a mountain of gold and silver. Lewis said there are good things in other places, which makes Miss Moon feel motivated again. While thinking, Lewis had already pulled her to the second area. Looking at the magnificent gate in front of her, Miss Moon was a little excited. Miss Moon knew that the value ranking of the entire library was getting lower as she went deeper. So if we talk about the value of wealth, then there is no greater treasure house than the Star Library in the entire old car. This area in front of her was 1 level lower than the Star Library in terms of style. But Miss Moon's eyes lit up. It was precisely because this area was worse than the Star Library area that she had the opportunity to take some real wealth from here. Lewis's words also cheered up Miss Moon. He was going to try his luck in this area. This area is not for solving puzzles, but a library area that purely records knowledge. Knowledge again. Okay, this is fine. This thing called knowledge seems to be really valuable. Look at this great sanctuary. Isn't it built on the foundation of knowledge? Miss Moon, who originally didn't care about books, decided to take some real books away. She believed that these things would allow her to understand more of the essence of the world and gradually become the real God. But when the door opened, the scenery inside the library gradually appeared in front of Miss Moon. And she was stunned. There was no book in the entire library area. In the huge hall, there were many colorful ribbons. These ribbons shuttled in the room in an orderly manner. There was no beginning and no end. It was like countless Mobius strips formed another dimension of Mobius strips that were constantly superimposed and transformed. This is the Klein area, which records a lot of knowledge we know. In it, there are many things about the patron god, and the artifacts you know, such as the conferred god tablet, the soul-suppressing stone, etc. All come from the knowledge of this library. As Lewis spoke, he quietly turned over the storybook and began to try various things. Although the East Continent cannot build such a library in tens of thousands of years, and cannot store the books here, but we can find a way to record some things and bring them back for research. Even a little bit will be enough for us to benefit for thousands of years. This time, Miss Moon understood what Lewis said. She excitedly turned over the Book of the Gods, and kept trying various methods to record the knowledge in the library area. However, what was recorded in the Book of the Gods was only garbled characters. After a moment, Miss Moon raised her head with an ugly expression. Compared with the artifacts in the sanctuary, this artifact from the East Earth world was too primitive. It was like a sharp stone spear in the hands of a primitive man that could shoot 2,000 meters away. It killed gods and demons in primitive society. It was watched by the gods and regarded as a superclass artifact by herself and the gods. No wonder Aoyi father always used this book as a cushion for the table legs. No wonder Lewis never took storybooks seriously. On the other side, Lewis also closed the storybook and sighed, rubbish. In the remaining 3 minutes, Lewis took Miss Moon through one book section after another. The wealth displayed in the book section changed from a gem mountain to a gold mountain to a silver mountain, and Miss Moon became more and more anxious, because she couldn't take anything with her. Lewis, are you sure there are paper books in the sanctuary? Miss Moon's white forehead was already sweating. Yes. Lewis nodded and added, I guess Mr. Dietrich should bring some on board. Miss Moon's eyes went dark. You have never felt so powerless as you do today. Endless wealth is right in front of you, but you can't take anything with you. Indeed, Miss Moon felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness at this moment. Just like Mr. Dietrich now. Finally, when there were only 3 minutes left, the two of them pulled to the last gate. The gate gradually opened, and Miss Moon saw that the wealth in the treasury was no longer a mountain of gold and silver, but a worthless mountain of bread. However, Miss Moon rushed in with ecstasy, because this mountain of bread was something that could really be eaten. We agreed to destroy the sanctuary and eliminate knowledge. What am I doing? It takes more than 2 minutes. If I flip through the pages one by one, and let the Book of the Gods record it, can the Book of the Gods record 2 or 3 books? Damn! Which of these books are useful, and which are useless? I know every word of these, but why can't I understand them when they are put together? Also, why do things I don't understand show up in the Book of the Gods as the moon skipped these words? I am such an idiot. Lewis, come and take a look. How is this book? Miss Moon complained loudly in her heart, while shouting at Lewis, who was leisurely picking books. Lewis? And this one? What written on it? But it very thick. It must be very valuable. Miss Alia, although the meat of Lalaman is delicious, and it can reproduce rapidly in harsh environments, I don't recommend taking the book in your hand. Lewis, who was selecting books in front of the bookshelf, said calmly, What do you mean? Miss Moon, holding a heavy book in her hand, asked dully. You are holding the Sow Breeding and Raising Manual and Disease Prevention Encyclopedia. With a plop, Miss Moon, with weak legs, fell to the ground. The Sow Breeding Manual in her hand fell to the ground. She just wanted to cry at this moment. There was only 1 minute left, but she didn't even know which book to pick. She had never felt so desperate. I wish time would stop. And then I picked up a pile of paper and pen, and copied down all the words on every book in this library. These 12 sets, from elementary school to high school, with homework exercises, are all there. They are more complete than those burned by the 12 great families. Lewis's voice rang beside him. And then, hundreds of heavy books fell from the sky, forming a small mountain in front of Miss Moon. It useless. Lewis. Helpless Miss Moon wiped her eyes. There is less than a minute left. We can't copy so many things. And the things I can't understand, the Book of the Gods can't record them completely. I didn't ask you to copy with that rubbish book. Lewis patted Miss Moon's shoulder, and looked at the various strange things collected in another part of the museum. Then, he turned and walked over there, and said to Miss Moon behind him, Use your divine vision to flip through the pages, and then memorize them with your powerful divine consciousness. Go back and write them down with paper and pen. There was a bang in her head, And Miss Moon, who looked cute, finally remembered who she was. She jumped up with a whoosh, making the mountain of books soar into the air. And her eyes looked enthusiastically at the books that were constantly turning pages in the air. Chapter 547. This prince must meet 3 conditions. Memorize it by rote. Write it down with paper and pen when you go back. Saying this, Lewis looked at the other side of the ancient museum and walked towards it. Speaking of which, when Lewis planned to come to the sanctuary, he had already planned what to bring back. Now, Miss Moon is using her memory to bring back the most important things, and Lewis also has time to take away other things. In the Netherworld War, the war machines of the Northern Alliance fought against the Netherworld army led by the Angel of Death, showing their potential, and also showing that the Eastland has not developed rapidly in recent decades. And Lewis came here this time, in fact, with the idea of upgrading the people of the entire Eastland. This is the only way to resist the old gods, or bugs in the future, in order to avoid the hero units being beaten to death by the soldiers in the future war. But this time, the upgrade must not be random. After all, many technologies of the Eastland continent come from archaeology, which makes the Alliance cutting-edge magic technology punk enough. If it is more punk, Lewis will go crazy when he thinks of the Son of Lant and the Princess, as well as those JJ planes, alchemy dragon eagles. Lewis feels sick. Not to mention those alchemy dragon eagles that make people feel sick. Let's talk about the Princess. It was supposed to be an aircraft carrier carrying carrier-based aircraft, but now it is full of dragons. Other newly built ships are also developing in this direction. Is this still an aircraft carrier? Is it an aircraft carrier? Is this technology tree too crooked? Lewis thinks that ships like the Princess should be put on the right track. And after upgrading, they should be able to fly in the sky. We don't ask them to be like the Hyperion in the future, but at least they should be able to destroy ordinary bugs or minions of the old gods. Right? And the Son of Lant is simply a nerve-wracking knife. When it is in hand, it is a very good assistant, but its shortcomings are too serious. Every time it is used, if it is used too hard, it will explode, and if it is not used well, it will die. Now, after the second upgrade, the Son of Lant has begun to use the real magic core, but Lewis dare not use it. Therefore, it can be said that some abilities of the magic weapon, such as the Son of Lant, have reached the limit, but some abilities are maddening. Therefore, Lewis felt that it was necessary to change the current punk concept of Sorrento. Lewis considered himself a perfect person, so he thought that the Pentagonal Warrior was the most perfect. The things in this museum are very comprehensive, which can make the Alliance cutting-edge technology into a pentagon. Moreover, the original intention of the design of this museum was to consider the situation of starting from scratch after the destruction of civilization, so there must be items suitable for the situation of the Eastern continent. There won't be a gap in the generation, as long as you don't take it randomly. There won't be a gap in the generation. Where is the USB drive? While thinking, Lewis's mind had already swept through many snow collection areas in the museum. After a few seconds, he rushed to an area, picked up an oil painting, and breathed a sigh of relief. I said, "There will be a USB drive here." Looking at the oil painting in his hand, Lewis's eyes lit up. It better to say that it a painting of the world than an oil painting, because after entering the oil painting, it is like entering a fantasy world. In each painting world, the information needed to manufacture an item from beginning to end is recorded. As long as the spell of these oil paintings is broken, anyone can enter, and those who enter will be able to learn the manufacturing secrets of those items in the painting world, including related material technology. The only flaw is that the information in these painting worlds cannot be recorded in storybooks, and Lewis has no time to go in and study. Therefore, if you want to paint the wealth in the world, you can only take them away. 1 kilogram. 20 seconds. It is not a problem to pick a few small paintings to take away. The first generation of the Grand Archon. The Grand Arbiter Unit 0. The Grand Judge prototype in just a few seconds. Lewis has flipped through 7 or 8 paintings. Among these paintings, some depict strange unnamed flying objects, and some even depict Gundams against the background of deep space. Without a doubt, they are all excellent insecticides. Moreover, prototypes and first-generation machines were designed by the Sanctuary in ancient times, and the technological gap with the Eastern continent is only a few hundred years. But Lewis is not sure whether the Eastern continent can copy such things. After struggling for a moment, Lewis put them all down. Even if they are copied, they are probably super punk products. God will God will put the Alliance technology tree on the right track. God will does not allow me to take these things away. In the midst of the struggle, Lewis has already selected some technologies that are suitable for the Alliance current use. Although these technologies cannot add too many advantages to cutting-edge weapons such as the Son of Lant, they can make up for their shortcomings. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is still acceptable. Time is limited. You should throw yourself into Sister Moon's arms. Lewis finally sighed. Forget it. Lewis has been paying attention to the time. And now he has to go. He grabbed several heavy scrolls in his hand, which weighed 1 kilogram in total, and rushed towards Miss Moon. The scrolls and books around were blown up to the sky by the strong wind brought by Lewis running. And the hourglass of time only had one last grain of sand left. It seemed that he was only a few steps away, but it seemed too late. However, Lewis was not panicked at all. After all this was within the calculation of Mr. Magician Lewis. And Mr. Magician was the best at calculation. He just gave Miss Moon a look, thoughts, and reached out to catch me. But what Lewis never expected was that Sister Moon, who was concentrating on copying homework, took a long time to react. Lewis still didn't panic, and gave Sister Moon another look. Sister Moon suddenly woke up, and in the last moment, she raised her chest. At the same time, Lewis's mind moved, and then Sister Moon, who was raising her chest, moved a little distance towards him. As we all know, as long as two people drive towards each other, the speed will be faster, because he actually saw Sister Moon suddenly disappear, and he stayed where he was. Is it just an illusion? I clearly touched it. Did I take too much? It impossible. With my dexterity, the things in my hands won't be different by a hair. It must be less than 1 kilogram. Lewis, who passed by the afterimage of Sister Moon, banged and plunged into the mountain of homework, knocking over several bookcases. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding time and space began to gradually distort, and the diary date on the storybook in front of him began to increase continuously, and 2 or 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It over. I'm going to be forced into the turbulence of time and space. Lewis collapsed in the pile of books with tears streaming down his face. He was in great pain. How do I get out of the eternal void? How do I solve the imaginary space? I'm not good at studying. Who knows how long it will take to get out? Why do you always give me such difficult problems? An oil painting in the sky slowly fell on Lewis's face. It was a painting of the great judge. He threw aside several oil paintings and the 1 kilogram in his hand in annoyance, and stretched out his hand to pull the oil painting on his face. With this slight movement, another 7 days passed. Yes, it has been 7 days. The young lady, who had followed everyone back to the moon court, began to make wishes with Miss Ao and others in front of the moon god harp, under the repeated public hints of her uncle. That right, the storybook this time was not in the hands of the wishers. The moon court harp had long lost its strings, taken away by Anthony and the 12 disciples, but the goddess of fate could still pluck the strings of fate. Ballad, the harp of fate was plucked, and the ballad of God began to call. Ballad, if you want to make the world more bizarre, one person is obviously indispensable. And this prince must also meet 3 conditions, tall and handsome. Ballad, I don't know where that kid will come from this time, after all. There are 4 wishers, so don't show up under my bed. Chapter 548. Hey, now you know who I am. Right? Amid the singing, the Forbidden Library Museum, in front of him, has begun to collapse. A rock fell on Lewis's head. Lewis couldn't help rubbing his forehead. When he put his hand down, he found that he seemed to be buried by the boulder in the blink of an eye. The huge stone slab was across his face, and there was light shining through. The sound of a door opening suddenly sounded, and then a shadow passed through the light, and then Lewis heard the sound of high heels being kicked off, and a slightly tired sigh. He turned his head with a confused look on his face, and found a carpet in the gap between the stone slabs. And on the carpet, a pair of white stockings were stepping on. After a pause, a white jade hand rubbed the feet, and then another high-heeled shoe was kicked not far away. The white-legged shadow began to walk on the carpet again, and stepped on a chair. Lewis, with a wooden face, quietly poked his head out this time, and looked outside a little, and saw the back of a lady, who was stepping on the chair at this time, and took off her high suspender stockings, nun type. Nun wears this thing. This is too trendy. Isn't this also? Wait a minute, shouldn't I be complaining about this now? Where is this? Why do I feel like I'm familiar with this? Lewis, who was crawling under the bed, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and hurriedly touched his lower body. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But then he became nervous again, and hurriedly flipped through the storybook, and read it attentively. The beautiful lady had almost taken off her clothes, but Louis was crawling under the bed, and reading the storybook seriously. But it wasn't in vain. After flipping through a few pages, Louis didn't find the year. The storybook that was a bit disappointing told Louis that it was because of the time and space confusion. Who knows what time it is now? A week later? A few months later? Or a few years ago? Louis was dumbfounded when he saw this. And he continued to read on. As for the location, it is under the bed in the Holy Hall, female dormitory. No men allowed, of a monastery in Uding. Be careful. If you are discovered, it will be very embarrassing. After all, the person in front of you is the true saint of Uding. Even if you can afford to lose this person. She can't. Louis caught a few key words. Female dormitory. Under the bed. Suddenly, Louis' head buzzed. And then, words like no sense of existence. No one remembers. Transparent world. Reinsert, and so on flashed in his mind. What worse? Louis found that the storybook didn't have any options this time. Not even giving Aunt Sty a chance. This frightened him so much that his mouth was dry and his face was covered with cold sweat. Reload the game? Was it a waste of time? With a pop, Louis had hit the bottom of the bed. And he couldn't help rubbing it. At the same time, the woman who had taken off her saintly robe, revealing her smooth back, trembled slightly. Then, the woman who had thrown her robe aside, covered her chest, and came to the closet to look for clothes. The sound of footsteps brought Louis back to his senses. He crawled out of the bed and looked at the woman. Miss Moon? I didn't expect her to be so attractive. I almost didn't recognize her without clothes. By the way, was I summoned back by Miss Moon? She didn't use the storybook? So, she didn't actually lose her memory? And she has all the power? You big liar. Scumbag. And drama queen. But what the point of talking about this now? Louis sighed, then he crawled out from under the bed, held the oil painting and sat on the bed, looking at the furnishings in the room, looking for clues. Why are the furnishings in the room so retro? There's no telephone or light. And they're still using candles? What year is this? Which life of Arya is this? So the storyline this time is not about me crawling out from under Xiao bed, but from under Sister Moon bed? I rubbed my face hard with a confused mind. Maybe I should say hello to Sister Moon now. And then ask her something? Miss Moon once had a situation where she had no sense of existence. And I could find her in that state under certain special circumstances. So maybe she could find me too. But the key is, she may not know me. And I don't seem to be able to beat her. If she thinks I'm a flower thief, then it will be fun. Suddenly, Louis found that the floor of the desk was full of scrolls. And there were feather pens and many blank parchments on the desk. Why do I always feel something is wrong? Looking at the saint lady hiding behind the closet door to put on her clothes, Louis couldn't help but frown. He crawled out from under the bed with a strange look on his face, and then came to the closet to take a look. Coincidentally, Sister Moon had just found a new priest robe. She turned around and walked away from Louis, then came to the bed in surprise, frowned and squatted on the ground to brush off the dust on the carpet, and then took the clothes to change behind the screen. Looking at the back of Miss Drama, Louis rubbed his face and felt a little desperate. It turns out that you have to insert it. But how to insert it? With a sigh, you think about the dilemma in front of you. Anyway, your thinking is indeed correct. If you have no sense of existence, Miss Moon has a certain probability of meeting you. But in this case, meeting may not be a good decision. After all, you don't know the current time, and you don't know what will happen after being discovered. By the way, Sister Moon seems to be getting dressed and leaving, and you feel that you are about to miss a good opportunity. You finally made up your mind to get her attention, you decided. A. Take her clothes, don't let her wear them, let her notice you. Completion reward. Miss Big Star who ignores you and grabs clothes *1, you who try to grab clothes and try to get her attention *3, all attributes +3. B. Body search, try to find mysterious clues under Miss Saint underwear. Completion reward. Sister Moon who looks at you blankly *1, you who smiles and is proud *1, random attributes +3. C. Talk in her ear to wake her up. Hey, it's getting late, why are you still going out? Let go to bed early. Completion reward. Miss Big Star who looks at you blankly again *2, Louis who laughs while grabbing clothes. Hey, I grab it. Now you notice me, Right? Now you know what I am. Louis. 1. Big Mouth. 2. Experience plus 300. D. Stay in the room by 4/leave the room wisely to avoid embarrassment. Completion reward. You/her who is relieved *1. You who do strange things at the party inside/outside the house *1. The big star lady who unexpectedly meets you inside/outside the house and shows a surprised look *1. *1. As expected. The storybook does not give multiple choice questions, but order questions. Right? No. Wait, isn't this the time for me to complain about this? Seeing that the robe hanging on the screen has been taken down, Louis is a little anxious. It already this time, and you are still playing word games with the storybook. Louis complained loudly in his mind, while walking towards the screen and selecting all the ABCs. Of course I have to select all. Don't you see the situation now? She is ignoring me. How can I get her attention if I don't select all? Chapter 549. Your Highness, please let go of your hands. Everyone actually knows that Louis will come back today. Because my cousin has seen this news from the prophecy on the Monument of the Gods. For this reason, everyone is preparing a surprise for Louis outside. As long as Louis suddenly appears from the altar, the people hiding in the hall will release magic ribbons, and jump out and shout surprise, to welcome the return of Mr. Louis, the Temple Knight, who will return from the distant foreign land. As for why they did this, Helen said that when Louis came back, he might not have a sense of existence. She felt that Louis' sense of existence seemed to be getting lower and lower these days. Because she found that many people were about to forget Louis. The reason why everyone did not forget Louis was because Helen and Sister Osicles still remembered Louis. But Helen was worried that her sister memory would gradually disappear with the passage of time. Then only Helen would be left. And Helen will become a little girl who always thinks there is a monster under the bed, and will be ignored by everyone. So Helen suggested that everyone should hold a grand celebration on the Moon Festival, and then shout Louis together. Surprise no matter whether everyone still remembers Louis at this time. As long as this sentence resounds throughout the Moon Courtyard, and is heard by Louis, then Louis will truly return to this world. Miss Moon sneered at this. After all, how could such a person with such a sense of existence suddenly lose his sense of existence? At least I remember him clearly. However, in any case, the monks seem to be looking forward to this festival celebration. By the way, what else did Bishop John say? The Moon Court has not changed for 3,000 years. Since the unchanging Moon Court is ready to start changing and join the wave of the new era, then perhaps it should show the open side of the Moon Court. Don't be as old-fashioned as before. And today, since everyone has chosen this welcome plan in the anonymous vote of various plans, then it should be implemented. Perhaps the monks have long been unable to tolerate the unchanging and boring life in the Moon Court. After all, as a magic school with a history of 3,000 years, St. Oak is always very lively during the festival every year. Okay, it is indeed a magic school. I brought all the magic back, and let everyone start to study in Moon Court. I am almost becoming the damn god of magic. So, if there are any more changes in Moon Court, Alia doesn't care. I don't know why everyone shouted surprise anyway. When she went back to her room to rest, this ancient Moon Court was decorated with lights today. But Miss Moon felt that this matter was a bit childish. No matter how she arranged it, it was childish. So she did not plan to participate, but returned to her room early. She planned to copy down the things that had not been copied, and hide the creator by the way, to avoid being discovered by Louis. As for Louis' return, Miss Moon said she was very calm. After all, she was the one who brought him back. So she knew about this matter a few weeks ago, so she no longer felt the kind of surprise when she knew about this matter. But Louis still gave her an unexpected surprise today. Well, Osicles secretly reminded everyone that Louis might not come down from the altar. As for where else Louis might appear besides the altar, perhaps under the bed or something like that. Miss Moon still remembers how much she sneered when she heard this statement. Miss Moon never thought that this bizarre statement was actually true. After all, when she was praying, she said loudly in her heart, "Never appear under my bed." And God wishes should all come true. In any case, this is a bit too embarrassing. Look at how lively it is outside. Full of people. If everyone pushes the door and rushes in, shouting surprise, it will be very interesting. As a very traditional goddess, Miss Moon feels that she cannot accept this kind of thing. So she really hopes that Louis can stay under the bed, and then wait for her to go out. And then everyone will rush in to make a fuss. But Mr. Louis seemed to think that he had no sense of existence. How could he have no sense of existence? You crawled out from under my bed. How could you not have a sense of existence? You have too much sense of existence. In any case, Miss Moon was shocked at the time, because she found that Mr. Lewis under the bed seemed to be trying to greet her. I'm taking off my clothes? Taking off my clothes? Naked. What are you saying hello to? At that time, Miss Moon was slightly shocked, and then she panicked and went to the closet. After thinking for a few seconds, she decided to put on her clothes first, and then pretend that she didn't see him. She shouldn't say hello to Lewis under the bed naked. Right? The most important thing is to get out quickly, and not be blocked by everyone. But this guy seemed to think that she couldn't see him, and he started to do some strange things. And the more she ignored him, the more he became worse. Miss Moon was shocked at the time. She never thought that Lewis would be such a person. Anyway, I have to leave quickly. Wait a minute. Miss Moon, who was tying her belt, was suddenly stunned. Didn't I come back to rest? Why are you wearing clothes and preparing to go out? Maybe because you hid behind the screen. You couldn't see some key things. So you forgot something? Key things? Shaking her head, Miss Moon felt that she seemed to have forgotten something key, and she couldn't quite remember why she was in a hurry to go out. Anyway, it seemed like she had something urgent to do, so she had to leave quickly. Thinking of this, she hid the small metal ball at her waist. Then she quickly fastened the straps on her chest, and took down the robe hanging on the screen. She put it on in a panic. The more panicked she was, the more mistakes she made. After finding that her clothes seemed to have scratched something, Miss Moon frowned and turned around. And then she found that her clothes seemed to have scratched the top of the hanger. She was anxious and hurriedly pulled the clothes off the hanger. But she couldn't pull it after several attempts, and the hanger seemed to be able to move. The more she pulled, the harder it pulled. Surprised, Miss Moon looked up at the hanger, and then she was surprised to find that she had seen it wrong. It was a hanger, but a blurry figure. Oh, that's right. It was Lewis. He just crawled out from under his bed. I actually mistook Lewis for a hanger? Miss Moon couldn't help but look cute. Lewis pulled the clothes again. Miss Moon hurriedly pulled a few times, but Lewis seemed to pull harder. Presents +1+1+1. Suddenly, the figure in front of me gradually became clearer. Let go of your hands. Miss Saint, who was shaking with anger, lowered her head and pulled the clothes. The figure seemed to say something, but Miss Moon didn't hear it clearly. But she suddenly felt that there seemed to be a big hand, which had been searching for clues on her body for a while. She raised her head woodenly, looking at the smiling and proud Cho Liumong. Hey, I grab it. Hey, I grab it. You notice me now, right? You know who I am now. Louis. Chapter 550. The Great Judge. The ancient moon court was decorated with lights and brightly lit. A year ago, old and young wizards from all over the world gathered here today, gathering with the magic practitioners of the moon court to celebrate the moon festival. Lewis, with a big red slap mark on his left cheek, held a wine glass and stood expressionlessly at the noisy banquet. People around him came and went, nodding and greeting Lewis with a smile on their faces. Surprised? Lewis. Oh, hello. Surprised, Lewis. Thank you. Surprise. Lewis, who had come out to meet customers, seemed not to be in the mood to listen to everyone's surprises. But what could be done? Everyone was so enthusiastic, and they were afraid that if they didn't tell Lewis about the surprise, they would forget about him. So, Your Excellency, the mark on your face was really caused by accident? His Majesty the Great Demon King raised his eyebrows, and looked at the Prince of Yun beside him, and asked with a smile, then he accidentally fell on Miss Alia Palm? Therefore, it is definitely not that you did something weird to attract her attention? That right, Your Majesty. I am also very shocked by this bizarre accident that happened by coincidence. To be honest, I haven't recovered yet. Lewis put down the egg on his face, and said seriously. Surprised? Lewis. At this time, several ladies passed by. Osiris, the White Queen and others nodded to Lewis with contempt, and then left. Surprise. Lewis responded with a forced smile, and then looked at the Demon King who was admiring the oil painting beside him, and continued, you know, it doesn't mean that there is something wrong with the person, if there is a palm print on the face. Please say a few good words for me in front of your daughter. Your Majesty, you know what kind of person I am. Well, I believe in you. I had expected this kind of coincidence. Francesco withdrew his gaze from the oil painting, and returned a small metal ball in his hand to Lewis, comforting Lewis and saying, now, The sanctuary relic, creator, brought back by Miss Moon has made the sanctuary have a sense of existence in this world. This also makes the structural diagram of the Great Judge visible to others. And the reason why you were able to recover from that state so quickly should be because you touched this small ball. Francesco continued. It seems that the prophecy on the monument is still very accurate. If you hadn't found this clue in your search, you, whose sense of existence was wiped out by the sanctuary, would still be worried about how to be discovered by the people in the venue. So, from a certain perspective, your idea is indeed correct. This made Louis's face stiffen slightly. Well, it is true, Your Majesty. You know, I had to touch the ball because I had no choice but to touch the wrong ball. You're lucky that you didn't show up in my room. After saying that, the tall demon lady patted Louis on the shoulder and left. After the demon lord left, Louis took a bite of the egg expressionlessly. It was said that the demon lady was planning to go to the south recently. She was just talking to Louis about this. The coming of the old gods has become inevitable. If you want to defeat this enemy, I'm afraid you need the power of the whole world. Now, the north and the south are still in a hostile relationship, which makes the future war against the old gods more difficult. Indeed, the 8 great families are on the side of the old gods. But the incident that Miss Moon caused in the netherworld has also resurrected many ancient heroes in the south. Therefore, the south is in chaos now. In addition, the leaders of the southern countries are not completely on the same side with the monarch and standing on the side of the old gods, which makes the trip to the south even more important. Among them are many of Francesco's former comrades. If we can take advantage of this period when the monarch and the ancient gods are not around, persuade some great lords to abandon the dark and join the light, and even instigate some kingdoms to rebel, then this trip will be perfect. At least some magic books should be brought back from the south. If some of the fate strings collected by the great families can be brought back, then Louis can even go to the sanctuary. In recent weeks, many teams have quietly gone to the south to start work. His Majesty Francesco also plans to go there in the next few days. According to the news, the advance team has already contacted some of Francesco's old friends. But for some things, those old stubborn people seem to have different opinions. Therefore, Francesco felt it was necessary to go there in person. So Miss Demon King didn't invite you to go with her this time. Is she going to go alone? Anyway, I won't go. Traveling with the Demon King, there must be a lot of hard work. That being said, but Louis felt that he stayed in the north because there were more important things. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but twitch his eyes, looking at a large group of yodel engineers dancing and discussing loudly in front of an oil painting not far away from him, and many magicians were also shaking their heads and commenting. In front of the painting, there are a few punk-dressed little yodels, the strongest magician Tim and others sucking their fingers, looking at the super son of land who can defeat the ancient gods, with shining eyes and drooling. Indeed, if this thing can really be made, whoever drives it will be the strongest magician in the world. More than the strongest magician in the world, the strongest god is not an exaggeration. After all, the god colossi in the sanctuary that are specially used for war are much more professional than administrators, like the god of protection in matters such as fighting. In order to successfully replicate the great judge, Louis decided to stay in the laboratory and be a homebody for a while. To be honest, Louis felt that there was no hope of completely replicating this thing, even with the super productivity of the creator, because the gap between generations was too big, and the industrial chain was too far apart. So many things had to be pieced together. However, although it was impossible to make the pilots become the strongest gods, Louis felt that there was hope for the strongest magician. If 8 great judges are successfully copied, then these EVAs should have no problem dealing with the 8 apostles, ancient gods, that ran out of the abyss with the old gods. Louis has an idea of how to piece together this great judge. Yodel engineers also have very good ideas. But who knows what they are thinking? What they made is indeed amazing in the long board. But in terms of shortcomings, it is outrageous. Look at the Gundam they made in this 18th century. Ordinary people can't control it at all. Louis thinks he is a perfect person. He thinks he must not make some crazy knives with amazing advantages and outrageous defects. He must make some pentagonal equipment that can function stably. Therefore, he thinks he must stay in the north to lead this project. Although with the same information, Louis does not think his brain is smarter than the engineers. But at least he knows that he can't put everything on the judge. I hope you will stay in the laboratory.